When animals begin to mutate collectively, humanity will face an unprecedented disaster. In the early morning, the gentle sunlight streamed through the window, casting a glow on the breakfast table where Lin Jiumou and his family were enjoying breakfast together. The TV was broadcasting a strange incident from watching. A filthy wild boar had snatched a pitchfork from a caretaker and was actually standing upright to plow the field, drawing a crowd of onlookers. Special effects are getting more and more realistic these days, his father remarked dismissively, holding a cup of soy milk. His sister scrolled through her phone, showing a video of a two-headed snake by a content creator. This one's even better. It can breathe fire and spray water. But this guy hasn't updated in days. Watching the video of the black and gold-ringed two-headed snake coiled 3 times around the creator's waist, Lin Jiumou felt a shiver run through him. These so-called special effects were likely real, and that creator had probably ended up as snake droppings, just as he nearly became rat food the previous afternoon. The day before, he had gone to a pet clinic to buy medicine for his sick Shiba Inu. As he walked through a narrow alley, 2 blinding headlights suddenly approached a car, out of control, charged at him like a wild horse. At the crucial moment, the car flipped over after hitting a roadside embankment. Rushing to check, Lin Jiumou found the driver, dressed in a lab coat and covered in blood. As he was about to help, the driver weakly warned, "Run, beware of animals." Mutation. Before he could finish, a bloody claw suddenly pierced through his chest. In the back seat squatted a massive gray rat, its head larger than a wash basin, eyes gleaming with bloodlust. Lin Jiumou fled into the narrow alley in panic, the rat's claws nearly grazing his back. The creature could tear through the metal car body like tin foil, its pursuit accompanied by a terrifying crunching sound. After narrowly escaping, Lin Jiumou called the police for help. However, returning home, the sight before him was even more alarming. Dog fur and fresh bloodstains covered the floor, furniture lay broken and scattered, with signs of a fierce struggle everywhere. As he picked up a 4-inch-long beast claw stained with black blood, a chilling breeze suddenly swept from behind. A low beastly growl echoed behind him, and simultaneously, a beast's claw nearly grazed his back. He could feel the sharpness and coldness of the claw. Just a bit more force, and he would end up like the driver, pierced through the chest and bleeding. In an instant, Lin Jiumou could clearly hear the thumping of his own heart and feel the creature's breath lightly on his back. Despite the tension from the giant rat's attack, his mind was exceptionally clear. From the sensation of claws and the deep growl, he understood that this was definitely not a giant rat, but another fierce beast. He swallowed hard, trying to stay calm. When he sensed the claws behind him about to strike, he lunged forward, then turned to lock eyes on the creature behind him. It was a giant wolf, almost as tall as his chest, with a slender build and pure white fur. Its eyes glowed an eerie green, blocking the doorway to the living room. Its claws were sharp as iron hooks, deeply embedded in the tiles as if piercing through soft tofu. Lin Jiumou met the wolf's gaze, its white head with ghostly triangular eyes slightly narrowing. With a gentle leap, it closed the distance he had just created. He stepped back again, crashing into the iron bookshelf behind him with a loud bang, toppling a pile of dusty books. The white wolf growled, its head reaching toward him, sniffing before opening its jaws with a screeching sound of metal being shredded. Lin Jiumou froze. The wolf didn't go for his throat but instead turned to bite the iron bookshelf, rubbing against it as if grinding its teeth. At this moment, he could closely observe the wolf's eyes, gleaming like emeralds, with a gaze not as fierce as he imagined, but rather carrying a strange sense of grievance. "You?" A ridiculous thought popped into his mind as he pointed at the white wolf, his heart trembling. "Shao Songzi." The wolf responded, its tail wagging like a pendulum. Lin Jiumou was taken aback. Could it really have mutated? He looked around, noticing the fur, teeth, and blood on the floor, with no traces of other animals. Could these be the results of the white wolf's mutation? The white wolf looked up in confusion, continuing to grind its teeth. Lin Jiumou suddenly clapped his hands, and the wolf shivered, immediately raising its tail and panting with its tongue out. Realizing what happened, it bared its teeth in mock anger, as if to say, "I'm not the same as I used to be." Lin Jiumou chuckled awkwardly and tentatively commanded, "Sit." The white wolf immediately sat. Then he said, "Shake paw." The wolf extended its paw, and finally, "Roll over." After rolling, the wolf realized what it had done and howled angrily, its soft head bumping into Lin Jiumou, as if complaining about the lack of dignity. "Haha, it's confirmed. You're definitely the Shao Songzi I know." Lin Jiumou laughed, stroking the white wolf's head. The wolf looked at him, enjoying the touch, with a complex mix of emotions in its eyes: hesitation, worry, reluctance, all intertwined. Then, it nudged Lin Jiumou's arm with its nose, its gaze becoming resolute. "Hey, what are you doing?" Lin Jiumou asked in confusion. Before he could finish speaking, a sharp pain struck. The white wolf's sharp white teeth bit into his arm like a dagger, piercing through muscle, cutting through the hard bone, and emerging on the other side. He let out a startled cry, but before he could finish his sentence, he felt his strength rapidly draining away. His head grew heavy, and his vision blurred, with images doubling before his eyes. His brain dulled, unable to process the urgent signals from his nerves, leaving him incapable of feeling fear or worry. With his last ounce of strength, he forced his eyes open to see a bizarre scene. His blood was not falling to the ground, but was instead reversing its flow along the white wolf's teeth, entering through its nose and eyes, reaching its brain. Was this how he would die? Bitten to death, just because he had tried to give it commands? It was no surprise. The mutated Songzi was no longer the Songzi he knew. These questions went unanswered as his vision blurred again, and in a haze, he saw something fly from the wolf's head, forcefully entering his mind. Everything went black, and he felt a strong sensation of falling, struggling violently in the darkness. Gradually, countless images emerged from the depths of the dark, flickering like fleeting shadows. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood, city ruins, colossal beasts and monstrous birds, towering trees, and apocalyptic moons. Each scene was like the end of the world, shaking his consciousness as if he had lived through eons, yet it seemed only a moment had passed. Suddenly, the sensation of falling vanished, and all the images began to rewind, as if someone had pressed a reverse button. No, they weren't falling. He was rising. Unbeknownst to him, his body was undergoing a remarkable transformation during his unconsciousness. The mark, glowing with white light, merged into his mind along with the white wolf. The wound on his arm healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. His face, pale from blood loss, regained its color, eventually becoming even rosier than when he was in perfect health. In no time, he sat up abruptly as if resurrected, eyes wide with terror, breathing heavily. Once he calmed down, he quickly checked his body and found that the wound on his arm had healed, and even the cut on his cheek from the rat tail had disappeared, leaving only bloodstains on his sleeve and the hole in his clothes as evidence that it had not been a dream. He squeezed his arm, a hint of bewilderment in his eyes. If humans had attributes, his past points would have all gone into intelligence, ensuring his worst academic performance was always in the top 3, but also making his athletic scores consistently the lowest, leaving him breathless after a 100-meter dash. Running from the alley to his home today had almost made him vomit midway. Yet now, when he clenched his fist, a palpable sense of strength surged through him, feeling better than ever. Once he calmed his excitement, he looked around. Where was Songzi? A thought resonated in his mind, summarized in 2 words: tired. This was the message from the white wolf. With the crisis over, Lin Jiumou relaxed completely, leaning against the teetering iron bookshelf, feeling that everything today had been so surreal. The giant rat that killed the driver, the talk of animal mutations, Songzi transforming from a mutt into a handsome wolf, and that endless abyss of a cinema. Is the world really about to change? The images emerging from the darkness seem intricately linked to the mutations of animals. Are they memories of the past, omens of the future, or visions from another world? At that moment, his attention was caught by a line of faint green numbers to his left: 47, 59, 58, 48 hours, which translates to 2 days later. Is something major about to happen? Beep. Lin Jiumou's phone rang. It was a voice message from his sister. Hey. He absent-mindedly responded, his gaze still drawn to those mysterious numbers. Big brother, I'm at the market with mom and dad. What do you want for dinner tonight? Her voice was cheerful and lively. Wolf meat, he replied instinctively. Realizing the oddity, he quickly corrected. No, I mean goose meat. Whatever you guys decide is fine. He tried to mask his unease, glanced at the mess around him and the clock nearing 6, and hurriedly said, Gotta go, I'm busy. But this call made him realize things were not looking good. Whether humanity would perish in 48 hours was uncertain, but in less than half an hour, he might face a crisis of disappearing from Earth. His parents would come home to find the house in chaos, the dog taken care of by him, his sister's math workbook torn to shreds, and even the iron bookshelf his mother brought as dowry gnawed beyond recognition. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. He had to act quickly to save himself from becoming a dish on the dinner table. 28 minutes later, footsteps approached, and the front door opened. We're home, his sister shouted as she entered, waving a white plastic bag. Big brother, want to admire the egg pancakes I just bought? His parents shook their heads, clearly accustomed to the siblings' peculiar way of communicating. Strange, where did my brother go? His sister wondered aloud, flicking her ponytail as she walked to the living room door. She froze at the sight, dropping the bag of egg pancakes to the floor. His parents followed, their faces blank. In the living room, the tables and altar had been put back in place, but the iron bookshelf chewed by the white wolf and some broken teapots and tiles had been assembled by Lin Jiumou into an ugly mold. You're back, Lin Jiumou said with a smile. Don't worry, there's a craft competition at school, and I thought I'd give it a shot. Thanks to mom for the iron frame and dad for the teapots. If my work wins, I'll share $2 with you guys. It won't make mom's dowry iron frame go to waste, right? His parents and sister exchanged glances, the atmosphere instantly freezing. Take care, son, his dad said solemnly, handing the belt to his mom, and pulling up his pants as he left the living room. Lin Jiumou's heart skipped a beat, and he smiled nervously. Mom. Beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Don't call me Mom. From now on, you're my mom. Lin Jiumou hesitated, thinking this wasn't quite right. Dad might mind. The atmosphere turned awkward. His sister shook her head and followed out of the living room. Not long after, the crisp sound of the belt snapping echoed, along with Lin Jiumou's heart-wrenching cries. You gotta be kidding. Getting hit actually speeds up the countdown. Lin Jiumou quickly shook his head to dispel these images from his mind and looked again at that line of green countdown, numbers 33, 12, 11. Last night's motherly love and his own howling had saved 2 hours from the countdown, so the beating wasn't in vain. After hastily finishing breakfast, he slung his backpack over his shoulder and rushed out. As Lin Jiumou walked to school, his eyes occasionally scanned the stray cats and dogs by the roadside, as if trying to discern something unusual from them. However, after observing for a while, he found nothing out of the ordinary. In his mind, he silently hoped that the white wolf would offer some answers. But no matter how he tried to communicate, there was no response, like a stone sinking into the sea. When he reached the traffic light, a voice called from behind him. Wait for me, brother. His sister, wearing her school uniform and carrying a light yellow backpack, had beads of sweat on her face from running. She caught up to him, grabbed his arm, and bent over, panting, clearly exhausted from the run. Don't you usually leave at the last minute? She asked. Even though I like cutting it close, I'm more curious about. She said with a playful wink. Brother, there's no craft competition at school right now, which means you lied, didn't you? Hee hee. I got it right, didn't I? Are you suddenly eager to share your secret with me? She grinned widely, her sharp little canine teeth gleaming in the sunlight, reminiscent of the white wolf's fangs when it bit him. Lin Jiumou's eyelids twitched at the sight, and seeing that the light turned green, he said, Class is starting, let's go. He then walked off briskly. No matter how much his sister pestered him along the way, he kept his lips sealed, much to her frustration. It wasn't that he didn't want to tell her in fact, he really needed someone to talk to, but he knew his sister too well. She was someone who would happily broadcast secrets to the world. As they swiped their cards to enter the school gate, a few people jostled them from behind, causing Lin Jiumou to stumble. His sister was startled. Somehow, what do you want this time? She shouted angrily, stepping between Lin Jiumou and the offenders. Oh, I'm so sorry, didn't mean to bump into you. Are you okay, medicine boy? Sun Hao, who had dyed yellow hair and 3 earrings in one ear, apologized insincerely, his eyes full of disdain. They call him a medicine boy, how could he be fine? Maybe Sun Hao should pay him some medical fees, not like he can't afford it. Someone else chimed in, followed by laughter from the group. You. His sister's face turned pale with anger. Sun Hao and Lin Jiumou were classmates, and although they had no interaction initially, once Lin Jiumou had an episode and was accidentally knocked over by Sun Hao, injuring his head. After that incident, Sun Hao's family paid for the medical expenses, and Sun Hao was made to publicly apologize, which embarrassed him. Ever since then, Sun Hao would seize any opportunity to cause trouble, and Lin Jiumou, not wanting to worry his family, had endured it. His sister had even gotten into fights with other girls over his issues, proving her bravery. But now, as Lin Jiumou observed Sun Hao feigning arrogance after the collision, yet secretly massaging his shoulder under the cover of his backpack, he let out a derisive chuckle. What's so funny? Sun Hao shouted, internally cursing Lin Jiumou. That moment of impact felt like hitting a metal statue rather than a frail body. If not for the fear of losing face, he would have cried out in pain right then. I'm laughing because you're not even as good as a medicine boy. Isn't that funny enough? Lin Jiumou retorted. Although Lin Jiumou's physical condition still lags behind that of the mythical beasts, his state has surpassed that of his peers. He held his sister's hand as they walked out of the school gate, heading deeper into the campus. Concerned, his sister asked, Brother, are you okay? Does it hurt? Lin Jiumou smiled and replied, I'm fine. Once his sister was assured he wasn't lying, she relaxed. She pointed ahead to a crowd and said, Look, brother, there are so many people over there at Cat Corner. Cat Corner is a section of the school's flower bed where students often feed stray cats, and over time, it earned its name. Although the visiting kittens haven't learned to write, they know when it's time to eat. It wasn't feeding time, yet the crowd, mostly male students, was gathered. As Lin Jiumou and his sister approached, they heard gasps and saw an orange cat perched on a calico female cat's back, loudly meowing, unconcerned with its audience. Feeling awkward, his sister muttered, How boring, and turned to leave. Lin Jiumou was about to follow when a voice called out to him. Muge. It was a short boy with black-framed glasses and a somewhat mischievous grin. This was Yu, Lin Jiumou's desk mate and friend. Morning, Lin Jiumou greeted. Morning, Muge. Yu replied, quickly catching up and winking. How about that? Exciting, right? Lin Jiumou was puzzled. What? Yu pointed to the earlier scene, excitedly saying, That scene just now, the boldness of the cat. He then mimicked the orange cat's actions. Nearby girls, witnessing this, frowned and detoured away. Lin Jiumou stepped aside, thinking that you had become even more shameless overnight. Have you been watching videos again? He asked. Nah, just joking. Yu waved it off, then added, the class is going camping this weekend. I was up all night shopping online, so I'm really tired. Lin Jiumou recalled the homeroom teacher mentioning the camping trip yesterday, and everyone, including himself, had agreed. However, thinking about the possible mutated animals in the mountains, he couldn't help but smile bitterly, feeling like they were delivering meals to newly transformed creatures rather than going camping. What's up with you? You look pale, Yu asked curiously. Lin Jiumou paused before replying. Nothing much. Have you seen the rumors online? Like snakes with two heads, or pigs doing farm work? Yu scoffed. I might be cheeky, but I'm not stupid. Special effects are easy to create. Don't take them too seriously. By then, the crowd had dispersed, and Lin Jiumou and Yu headed towards the classroom building. Yu kept chatting along the way, while Lin Jiumou occasionally nodded or responded. As they reached their classroom, they were struck by an unusual silence that made them pause. Inside, their classmates sat quietly at their desks, not making any noise or playing around. On the teacher's desk was a stack of homework, and the homeroom teacher was already there, conversing with two uniformed police officers. The arrival of Lin Jiumou and Yu caught everyone's attention. Sun Hao was the first to notice Lin Jiumou, showing a gleeful expression, while the others appeared puzzled and confused. The homeroom teacher saw Lin Jiumou and paused the conversation, gesturing for him to come over. Jiumou, can you come here for a moment? Did you need to see me, teacher? Lin Jiumou asked, looking puzzled. The homeroom teacher pointed to two officers with a slight smile. A young officer with a square face and an upright posture spoke in a gentle tone. Hello, Lin. We're from the Southern City Police Department. You reported a crime yesterday, which was very commendable. However, we need more details from you to assist with our investigation. The officer's voice was loud enough for the entire class to hear. Sun Hao looked disappointed, and the other students seemed a bit let down by the lack of gossip. With that, Lin Jiumou was taken away, but fortunately, the officer's words didn't cause any misunderstanding. In the interrogation room at the police department, the young officer placed a cup of hot water in front of Lin Jiumou and smiled. No need to be nervous, just answer truthfully. Lin Jiumou nodded. Thank you. The young officer continued. On the phone, you mentioned a car accident and giant rats eating people. Is that correct? He sat down to begin the questioning while the other officer took notes. Yes, Lin Jiumou replied, then went on to describe in detail what had happened in the alley. After he finished, the room fell into a brief silence as the two officers quietly discussed. So, the young officer asked again, do you think that's possible? Lin Jiumou frowned. Why wouldn't it be possible? Should I summon a wolf to show you? If I knew how to summon one. He shrugged. Whether it's possible or not, I don't know. That's just what I saw. He was puzzled, unsure if it was a new species, animal mutation, or just his imagination running wild. How are your grades? The officer asked. Lin Jiumou confidently replied, top 3. The officer nodded and continued to take notes. The room fell silent again, but Lin Jiumou's thoughts were restless, filled with worry. Would he be mistaken for the culprit? Would he be labeled as mentally unstable and forced into a psychiatric evaluation, locked away in an institution forever? How would he explain this to his parents? Just then, the officer tapped the table lightly, bringing Lin Jiumou back to the present, and said with a smile, thank you for your cooperation. The case is still under investigation, so please keep everything confidential when you return. Lin Jiumou breathed a sigh of relief and followed the officer out of the interrogation room towards the exit of the police station. Suddenly, he remembered something and asked, by the way, the driver, by the time the ambulance arrived, he had already passed away. Lin Jiumou fell silent, feeling a heavy blow to his heart and a wave of sadness. It was the first time in his life that he had seen someone get injured and ultimately die right before his eyes. Ahu's condition was also worsening. He had been shedding fur like crazy for the past few days, and just a touch would cover his hands in fur. He thought to himself. At that moment, the conversation of a few passing officers caught his attention. Who was Ahu, he wondered. As they reached the entrance of the police station, the young officer gestured with his chin in a certain direction. Over there, it's Ahu, our veteran service dog. He's been in the field longer than I have. Lin Jiumou noticed an area fenced off with iron bars on the side of the police station building. As he approached, he saw a police dog lying on the ground with a bald officer crouching beside it. The officer was talking to the dog, saying, Ahu, I'm 40 and started balding last year. Old Tan in our yard is 59, about to retire, and his teeth are better than anyone's. But you're just a few years old and already a hairless dog. The officer was petting the dog as he spoke, clearly showing they had a close relationship. Before Lin Jiumou could get closer, the officer noticed him and immediately stood up, turning to face him. This middle-aged officer was of average build and bald. Even in uniform, when he turned serious, he seemed quite formidable, almost like a fierce outlaw. With a stern expression on his face, he seemed like a different person from the one chatting with the dog earlier. Sorry, our police dog is in an unstable condition. For safety, please do not approach this area, the officer advised, raising his hand to stop Lin Jiumou. He then looked at a young officer behind him. Shall take this kid back? Yes, Chief. Chief. Yes, this is Chief Yin of our South City Police Station. Shall said as he pulled Lin Jiumou towards the exit. Before leaving, Lin Jiumou managed to get a glimpse of the police dog. It had lost all its fur, many of its teeth were gone, its skin was cracked, revealing blood vessels beneath, and its weary eyes were filled with vigilance. Back at school, it was recess time. As he entered the school gate, he unconsciously glanced towards the cat corner and saw a crowd gathered there again. Curious, he walked over and peeked inside. To his surprise, he found that the calico mother cat from the morning now had a noticeably large belly and was ravenously eating. Its back and paws were pitifully thin, as if all the nutrition had gone to its belly. Bro, you're here too. Look at the cat. She's pregnant, his sister said, turning around with a smile at the familiar voice. Lin Jiumou nodded slightly, his eyes fixed on the mother cat. After finishing a small bag of cat food given by a classmate, it circled around other students' legs, eagerly waiting for more food. Here it comes. Here comes the cat food. Make way. A familiar voice approached from behind, and a figure squeezed in it was his desk mate, Yu. Hey Mu, you're here too. Here, take a pack and feed her. She's probably hungry, Yu said, handing him a small bag of cat food. Lin Jiumou opened the bag, and the smell of cheap cat food spread. The mother cat immediately jumped towards him, clutching his pant leg and meowing, its eyes filled with a desperate longing. After they finished feeding the 2 bags of cat food, the cat still seemed unsatisfied, but soon other unaware classmates passed by and fed it some sausage. Although it was skin and bones, it seemed unlikely to starve. Mu, come here, Yu called after feeding the cat, pulling Lin Jiumou aside with a mysterious expression. What's up? We saw that cat just over 2 hours ago, enjoying some exercise, but I've never heard. Stop. I was just passing by. Yu glanced curiously at the mother cat surrounded by people, thinking to himself how rare such a scene was. He had never seen a cat become pregnant just hours after some applause. Was someone going to introduce it to an obstetrician? The idea was absurd. He realized that everything seemed unusual, and perhaps he was already doing something about it. Yu said seriously, I've already taken a picture of the cat and posted it on a pet forum to ask about it. This might just be a miracle. Poor kid, why hasn't he considered that this might be related to animal mutations? Ding, the bell rang, signaling the start of class, and the two hurried back to the classroom. During the break, Lin Jiumou was distracted, his mind repeatedly recalling the recent anomalies. A driver killed by a giant rat, a native pine transforming into a white wolf, the strange behavior of police dogs, and the mother cat that became pregnant in just a few hours. All of this happened in less than 24 hours. Why hadn't they noticed it before? There had always been information about strange animals on the internet, but there was never any official conclusion, only some self-proclaimed experts debunking the rumors. Not to mention others, even he had once dismissed it. He suddenly realized that life seemed normal on the surface, but beneath it, a qualitative change was quietly occurring, like a dormant underwater volcano that could erupt at any moment. Finally, his thoughts returned to the white wolf, and with a black ballpoint pen, he absent-mindedly sketched a simple drawing of the white wolf on paper. As soon as he finished, a hunger for the white wolf flashed in his mind. He thought for a moment and drew a bowl of meat next to the wolf's mouth, labeling it 10 pounds of pork. Satisfied with his creation, he nodded to himself, thinking, eat up, the drawing first, then after school, you eat, and finally, I eat. A soft laugh came from beside him. Lin Jiumou turned and asked, what's so funny? Yu, stifling his laughter, whispered, the forum is killing me with laughter. I posted about the mother cat, and some guy said it's the start of a spiritual energy revival among animals. The offspring absorb the mother cat's nutrients, starve her to achieve their own growth, and eventually prey on other animals, including humans. Do you think this guy's been watching too many sci-fi movies? Lin Jiumou paused his drawing, quickly saying, let me see. He swiftly grabbed Yu's phone, only to find the page had automatically refreshed, and the response was gone. The screen was blank except for a single line. Content violates forum safety regulations and has been deleted. After school, Lin Jiumou headed straight to the meat and vegetable market near the school. Upon arrival, he noticed something was off about the market atmosphere. The usually orderly stalls looked as if they'd been ransacked, with fruits and vegetables scattered everywhere, several foam boxes broken, and light, sticky foam particles clinging to people's hair and clothes, everyone looking either terrified or angry. Lin Jiumou approached a well-reputed meat vendor he often visited and asked, Uncle Chun, what's going on? Uncle Chin's tense face broke into a slight smile as he explained, don't even mention it. Today, some big creature showed up out of nowhere, snatched a lot of food, and injured several people. Old Wong, who sells river fish, and Mrs. Li from the mushroom stall, both got hurt. Lin Jiumou felt a jolt of concern and asked, did you report it to the security bureau? We called. They said they'll be here soon. Here it comes again. Watch out, young man, people exclaimed in alarm. A grayish-black blur shot past Lin Jiumou, its long tail nearly grazing his nose. It's it. Lin Jiumou's eyes narrowed as he quickly turned to look at the creature weaving through the crowd. It was the giant gray rat from yesterday, only now it was even bigger, with dark red eyes, appearing more ferocious than before. Squeak! The giant rat let out a piercing shriek, its sound so penetrating that nearby vendors covered their ears. Even Lin Jiumou pressed his hands tightly over his ears, a look of surprise on his face. Its voice hadn't been this loud yesterday. Without time to ponder, Lin Jiumou hurried after it, hearing the clatter of sticks and knives hitting the ground along the way, unsure if any had hit their mark. Pushing through the crowd, he saw the gray-skinned giant rat perched on a butcher's stall, its long tail flicking like a whip in the air, baring its fierce teeth, exuding the aura of a predator. The ground was littered with broken sticks and fruit knives. The stall owners, intimidated by its demonic red eyes, halted their steps, inadvertently pushing Lin Jiumou to the forefront. The giant rat recognized him, but didn't attack this time. Instead, it sniffed the air, its aggressive demeanor slightly restrained, showing signs of wariness, even apprehension. Could it be because of Little Pine Nut? Did it sense the presence of the similarly mutated Little Pine Nut? Lin Jiumou wondered, tentatively stepping forward. Squeak, squeak. The giant rat squealed and retreated a step, baring its teeth. Wow! Look! This big guy is actually afraid of a young lad, the other vendors exclaimed, their surprised gazes falling on him. Little Lin's got hidden talents. Uncle Chun gave a thumbs up. Lin Jiumou ignored the comments, though he was equally at a loss. Sure, he was in a standoff with the giant rat, and perhaps it did fear him, but what next? He had no idea how to summon Little Pine Nut for a fight. As for hand-to-hand combat, he doubted he was any tougher than the broken sticks on the ground. The mutated giant rat quickly realized this and began to step forward, its eyes gleaming with a cat-like hunting desire. Lin Jiumou swallowed nervously, pressing his lips together, his mind racing. Just then, the urgent sound of a police siren approached rapidly. The giant rat looked around warily, detecting the incoming sound, and abandoned its human prey, leaping into a sewage pipe with a large piece of pork in its mouth. With the threat gone, Lin Jiumou breathed a sigh of relief. To avoid another visit to the police station, he found Uncle Chun, requested 10 pounds of pork belly, and quickly left the scene, leaving the vendors to recount their exaggerated tales of him. In a storage room, Lin Jiumou set down the pork and pulled a notebook from his backpack, flipping it open to reveal a list of summoning methods he'd haphazardly compiled during breaks. Let's try the first one, he muttered with a solemn expression. In my name, I summon White Wolf. 3 seconds passed with no result. Second method, he mimicked a throwing gesture. I choose you, Earth Pine White Wolf. Again, 3 seconds, and nothing happened. Blushing with embarrassment, Lin Jiumou silently turned to the next page. He continued testing, going through 7 or 8 methods gleaned from TV shows, anime, novels, and even folk rituals, all to no avail, except making him feel foolish. Little Pine Nut, how on earth do I summon you? Lin Jiumou murmured to his hand. Suddenly, a change occurred. Faint lines began to crawl across his palm, quickly spreading to cover it entirely, a swelling, icy sensation emanating from his hand. Could it be? He extended his hand, exerting a slight force, and a gaseous substance shot out from his palm, coalescing into a mist from which the white wolf emerged, walking gracefully with a reproachful gaze. At night, the atmosphere in Tawaching transforms dramatically from the daytime hustle and bustle. People take leisurely post-dinner strolls in small groups, their shadows stretching under the streetlights as they weave through the streets. The chorus of crickets and the scent of flowers create a serene ambience. However, the southern division of the police station is shrouded in darkness, starkly contrasting with the nearby streets that are as bright as day, giving it an isolated and vulnerable feel. This is highly unusual, as the station is supposed to operate around the clock. How could there be no light at all? Lin Jiumou wondered, changing into black clothes to blend into the night. He watched the station's closed and silent courtyard from a distance, his sense of alertness gradually increasing. A low growl disrupted the silence as a white wolf emerged from the back alley, its coat seemingly bathed in a silvery glow under the moonlight, eyes filled with a mournful gaze directed at Lin Jiumou. Ever since Lin had given it pork in the afternoon, the wolf had been looking at him with such eyes, even eating with apparent reluctance. Lin Jiumou chuckled to himself. Next time, beef it is. This creature, what a money pit. The white wolf snorted a faint white mist from its nose, appearing somewhat disdainful. Lin Jiumou waited a moment, ensuring there was no one around and no activity from the station, then patted the wolf's head, signaling it to follow. As they reached the police station, they found a large iron lock on the gate. Indeed, no one was around. His gaze dropped to a nearly 2-meter hole dug beneath the gate, large enough for a person to crawl through. Could the guard dogs have escaped through here? Lin Jiumou frowned, whispering to the wolf, "They'll go first, then you follow." He crouched, gripping the bottom of the gate, and slid through. Just as he was about to say all clear, The white wolf gracefully leaped over the 3-meter-high gate with a slight push of its paws, landing silently like a silver cloud. Its elegant move made Lin Jiumou feel particularly clumsy. "Well done," Lin Jiumou muttered, turning to survey the courtyard, which was so quiet he could hear the insects chirping, along with a few faint, labored breaths coming from behind a parked vehicle. "Good, the guard dogs are still here." "Wait, if the dogs are still here, then who dug that hole?" Lin Jiumou's brow furrowed, casting a glance at the white wolf, then heading with it toward the iron fence. They stopped short, Lin's expression turning odd. In a corner, the silhouette of a guard dog loomed larger than it had during the day, nearly invisible in the darkness except for its 2 weak eyes glinting faintly in the moonlight. But that wasn't the main concern tonight. Besides themselves, there was another uninvited guest stealthily approaching the fence, eyes full of greed. "It's that gray-skinned rat again." But this time, it looked entirely different from how it appeared during the day. Its eyes resembled 2 glowing red bulbs, emitting an eerie light. It had grown larger, its body alone over 2 meters long, with a thick, powerful tail. A mysterious, shadowy aura surrounded it, swaying like mist in the night. It slowly approached the extremely weakened police dog, cornering it. Lin Jiumou was relieved the dog was still alive, but also troubled about how to handle the situation. The white wolf, too, noticed the police dog's mutation, its green eyes glinting with the same greed as the giant rat's, like a starving wolf spotting a lame rabbit. Damn it! Lin Jiumou's eyes widened, feeling like he had invited a wolf into his house. He even feared that if the rat didn't mind, the dog might be devoured by both the rat and the wolf. As the white wolf prepared to pounce, Lin Jiumou quickly grabbed its ear, holding it by the neck and gently stroking its fur, whispering, "Buddy, don't act rashly. We're not here to be bandits. We're here to help. If you must eat, go for the big rat." He silently reminded himself that the police dog was a hero. What would happen if it got eaten? Under his calming touch, the white wolf's greed and madness gradually subsided, returning to its usual calmness, gently nuzzling Lin Jiumou's head. Good, good. Lin Jiumou felt a sense of relief. Honestly, even now, he was questioning if he had made the right choice. What did the police dog have to do with him? He had intruded on his own accord, and if anything happened to the dog, he would be held responsible. Yet, the thought of animal mutations lingered in his mind, filled with various speculations, compelling him to seek evidence himself. While he was lost in thought, the police dog's mutation reached a critical point. Its body began to crack slightly, a strong wind swirling around it, as black energy frantically poured into its body under the cover of night. The dog's mournful whimper broke the stalemate. The gray-skinned giant rat, growing increasingly restless with Lin Jiumou's presence, could no longer hold back and lunged at the police dog. The dog, at this point, was too weak to resist. "Xiao Songzi, stop it!" Lin Jiumou shouted urgently. The white wolf suddenly leaped, catching up with the giant rat in 2 bounds. As the rat's whip-like tail was about to strike, the wolf swatted it aside, causing it to miss and pierce the cement floor instead. With a squeal, the rat bristled and charged at the white wolf. The wolf deftly dodged, avoiding the attack, and bit the rat's tail, yanking it out of the ground and dragging it toward the iron fence. With a loud crash, the rat was slammed against the fence, the sound making Lin Jiumou quickly look around, fearing it might attract someone. Luckily, it was a false alarm. Breathing a sigh of relief, he turned back to see the 2 beasts, with the rat being gradually led away from the police dog by the white wolf. They were locked in a fierce battle, claws swiping, teeth biting, tail whipping, and bodies colliding, both sustaining injuries. The rat was stronger, but it couldn't take down the white wolf immediately. The seemingly intelligent rat, after several failed attacks, stopped its assault, its crimson eyes darting between Lin Jiumou and the white wolf, letting out frustrated squeals. The white wolf responded with a low growl, its forehead wound oozing black blood, stark in the moonlight, its eyes glowing eerily. The rat slowly retreated, using its tail to lift a manhole cover, and with a few powerful wriggles, disappeared into the police station. Only then did Lin Jiumou relax. "Well done, Xiao Songzi." He praised the white wolf without reservation. The white wolf retracted its claws, licking the blood from its muzzle, but the next moment, its fur bristled, its green triangular eyes narrowing to slits, glaring in Lin Jiumou's direction. Huh. Lin Jiumou was puzzled, then suddenly alarmed, realizing what he had overlooked. He quickly turned his head to find a massive black dog, almost as tall as the white wolf, standing less than half a meter away, staring at him with bared teeth, thick drool dripping to the ground, its eyes filled with a chilling hunger, as if to say hungry. Damn. He finally remembered the saying about young animals absorbing nutrients from their mothers, preying on other animals, including humans. From the reaction of the white wolf, Lin Jiumou realized that this mutated big dog was no longer the obedient police dog it once was. Although he understood this, he was only a step away from the big dog, while the white wolf was 10 meters away. Just as the white wolf was about to move, the mutated dog lunged like an arrow, its menacing black face revealing sharp fangs that could easily bite off his head. Faced with this sudden attack, Lin Jiumou was like any ordinary person, unable to fight back, only able to hear the white wolf's angry roar and watch the vicious dog's fangs approach, feeling the beast's breath on his face. Ahu! Stop! A man's voice rang out. The mutated dog, hearing the voice, reflexively turned its head, its fangs almost grazing Lin Jiumou's head, making his heart pound. The dog looked towards the source of the voice, half surprised and half puzzled, then became excited, wagging its tail vigorously as it ran towards the man. Lin Jiumou finally snapped out of his shock, exhaled deeply, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and gently patted the head of the white wolf, which had come to him. Through an almost imperceptible connection, he could sense the white wolf's concern for him. After a brief rest, he turned his gaze towards the source of the voice. At the entrance of the police station building, the middle-aged chief of police he had met during the day was holding a large iron basin, feeding the hungry, mutated dog. Judging by the size of the basin, it was clear he had come prepared. The chief looked over at that moment, offering a faint smile. Scared? Did you know it would mutate? Lin Jiumou asked. More or less. It should have been handled quietly, but huh? 2 unexpected guests in one night. The chief replied, his eyes curiously examining the white wolf before glancing towards the manhole cover. He only mentioned guests, clearly referring to the giant rat as the other. Lin Jiumou, the chief said, walking over to him and pulling him up from the ground. Should I arrest you for trespassing into the police station or invite you for a cup of tea? Tea, Lin Jiumou replied. Come on, bring the spirit beast, the chief said, leading the way, while Lin Jiumou followed with the white wolf. As they passed the mutated dog, the white wolf seemed to intentionally or unintentionally brush against the iron basin, almost knocking it over, which made the dog bare its teeth in anger, but it eventually lowered its head in submission after the chief's reprimand. Upstairs, Lin Jiumou discovered that the chief wasn't the only one there. The office had its curtains drawn tightly, and the cold light illuminated the entire room. On the sofa, a short and plump middle-aged woman sat with her legs crossed, quietly watching TV. Next to her, a surveillance monitor was focused on the police dog's resting area, indicating that she had been watching Lin Jiumou's every move in the police station. Realizing this, Lin Jiumou's mouth twitched, relieved that he hadn't shared the police dog's meal with the giant rat. At that moment, a news broadcast on the TV caught his attention. Yesterday afternoon, a giant rat-like creature stormed into the South City Comprehensive Market, injuring several people and causing chaos. Related videos quickly sparked heated discussions online, with talks of animal mutations spreading. After expert examination, the animal was identified as a type of capybara. The police department has initiated a capture operation and is urging the public to remain calm, not to believe in rumors, and refrain from spreading them. Lin Jiumou stared at the news with a peculiar expression, just about to speak, but the chief gently patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "Sign first, then ask questions." A piece of paper and a pen floated in front of him, suspended in midair without any wind. This magical scene did not surprise Lin Jiumou, as he had experienced so many shocking things that he had become numb. He took the paper, which was titled Demon Tamer Knowledge and Confidentiality Agreement Summary. After carefully reading it, he summarized 3 points. 1. Qualified to know about Demon Tamer information. 2. Must not reveal Demon Tamer identity to ordinary people unless necessary. 3. Must not use demon taming abilities for evil. The agreement contained no traps. After signing his name, the paper was handed to a lady, who glanced at it, and then looked up with a friendlier expression, smiling as she said, "Very good, please have a seat." The chief also sat down, leading Lin Jiumou to sit on the sofa opposite the lady. He sat upright, occupying only a third of the sofa, as if the lady before him was the true owner of the office. The lady clapped her hands lightly and smiled. "Today is truly a good day. We've discovered 2 newcomers in a row." She introduced herself. "My name is Fang Su, from the central office, responsible for all matters related to demon taming and watching. You can call me Sister Fang. Of course, that's not just a title. If you have any questions, feel free to ask." Although she said you, her gaze was focused on Lin Jiumou, indicating that the chief had already briefed her about him before his arrival. "All right, Sister Fang, my first question. What has happened to the world?" Lin Jiumou asked, pressing his lips tightly together. "Wow," Sister Fang showed a hint of surprise, then laughed. After a moment of thought, she replied, "That's an interesting question, almost like asking everything yet nothing at all. I can responsibly tell you that the world hasn't fundamentally changed, but for you, it certainly has. This change didn't start recently. It began 20 years ago, before you were even born." 20 years ago? Lin Jiumou asked in astonishment. Yes, one night 20 years ago, there was a minor earthquake globally. The tremor was faint, only causing slight ripples in a glass of water, but those ripples spread and completely changed the world. Sister Fang lightly tapped a water glass, her face showing an odd expression as she let out a soft laugh. which sounded particularly penetrating in the quiet room. At that time, spiritual energy spontaneously emerged, greatly enhancing animals, and a very few that absorbed more spiritual energy turned into demonic beasts, bringing disasters. Of course, all of this has been glossed over now. It was then that we started researching these mutations, eventually giving birth to the profession of demon tamers. So what's the difference between demon taming and demonic beasts? Lin Jiumou asked. Demonic beasts that are controlled by humans are called demon tamers, and those who manage them are known as demon tamers. It's that simple, Sister Fang explained. I see. Lin Jiumou nodded and then asked, what will happen in the future? The concentration of spiritual energy is increasing, and in the future, more demonic beasts will mutate. When large-scale mutations occur, it will signal the arrival of a new era. Sister Fang's eyes showed excitement, seemingly full of anticipation for the future. Tomorrow, Lin Jiumou thought of the countdown and asked tentatively. No, of course not. Sister Fang suddenly laughed, advising to avoid unreliable online news. As for tomorrow, I don't have the leisure to sit here and chat with you all. Lin Jiumou nodded, pondering and dismissing the possibility of large-scale mutations. He grew increasingly curious about the countdown. By the way, that giant rat tonight. Someone has already taken care of it. That's good. In the office, Sister Fang continued to briefly share information about mythical beasts, the resurgence of spiritual energy, and the art of beast taming, which Lin Jiumou listened to more intently than he ever did in class. Besides, there's something I must emphasize. Sister Fang's expression turned serious, her gaze fixed on Lin Jiumou and the director, reminding them that before the era of universal beast taming arrives, they must keep their identities as beast tamers a secret. This is not only crucial for social stability, but also for their own safety. Hearing this, the two exchanged puzzled glances. Our organization of beast tamers isn't the only one. There are good ones and bad ones. Some beast tamer groups take pleasure in hunting, not just mythical beasts, but also other beast tamers, especially those with prized beasts. As Sister Fang mentioned these groups, her knuckles turned white, and her gaze became icy, clearly disturbed by the thought. It seems there's much more going on beneath the surface. Although beast tamers transcend ordinary people, they also enter a more perilous realm. Before leaving, Sister Fang handed a large iron box to Lin Jiumou. What's this? He asked curiously. Beast feed, Sister Fang explained. Regular animal meat doesn't satisfy mythical beasts and could weaken them over time. The best food for them is the meat of other mythical beasts, but if that's unavailable, this specially formulated feed is a good alternative. There are 120 pellets, with a maximum of 4 per day. Lin Jiumou's eyes lit up at the explanation, eagerly taking the heavy box, which felt like it weighed 30 pounds. Wow, a month's supply. Meanwhile, in the dim, damp sewer, a rhythmic chewing sound echoed. The gray-skinned giant rat, having left the police station, crouched before a human corpse, eating quickly and cautiously, focusing on the organs. Its size remained unchanged, but the dark shadows on its body grew denser, masking its gray fur and helping it blend into the darkness. Only its bloodthirsty red eyes gleamed, deepening with each flicker. Suddenly, urgent footsteps echoed from one end of the tunnel. The rat paused its chewing, staring intently in the direction of the sound. As the footsteps rounded the corner, a strong beam of light illuminated a scene of darkness and blood. Found it. Damn, it started eating humans. Quick, capture it. The group was stunned by the sight, then quickly commanded their beasts to rush forward, the chaotic footsteps closing in. The gray-skinned giant rat let out a sharp cry, its red eyes blazing, and then the shadows on its body split, forming 2 identical giant rats. The 3 gray-skinned giant rats swiftly fled in different directions. It had evolved. Leaving the police station, it was already late at night when Lin Jiumou returned home, exhausted, and fell asleep immediately. In his dreams, he recalled the strange events of the past few days. At night, while people slept, animals were busy. The next morning, Lin Jiumou woke up to find the countdown in his eyes showed less than 20 hours remaining, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. However, the weather was gloomy, with layers of dark clouds threatening to unleash thunder and a torrential downpour at any moment. Early in the morning, he used the excuse of a squirrel still being treated at the hospital to dismiss the concerns of the squirrel's mother and sister and quickly slipped out the door. Perhaps due to the weather, the stray cats usually seen near the school were nowhere to be found. After searching in vain, he left with a sense of puzzlement. Unconsciously, he passed by the school cafeteria and was surprised by the bustling scene. As a public high school cafeteria, the food quality was notoriously mediocre, and students usually avoided it. Yet today, even early in the morning, a line stretched for hundreds of meters. Why would anyone endure the cafeteria's notoriously bad food? As he pondered this, a voice beside him said, "It's not surprising. Overnight, the West District faced a food crisis. Students rushing to school have no choice but to eat here." He turned to see his desk mate, Yu, holding a fried dough stick. Lin Jiumou shook his head. A food crisis? Do you think we're in ancient times? Jiumou, I'm not joking, Yu replied seriously. Last night, something strange happened in the West District. Rats, as if possessed, invaded homes at night, not biting people but clearing out all the food, except for milk powder and pickled vegetables. This news even made headlines this morning. They're searching all over for rodent control experts. It's unbelievable. Who would have thought we'd see a food shortage? Images of the rats flashed in Lin Jiumou's mind, and recalling what Sister Fang said yesterday, he dismissed it as his imagination. Back in the classroom, the main topics of discussion were food and rodent control experts. Several classmates from the West District vividly described how their homes were ransacked by the rats, animatedly sharing their experiences until the bell rang. The homeroom teacher entered the classroom, followed by two security personnel, one of whom was familiar a young officer with a square face, Officer Lee. The entire class's attention instantly focused on Lin Jiumou, and Yu nudged him, whispering, "Dude, did you get into trouble again? Get lost." "I didn't steal the food," Lin Jiumou retorted, rolling his eyes. No sooner had he spoken than the two security personnel approached him, with Officer Lee giving a peculiar smile. Yu wore a knowing expression. "Lin Jiumou, hello, are you the young rodent control expert? The chief has an urgent matter and requests your presence," Officer Lee said with a smile, extending his hand. Sure. Wait, rodent control expert." Lin Jiumou pointed at himself. "Me?" Yu looked at him in disbelief. "You have that skill?" At that moment, the whole class was stunned, staring at Lin Jiumou, as if he had suddenly transformed from a childhood playmate into a wealthy coal baron. Yes, it's you. Lin, at least that's what the director said. Please come with us." Shaoli nodded, confirming he hadn't misspoken, thinking that if there was a mistake, it would be the director's fault. Lin Jiumou opened his mouth, wanting to deny it, but finally sighed heavily and said, "All right, I'll come clean. I'm the young rat expert. Let's go." In his mind, he cursed the director of the Chengnan police station. Shaoli nodded, and Lin Jiumou followed the two officers out of the classroom, skipping his morning classes. As soon as they left, the whole class erupted into chatter. The officers didn't drive towards the Chengnan police station but headed in another direction, moving towards the Western District. About half an hour later, the car stopped on a wet road, freshly drenched by rain, with police cars and officers blocking off the area. The street was empty. Shaoli led him straight to a shipping container and indicated, "The director is inside. Just go in." Lin Jiumou pushed the door open and entered. The space was small, brightly lit by a ceiling incandescent light. On a stainless steel long table sat two silver cases, one of which was already open. The director stood in front of the table, struggling into a strange black uniform, looking somewhat comical. His spirit beast, Ahu, who had been wary of the noise at the door, relaxed upon seeing him and sat back down. "You're here." Lin Jiumou closed the door and said irritably, "2 times in 2 days I've been invited by officers for a chat. I don't even need to attend classes anymore." The director, in all seriousness, said, "Once the mission is complete, I'll speak to your school and arrange a separate makeup class for you on the weekend." Lin Jiumou rolled his eyes and got straight to the point. "What do you need me for?" "Remember that rat demon?" the director asked. "Yeah, weren't you going to catch it last night?" Lin Jiumou replied. "We failed. The rat demon consumed someone last night and evolved. It's smarter than ordinary rats, and the grain disaster in the west of the city was its doing," the director said, eyes sharp. "You want me to help catch it?" Lin Jiumou asked, frowning. "Beast numbers are scarce. This is a rare opportunity for practice. Aren't I considerate?" The director winked. "Really?" Lin Jiumou was skeptical. "Of course, it's not true." The director paused in his dressing, exhaled slowly, and his relaxed stomach nearly burst the zipper. His round face showed a hint of bitterness. "Don't laugh, but I'm a bit worried." "If you're worried, you don't have to go. I remember the terms state it's voluntary, and you're not even an official subordinate of that department." Lin Jiumou shrugged. "That's not an option. I'm the director. If the director backs out, who else can people rely on for protection?" The director's words seemed to make Lin Jiumou see a holy light around him. But then, the seriousness turned into a fawning smile, and the director rubbed his hands together, saying ingratiatingly, "That's why I came to you, Lin. We can tackle the rat together, and it will be a great story to tell." Such admiration seems a bit hasty. Lin Jiumou was silent for a moment before walking over to another box, opening it with a click. Inside was an identical set of black combat gear. "For me?" he asked, feeling a twinge of anticipation. "Yes, an extra set. Want to wear it?" The director replied with a hint of amusement in his tone. "Absolutely. I'm not looking to die anytime soon," Lin thought to himself. Earlier, when the director mentioned the evolved giant rat, Lin almost wanted to back out. However, the director's inspiring words made him hesitate. Sure, he could choose to quit and avoid these dangers unrelated to him, but he could only hide once or twice. When the spiritual energy surge arrived, where could he hide then? Who would protect his parents and sister? These thoughts prompted him to continue with the director's mission, seeing it as a form of self-training. As he changed into the combat gear, the director's smile gradually faded, and he began detailing the mission. Lin Jiumou felt a peculiar sense, as if the director only became this serious in front of subordinates and during missions. The rat, named Phantom Rat, possessed a certain intelligence, could clone itself, move at incredible speeds, was familiar with the drainage system, and could command a rat horde. Last night, it intended to wreak havoc across the city, but was detected by beast tamers in other districts. Only the western part of the city, lacking such protectors, allowed it to succeed. It wasn't just food it took, it also abducted 3 infants. 3 infants. Lin's heart tightened. Their fate is unknown, the director added. Hearing this, Lin no longer hesitated and quickly donned the combat suit. The director handed him a sharp, ebony long knife and a dagger. The combat environment is special, filled with marsh gas, so no open flames. This is the only equipment we have that can penetrate the defenses of these creatures. Lin took the long knife, feeling its weight and coldness. Its resemblance to a tang blade made him instantly fall in love with it. After the mission, could I possibly keep this knife? He asked tentatively. No, the director cut him off. I asked before, and it was denied. With that, the director moved to a corner, felt around the ground, and pulled up a ring, revealing a 1-meter wide hole. Damp air mixed with a foul stench rushed out, causing Lin to cover his nose. Oh, and here's a mask. It recycles air, ensuring you won't be poisoned by the marsh gas, but try not to pass gas since it's a closed system, the director stated matter-of-factly as he quickly put on his mask. Lin followed suit, and the odor vanished. The director first sent Ahu to scout ahead. With a splash, Ahu landed in the water. Moments later, after seemingly assessing the situation, a bark was heard. It's safe, let's go. Lin nodded, and the 2 of them leaped into the hole, disappearing from the container. Splash, splash. The 2 of them fell into the darkness, with water reaching up to their ankles. Thankfully, their combat suits were waterproof, so Lin Jiumou only felt a damp chill. It was pitch black all around, but the chief turned on his powerful flashlight. The concentrated beam of white light swept over Ahu's fur, illuminating the passage ahead, and then quickly scanned the surroundings. The passage was long, with indescribable sewage beneath them. On the walls to the left and right, cockroaches, centipedes, and other insects crawled, while mosquitoes buzzed everywhere. The sudden light startled them, causing cockroaches, centipedes, and rats to scatter. Lin Jiumou raised his hand, a faint glow emanating from his palm. A white wolf gracefully stepped forward, then plunged a paw into the sewage. It sniffed the air, realizing the filthy environment, and snorted disapprovingly, but under Lin Jiumou's gentle touch, it gradually became obedient. Let's go. Ahu led the way, with Xiao Songzi at the rear, while Lin Jiumou and the chief walked in the middle, wading through the water. Under the beam of light, the water rippled, churning with yellow, black, chunky, and thin filth. Along the way, some rats, snakes, and other creatures that couldn't escape met their end under Ahu's large paws. However, after half an hour, they found nothing. Lin Jiumou began to doubt, and even the chief held little hope for this exploration. Then, about 10 meters ahead, there seemed to be something. Upon closer inspection, it was a woman. She lay motionless in the dirty water, wearing a thin silk nightgown, her slender legs twisted unnaturally. Weren't we told it was 3 infants that were taken? Lin Jiumou asked. The chief didn't respond and hurried towards the woman, calling out, Hold on, we're from the police department, here to rescue. But he stopped in his tracks, standing still without helping the woman. Lin Jiumou, puzzled, rushed forward and blurted out, Whose wife is left here? The woman in the dirty water was exquisitely beautiful, with a stunning figure and scantily clad. Most notably, she appeared to be inflatable. The chief said quietly, With every lover added to the sewer, there's another moment of regret after a mistake in the world. Lin Jiumou gave the chief a surprised look and a thumbs up. Don't get the wrong idea. This kind of situation isn't unheard of, the chief explained. I see, Lin Jiumou replied. Let's continue. If there's one person, there must be more clues to find. Let's go. They continued forward, their previously tense nerves slightly relaxed by this incident. As they moved on, the chief, under Lin Jiumou's persistent questioning, shared some similar bizarre cases. Every year, countless peculiar items were retrieved from sewers and garbage dumps, and they might even find more clothes belonging to the earlier find. The chief spoke casually, seemingly accustomed to such occurrences. With curiosity, the 2 of them kept walking. As if their prediction came true, when they rounded a corner, another floating object caught their attention in the water, a Hida piece of clothing. You called it, Lin Jiumou coughed lightly, stepping forward to scoop it up with a knife. See, I was right. Lin Jiumou turned around, holding up the garment, and continued. Chief, I haven't heard of any baby versions of that kind of thing. A torn baby shirt was ripped open from the small chest area, stained with nearly half blood and grime. The diluted blood turned into droplets like pale red rubies, falling one by one, still fresh. The director's face instantly darkened, and he quickly stepped forward, flipping the baby's shirt, gently rubbing the bloodstain with his fingers, then took out a communicator. This is Yinling. Found a baby's clothing in channel C21. Blood is still fresh. Suspect a baby may have been harmed. The communicator quickly responded. Received. Continue exploration. Nearby teams are heading towards your channel. Report any findings immediately. Understood. There are other teams. Yes. The threat of the shadow rat is far greater than its combat power, and the sewers are extensive. The entire Awakens demon tamers have been mobilized. I see. Lin Jiumou nodded slightly, thinking to himself that there wouldn't be any good news. After the director finished speaking, the two continued forward, their pace quickening. About 10 minutes passed, and along the way, they found other pieces of the baby's clothing in the water until they turned a corner. Ahead, a pair of red lights caught their attention again. Shining a flashlight, they saw a pair of scarlet eyes. It was the shadow rat. At this time, it was severely injured, blood flowing from its fur into the sewage, its ears cut off, fresh blood continually oozing. The shadow rat, heavily wounded and with impaired hearing, only turned its head abruptly when the strong light shone over, revealing a fierce gaze, chewing on a piece of bloody flesh. If they could get closer, they would find that the flesh was the arm of the baby they were looking for, with a chubby little hand exposed. There it is. Get it. Their voices broke the eerie silence of the sewer, and Ahu and Xiaosongzi charged out like hounds responding to a command, quickly closing the distance. But the urgent splashing alerted the giant rat. It didn't foolishly confront them, but instead turned to escape with the thing in its mouth. Shadow rat spotted in channel C24, in pursuit. The director quickly reported, then chased after it with Lin Jiumou. The frantic chase kicked up waves of filth, splattering onto the unfortunate pair. Damn it, they cursed, quickening their pace, their minds filled with curses for the shadow rat and their own demon beasts. Minutes later, the shadow rat's speed began to slow, allowing the two dogs to gain on it. Seeing this, the pair's eyes lit up with hope, but soon clouded with worry. As the distance closed, Ahu, running ahead, launched an attack. However, its mutation favored brute strength over agility, making it slower than the giant rat. Its attack missed, slowing its own pace, allowing the shadow rat to widen the gap again, blocking Xiaosongzi and the pair's path. This scene drove Lin Jiumou and the director crazy, but the sewer was too narrow. Even Xiaosongzi couldn't squeeze past Ahu, leaving them helpless. At this moment, during the chase, they reached a three-way junction. The pair's eyes brightened. Ahu, take the left passage, give way to White Wolf. The director made a decisive call. At the fork, Ahu veered into the left side, distancing itself from the giant rat. Xiaosongzi, who had been silent, suddenly accelerated, streaking past like a flash of white light, overtaking Ahu and closing in on the shadow rat. Xiaosongzi's sharp wolf claws struck out, not as powerful as Ahu's, but sharper, slashing heavily at the rat's injured ear. Squeak! The shadow rat let out a pained screech, tumbling to the ground, limbs twitching briefly, before shadows burst from its body, splitting into two identical giant rats. Among the three, one charged at the police dog, another knocked the pair down and fled back the way they came, while the last one darted into an unguarded passage. Damn it! Lin Jiumou climbed up from the water as Xiaosongzi and the police dog tore the one in front of them apart, which dissipated into a cloud of black mist. It's a fake. Xiaosongzi looked around, casting a puzzled glance at him. He took the director's flashlight, shining it down both passages, then pointed towards the unguarded one. That way. Xiaosongzi rushed out first, Ahu close behind, the pair trailing once more. How do you know it's that way? It can mimic wounds, but fake wounds won't bleed. Smart. Soon, the sounds of battle echoed ahead, mixed with Ahu's urgent barking and the shadow rat's sharp cries. Ahu found the two-legged cub. The director shouted excitedly, picking up speed, overtaking Lin Jiumou in a flash. Two-legged cub. Lin Jiumou was momentarily stunned, then realized, damn it. Just say human. Please don't let it be bad news. The two of them splashed through the water, running frantically. Before long, they came upon a large hole in the pipe ahead, from which growls and gnashing sounds echoed. They hoisted themselves up onto the pipe and climbed over rocks and dirt until they emerged into a vast, open space. It was a cave taller than a single story and about 5 or 6 meters wide. Just a few meters away, piles of food grains, meat, and other edibles were stacked, all stolen by the giant rats. Not only were there stolen goods, but hostages as well. A baby lay silently atop the food pile, its condition unknown, while the battle between the giant rats and two spirit beasts raged less than 2 meters away. The rats' long tails swung wildly, threatening to strike the baby at any moment, which would surely be fatal. The situation was dire. Chief, what do we do? One of them asked. After all, rats are just animals. They shouldn't threaten the hostage. We can sneak over. As they spoke, the two men edged along the cave wall, trying to bypass the battle and move toward the food pile. However, they underestimated the shadow rat. Before they had taken more than a couple of steps, the shadow rat sensed their intention and let out a piercing screech. A dark light erupted from its body, splitting into two shadow clones to block the spirit beasts, while it lunged toward the baby. Oh no! They cried out in alarm, wanting to rush forward, but it was too late. They could only watch helplessly as the shadow rat grabbed the baby and violently flung it, swaddling and all, toward the opposite rocky wall. After completing this action, a human-like mockery gleamed in the shadow rat's eyes, as if ridiculing their foolishness. The two men gritted their teeth in anger but were powerless, forced to watch as the baby hurtled toward the jagged rocks. At that critical moment, a white blur streaked by. It was Xiaosongzi. Xiaosongzi leaped up, caught the baby's clothing in its mouth, and twisted midair, slamming heavily into the jagged rock wall with a painful grunt, but successfully saving the baby. Great job. Well done. The two men sighed in relief. But before they could truly relax, the shadow rat and one of its clones attacked Xiaosongzi again, claws aiming directly for the baby's head. Watch out. They instinctively warned, but Xiaosongzi had already raised its head, evading the shadow rat's claws. In its haste, it used its fluffy neck to absorb two strikes from the shadow rat's whip-like tail. Thud! Thud! The skin split open, and blood trickled from its neck, staining its fur red. Xiaosongzi growled in pain and anger, but could only dodge the relentless assault, taking unavoidable hits and becoming covered in wounds in mere moments. Damn it! Lin Jiumou, filled with rage, drew his Tang knife and charged forward recklessly before the chief could stop him. As he approached, the shadow rats exploited Xiaosongzi's vulnerability, ramming into its side and forcing it to release the baby, sending it flying. Bang! At the last moment, Lin Jiumou threw his Tang knife aside and lunged forward to cushion the baby's fall. The impact made the baby cry out loudly. Damn it! Don't you know how hard it is to calm a crying baby? Lin Jiumou cursed, filled with resentment toward the shadow rat. Yet he also felt a wave of relief. Not only him, but the chief, who was helping Ahu harass the shadow rat's clones, also seemed visibly relieved. Meanwhile, the thrown Tang knife spun a few times before embedding itself in the rock wall beside Xiaosongzi. With the burden lifted, the long-repressed little Songzi finally erupted. It let out a wolf howl, endured the bite of a shadow mouse, and bit into the head of another, slamming it against the rock wall. Then, with a press of its wolf paws, snap. The shadow mouse was split in two by a Tang sword. Unfortunately, the body turned into black mist and vanished without a trace. Little Songzi turned its wolf eyes to another one, the same big fat mouse it had fought fiercely before. The battle continued. Lin Jiumou soothed the baby and carefully checked the baby's body, finding no other wounds except for slightly purple lips, indicating a critical condition. He hurriedly took off his combat suit and wrapped the baby in it, finally covering it with a mask, and instructed, "Please don't fart. I won't be responsible if you suffocate." The baby slept quietly, seemingly okay. At this moment, the chief also retreated from the battlefield, with a damaged battle suit, lacerated waist, and a pale face under the mask, panting heavily. Lin Jiumou looked at the battlefield and said weakly, "Three again." The previous clones had disappeared, but the shadow mouse summoned two more, putting the two demon beasts in a difficult 3-on-2 situation. Skills, the chief said, his tone tinged with helplessness. "This game company is really unfair. We don't even have skills," Lin Jiumou said resentfully. As soon as he finished speaking, little Songzi, in the midst of the fierce battle, suddenly stiffened, its claws emitting an unusual blue light. When it swung, a pale blue claw light struck a shadow mouse attempting to dodge. This seemingly thin claw light resounded like a solid hammer, turning the shadow mouse into black mist. The chief nodded seriously after a moment of silence, acknowledging the unfairness. From this claw light, little Songzi seemed to break through some kind of restraint, fighting more fiercely with claw tears and bites, occasionally shooting out claw light. The sudden ferocity, combined with Ahu's cooperation, instantly engaged the shadow mouse in a fierce battle. Quickly find someone. Seeing the battle situation improve, the two wasted no time and rushed to search through the pile of grain, hoping to find clues about the third baby. As they searched, Lin Jiumou's foot stumbled over something. Looking down, he found another piece of baby clothing, with a similar hole in the chest, and stained with blood. The three babies were accounted for. Lin Jiumou picked up the clothing, feeling secretly relieved. Oh! At this moment, a sharp mouse screech drew their attention. The shadow mouse in battle had glowing red eyes, its whole body turning red, burning like fire, yet exuding a chilling aura. The black shadow on its back struggled, slowly transforming into a flickering crimson liquid, enveloping the giant mouse. Ahu staggered to its feet, the white wolf beside it with fur bristling and back arched, watching the shadow mouse warily. "This evolution," the chief said with a serious expression, unease in his voice. Lin Jiumou was seeing a beast evolve for the first time, feeling both curious and aware of the danger. The injured, non-evolved shadow mouse had already made the two beasts struggle. If it evolved further, the situation would become even more perilous. "Retreat for now. This is beyond our ability to handle." the chief said, taking out a communicator and gesturing to Lin Jiumou. The two, carrying the baby, skirted around the battle, heading for the exit. But the evolving shadow mouse seemed to sense this, and the blood-like liquid on its body flew out, sealing the entrance and quickly drying into a blood wall. We can't get out. The two exchanged glances, seeing a hint of trouble in each other's eyes. What should we do? The other teams will be here soon. It's okay. The two of them looked around, trying to find another way out, but were disappointed to find that apart from the piles of food, they were surrounded by rock walls. Squeak, the evolution of the shadow mouse was not yet complete, its body still glowing red, but it seemed to have lost patience, its fierce gaze locked onto them. Lin Jiumou felt a bad premonition rising within him, and before he could react, the red light struck like lightning. In a flash, a streak of white light appeared at the corner of his eye, and he was sent flying. Bang! The first sound was his heavy landing. The second was the sound of Xiaosongzi being knocked away. Growl. Xiaosongzi growled lowly, its back bearing the shadow mouse's tail, its claws swiping out 2 slashes that hit the wound on the shadow mouse's ear. The shadow mouse let out a painful cry. Its tail flicked, sending the white wolf flying, and it retreated 2 steps, growing even more frantic. Xiaosongzi. Lin Jiumou clutched his ribs, looking at Xiaosongzi with concern. Xiaosongzi got up from the ground, emitting a warning growl, signaling him to back off, then limping. It and Ahu circled the shadow mouse. The shadow mouse recovered from the pain and engaged the 2 beasts in a fierce battle once more. The fight continued, but it was clear that defeat was just a matter of time. Not to mention the shadow mouse's enhanced strength after evolving. Even now, mid-evolution, it could easily overpower the 2 dogs. Lin Jiumou's mind raced, thinking of a strategy. Suddenly, the green numbers that hadn't appeared for hours surfaced due to his focus. 14, 21, 17, let's do it. Then, he tossed the baby to the director and picked up a large rock from the ground. What are you doing? The director frowned. The shadow mouse now is beyond what we can handle. Without battle suits, rushing in is suicide. Calm down. Lin Jiumou glanced at him, held his breath, and smashed the rock onto his own head. Clang. He wobbled, his vision blurred, and he saw 7 or 8 bewildered directors staring at him. What are you doing? There's no need to self-harm here. Lin Jiumou ignored him, shook his head vigorously, and steadied himself. 11, 21, 11, reduced by 3 hours. He gritted his teeth and picked up the rock again, smashing it against his head with all his might. Clang. The world spun, his vision went black, his consciousness seemed to flicker, then quickly returned, and he found himself on the ground. What the hell are you doing? Have you gone mad? The director half supported, half grabbed his clothes, yelling. You don't understand. Lin Jiumou looked at the numbers before him. 06, 19, 51, reduced by 5 hours. The director's heart was filled with guilt and self-blame. A sense of sorrow welled up. This kid's gone mad. I've caused this. Looking at the 2 beasts, battered and seemingly on the brink of death, he felt more desperate. His first task as a beast master, unexpectedly, might be his last. In the director's eyes, Lin Jiumou was already deranged, picking up the rock once more, this time 2 of them. Clang, clang. After the rocks were smashed, they fell to the ground. Lin Jiumou sat there blankly, eyes vacant, as if frozen. The director sighed, gently placed the infant next to Lin Jiumou, and then picked up his sword from the ground, looking resolutely at the shadow rat. He silently hoped that he could hold on for a few more seconds before the 2 beasts were defeated, waiting for backup to arrive and rescue the crazed child and the baby. However, he didn't know that Lin Jiumou's countdown had already ended. A flood of information exploded in Lin Jiumou's mind, and the thin spiritual energy around surged into him like a tide, rapidly healing his injuries. Some of this energy also flowed into the white wolf. Ding! Insight activated. The red countdown begins. A faint voice seemed to whisper in Lin Jiumou's ear, waking him up. He exhaled deeply, a glint in his eyes, looking past the director to focus on the shadow rat. The prompt indicated that the 2-star shadow rat was evolving into a 3-star demon shadow rat. Due to severe injuries, its demon core had temporarily shifted to its right hind leg. The director was about to charge at the shadow rat with his sword when it was suddenly snatched from his hand. Lin Jiumou didn't respond to the director's surprise. Instead, he focused solely on the shadow rat, skillfully wielding the sword as if he were an experienced fighter, despite it being his first time. Xiaosongzi, attack its right hind leg. Lin Jiumou instructed calmly, patting the director on the shoulder before dashing forward. His speed was so swift that it left a faint afterimage. As he closed in on the shadow rat, a flash of insight showed him black energy coursing through its tail. He immediately sidestepped. The whip-like tail lashed out like an arrow, just grazing his hair. Seizing the opportunity, he appeared at the shadow rat's side. The white wolf simultaneously positioned itself behind the rat, biting its right hind leg and pulling it taut. With a flash of cold steel, the Tang sword came down. Thud! The shadow rat's right hind leg was severed, revealing a matte black core, the demon core mentioned in the insight. Squealing in agony, the shadow rat, deprived of its demon core, collapsed in convulsions. The red glow around it rapidly dissipated, and the blood wall at the cave's entrance began to thin, allowing faint sounds from outside to be heard. Strike while the iron is hot. Lin Jiumou showed no hesitation, raising the Tang sword and bringing it down heavily on the shadow rat's head, accompanied by 2 claw slashes from Xiao Songzi. Bang! Stop! A young woman's voice shouted as the blood wall broke. As the words left her mouth, blood splattered 3 feet high. Lin Jiumou flicked the rat blood off the Tang's sword, sheathed it, and coldly addressed the newcomer. Too late. He swayed on his feet, nearly collapsing, but the white wolf caught him, and the director rushed over to support him from the other side. Are you all right? Just now. The director's eyes showed concern and surprise. Lin Jiumou smiled slightly, offering no explanation. Instead, he quietly stepped on the demon core from the shadow rat's severed leg, flicking it towards the white wolf, which swallowed it in one gulp. The rat's corpse concealed this action, drawing no attention, except for Ahu, who enviously drooled. That's a precious evolution catalyst. Hey, you, the tall one. A female voice called out. Lin Jiumou turned his head to see 3 people entering the cave. They wore matching combat uniforms, 2 men, and a woman accompanied by 2 beasts, a lizard and a bird. The speaker, a young woman with a green, explosive hairstyle and a punk style, glared at him. You, do you know how long I've been chasing that prey? She reached to grab Lin Jiumou's collar, but was stopped by her teammates. One of them, a slim man wearing glasses who looked to be in his 30s, smiled apologetically at Lin Jiumou, repeatedly apologizing. Sorry, our captain. He gestured to the woman, shaking his head. Please don't take it to heart. Get lost. Shingu, I'm right here, and you're badmouthing me to my face. You're the one with a problem. The woman retorted, revealing some information. Exhausted, Lin Jiumou didn't bother arguing, instead signaling the director to handle the situation. As the director stepped forward to explain, the woman glared in disbelief, and her teammates looked skeptical. Who are you kidding? A newbie can't possibly take down a half-step third-stage shadow rat. Did your captain injure it, and let you finish it off for credit? Call him out. I want to see which team dares to steal my prey. She pushed past the director, scanning the pile of supplies suspiciously, muttering curses. Seeing this, Lin Jiumou shook his head, exchanged nods with the 2 male teammates, and left, with the director following closely. One wanted to get the child to the hospital and report the mission, while the other, having taken the demon core, was wary of the explosive-haired woman blocking their way. Lin Jiumou was also eager to investigate the changes happening to him. In the hall of a luxurious villa located on a mountaintop several hundred kilometers from Tawaching, heavy curtains were drawn, blocking out the sunlight and casting the entire space in darkness. The sound of chanting echoed through the air. On the sofa sat a man with gold-rimmed glasses and a scholarly appearance, quietly reading a book. His amber eyes glinted with a subtle black cross, as if they could pierce through the darkness to see every word on the page. A faint smile played on his lips, yet he exuded a suffocating sense of oppression. Suddenly, the sharp sound of shattering glass broke the silence. The man slowly closed his book, pinched the bridge of his nose, and asked softly, "What happened?" The sound of shuffling footsteps approached, and an elderly man in a black robe emerged from the shadows, trembling as he knelt and offered a bead the size of a ping-pong ball. The bead's surface was covered in cracks, and the liquid inside was visibly diminishing, yet not a drop spilled. The man murmured to himself, "As expected, it's earlier." He did not immediately take the bead, but watched the liquid diminish until only a faint wisp remained before he finally accepted it in silence. After a long pause, the man asked, "What happened earlier?" This time, he wasn't addressing the elderly man. As the door opened, someone bowed and answered, "The tasks in Lingnan, Qixing, and Huacheng have all been completed, just as you predicted. The mission in Tawaching failed." The man was slightly taken aback and asked, "The reason for failure?" Heifeng crossed boundaries, using experiment number 41 to abduct infants, provoking the Bayou organization. However, it was a newcomer who killed the experiment. At the mention of provoking Bayou, an inexplicable smile appeared in the man's eyes, as if mocking those who overestimated themselves. A mere beast tamer couldn't possibly have triggered the early spiritual energy tide. The elderly man nodded in agreement. "You are right." The one who bowed flattered. "Who hasn't been assigned a task?" the man asked. "Lord Night Demon." At the mention of this name, the man's gaze softened slightly, and he commanded, "Leave it to her. I don't want any loose ends." Both the one who bowed and the elderly man showed expressions of surprise, seemingly taken aback that the man would send Lord Night Demon to deal with a newly initiated beast tamer. The man glanced at them, and the one who bowed immediately responded with a trembling voice, "Yes, I will go at once." After completing the sewer chase mission, the sky was still bright. Thanks to the mission, Lin Jiumou, whose clothes were tattered and reeked, couldn't go to school for the time being, not that he didn't want to attend classes. Returning home and confirming no one was there, He quickly changed into clean clothes and headed straight to the bathroom. Raising his hand, he summoned Xia Songzi. The bathroom was already small, and with Xia Songzi's appearance, it felt even more cramped. Perhaps influenced by spiritual energy, Xia Songzi's wounds had scabbed over, and its spirits were considerably restored. After consuming the demon core, its claws and fangs were shrouded in black mist, contrasting sharply with its white fur, adding a hint of allure. However, its fur was matted with blood, significantly diminishing its appearance. Stand still and don't move, Lin Jiumou instructed as he picked up the shower head to rinse Xia Songzi. As the water flowed and he scrubbed, the matted fur quickly loosened. Activating his insight skill, he received a prompt. Absorbing more ice and dark energy can accelerate evolution. Lin Jiumou's eyes lit up with interest. The evolution of the shadow mouse was vivid in Lin Jiumou's mind. If Xia Songzi could also evolve to 2 stars, their chances of success against future monsters would greatly increase. After washing Xia Songzi and taking a quick shower himself, Lin Jiumou went to the kitchen to get some ice cubes. He returned to his room and summoned Xia Songzi. "Want to try some?" he asked. Xia Songzi looked at him with curiosity, nibbled a bit, but unfortunately, there was no change in its attributes, and its evolution did not accelerate. It seemed he was overthinking. The energy of the ice element couldn't be replaced by mere ice cubes from a fridge. After putting Xia Songzi away, Lin Jiumou lay on his bed, staring silently at the ceiling. In the cave, when the countdown ended, his mind was flooded with information like fireworks, but it vanished before he could process it, leaving only a few fragments. The exquisite sword technique he used to slay the shadow mouse was one of them. He raised his hand, clenched it tightly, and could clearly feel a strand of spiritual energy flowing rhythmically inside him, nourishing his body. Initially, there was more spiritual energy, but it was depleted when he killed the shadow mouse. At that moment, he recalled that besides the insight technique being activated, there seemed to be another phrase, a red countdown. As the thought crossed his mind, a new string of red numbers appeared before his eyes. 29, 22, 01, 21, nearly a month's countdown. What could it be this time? Lin Jiumou couldn't figure it out, and as he pondered, he drifted into sleep. In his dream, he saw countless monsters breaking through city walls, storming into human cities, with collapsed buildings, mutilated human bodies, rivers of blood, piles of bones, and monsters feasting. Monsters spitting out bones. The next morning was clear and sunny. While having breakfast, Lin Jiumou watched the news as usual. Recently, a series of city wall construction projects will be launched in our country. The military will conduct live-fire exercises this month, during which tanks will be on the road. Drivers are advised to make way. Regarding the online rumor of a blogger being killed by a snake, the police have confirmed the incident. The snake responsible has been captured and is awaiting further handling. Spring has arrived, and animals are becoming agitated due to mating season. For the safety of the public, zoos may close temporarily. Please follow official accounts for updates. Lin Jiumou frowned, a flash of confusion in his eyes. On his way to school, he called the director, but no one answered. He then called Sister Fang, with the same result. It was the weekend, and the school was quiet, except for their class gathering at the gate for a camping trip. After greeting his classmates, he wandered to a corner of the school garden, not finding the mother cat, but instead encountering Yu, who also seemed to be looking for the cat. "What are you doing? Aren't you going to join the group?" Lin Jiumou asked. Yu was startled, but relaxed upon seeing Lin Jiumou. "You scared me. I'm looking for the cat. Some folks online didn't believe me." Seeing Lin Jiumou's puzzled look, Yu explained, "I posted about the mother cat on a forum before. It was quickly deleted, but someone still contacted me, accusing me of lying. Can you believe it? That made me so mad." After Yu finished, Lin Jiumou's expression turned odd. In short, Yu was questioned after posting, and to prove he wasn't lying, he revealed the school's name, location, and even details about the cat and its peculiarities. Now, he was trying to find the mother cat again to take a photo and prove his point. "Isn't it possible that person just wanted to coax this information out of you?" Lin Jiumou asked. Yu was stunned. "Take my advice," Lin Jiumou said, patting his shoulder. "Delete your account and pretend this never happened." Just then, the homeroom teacher's call to gather echoed from the school gate. As they reached the entrance, the bus had arrived, and after roll call, Sun Hao's name was missing. Seeing Lin Jiumou's confusion, Yu explained, "That rich kid doesn't need to take the bus with us. It's probably for the best, so we don't have to deal with his attitude for the whole hour-long ride." Lin Jiumou shrugged at this. Huanghua Mountain, nestled among blooming acacia trees, is named for its golden flowers and has become a popular camping destination for locals. It is also the destination for Lin Jiumou and his group. The bus finally arrived at the halfway point of the mountain at 10:30 in the morning. A clear stream flows through the mountain, and the campsite is set up by the stream, managed by dedicated staff. It was the weekend, and with the acacia trees in full bloom, the campsite was bustling. A dozen tents shimmered in the sunlight, and groups of people, young and old, were either playing in the water, picking flowers, taking photos, or brewing tea and chatting, creating an idyllic scene. For the student camping trip, the staff allocated a spacious area for them, with a babbling brook on the left and lush woods on the right, making it an ideal spot. Class, we have arrived. Please disembark in an orderly manner and follow me to collect your tents. Remember to stay safe on the mountain and avoid taking risks. Understood? The homeroom teacher's voice echoed in the bus. The entire class responded in unison. Understood. The bus came to a steady stop, and the students filed out. Just then, a car approached slowly, and Sun Hao stepped out from the driver's seat, his eyes hidden behind sunglasses, dressed in branded casual wear. He opened the back door, and a black German shepherd jumped out. Many students were startled and took a few steps back. Sun Hao, holding the dog, walked towards Lin Jiumou with a provocative look in his eyes. Sun Hao, what are you doing? Who allowed you to bring a dog camping? The homeroom teacher, though pale, stood in front of everyone. Sun Hao replied with a grin. Teacher, you never said we couldn't. Besides, in a place with no security, a dog is more useful than a person. He deliberately loosened the chain, and the dog lunged forward a step, causing several female students to scream. Lin Jiumou watched Sun Hao and the black dog approach with a peculiar smile on his lips. Then, his expression sharpened, and a cold glint appeared in his eyes. The once aggressive German shepherd immediately retreated to Sun Hao's side, its tail tucked between its legs, trembling and not daring to make a move. Pathetic. Such a coward. And I wasted good raw meat on you. Sun Hao's face turned red with anger as he yanked at the dog, but no matter how much he cursed, the dog wouldn't budge. Looks like your dog is as lousy as you are, Lin Jiumou said coldly, then turned to the teacher. Teacher, let's go get the tents. Judging by the dog's cowardice, it probably won't bite anyone. Although still somewhat uneasy, the teacher nodded, seeing the dog's timid demeanor. All right, students, follow me to get the tents. Lin Jiumou joined the line with the other students to collect tents from the staff. He then caught a glimpse of someone familiar from the corner of his eye. It was a slender man in his 30s, reclining on a deck chair across the stream, his hands behind his head, looking relaxed. The man noticed his gaze and looked over, first showing surprise, then smiling and waving. Lin Jiumou acknowledged him. This man was Shingu, one of the three who had been with him yesterday when they killed the giant rat in the cave. The punk girl had called his name Shingu, a first-tier wind bird handler. Feeling puzzled, Lin Jiumou walked to his tent and began setting it up in a corner. Suddenly, a voice called out, "What a coincidence." Lin Jiumou turned around to see Shingu leaning against the fence, greeting him. Could there be a task here as well? Shingu shook his head, smiling. No, we rarely have missions, maybe 3 times a month at most. Situations like yesterday's might only happen once a year. Then you, Lin Jiumou asked curiously. Camping, obviously, Shingu replied confidently. I'm an experienced camper. Otherwise, how could I tell at a glance that your tent was set up inside out? Lin Jiumou paused, looking down at his tent, realizing his mistake. Shingu chuckled, pointing out the adjustments needed and helping him fix it. As they chatted, Lin Jiumou learned about yesterday's team from Shingu. First, there was the hot-tempered team leader, Wu Mei, ironically nicknamed Little Sister, due to her looks not matching her name. Despite being young, her combat skills were remarkable, making her one of the few second-tier demon tamers in Tua City. Then there was the slightly chubby team member, Lei Yongfu, whose skills were average. He was a blogger, and his demon was a first-tier green poison lizard. Lastly, there was Shingu, a regular employee and avid camping enthusiast, spending 70 of his vacations camping, which led to discovering many demons and earning numerous merits. Jiumou, is there a problem? The class teacher approached, eyeing Shingu warily. They both turned to the voice, and Lin Jiumou smiled, saying, Nothing, just met an acquaintance and chatted for a bit. Since he's an acquaintance, would you like to invite him over? The teacher suggested. No, I just came to say hi. Shingu waved off the invitation, raising his eyebrows at Lin Jiumou before turning to leave. Once he was out of sight, the teacher frowned and advised earnestly. Jiumou, don't mind me being naggy. You're still in school and unaware of how dangerous people can be. Keep a distance from people like him, don't share personal information, and don't do anything they ask you to. Lin Jiumou nodded with a smile, not offering much explanation, as the teacher's concerns weren't unfounded. After setting up the tent, they received a barbecue grill, a tea stove, and other items. The classmates enjoyed the food amidst laughter, creating a relaxed atmosphere. Lin Jiumou was focused on grilling sausages, gradually attracting a group of girls around him. In stark contrast was Sun Hao, with his fierce dog. Despite bringing a gaming console, drinks, and various snacks from his car, the intimidating dog scared away the girls, leaving only a few boys who weren't afraid of dogs and liked gaming. In comparison, Sun Hao felt annoyed, even as he sipped his drink, gritting his teeth and holding the dog's leash tightly. The wolf dog growled in discontent. Sun Hao yelled, You're useless. Scared of a weakling, what's the point of having you? Go. I'll give you a chance, knock over that grill, got it? The boys borrowing the gaming console exchanged glances, not daring to speak, pretending not to hear. Bullying Lin Jiumou wasn't new for Sun Hao. One more time wouldn't make a difference. Lin Jiumou, engrossed in grilling sausages, suddenly sensed unease. He turned to see the dog being kicked and charging toward him, causing him to smile. Ah, that dog is back. Jiumou, watch out. A few girls were so frightened that they stepped back, quickly warning Lin Jiumou. As the dog ran towards Lin Jiumou, before it could reach the barbecue grill, Jiumou gave it a stern look. The dog immediately lay on the ground obediently, tucking its tail. Lin Jiumou casually tossed it a piece of half-cooked meat and said coldly, "Eat this and go back. If you come again, I'll roast you." The faint threat seemed to be understood by the dog. After eating the meat, it indeed turned around and dashed back to Sun Hao's feet, not daring to stick its head out despite Sun Hao's kicks. The sudden turn of events left the classmates surprised, and they burst into laughter. The rest of the camping trip went smoothly. Sun Hao did not cause any more trouble, Xingu didn't come over, and there were no monster attacks on the camp. The students spent a relaxed day playing games, taking photos, and enjoying the food. As night fell, the moonlight bathed the earth, the trees blocked out the city's noise, and people fell asleep to the sound of streams, birds, and insects. The campsite was peaceful. Just then, a lone wolf's howl echoed through the night. It wasn't loud, as if the wolf was still getting used to its voice, nor was it sharp, as if it didn't intend to disturb anyone. Lin Jiumou heard the sound and opened his eyes, a glint of something in them. He sat up, took a tactical knife from his backpack, and quietly left the tent. As he emerged, he found himself face-to-face with Xingu, who had also exited his tent. They exchanged looks, seeing the same confusion in each other's eyes. After forming a bond with their beasts, their senses had sharpened to varying degrees, and this animal-like alertness was one of the enhancements. At this moment, Sun Hao's dog seemed to sense something amiss as well, pacing uneasily with the chain clanking and growling low in its throat. Lin Jiumou shot at a glare. Quiet. The dog lay back down in its spot, looking aggrieved. Lin Jiumou approached Xingu and asked, "What's going on?" Xingu lit a cigarette and sighed. "Probably some canine creature has mutated. Evolution to a higher state is essentially becoming a wolf, isn't it?" He gestured to the surrounding tents and counted. 1, 2, 3. Over 60 sleeping lunchboxes tempting it. Just then, Xingu's beast descended from the sky, landing on his arm. It resembled a swallow, with a wingspan of 1 meter, and was an 8th-level gale swift bird. The bird pointed in a direction, making chirping sounds. Xingu raised his eyebrows in surprise. "What is it?" Lin Jiumou asked. "It's wolves, but a pack of them. The leader is quite large, probably the one that howled just now after mutating. They're heading this way." Xingu extinguished his cigarette and invited, "There are too many. Let's go together. We can't let them reach here." Lin Jiumou nodded in agreement. To deal with the wolf pack without alerting others, the only option was to take the initiative. The two immediately headed in the direction indicated by the gale swift bird. When they reached a grove, they were forced to stop. Around them, pairs of glowing green eyes appeared suddenly, like ghostly flames surrounding them. A quick count revealed there were about 15 or 16. "You didn't mention it was a pack of demon wolves," Lin Jiumou frowned. He glanced around, relieved that their levels weren't high, all being claw wolves ranging from level 3 to level 5 of the first tier. "I didn't expect this either," Xingu said, looking embarrassed. Surrounded by a dozen clawed wolves, Lin Jiumou didn't hesitate. He quickly summoned Xiao Songzi while gripping a tactical knife in his other hand. Although the knife wasn't as sharp as a Tang sword, it was all he had. "How many can you handle?" Xingu asked. Lin Jiumou shook his head. "Never fought these before, who knows?" Xingu nodded. "All right, I'll give you 5. Just hold them off for a bit if you can't beat them. Once I'm done, I'll back you up. Be careful, the alpha hasn't shown up yet." Xingu drew his gleaming Tang sword and charged into the wolf pack. His beast companion flew above, its wings creating a whirlwind that swept most of the clawed wolves into the air. The remaining 5 circled around, avoiding the storm, and gradually closed in on Lin Jiumou and Xiao Songzi. Their eerie wolf eyes glowed like phosphorescence, accompanied by low growls, as if engaging in a psychological battle. "Watch out," Lin Jiumou warned. Despite Xiao Songzi's level being much higher than each clawed wolf and having a special ability, facing 5 wolves was still a challenge. Xiao Songzi flicked its tail in response, then swiped its claws to unleash 2 claw slashes at 2 of the wolves, though not very quickly. The 2 wolves easily leaped aside, dodging the slashes, but they weren't Xiao Songzi's true target. A pained wolf howl erupted as the wolf directly in front was caught by Xiao Songzi's jaws around its throat. Enveloped in dark mist, its claws tore open the wolf's belly, and with a few vigorous scrapes, its innards were exposed, quickly soaking the ground in blood. The wolf was left barely clinging to life. The other clawed wolves were startled, but soon regrouped to attack, charging at Xiao Songzi from 4 directions. As they drew near, Xiao Songzi swung the half-dead wolf's body, splattering blood and organs, disrupting the 4 wolves' movements. Taking advantage of their pause, Xiao Songzi swiped its claws again, releasing two swift blue slashes that zipped across several meters, directly hitting two level for clawed wolves. Thud, thud. The slashes struck, bursting into blooms of blood, leaving the two wolves severely wounded and convulsing on the ground. With the defeat of three wolves, Xiao Songzi howled triumphantly, its paws shrouded in swirling black mist, resembling a bizarre, interwoven black and white wolf, exuding an eerie aura. After its battle with the Shadow Mouse, Xiao Songzi's speed, strength, and combat experience had significantly improved. Now, the two remaining clawed wolves seemed hesitant, retreating and pausing, tails low, devoid of fighting spirit. At that moment, the alpha wolf's call echoed once more. The two clawed wolves immediately became agitated. One charged at Xiao Songzi, while the other turned and dashed toward Lin Jiumou. Xiao Songzi seemed to understand the alpha's command, roaring angrily and swiping at the wolf heading for Lin Jiumou, but both slashes were evaded. Trying to pursue, it was immediately entangled by the other wolf. Smart move, picking out the weakest one, but you're underestimating me, Lin Jiumou said with a resigned sigh. Perhaps after several encounters with the Shadow Rat, especially the life-and-death battle yesterday, Lin Jiumou became more composed when facing beasts. Even when confronted with a fierce-looking, ravenous claw wolf, he remained relatively calm. As the claw wolf approached, ready to pounce, he swiftly sidestepped and thrust his tactical knife backward. Squelch! The blade sliced through the wolf's fur. Although the wound was shallow, it caused the claw wolf considerable pain. Today is the first day I miss my Tang sword, Lin Jiumou murmured to himself, then retreated a few steps, narrowly avoiding the wolf's claws. He picked up a stone and hurled it at the claw wolf's throat. Thud! With a dull thud, the claw wolf staggered back 2 steps, shaking its head vigorously. Once it regained its senses, it saw Lin Jiumou standing there with a smile, which infuriated it, and it lunged fiercely. When the wolf's claws were just 3 feet away from Lin Jiumou, he slipped to the side, revealing Xiao Songzi standing behind him. Crack! With a crisp sound, Xiao Songzi's paw landed squarely on the claw wolf's head, making it seem as if the wolf had willingly brought its head forward. The fiercer its pounce, the greater the pain. A swift slash followed, ending the claw wolf's life. I guess I underestimated you. Maybe what the chief said is true, came Shungu's voice. Lin Jiumou turned to see him smiling. Is it resolved? Lin Jiumou asked. Not yet, but it's almost done. I came to see if you needed help, Shungu replied, gesturing upwards. Lin Jiumou looked up to find a strong wind in the sky, sweeping the claw wolves into the air like clothes in a spin dryer, colliding and piling up. This maneuver seemed more torturous than harmful. The two quietly awaited the end of the windstorm, staying alert to their surroundings. After all, the lead wolf, as described by the wind-swift bird, had only howled once or twice mid-battle to guide the pack and hadn't shown itself otherwise. No one knew where it was hiding. Boom! A thunderous crash echoed around them, causing the ground to tremble slightly, trees to shiver, and birds in the forest to take flight, fleeing into the distance. What happened? An earthquake? They steadied themselves, exchanging surprised glances. Following the sound's direction, they saw a golden glow on a protruding rock atop the mountain, like a small sun rising at night. Along with it came a wave of heat, raising the temperature by several degrees where Lin Jiumou and Shungu stood. Before they could adjust, a surge of blue flames erupted, engulfing the small sun. They then realized the glow on the mountain wasn't just a point on the rock, but covered a vast area, eventually spilling over the rock. The blue flames brought not heat but a sudden chill, dropping the temperature by several degrees. Lin Jiumou's breath turned to white mist, and they exchanged a shocked glance. Within a minute, they experienced a transition from spring to early summer, and then to early winter, leaving them numb. The mountain's tremor lasted only a moment, but the changes in light atop the mountain continued, sometimes golden and hot, sometimes red and stuffy, sometimes blue and cold. The roars of beasts rose and fell, some hoarse, some melodious, some deep. These were no ordinary animals, not even regular beasts. Something is fighting on the mountain. Lin Jiumou swallowed hard. Shungu stood frozen. Suddenly, all the light and sounds vanished as if they had never existed. Is it over? Lin Jiumou wondered aloud. But soon, an ethereal, melodic call echoed, resembling the legendary dragon's roar, somewhat pleasant, sending shivers down their spines. Accompanying it was an indistinct wave in the night, stirring up dust and stones, sweeping towards them. The wave, like an avalanche, stripped grass and trees, flung stones, crossed the gale, dispersing it, and sent birds flying while claw wolves fell like random projectiles. Lin Jiumou and Shungu only saw a blur before being swept into the dust storm. When the tremors subsided, the ground was covered with a thick layer of mud and sand, with branches and stones scattered haphazardly. After a while, a hand emerged from the sand, followed by a mound rising as Lin Jiumou crawled out, covered in mud and sand, looking quite disheveled. He spat, coughing violently as if the sand had scratched his throat, leaving it burning painfully. Xiao Songzi, Shungu, he called out loudly. The area around him was unrecognizable, with trees stripped bare and the ground layered with thick dust. Fortunately, Xiao Songzi heard his call and came running, shaking off the sand cleanly, even dislodging some from Lin Jiumou's face. Soon, several more mounds of sand and leaves rose as Shungu, Feng Sun bird, and the sharp-clawed wolves emerged. Are you okay? Shungu asked with concern. I'm all right, but sand doesn't taste very good, Lin Jiumou replied. After a brief exchange, they turned their attention to the sharp-clawed wolves. Without the lead wolf's guidance, and due to the disturbance, these wolves had lost their hunting intent and fled in the direction they had come from. The collision of lights continued, but was much weaker than before. Both men frowned, deep in thought, neither suggesting a retreat or further exploration. After an indeterminate amount of time, the lights on the mountain faded, the cries of the beasts grew quiet, and flocks of frightened birds gradually returned to the mountain, stirring Shungu's thoughts. After waiting a bit longer, they simultaneously lifted their heads. Shall we take a look? They reached a mutual understanding and quickly headed toward the mountain summit. Along the way, the effects of the disturbance were evident everywhere, the devastation hinting at the immense power required to create such a terrifying wave. As they neared the summit, they made a discovery. All the sharp-clawed wolves were dead. Several lay sprawled before them, including one massive wolf the size of a small house, lying silently with no signs of life. It bore no visible wounds, but its internal organs were shattered. After careful examination, Shungu concluded with a smile. It's a good thing this wolf king didn't make a move, or we'd have been in trouble. A second-tier beast is truly frightening. Lin Jiumou agreed. Xiao Songzi sniffed and approached the sharp-clawed wolves, appearing somewhat agitated. What's wrong? Lin Jiumou asked. It's interested in the wolf king's demon core, Shungu chuckled. Let it have it. Lin Jiumou immediately stopped Xiao Songzi, his skeptical gaze unhidden. This thing is invaluable, he said, doubting that the second meeting with Shungu had any significant impact. Enough for Shungu to give up a second-tier demon core so easily. Come on. You don't have to look at me like that. It hurts my feelings. Shungu scoffed, explaining. Let me tell you, not every demon core is suitable for a beast. The cores from the same species and elements provide the greatest benefit. Eating an unsuitable demon core might even have side effects. What kind of side effects can a demon core have? Lin Jiumou asked further. Each beast has a different focus. My Feng Sun bird is on a path of agility and nimbleness with wind elements, just a step away from truly manifesting wind elements. Eating the Wolf King's core might increase its strength, but it wouldn't help in developing wind elements. In our world of demon tamers, the rule is that team members get priority. Only if no one wants it will we trade. Shungu spread his hands helplessly, while Lin Jiumou's brow furrowed slightly. All right, don't make me out to be the bad guy. How about you take the second-tier demon core, and I'll keep the 10 first-tier ones. Lin Jiumou thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Then everyone got to work. Little Pine used its sharp claws to tear open the Claw Wolf King's head and swallowed the marble-sized demon core inside, seemingly unsatisfied but content. Shungu packed the 10 first-tier demon cores into his chest pouch and gave Lin Jiumou a slightly roguish smile. In fact, giving Lin Jiumou the second-tier Claw Wolf King's demon core was not just for the reason stated earlier. More importantly, it was to build a good relationship. Since witnessing the White Wolf's formidable combat power, he began to believe the director's words that Lin Jiumou might indeed have impressive strength. If that's the case, isn't it better to form a good relationship? A demon core that held little value to him, practically a freebie, was worth the investment. Suddenly, after swallowing the demon core, Little Pine began to change. It twisted uncomfortably a few times, then vigorously clawed at the ground. Its milky white claws fell off, and new silver claws gleamed coldly under the moonlight, sending a chill down one's spine with their sharpness. Finally, when the transformation was complete, it raised its head and let out a long wolf howl, deeper and more resonant than before, like the call of a wolf king. Warning, Little Pine, having absorbed the Wolf King's demon core, is accelerating its evolution. It is advised to absorb dark or ice energy. Lin Jiumou's eyes lit up. Not only had Little Pine broken through to level 8, but its talents had also changed, with its claw glow turning into silver-like claws, even enhancing its evolution. This trip was truly profitable. Just then, Little Pine sniffed the air and suddenly dashed up the mountain. Little Pine, Lin Jiumou called out. It seemed to have discovered something, and the two immediately chased after it. After a few minutes of running, they finally reached the mountaintop, panting heavily. The entire summit was shrouded in smoke and dust, the ground pockmarked with craters of various sizes, as if bombarded by artillery. Broken trees and shattered rocks were scattered everywhere, some stones even semi-melted by heat, distorting the space with hot air, while deep cracks seemed to have been cleaved by divine weapons. On the ice-covered ground lay a man-sized, misty blue ice block, with Little Pine circling it. The air was a mix of cold and heat, with a hint of sulfur invading their nostrils. Wow, Shungu exclaimed in awe, utterly stunned. You only live to 62? That's not the point. Aren't you surprised? Lin Jiumou asked. Surprised? A bit, but not overly so. The fragmented visions he saw when the wolf bit him, each felt like a personal experience, each seen 100 or 1,000 times grander than this. Just then, a breeze blew past, and the solitary moon peeked out from the clouds, casting frost-white moonlight over the mountaintop, revealing the surroundings. There's someone there. Lin Jiumou seemed to notice something and quickly headed in that direction, with Shun Gu following closely. They reached the edge of a 3-meter-wide dark pit, a rush of hot air hitting them as Lin Jiumou slid down into the pit, where a woman was lying. She wore a black combat suit with gold patterns, over which was a coat embroidered with purple snake patterns. Her tall figure and exquisitely beautiful face were illuminated by the moonlight. Her long purple-black hair spread out on the ground, reflecting the moonlight like dark snakes. Her eyebrows exuded an air of heroism, though furrowed, and her lips were tightly pressed, her pale face adding a touch of vulnerability. She was injured, her face and clothes stained with dried blood and sand, her head resting on a hard rock, unconscious. Her attire indicated she was also a demon tamer. Do you know her? Lin Jiumou asked. Shun Gu shook his head. No, but surviving that kind of impact, this girl is definitely not ordinary. Lin Jiumou nodded slightly, then reached out to check her neck and leg joints, lifting her up in his arms. In those few seconds, the back of his hand felt burned. Yet, after lying there for so long, her skin wasn't hot, but rather cold, a peculiar thing indeed. Shun Gu, standing outside the pit, reached out to pull them both out. At that moment, something was about to fall out of the woman's pocket, and Shun Gu grabbed it, discovering it was a photograph. You're snooping through someone else's stuff. Lin Jiumou glanced over. You never know until you look. Shun Gu sighed dramatically, holding up the photo. Lin Jiumou, you're not being honest. The photo clearly showed Lin Jiumou walking down the street with a backpack. The sunlight was just right, and the boy's face carried a smile, the breeze lifting a few fallen leaves, resembling a secret admirer's candid shot. This Lin Jiumou was taken aback. Still pretending you don't know? Could it be a girl from your class who secretly likes you? Shun Gu raised an eyebrow. Lin Jiumou forced a smile, indicating he truly didn't know. Shun Gu wanted to tease him further, but suddenly, a piercing wolf howl echoed. A whoa! They turned their heads towards the sound, eyes fixing on the large ice block from earlier. In just a few minutes, the ice block, originally larger than a pine nut, had shrunk to the size of a small stone pillar. Intense blue cold mist poured out of the ice block along the 4 paws, carrying a sinister black aura, and flowed into the body of Xiaosongzi. Xiaosongzi's snow-white wolf body greedily absorbed the cold mist like a sponge, with each breath enhancing its aura. Its fur moved without wind, and its emerald green eyes flickered between black and blue, gazing at the lonely moon, seemingly exuding an illusory wolf king's pressure. It was evolving. Shun Gu looked on in shock, not even noticing the photo slipping from his hand. Not even an hour had passed, and it was evolving right after breaking through. Lin Jiumou watched the transformation with a look of excitement. Xiaosongzi had fiercely battled a second-tier shadow mouse, absorbed a dark element second-tier demon core, fought a pack of wolves, and consumed the demon core of a second-tier claw wolf king. Now, having obtained a large piece of unknown ice element, the time for evolution had finally arrived. However, what would the combination of dark and ice energies ultimately turn it into? Lin Jiumou wondered, but thought it best not to ask Shun Gu at this moment. Boom! Dark energy burst from Xiaosongzi's paws, mingling with the cold mist. The half-blue, half-black energy swirled and slowly ascended, forming an energy pillar that gradually enveloped Xiaosongzi. Suddenly, the surroundings darkened, and all moonlight seemed to be guided, transforming into beams of light that merged with the evolving energy pillar. It was unclear how much time had passed when Lin Jiumou, his arms sore, gently placed the woman on the ground. A whoa! Another majestic wolf howl rang out, shattering the energy pillar and dispersing the dust. Through the haze, a brand new wolf emerged from the swirling energy. It stood 2 meters tall at the shoulder and stretched 3 meters long, a true giant. Its fur was snow-white, with pitch-black paws that hid the cold gleam. Strands of dark energy snaked from its paws up its limbs, gathering at the neck to form a fierce, eerie black ring. The emerald green eyes had turned jet black, exuding a chilling indifference, as if being stared at by it could freeze one's soul, only to be devoured by darkness. However, when it saw Lin Jiumou, the coldness disappeared, replaced by a sense of dependence. It excitedly rushed over, knocking him to the ground. A woo! It nudged Lin Jiumou with its nose, whimpering softly, eager to share its evolutionary experience like a child proud of a perfect score, eager to share with a parent. Lin Jiumou didn't disappoint it, laughing heartily as he vigorously ruffled Xiaosongzi's head. The cool touch felt more like an ice sculpture than a living creature. Its attributes had undergone a dramatic transformation, practically reborn. Evolving into a 2-star demon beast, it not only gained dual attributes, but also increased its level by 2. Most remarkably, it acquired 2 new talents, and its original silver claw transformed into spirit claw. Good, good, good. Lin Jiumou couldn't stop smiling. They didn't linger on the mountain for long. After checking on Xiao Songzi, they had him carry the unconscious woman and quickly returned to the campsite halfway up the mountain. The next morning, Yu got up early, emerging from his tent with dark circles under his eyes, holding a toothbrush and a rinsing cup. As he reached the creek, he groggily greeted Lin Jiumou. Morning, Mugu. Up so early today. Lin Jiumou, while using a towel to dab the creek's clear water to wash the woman's face beside him, replied, Last night, with all the thunder and strange noises, I was too scared to sleep until past 2. I'm still tired. Yu yawned and chuckled. Huh. I must be dreaming if I'm seeing you wash a girl's face. I should go back to sleep. With that, he actually turned around, rinsing cup in hand, and started to walk back. After a few steps, he stopped abruptly, turned around, and looked at Lin Jiumou as if he had seen a ghost. You sneaky guy. Lin Jiumou glanced up and glared at him. Oops, my bad. I'll slap myself. Yu slapped his own head twice, stopped joking around, and leaned in to take a closer look at the woman leaning on Lin Jiumou's shoulder. After a moment, Yu said dazedly, Mugu, I think I'm in love. Lin Jiumou kicked him lightly. Get lost. Go call the teacher. After Yu left, Lin Jiumou cleaned the blood and mud off the woman, leaving only her private areas untouched. Only then did he have the chance to look at her face. Her features were delicate, her skin as smooth as tofu, pale as snow, with lips like unripe cherries. Her face still had traces of moisture, giving her the appearance of a freshly bloomed lotus, beautiful and pure, fragile and serene. Teacher, over here. Yu's voice called out. Lin Jiumou quickly averted his gaze, casually tossed the towel over his shoulder, and picked up the woman to carry her over to the teacher. By then, other students were waking up one by one, and were surprised to see Lin Jiumou holding a woman in strange clothing. Some even gave him a thumbs up with a sly grin. What is going on? The teacher was startled. Lin Jiumou had already thought of an explanation, saying he encountered her while going out to use the restroom at night, and guessed she might have fallen from somewhere. Although the explanation was somewhat flawed, the teacher didn't press further and instructed Lin Jiumou to take the woman to her tent for a more thorough examination. Other students gathered around curiously, and Lin Jiumou brushed them off with the same story. As for those who didn't believe him, it wasn't his concern. Finally, Sun Hao, who had woken up and heard about the situation from a boy borrowing a game console, turned green with envy, glaring at Lin Jiumou. When the teacher brought the woman out of the tent and handed her back to Lin Jiumou, everyone got a good look at her, and there were many more jealous green eyes among both the boys and girls. As they prepared to leave, Lin Jiumou was getting ready to carry the mysterious woman onto the bus when Sun Hao suddenly approached with a fake smile. Mugu, the bus is too bumpy for someone injured. Let her ride in my car. The back seat can recline for her to lie down more comfortably. This comment earned disdainful looks from several boys. To think he used to bully Lin Jiumou, but now he was calling him Mugu after seeing a pretty girl. How shameless. Why aren't you the one with a car? Don't you have a dog in your car? The teacher frowned. It's too dangerous to put an unconscious woman with a wolf dog. Sun Hao quickly replied. We can put it on the bus. You saw yesterday, it hasn't barked or fussed since we got here. It's calmer than a chihuahua. No sooner had he said this than the wolf dog, which had been acting tame, caught Lin Jiumou's glare. It immediately stood up, baring its teeth and barking, even lunging at nearby students as if it had gone mad. Lin Jiumou chuckled, bypassed Sun Hao, and carried the woman onto the bus. Yu, following behind, muttered as he watched Lin Jiumou's back. When did Mugu become so strong? The bus slowly pulled away from the campsite, and the scenery outside the window gradually blurred. Other students frequently glanced back at the woman sleeping on Lin Jiumou's shoulder, their faces showing envy. However, as the bus maintained a steady speed, they too were lulled into sleep by the gentle swaying. At that moment, Lin Jiumou's phone rang, breaking the silence inside the bus. It was a call from Sister Fang. He answered and heard her voice. I heard about the shadow rat you took down. Good job. I didn't expect you to have such skills. Your reward will be coming in a few days. Lin Jiumou nodded in response, feeling a sense of pride. Got it, he said, continuing to listen. Suddenly, his expression changed. A month? So soon. Sister Fang delivered shocking news over the phone. The spiritual energy surge was coming earlier than expected, in just a month. Lin Jiumou was not only surprised by the sudden change in timing, but also because it coincided almost exactly with the time he acquired the insight technique. He couldn't help but wonder if the red countdown was pointing to the start of the spiritual energy surge. Don't worry too much. We've been preparing for this moment for 20 years, Sister Fang chuckled. Additionally, I have some comprehensive materials, including existing knowledge on demon taming, level classifications, secret techniques, and the upcoming demon taming exams, but it's not free. What do you need me to do? Lin Jiumou asked. When the spiritual energy surge arrives, there will likely be a period of chaos. We can't rule out the possibility of evil demon tamers or others with ulterior motives causing trouble. If that happens, we could use your help. Sister Fang's tone carried a hint of urgency. Although the number of demon tamers in Tua City seemed considerable, most, like Lin Jiumou, were part-timers, and task execution depended on personal willingness. Lin Jiumou understood that although Sister Fang seemed relaxed, she must have encountered some challenging issues, or she wouldn't be seeking consensus with part-timers so early. I'll think about it, he said. All right, I've sent it to your email. Sister Fang hung up, and Lin Jiumou's phone immediately received a new email notification. He fell silent, lost in thought. At the hospital, after a complex process of registration, consultation, and examination, the doctor informed him. Fortunately, it's just some minor wounds that are healing well, though your body is a bit exhausted. She'll need to rest for a few days once she wakes up. However, since her head took a hit, it would be best to keep her under observation in the hospital. Thank you, doctor. Lin Jiumou nodded, feeling relieved. The elderly doctor joked, young man, nice uniform. If my wife were 40 years younger, I'd shamelessly ask you for the link to it. With that, the doctor chuckled, patted Lin Jiumou's shoulder, and left the room. Lin Jiumou looked at the woman in the hospital gown, her face pale, yet peacefully asleep, and felt a mix of emotions. He took out his phone and made a call. Hello, came the slightly weary voice of the chief on the other end. Jiumou, I was just about to call you. I had meetings all day yesterday, and my head is still buzzing. Is it related to the spiritual energy? Lin Jiumou asked. Originally, yes, but it was supposed to last until midnight. Suddenly, we received news that a fourth-tier monster was fighting on Huanghua Mountain. Fourth tier, Lin Jiumou exclaimed. The terrifying attack last night was actually caused by a fourth-tier monster. The gap between the second and fourth tiers is really that big. But here's the problem. How did she end up in the territory of a fourth-tier monster? Lin Jiumou looked at the woman, puzzled. Yes, I had the same reaction. Think about that shadow mouse. It was only second tier. It almost took both of our lives. The director sighed. Are you sure it was from Huanghua Mountain? Lin Jiumou asked again. Of course. Luckily, it's Huanghua Mountain, which is vast and sparsely populated. Plus, with the recent rains, as long as no one with a brain full of bubbles decides to go camping, nothing major should happen. The director finished, then curiously asked, why are you so shocked? Is it possible that I'm that person with a brain full of bubbles? The other end of the line went quiet for a moment. Then he heard the sound of someone taking a sharp breath, followed by gulping water. How did you survive? The director asked urgently. We were halfway up the mountain. We waited until the energy fluctuations calmed down before going up. At that time, Lin Jiumou roughly recounted the situation. After he finished, there was a long silence on the other end before the director's voice came back, slightly hoarse. Jiumou, you two really came back from the brink of death. If that fourth-tier monster hadn't suddenly left halfway through, you would have ended up as a pile of monster dung by now. Fourth tier, your wolf is just a snack for them. Even over the phone, Lin Jiumou couldn't help but nod. Let's put this aside for now. I saved a girl on the mountain. I'll send you a photo to see if you can contact her family. Sure, send it over. After hanging up, Lin Jiumou sent the picture to the director and then left the hospital. Back home, after a hot shower and changing into clean clothes, Lin Jiumou lay on his bed. Just as he opened the email from Sister Fang, the director's call came through. How's it going? The voice on the other end paused, then asked in a strange tone, did you see a ghost? What? The photo you sent? That woman, she died 4 years ago. Lin Jiumou's expression became serious as he sat up in bed. This isn't something to joke about. I'm serious. How did she die? A homicide caused by a brawl among homeless people. Beaten to death by a homeless person? No, she was a homeless person herself, or rather, a homeless woman. Lin Jiumou was shocked, and the image of the woman involuntarily appeared in his mind. Such a beautiful person, a homeless woman? Could she really have been rummaging through trash cans, scavenging for leftovers? What a joke. You've seen her picture. Just based on her looks, not to mention her abilities, she could earn more as a model than many people. Do you think she'd be a homeless woman? Lin Jiumou frowned and questioned. It is strange. I'll go check it out later and let you know if there's any progress. Okay, thank you. Lin Jiumou nodded, preparing to hang up. Oh, by the way, has that punk-looking girl contacted you? What punk-looking girl? Lin Jiumou was puzzled for a moment, then realized the director meant Shun Gu's team leader, the green-haired, hot-tempered girl, Wu Mei. So he replied, no, why would she contact me? Well, maybe she hasn't found you yet. Good luck. With that, the director hung up, leaving only the beeping sound echoing. How strange. After ending the call, Lin Jiumou shook his head, deciding not to dwell on the bizarre events any longer. Instead, he focused on the document Fang Jia had handed him. Through this document, he finally gained a systematic understanding of the resurgence of spiritual energy and the emergence of mythical beasts. Animals undergo mutations under the influence of spiritual energy, becoming mythical beasts, and their transformation is known as evolution. Based on the increase in combat power post-evolution, mythical beasts are categorized from 1 star to 6 star. The document did not mention anything beyond 6 star. Apart from star ratings, there are also levels, which are the most direct indicator of a mythical beast's combat power, categorized as first level, second level, third level, and so on. Each level is further divided into 9 grades. Levels represent the base combat value of a mythical beast, while star ratings indicate multiples of that value. Among mythical beasts of the same level, those with higher star ratings possess greater combat power. However, the document also emphasized that while combat power can be quantified, battles are always unpredictable. A first-level but sharp mantis might still kill an anesthetized tiger. A first-level shark might drown a fire dragon in seawater, assuming fire dragons ever exist in the future. Lin Jiumou nodded. Although Xiaosongzi was weaker than the Shadow Mouse in both level and star rating, it was able to fiercely battle with it. This was partly due to the Shadow Mouse being already injured and Ahu's assistance, but it also proved that battles between mythical beasts are not turn-based games. Strength, speed, intelligence, and environmental factors all significantly affect the outcome of a fight. He continued to read and finally found an intriguing topic: the Beast Master College entrance exam. The document mentioned that a month after the resurgence of spiritual energy, the Beast Master College entrance exam would be held. Students who pass would have the opportunity to enter state-run Beast Master Colleges, becoming the first official batch of Beast Masters in the country. Currently, over 60 Beast Master Colleges have been established in the country, and they have undergone multiple rounds of optimization through internal testing, aiming to unlock the potential of Beastmaster students and cultivate outstanding Beastmasters who are both capable and of good character. As Lin Jiumou flipped further, he saw a table ranking the comprehensive potential of various colleges. The top was the Imperial Beastmaster College, followed by the Tianlong Beastmaster College, and the third was the Kanglin Beastmaster College. It wasn't until the 10th place that Lin Jiumou saw a familiar name: Lingnan Beastmaster College. Lingnan, where his city of Tawaching is located, belongs to Lingnan province. If he were to apply to a Beastmaster College, Lingnan College would undoubtedly be the most suitable choice, being both nearby and one of the top 10, even if it's at the bottom. Just then, his phone rang. It was the director calling. "Hello, director, you're awake? That's good." "What?" Lin Jiumou suddenly sat up straight, his heart tightening. "All right, I'm on my way." With that, he hung up and quickly headed to the hospital. Upon reaching the hospital entrance, the piercing sound of police sirens filled the air, causing Lin Jiumou's expression to tighten as he quickened his pace, moving like the wind through the crowd. He didn't wait for the elevator. Instead, he sprinted up the stairs beside it. On the phone, the director had mentioned that the woman had woken up but was uncooperative with questioning, even injuring someone. Several officers tried to subdue her, but she overpowered them all, including the director, who had enhanced physical abilities. The chief realized that this woman was not ordinary and wanted to send the other officers away to summon a demon hunter to subdue her. Unexpectedly, with just a glare from her, a terrifying pressure descended, rendering him immobile. Even Ahu was so frightened that he retreated into his space, refusing to come out despite being summoned. Lin Jiumou hurried to the 6th floor, where several injured officers stood at the stairwell, one with a bandaged hand hanging from his chest, still trying to enforce the law. What a brutal attack. Before the officers could persuade him to leave, he had already slipped inside. Entering the corridor, Lin Jiumou saw a few female officers quietly talking outside a hospital room, trying to communicate with the person inside. Nearby, a group of men in hospital gowns and medical staff were watching. "Over there." The chief spotted him and waved urgently. "Did she hit that hard?" Lin Jiumou pointed at the chief's bruised face. "That's considered light," the chief said with a bitter smile, pointing to a new hole in the wall. "If she had used that force on people, there'd be a lot more funerals." Lin Jiumou was taken aback, gaining a new understanding of the woman's strength. "I'll go take a look," Lin Jiumou said as he headed towards the room, but was stopped by the chief after a few steps. "Don't be reckless. I'll find a way to get you a combat suit. Wear it before you go in," the chief advised. "Is it really that serious? You guys are fine, aren't you?" Lin Jiumou chuckled. Despite the grim scene making him a bit anxious, he still subconsciously felt that the woman was just an unconscious, pitiable figure. "Lin, we're not kidding. It's better to wear some protective gear." Officer Shao Li came over, his arm in a cast and a bright red handprint on his face, looking rather comical. He might have thought the chief meant police body armor when he mentioned a combat suit. "No need to trouble yourself. I'll just take a quick look. If anything seems off, I'll make a run for it. Trust me, I'm fast." Lin Jiumou smiled and continued towards the room. The patients nearby heard the conversation and, seeing Lin Jiumou approach, showed expressions of schadenfreude. They had all been roughed up a bit and were lingering around, looking to stir trouble. A few medical staff exchanged glances. Seeing the officers not intervening, they didn't stop him either. "Worst case, just use more bandages." "Officer, this kid is really foolish, daring to provoke that girl. He'll get beaten to death in no time." A middle-aged man with a cane rubbed his chest with a lewd smile, a red handprint on his face, looking rather pleased. Do you think everyone is like you? Officer Lee scolded. You're here for the spectacle, but trying to take advantage of the girl? Have some decency. You should be grateful you weren't beaten to death. The man chuckled at this, touching the handprint on his cheek, as if savoring it. The nearby patients also laughed. The young man might know the girl since he dared to come in, an old man said. Maybe, the man with the cane grinned, revealing his yellow teeth, hoping to get slapped too. Can't let him get away with it. If she's hitting, she should hit us all. Ha ha ha, the other patients laughed again. Can't you wish others well for once? Honestly, a nurse couldn't stand it and scolded. They laughed again but stopped their chatter, as they were still in hospital gowns. They could only cast maliciously hopeful glances inside, ears perked for the sound of a slap. Lin Jiumou walked into the room, and the officers at the door showed worried expressions. Chief, one officer called. The chief shook his head. Let's see. He had asked Xingu about it. The woman had a photo of Lin Jiumou in her pocket, so maybe the situation would be different. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Jiumou stepped into the hospital room. The room was in disarray, with various instruments askew, power cords tangled messily, and the metal hospital bed propped up to form a dark triangle in the corner. Are you alright? Can we talk? Lin Jiumou approached, but suddenly a whizzing sound filled the air. He quickly dodged as an unidentified object whizzed past his ear, hitting the door handle with a sharp clang and leaving a small dent. The crowd at the door quickly ducked in fright, while a few officers looked serious, and some patients openly laughed as if they had expected this scene. Don't worry. I mean no harm. Lin Jiumou stood his ground, trying to soften his tone, his eyes gentle and voice soothing. In the corner, a woman cautiously peeked out, visibly startled upon seeing him. The next second, like a frightened deer, she dashed out, leaving only an afterimage, and leapt into Lin Jiumou's arms. Startled, Lin Jiumou felt a rush of fragrance, a blush spreading from his neck to his ears, but he caught a glimpse of the stunned expressions of the crowd at the door and, feigning calm, spread his hands. See, I told you it was nothing. After a while, once the woman's emotions had somewhat calmed, she looked up seriously at Lin Jiumou's face. You're Lin Jiumou, she exclaimed. Lin Jiumou nodded. How do you know me? I don't know. The woman furrowed her delicate brows, her pretty face filled with innocent confusion, yet she definitely recognized him. Then how do you have my photo? I don't know that either. Lin Jiumou continued to probe. How did you end up on Huanghua Mountain? What happened then? She kept shaking her head, not knowing, her brows knitting tighter, looking pitiful, her hands clutching Lin Jiumou's shirt, as if afraid he might suddenly leave. Lin Jiumou exchanged a look with the chief outside, both sharing a sense of helplessness in their eyes. The chief dismissed the patients and other unrelated medical staff, then came in to ask a few questions, including her background, name, and place of origin, but the result was the same. She knew nothing. Helpless, the chief called in an old doctor who, after an examination, concluded that she had amnesia. The doctor explained that the memory loss was due to a head injury, which might be recovered once her body healed, or it might never return. After the doctor left, Lin Jiumou looked helpless, especially seeing the tall, beautiful woman with a heroic spirit clutching his shirt and pouting. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. So, tell me, what do you remember? Lin Jiumou asked softly. The woman wrinkled her nose, thinking hard, her eyes blinking, and finally pointed at him. Your name is Lin Jiumou. Lin Jiumou smiled wryly. All right, you remembered just the name. But the problem is, I really don't know you. Let's go to the station and register her information, get her an ID, the chief suggested. Lin Jiumou nodded, and the woman followed him closely, leaving the hospital under the chief's guidance and heading towards the police car. As they walked out of the hospital, the woman suddenly stopped, tugging on Lin Jiumou's shirt. Caught off guard, he stumbled, nearly tearing his shirt. Why did we stop? Lin Jiumou asked. The woman swallowed and pointed at a roasted sweet potato stall, her eyes filled with longing. I want to eat one, she said. Reluctantly, Lin Jiumou bought her a sweet potato, then got back into the car and drove toward the police station. On the way, the woman held the steaming sweet potato in her delicate hands, seemingly unbothered by the heat. Her expression was focused as she nibbled on it, as if taking a bigger bite would make her feel guilty. With each bite, her bright black eyes would narrow into crescent moons, her face radiating delight at the taste. Despite her mature appearance, she ate like a child, with such seriousness, sincerity, and innocence that Lin Jiumou was momentarily dazed, reminded of his sister's childhood. No, she was even more adorable than his sister had been. At the police station, the chief helped her get an ID card, but she needed a name for it. So he asked Lin Jiumou to come up with one. Without thinking, Lin Jiumou blurted out, Xiao Songzi. The chief's forehead twitched, and he said with a dark expression, That's a dog's name. Lin Jiumou laughed awkwardly, thinking if he was good at naming, he wouldn't have actually named his dog Xiao Songzi. At that moment, the quiet woman moved her lips. Lin Jiumou leaned closer and heard two indistinct syllables. Yi something? The woman frowned, moving her lips again, trying hard to express herself. Lin Jiumou frowned too. Night demon? That sounds even worse than Xiao Songzi. The sound of rapid typing filled the room, and with a heavy tap on the enter key, the chief announced, "Done." We'll go with what she said, but tweaked a bit emo, with mo meaning silence, since this girl doesn't talk much. Lin Jiumou's heart stirred, thinking of his dog, and he joked, "Are you sure you don't want Xiao Songzi? My dog can change its name. Let her use it first." The chief's forehead twitched again, clearly not wanting to continue this conversation. "Take the ID and get out," the chief urged. Lin Jiumou took the ID and quickly left with Yimo. Only after they were out of the police station's courtyard did he breathe a slight sigh of relief. Yimo's origins were mysterious, her combat abilities formidable, making her a potentially unstable factor for society. If the police wanted to hold her for identity verification, Lin Jiumou couldn't refuse. Yet he harbored a selfish wish to take Yimo away. For some reason, he didn't want to see her wronged, and her strength would ensure his family's safety during the coming spiritual energy surge, even if he was not home. Fortunately, after some joking around, the chief didn't insist on keeping Yimo for investigation. Since she had amnesia, guiding her slowly would be fine. Lin Jiumou said to Yimo, "Let's go to my place first." Yimo nodded, The chief stood by the office window, watching them leave, and, like Lin Jiumou, felt a sense of relief. He had never seen anyone who could scare a tamed demon into retreat with just a glance. As part of his duty, he should find out Yimo's background to decide how to handle her. But with first-level abilities being rare and second-level even rarer, it was unlikely anyone in the entire Tua city could subdue Yimo. Provoking her emotions could lead to disaster. Therefore, he did Lin Jiumou a favor by letting him take the highly dependent Yimo away, solving the immediate issue and preparing for a strong ally when the spiritual energy surge began. That night, Lin Jiumou's parents and sister returned from an outing to find the house lights on. Lin Jiumou and a young, beautiful girl were sitting on the sofa watching TV, the girl wearing his pajamas, her hair slightly damp. The three of them wore matching dumbfounded expressions, dropping their things to the floor with a clatter, exchanging bewildered looks. "Mom, this is," his sister exclaimed. "Oh my Lady Gaga." His dad looked shocked. "Since when did you learn to steal cabbage?" With two soul-shaking exclamations, Lin Jiumou quickly stood up, raising his hands in surrender, one hand holding a police report, and urgently said, "Before your loving education begins, please allow me to explain a few things." Lin Jiumou persuaded Yimo to rest in a room while he briefly recounted her background, omitting her combat abilities and her connection to mystical beasts. "That's basically it. She had nowhere else to go, so I brought her back," Lin Jiumou concluded, crossing his legs and taking a sip of tea, which tasted exceptionally good after a narrow escape from danger. "Poor thing, wandering at such a young age. She must have suffered a lot, and probably got bullied by other drifters," his mother sighed. "So, will Sister Yimo be staying with us from now on?" his sister asked, her eyes darting around as if she were plotting something. "If you all don't mind, then that's the plan," Lin Jiumou nodded. "What do you think, Dad? Does he dare have an opinion? Otherwise, he can sleep on the sofa with you tonight," his mother said, glaring at his father, who immediately slumped down from his previously upright posture. And so, the Lin family gained a new member, one who was hard to categorize as either an older or younger sister, yet seemed like a fragile but formidable bodyguard. Days passed, and Lin Jiumou got used to sleeping on the sofa, while Yimo gradually adapted to the household. However, she remained cautious around outsiders. When Lin Jiumou went to school, Yimo accompanied him not out of a love for education, but out of a sense of dependency. At school, while he attended classes, Yimo would sit in the pavilion reading books. As this became a regular occurrence, rumors spread throughout the school about Lin Jiumou from class 12 having a stunningly beautiful follower, stirring jealousy among the male students. Somehow, his average looks even earned him the top spot on an unofficial school heartthrobs list created by board students. When Yu heard about it online, he was initially amused but eventually accustomed to it. Notably, the internet was abuzz with dramatic changes, with increasing reports and discussions about animal mutations. Zoos were closing, ecological parks were off-limits, and large-scale actions like capturing stray cats and dogs and exterminating rats and mosquitoes were causing widespread panic. Some even proposed doomsday theories, gaining considerable traction. The military's construction of high walls on the city's outskirts was twisted into a narrative of a prison for humanity, fueling a slew of online criticisms against the authorities. This outcome was roughly what Lin Jiumou had anticipated, given the often toxic nature of online discourse. However, it also indicated that the psychological groundwork for the impending spiritual awakening was taking effect. Once the resurgence of spiritual energy occurred and mystical beast taming entered the mainstream, all conspiracy theories, doomsday predictions, and claims of lost humanity would be dispelled. The bureau chief visited once, bringing rewards for slaying the shadow rat, a combat bracelet to assess mystical beast strength, and a secret manual on mental power cultivation. Lin Jiumou tested the bracelet, which could only display the beast's name and level, lacking the ability to show stars, talents, and such, making it less useful than his insight skill. As for the mental cultivation manual, he wasn't sure of its effects yet, but he practiced it for a few hours each night out of diligence. At this point, there were 20 days left until the surge of spiritual energy. After school that day, Lin Jiumou went to the pavilion to pick up Yemo. Before he reached it, he noticed a crowd of classmates gathered nearby, causing him to frown and quicken his pace. Some people recognized Lin Jiumou and nudged those in front of them. The crowd turned around and made way for him. Lin Jiumou frowned and asked, "What are you all gathered here for?" Some of the surrounding students smiled, some gave him a thumbs up, while others eyed him strangely, with one even spitting disdainfully. Yet, no one offered an explanation. This only deepened his confusion. Just as he was about to speak, a familiar voice came from the pavilion. "You think I wanted to come here? I don't even know where he lives, so I had to come to the school to find him." Hearing this, Lin Jiumou raised an eyebrow and walked through the gaps in the crowd. Inside the pavilion, two people were confronting each other, one with a tense, pretty face holding a book, her eyes flashing with anger, the other with a green explosion hairstyle, dressed like a punk. They were Yemo and Wu Mei. Anyway, I don't care. I had my eyes on that thing first. After all my hard work, he snatched it away. Wu Mei shouted angrily. Yemo's eyebrows arched sharply, and she said coldly, "He told me not to hit anyone, but if you keep spouting nonsense, I won't hold back." "Huh, hit someone. This is a school. If you hit someone, you'll be expelled." Wu Mei sneered. Yemo clenched her fists, ready to strike, but caught a glimpse of Lin Jiumou entering. The icy look on her face melted, and she flashed a sweet smile, brushing past Wu Mei like a breeze to stand in front of Lin Jiumou. "Well done." Lin Jiumou gently patted her head. Yemo squinted, enjoying the moment. She wore a white t-shirt and dark blue skinny jeans, her purple-black hair tied in a bun, appearing mature and elegant. Yet, she exuded a childlike innocence, a contrast that left the onlookers momentarily stunned. "Lin Jiumou. Finally, you're here," Wu Mei snorted. Lin Jiumou glanced at her indifferently and said coldly, "If you're sick, go get treated. Don't cause trouble at our school." You're the one who's sick," Wu Mei retorted furiously, pointing at him indignantly. "Clearly, you stole from me. That shadow mouse was mine first." MMPH. A large hand grabbed her face, covering her mouth, stopping her from continuing. Lin Jiumou glared at her, then turned to the crowd with a stern face. "Please step aside. Don't block the way." With that, he pinched Wu Mei's face and walked along the path the students had cleared. Wu Mei struggled to summon her courage, but was stopped by Yemo's glare, rendering her unable to resist. Once they left the school and entered a small alley, Lin Jiumou finally released her. Wu Mei, furious, exclaimed, "Lin, how dare you treat me like this? Do you want to fight? Are you out of your mind? What were you planning to say in front of everyone?" Lin Jiumou retorted with a question. "I." Wu Mei realized her mistake, her face turning pale as she lowered her head. "What's the big deal? It's only a few days away anyway." And then, Lin Jiumou pressed on. And then, Wu Mei couldn't continue, her face full of defiance. Lin Jiumou pointed at her and said sternly, "People will ask you what a shadow mouse is, and your mouth will explain, before your brain agrees, that it's a demon that ate 2 babies. Then they will be scared, panic will ensue, and all the follow-up measures will be ruined by your impulsive words. Without a way to vent, panic leads to violence, and violence results in deaths. Do you understand, idiot?" Wu Mei's face turned various shades of blue and white as she stood there speechless. Lin Jiumou wasn't exaggerating. Although there were countless rumors online, people's unease didn't mean they fully believed them. If, in reality, one were to shout about shadow mice, missions, and demon cores, or even summon a beast in front of so many people, it would be a completely different situation. A small summoned beast could make people take the half-truths on the internet seriously, amplifying panic and making doomsday talk seem real. Only when follow-up measures are in place, and people have some psychological preparation amid their unease, can the announcement of the spiritual revival minimize chaos and allow a smooth transition into the era of beast summoning. "I didn't mean to," Wu Mei murmured, realizing her mistake, her face pale and devoid of her earlier arrogance, as she lowered her head. Seeing her guilt, Lin Jiumou didn't scold her further and simply said, "I'm not interested. Take care of yourself," before turning to leave. After Lin Jiumou left, Wu Mei replayed her earlier words in her mind, her legs giving way as she collapsed to the ground, her face full of fear. When Lin Jiumou arrived home, his face was still dark with displeasure. The impending spiritual energy surge threatened to disrupt his once stable life. Those who had learned about it in advance were the most tormented, constantly monitoring online rumors, life changes, and fearing the unknown. This anxiety was something he found particularly annoying. "Here, eat this." A slender hand offered him a freshly bought roasted sweet potato. Yemo blinked her big eyes and said, "If you eat, you won't be upset." Lin Jiumou smiled, took the sweet potato, gently peeled it, and took a bite. To his surprise, Focusing on eating really did help him forget his worries for a moment. Do you know what my sister has been up to lately? Lin Jiumou asked. His sister had been coming and going at odd hours, and sometimes when he got up at night, her room was still lit. Whenever he asked about her whereabouts, she would mysteriously say it was a secret, refusing to walk to school with him. He initially thought she might have accidentally bonded with a spirit beast, but his pet, Songzi, showed no signs of detecting any spirit beast aura mixed with hers. She just wouldn't tell him. Jiumou shook her head. As night fell, Lin Jiumou took an early shower and began meditating in his room, practicing a mental secret technique. Thanks to his mother, who had finally converted the storage room into a cozy little space for him, he no longer had to sleep on the sofa. Closing his eyes, he breathed steadily and deeply, feeling the air enter through his nose, pass down his throat, reach his abdomen, and gently exhale. His focus was between his eyebrows, sensing his mind alternately tense and relaxed. At this moment, his senses were heightened to the utmost, the surrounding sounds sharpened, and his mind completely relaxed, as if he were in a state of emptiness. Suddenly, an unusual gust of wind swept by, prompting him to open his eyes and look outside. The wind's pattern seemed off, as if something was appearing outside. He quickly got up, opened the window, and caught a glimpse of a shadow darting into an alley. Frowning, he hesitated briefly before pulling out a tactical knife, slipping it into his pocket, and leaping out of the window. The 3-meter drop was no challenge for his enhanced physique. Soon, he caught up with the shadow, discovering it was a man dressed entirely in black. The man seemed to realize he was being followed and picked up his pace. Trying to run? Lin Jiumou sneered, quickening his speed. After a series of twists and turns, they arrived at a dimly lit, abandoned temple. 2 years ago, someone had committed suicide here, leading to its decline in popularity, and now it was deserted, avoided by passers-by who preferred to take a longer route to avoid the bad luck. The man in black stopped here and turned around. In the moonlight, Lin Jiumou saw him clearly. A man in his 40s, not very tall, with a slender build and a single eye. The other eye was covered with a white bandage, seemingly a recent injury, and he was missing a thumb. Dare to follow me here. Should I call you brave or foolish? The one-eyed man said with a sharp, grating voice, like nails on a chalkboard, giving Lin Jiumou goosebumps. Who are you? Lin Jiumou asked. You ruined me, and you ask who I am? The man stared at Lin Jiumou with his one eye, his expression twisted with anger. He raised his hand with the missing finger and pointed to his blind eye. All of this, thanks to you. I don't know you. Lin Jiumou answered with his hands behind his back, his palms slightly glowing as he quietly prepared to summon. He knew well that the one-eyed man was no good. The shadow rat that roamed the sewers was his creation, and now it had been killed. You've caused me to be punished, see? It's all your fault. The one-eyed man angrily pointed at the wounds on his eye and arm, pulling back his collar to reveal scars like centipedes, his emotions nearly out of control. Lin Jiumou responded coldly. You came outside my house looking for me, didn't you? I'm here, so just say what you want. The one-eyed man suddenly let out a sinister laugh, as if plotting something. Looking for you? Then settle grudges by fighting? No, no, no. He shook his head, a cold smile playing on his lips. That's the style of your Bayou group. We, the Heiyu, don't care for such boring routines. Lin Jiumou's brow furrowed deeper, his guard up. Don't rush to die. You can't die yet. The one-eyed man's gaze was vicious, his tone eerie. But I will cut off your hands and feet as a little punishment. Then I'll bring your parents and sister over. Don't worry, I'll be very gentle before I torture them. He watched Lin Jiumou's face grow darker, a cruel smile on his lips. I won't kill them immediately, though I used to slaughter pigs and killing people is no problem. But I'll peel their skin, slice the meat bit by bit, maybe even you know. Oh, by the way, you have to watch. You must. It's my masterpiece. If you don't, I'll cut off your eyelids. My knife skills are poor, and if I hit your eyeballs, you'll be blind like me. He finished with a sinister laugh, revealing crooked teeth like a devil's fangs, chilling to the bone. Why so silent? Are you scared? Why not kneel first? Really, someone who just became a demon tamer can't beat me. I'll save you some strength. The man looked sincere, as if advising a friend against drunk driving, yet exuding a mad aura. A gust of wind blew, leaves swirled like ghostly wails, and the moon was gradually shrouded by clouds, the sky growing ever darker. Lin Jiumou looked up at the sky, exhaling slowly, raising his hand as mist seeped from his palm, beginning the summoning. His eyes fixed on the one-eyed man, pupils deep as the night, like those black wolf eyes of Songzi. Thanks to you, I've realized my shortcomings in protecting my family. Lin Jiumou said to the one-eyed man with equal sincerity. I will improve myself, to ensure no danger befalls them. As the black and white mist swirled, Songzi emerged from the smoke, standing before Lin Jiumou. Of course, that's for later, and has nothing to do with you. Lin Jiumou's tone turned resolute. Originally, I wanted to capture you and hand you over to the Bayou you mentioned, but I've changed my mind. The pair of black wolf eyes stared at the one-eyed man, and for the first time, Lin Jiumou felt a murderous intent, his cold words echoing. Tonight, you must die. As soon as Lin Jiumou finished speaking, the one-eyed man paused for a moment before bursting into a shrill laugh, as if he'd heard the most absurd joke. Ha ha, you're so naive to think that a tier 1 level 9 beast can stand against me. Lin Jiumou raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He realized that the battle bracelets used by other beast masters couldn't accurately determine the beast's rank. Otherwise, the one-eyed man wouldn't dismiss him so easily. Watch closely. This is the gap between us. The one-eyed man, having laughed enough, raised his hand to summon his fire spirit ape. At his command, a blood-red beast ring appeared before him. An 2-meter tall ape, with robust limbs and a body engulfed in flames, emerged. The fire spirit ape pounded its flame-covered fists against its chest, the fire spreading across its fur, enveloping it entirely without harming its skin. The intense glow lit up the desolate area. You've got some skill to reach tier 1 level 9 in such a short time, but you're still no match for my tier 2 fire spirit ape, the one-eyed man said disdainfully. Then, he commanded the fire spirit ape, attack. Crush that wolf into a pulp. The fire spirit ape leaped high, its fiery fist aimed at Xia Songzi, accompanied by a whooshing sound. Dodge! Lin Jiumou squinted, quickly ordering and retreating. Xia Songzi moved faster, darting aside almost as soon as Lin Jiumou spoke. Boom! The fire spirit ape's heavy fist hit Xia Songzi's previous spot, creating a half-meter deep crater, flames scattering with a crackling noise. Lin Jiumou frowned, stepping back again to increase the distance. It actually dodged. The one-eyed man was surprised, then smirked darkly. Let's see how many times you can dodge. Again, the fire spirit ape leaped once more, this time swinging both fists towards Xia Songzi's abdomen and head. Keep dodging, Lin Jiumou shouted, his eyes gleaming with determination. He cherished this battle as it was a rare chance to spar with another beastmaster, unlike fighting mere beasts. The opponent's strength wasn't overwhelming, making it an ideal practice opportunity. Xia Songzi moved swiftly, black mist erupting from its body, darting forward before the fire spirit ape could land. Bang! Bang! The punches missed again. The one-eyed man, unwilling to accept defeat, continued to command. Again, let's see how you'll dodge this time. He moved his fingers, forming a faintly glowing cyan mark, and flicked it onto the fire spirit ape. Roar! The mark imbued the fire spirit ape with a faint cyan glow, charging at Xia Songzi with increased speed, trailing a long flame tail. Lin Jiumou's eyes flickered as he observed, with the help of insight, the mark dissolving into complex patterns within the fire spirit ape, eventually concentrating in its limbs. Defend! Lin Jiumou ordered decisively. Xia Songzi swiftly slashed its claws, forming a deep black ice shield before it. Just as the shield solidified, the fire spirit ape's fist crashed down. Bang! The ice shield bore the impact, cracking but holding firm, much to Lin Jiumou's relief. If Xia Songzi had been ordered to dodge, it might not have been quick enough. It's impossible. A level 9 tier 1 beast should not be able to withstand such an attack. The one-eyed man's pupils contracted sharply as he stared in disbelief at the scene before him. The fiery ape's powerful punch, enhanced by its speed, was far more potent than before. Even a level 5 tier 2 beast had been severely injured by such a blow in the past. Nothing is impossible, Lin Jiumou said calmly. Now it's my turn. Xiao Songzi retracted his ice shield, transforming into a cold mist that enveloped him as he charged into the fire ape, sending it flying. Then, with a swift motion of his claws, 2 dark slashes almost blended into the night, striking like lightning. Thud! Thud! The fire ape's left forearm was severed, and a long gash appeared on its side, eliciting a cry of pain. No! My fire ape! Fight back! The one-eyed man shouted urgently, forming seals with his hands again. Just then, an ice spike whizzed past his face, slicing his cheek and causing blood to flow. Don't move, or you'll die right now, Lin Jiumou's voice echoed like a ghost. The one-eyed man looked up in terror, meeting those dark eyes, a chill running through him as fear spread across his face. The battle continued as the fire ape, despite its pain, received the order to fight back and charged at Xiao Songzi again. Its speed-boosting mark was still active, making it no slower than Xiao Songzi. In an instant, Xiao Songzi's speed advantage vanished. Facing the oncoming punch, black mist rose from Xiao Songzi, transforming into 3 azure ice spikes. The mist then spread, forming black ice spikes. This was a combination of the talents of dark flow and profound ice, a fighting technique Lin Jiumou had developed in solitude. The dark mist, like several arms, hurled the ice spikes with force. Thud! Clang! Thud! One ice spike shattered against the fiery fist, but the other 2 struck the fire ape, spiraling through its body. The fire ape fell heavily, convulsing as its breath weakened, the intense flames dimming, and the surrounding darkness growing even more oppressive than before. You! The one-eyed man's teeth chattered with fear as his mind raced. Why didn't you kill me just now? No, you can't kill me. I can serve you. Why didn't I kill you? Because that would be too easy. For someone who threatens my family, I don't want you to die too quickly. I hear that when a beast dies, the beast master suffers greatly. Let's see if that's true for you. You wicked beast masters should be used to that, right? Lin Jiumou said coolly, slowly approaching the one-eyed man. No, no, you can't do this. I really can serve you. The one-eyed man retreated in terror, his legs weak, a damp smell spreading from his pants. Serve me? I don't trust you. But that speed technique you used on your beast was quite unique. Hand it over, and I'll make it quick for you, Lin Jiumou said expressionlessly. Aye. The one-eyed man hesitated, seeing his beast losing more blood. Finally, he sighed deeply, took out a scroll-like item from his pocket, and tossed it to Lin Jiumou. This is the Gale technique from earlier. Lin Jiumou didn't catch it, instead cautiously stepping back, eyes fixed on the scroll as it hit the ground. Xiao Songzi, finish him. With a swift motion, the black mist spiral from Xiao Songzi transformed into a sharp spike, piercing into the head of the fire spirit ape. Ugh! A single-eyed man turned pale, spewing blood as he clutched his head, screaming in agony, his body convulsing violently. You broke your promise, he said with a look of venomous resentment. I said I'd give you a quick death if you handed over the acceleration method. I never said I'd let you go, Lin Jiumou replied with a cold expression, as if looking at a dead man. Is that so? Then let's die together. As the man spoke, the scroll on the ground emitted a red glow. Instantly, he appeared at the scroll's position from 10 meters away, lunging at Lin Jiumou with a short knife in hand, its blade glinting a dark green as it aimed for Lin Jiumou's throat. If Lin Jiumou hadn't retreated earlier, avoiding the scroll, the situation would have been far more dangerous. With a quick flash of black light, Lin Jiumou appeared behind the man, now holding a black katana formed from dark energy and ice. In the night, crimson blood dripped steadily from the blade. You, the one-eyed man began, but his throat split open, blood gushing out. Having swiftly defeated his enemy, Lin Jiumou closed his eyes tightly, letting the katana fall to the ground and dissolve into energy. The faint metallic scent of blood filled his nostrils, cold and damp, searing the memory into his mind. The moon emerged from behind the clouds, its gentle light casting Lin Jiumou's shadow, making him appear especially frail. Xiao Songzi approached, nudging his arm, sensing his emotional turmoil, and showing a worried expression. I'm fine, really, just feeling a bit unsettled, Lin Jiumou reassured, steadying himself as he opened his now calm eyes. He glanced back at the twitching, decapitated body of the one-eyed man, his pale face showing both confusion and resolve, unsure how to express himself. This was his first encounter with a demon tamer and his first kill, marking his initial experience in saving someone. He felt no regret, even relieved it happened before the resurgence of spiritual energy. In the future, strength would be the key to everything. To protect his parents and sister, he must fight and be stronger than any threat. Killing would not be the last. Let's go home, Lin Jiumou said, collapsing onto Xiao Songzi's back. Xiao Songzi let out a soft growl, picked up the scroll from the ground, and with a few leaps, disappeared into the night. Lin Jiumou returned home through the window and quickly went to the bathroom to wash off the blood spatters on him. When he opened the door, his sister was standing there, her face full of suspicion. What? Lin Jiumou raised an eyebrow, his tone impatient. Brother, you're acting weird, his sister frowned, her eyes scanning him. You hogged the bathroom for so long, could it be? A vein throbbed on Lin Jiumou's forehead as he raised his hand without hesitation. Thud! Ouch! You hit me, his sister exclaimed, holding her head and looking at him with grievance. Get those ridiculous thoughts out of your head. I haven't even asked you yet. Lin Jiumou glared at her, his tone stern. What's been going on with you lately? Acting all mysterious and disappearing all the time. I didn't do anything. His sister mumbled, her eyes darting around. If you're dating someone, you should let me know so I can show you what it's like to have a crazy brother, Lin Jiumou said, just as his sister let out a dismissive laugh. Huh, I'm not that childish. Early romances are for little boys and girls. After some playful banter, his sister ran into the bathroom, and Lin Jiumou let out a sigh of relief. There were still traces of blood on his pajamas, which would have been hard to explain if discovered. Returning to his room, he locked the door and took out the scroll given to him by the one-eyed man. Upon unrolling it, he saw it detailed the use of 3 strange seals, complete with illustrations. Secret Technique 1, Gale Seal 1 star, slightly enhances wind element power and speed, maximum boost 25. Secret Technique 2, Boiling Blood Seal 2 stars, consumes blood to enhance combat power, maximum boost 100, lasts 1 minute, followed by a weakened state. Duration depends on the Beastmaster's physical condition. Secret Technique 3, Flame Seal 1 star, slightly enhances fire element power and burning effect, maximum boost 25. Secret Technique? This term seemed familiar. Lin Jiumou took out his phone, opened the file Sister Fang had given him, and searched the index for the keyword, then clicked on it. Secret techniques are skills mastered by humans after 20 years of research. They simulate the operation of Beastmaster elements using mental power, forming secret technique seals that can be applied to Beastmasters without elemental conflict. The stronger the mental power, the more secret techniques can be supported simultaneously. In the future, secret techniques can be exchanged at places like the Beastmaster Guild, academies, and the Glory Exchange. I see, Lin Jiumou murmured, feeling relieved. Luckily, the one-eyed man hadn't used the boiling blood seal. Otherwise, the outcome of the battle would have been uncertain. However, upon turning the page, he saw more information about secret techniques. The higher the star level, the more powerful the technique, but it also consumed more, and due to the genetic chain, high-star techniques couldn't be used on low-star Beastmasters. Lin Jiumou suddenly understood. This meant that even if the one-eyed man wanted to use another secret technique, at most, he could only use a flame seal, and he would still not be a match for Xiaosongzi. Seeing this, he put down the phone, crossed his hands, and began practicing the secret techniques according to the scroll, starting with the easiest and least conflicting Gale seal. This practice lasted the entire night. The next day, Lin Jiumou attended class with faint dark circles under his eyes. After finally making it through the school day, he walked home with Yemo, when he suddenly spotted a familiar figure. "Where are you going?" Lin Jiumou called out. The figure stopped and cautiously turned around. "Hey, brother, you're here too. What a coincidence," his sister grinned sheepishly, her eyes subtly shifting as if she was plotting an escape. A girl stood next to my sister, her hair styled in twin ponytails. She wore revealing clothes, had tattoos on her arms, and a lollipop in her mouth, giving off a rebellious vibe. She impatiently stared at Lin Jiumou. "Aren't you going home for dinner?" Lin Jiumou asked. My sister hesitated, seeming a bit uncertain. "Hurry up, we don't have much time." The girl mumbled around the lollipop, then grabbed my sister and ran off into the distance. Lin Jiumou frowned, ready to follow, when a familiar figure suddenly appeared. "I'm back." Wu Mei stood in front of Lin Jiumou, hands on her hips, defiantly looking at him. Lin Jiumou intended to ignore her and continue his pursuit, but she moved left when he moved left. She followed right when he went right. "What do you want now?" Lin Jiumou asked, annoyed. Wu Mei withdrew her hands, stepped back 2 paces, and with a serious expression, solemnly held out a letter with both hands. "Lin Jiumou, as a demon tamer, I, Wu Mei, officially challenge you to a duel. The time is tonight, and the location is in the letter. This is a challenge notice. Have you been watching too many martial arts films?" Lin Jiumou said, exasperated, as he watched his sister vanish around the corner. He sighed. "Why are you so eager to challenge me? I've been a demon tamer for 4 years, completed over 60 missions without fail, until you beat me to it this time. People are mocking me, saying I'm not even as good as a rookie demon tamer. I refuse to accept that. I have to fight you to prove who's stronger." Wu Mei declared earnestly. She then pulled a vibrant blue demon core from her bulging pocket. "This is a tier 2 demon core I obtained last year. It will be the prize for our duel. You don't have to offer anything. Whoever wins gets this core. The blue-winged ice-eyed bird demon core, 2-star, ice attribute. Consuming it could enhance an ice-type demon beast's icy energy, and for non-ice types without conflicts, it had a very small chance of granting an ice attribute." As soon as the core appeared, Lin Jiumou could feel Little Pine's eager anticipation. "Do you really care so much about what others think?" Lin Jiumou asked. Earlier today, he had heard rumors at school about him stealing from a girl from another school, but he hadn't paid them any mind. "I just want to win," Wu Mei said stubbornly, puffing out her not-so-full chest. "Yes or no, give me an answer. If you refuse, I'll come back tomorrow." Again, Lin Jiumou raised an eyebrow and shook his head slightly. Just as Wu Mei thought he would refuse again, Lin Jiumou reached out and took the challenge letter. "All right, I do need an ice-type demon core." He glanced at the challenge letter, noticing his name written in elegant handwriting. It was true appearances can be deceiving. "Really?" Wu Mei's eyes lit up with joy, not even hearing the rest of Lin Jiumou's words. Lin Jiumou nodded slightly and walked past her, heading home. With this tier 2 demon core, Little Pine should be able to break through to tier 2. At night, Lin Jiumou arrived at the location specified in the challenge letter, which was an enclosed construction site surrounded by metal sheets. Ostensibly, it belonged to a real estate company, but in reality, it was the future headquarters of the Demon Taming Guild. The gate was tightly locked, so he leapt up, using the top for leverage to vault over. Before him stood an oval-shaped, imposing structure, resembling a sleeping giant egg in the darkness, devoid of any lights. However, it wouldn't be long before the place would be brightly lit. "Knock, knock, knock, what are you doing here? Ghost hunting? Get out of here," came an old man's voice accompanied by tapping sounds. He was peeking out from a small metal shed next to the guild, looking quite impatient. Lin Jiumou smiled slightly, ignoring the man's words, and walked straight to the shed. Inside, he saw a board with a palm drawn on it, along with intricate patterns, the beginning stance for summoning demons. "What's this, old man? Looks interesting," Lin Jiumou asked, feigning curiosity while pointing at the board. "Graffiti, what else? Now get going, or the security will come, and you'll be in trouble. The old man replied impatiently, taking a puff of his cigarette. Graffiti? Is it this kind of graffiti? Lin Jiumou raised his hand, and the patterns in his palm glowed. The old man was taken aback for a moment, but then realized and chuckled. You sly one, playing tricks on me, huh? Get in there. A hatch opened on the ground, revealing a passage. Lin Jiumou smiled, apologized, and quickly entered the tunnel. Another newcomer, huh? The old man muttered, continuing to smoke as he glanced up at the sky. Navigating the maze-like passages, Lin Jiumou estimated that the place was at least 20 meters underground. Even if a fight broke out here, no sound would reach the surface. As he saw light ahead, he stepped inside and was astounded. Instead of a simple underground cave, he found himself in an elegant and spacious hall, reminiscent of a financial trading floor, stretching hundreds of meters in all directions. In the center was a circular platform where two demon tamers were engaged in a duel. Around the hall were various shops, their signs catching his eye. Demon Core Exchange, Demon Taming Intelligence, Old Wong's Feed Store, Demon Taming Tavern, and more, almost everything related to demon taming. The place was bustling, with around 200 people, nearly a third of all the demon tamers into watching. Some had smaller demons by their side, and a quick scan revealed most were of the first level. The arrival of a new face immediately drew attention. Hey there, a newcomer or an out-of-towner? A drunken man whistled at him, friendly and familiar. If you need any help, just ask me. A middle-aged woman pushing a cart winked at him, causing Lin Jiumou to step aside a few paces, eliciting laughter from those nearby and drawing even more attention. That's enough. I invited him here. Do you want to mess with me? Wu Mei's voice rang out as she ran over, hands on her hips, scolding them. No, wouldn't dare. He's your guest. The drunken man immediately replied, looking sheepish. Exactly. Is that handsome guy the one who took your remnant mouse? The middle-aged woman said, eyeing Lin Jiumou up and down as if trying to see through his clothes and gather information about his physique. The surrounding crowd began to look over with curious or scrutinizing gazes, unconsciously gathering around the scene. Old maid, what are you talking about? Keep rambling, and I'll fight you first. Wu Mei grabbed the collar of the middle-aged woman, scaring her into quickly breaking free and pushing her cart away. Wu Mei looked around at the increasing crowd and shouted, anyone else want to join the fun? Come out and fight me first. The crowd immediately backed away several steps, as if facing a demon rather than a girl. Lin Jiumou looked at her in surprise and teased, I didn't realize you were so famous here. So many people are afraid of you. Of course, this place is different from up there. It's not about seniority, it's about strength. Even though I'm still a student, you can count on your fingers the number of people here who aren't afraid of me, Wu Mei said proudly. Just then, 3 other young people came running over. Big sis, what's going on this time? Are you picking a fight again? Asked a short-haired girl in a jacket who looked like a tomboy, grabbing Wu Mei's arm. Yeah, our points are almost gone because of you. Take it easy, a pale and frail-looking boy complained. A blonde boy said nothing, just stared at Lin Jiumou with a hint of hostility. Sensing this, Lin Jiumou looked back, and the boy immediately softened his expression into a sheepish smile. Lin Jiumou frowned slightly. Come on, we still have a few points left. Wu Mei grinned, unconcerned, then pointed at Lin Jiumou. By the way, this is the guy I'm challenging tonight. Condolences in advance. The tomboy and the frail boy nodded at Lin Jiumou, giving him sympathetic looks. The blonde boy also gave a goofy smile and encouraged, good luck. You guys have a lot of confidence in her, Lin Jiumou said with a smile. It's not about confidence, buddy, the tomboy said, patting his shoulder with a sigh. Every newcomer who encounters our big sis in the demon control hall usually walks in and crawls out. Her strength in Tuo City is not quite first tier, but definitely second tier. Exactly. So, my friend, I hope after losing the demon control battle, you run fast. Otherwise, if our big sis catches up, you'll end up with broken bones, and my remaining points will be gone, the frail boy said pitifully, almost in tears, clearly having suffered from his big sis's victories. Lin Jiumou was taken aback, realizing that not many people in the demon control hall seemed normal. As they spoke, news of Wu Mei bullying a newcomer spread quickly, and countless eyes glanced over, some intentionally, some unintentionally. Little sister, is this the guy who took your demon core? Want me to help you out? A flashy, gold-adorned guy strolled over, exuding confidence. Get lost. I don't need help with my business, Wu Mei responded bluntly. Can we place bets then? The guy asked with a smile. Do whatever you want, Wu Mei replied indifferently. Great. The flashy guy turned to Lin Jiumou, smiling. Buddy, hang in there. If you last 10 seconds, I might just buy another car. After he finished speaking, a few people behind him couldn't help but laugh, and then the group moved towards a corner of the hall. Besides them, many others were also heading in that direction. Wu Mei turned around and said urgently, wait here. I'm going to sign up for the next Beastmaster challenge. I'll call you when it's our turn, so don't run off. She seemed worried that Lin Jiumou might change his mind, and quickly dashed off in a certain direction, leaving behind a small figure. Lin Jiumou shrugged, not paying much attention to it, and curiously asked, What are the bets here about? According to the information provided by Sister Fang, the shops in this Beastmaster Hall are either officially authorized or directly operated, and even the stakes for the challenges are regulated. The purpose is to encourage healthy competition among Beastmasters and promote their growth. Therefore, betting here is generally safe from scams. The tomboy casually replied, plenty of things: Beastmaster equipment, beast food, beast cores, or other beast materials, money, points, you name it. What about secret techniques? Lin Jiumou asked. Possible, but who'd be foolish enough to bet secret techniques? The tomboy seemed to laugh at Lin Jiumou's naivety. There are less than 100 secret techniques in the whole city of Duel, and Beastmasters would rather worship them with incense 3 times a day. The scholarly young man patted Lin Jiumou on the shoulder, advising, you'd better save your energy and prepare to run. They don't allow bets on the opponent winning here to prevent match fixing. He was still caught up in the premonition of his points being wiped out. Thanks, but I plan to bet on myself winning. Lin Jiumou smiled, unconcerned about their surprised looks, and followed the crowd to the betting window. By now, the list and odds for the next challenge were displayed above the betting window. Wu Mei odds 1, 0.5. Lin Jiumou odds 1, 1.5. Lin Jiumou slipped a scroll containing secret techniques into the window and said calmly, bet on Lin Jiumou. That's the stake. The girl handling the bets absent-mindedly took it, glanced at it, and then widened her eyes, staring blankly at Lin Jiumou. You. She stammered. That's right, the stake is this. Lin Jiumou nodded. He knew these secret techniques were obtained from that one-eyed man, and although they seemed usable, they were fraught with hidden dangers. If these secret techniques were linked to an evil organization, using them recklessly might lead other beast masters to believe he was associated with that organization, and could even provoke retaliation from the one-eyed man's organization. Therefore, using these secret techniques to win safer ones was a better choice. Okay, all right. The girl appeared particularly excited, as it seemed rare for someone to bet secret techniques. After verifying them on the machine, she handed Lin Jiumou a slip. Take this. If you win, you can claim your prize with it, either as points or money, or exchange it for similar items. Thank you. When he returned to his original spot, a considerable number of demon tamers had already gathered around. Each person held a slip of paper, whispering amongst themselves. A middle-aged man urged, hey, where's the guy you fought? Hurry up, I'm waiting to collect my money. Another shouted, it's just money. I bet 3 demon cores. The crowd buzzed with people sharing their wagers. Except for a few who took a gamble on Lin Jiumou, most had placed their bets on Wu Mei. Wu Mei listened to these remarks, her face showing a proud expression. When she saw Lin Jiumou approaching, she couldn't help but lift her chin, as if saying, see, that's what popularity looks like. Lin Jiumou smiled slightly, ignoring the crowd, and waved his slip of paper. He quickly put it away before anyone, including Wu Mei, could see what he had wagered. The fight's about to start, but I have a question, Lin Jiumou said, glancing around. Earlier, you mentioned that the Shadow Mouse incident caused people to laugh at you. Why do I feel it's not that bad? He noticed that since he arrived at the Demon Taming Hall, more people seemed to fear Wu Mei than mock her. Only 2 dared to mention the Shadow Mouse incident. A flashy guy who led the betting and a lecherous woman. At this moment, a timid young man approached Lin Jiumou and whispered, those who mock the big sister are mostly from the first tier of strong tamers. They rarely come to the Demon Taming Hall. Lin Jiumou suddenly understood. Anyway, you promised, so don't even think about backing out. Wu Mei declared, giving the timid young man a glare before striding toward the challenge platform at the center of the hall. Behind her followed a large group of demon tamers who looked like gamblers, resembling a gang led by a formidable woman. Lin Jiumou shrugged and smiled, following the crowd. Backing out wasn't an option. He had already wagered 3 secret techniques. As both parties stepped onto the platform, the gamblers were even more excited, having already picked their spots around the challenge platform. This commotion attracted many demon tamers who had been chatting nearby. They gathered around to inquire, and soon laughed. Looks like the little sister has found someone else to bully, joked a few veterans of the Demon Taming Hall. The last newcomer cried after being beaten and hasn't returned to the Demon Taming Guild for a month. I wonder how this one will fare. I just hope he lasts a bit longer. Not much, just 10 seconds. I bet on him surrendering after 10 seconds, the flashy guy said nonchalantly. You all are so ruthless. I'm different. I bet 10 first-tier demon cores on that handsome guy, remarked the lecherous woman. As she spoke, she suddenly froze, surprised to see Judge Jean appear. The others looked over, equally astonished. A man in a sharp suit, with slicked-back hair and a stern face, walked onto the platform under the respectful gazes of the crowd. His appearance caused quite a stir. It's Judge Jean. Isn't he only supposed to appear for battles between second-tier and above strong tamers? Someone exclaimed. Did someone wager a treasure so valuable that the organizers had to bring him out to ensure absolute fairness? Another speculated. Amidst the whispers, the elders who had been speaking earlier exchanged glances, their expressions turning serious. Judge Jean had already approached one side. Wu Mei, he asked. That's me. Wu Mei replied. Judge Jean recorded her identity and confirmed the information before moving to Lin Jiumou's side. Lin Jiumou, he asked again. That's me, Lin Jiumou responded. The referee, Jean, stood in the center of the challenge platform, his voice resonating with authority. Today's challenge features Wu Mei versus Lin Jiumou. The rules are clear. Stop before causing serious harm. No intentional killing of the opponent or their beasts. If either beast is incapacitated or the participant concedes, it's a loss. His sharp gaze scanned the audience, pausing briefly to nod in the direction of a portly middle-aged man in a t-shirt, shorts, and slippers, who smiled and nodded back, asking, "Is that young man Lin Jiumou?" "Yes," replied someone beside him. He was invited to hunt the shadow mouse right after joining, took on a second-stage shadow mouse with his first-stage beast, and ultimately killed it himself. He's also the biggest bettor tonight. Remarkable. The middle-aged man squinted with excitement, though those familiar with him frowned. Helping him isn't according to the rules. This is the real spirit of the rules, the man chuckled. We strive for fairness, but the ultimate goal of fairness is to protect people, combat disasters, and fend off the evil beasts, not to stifle the growth of talented beastmasters. Rules need to be applied flexibly. On the platform, the referee finished explaining the rules, and both competitors raised their hands to summon their beasts. Wu Mei's beast was a massive metallic turtle, 4 meters in diameter, its silver-white body shimmering with a metallic sheen, covered in light, white circular markings. Its small black eyes blinked adorably, but anyone who underestimated it would regret it. A second stage, level 6. Lin Jiumou frowned slightly. This was the highest level beast he had faced so far, even more so than the second stage, level 4 shadow mouse that nearly destroyed his beast, Xiaosongzi. No wonder this turtle could heavily wound the shadow mouse. The appearance of the steel shell turtle drew cheers from the crowd, while Xiaosongzi received jeers. In terms of both level and size, Xiaosongzi seemed much weaker. The beast masters in the hall were shrewd. Though they privately mocked Wu Mei for losing her beast core, they knew she was powerful in battle. In their eyes, newcomer Lin Jiumou was just another monthly challenger, providing a bit of entertainment for the veterans. Ready? Jean raised his hand, and the hall fell silent as the challenge began. As his words fell, Wu Mei pointed forward, commanding, "Old iron. Launch steel burst." The steel shell turtle obeyed, its mouth moving before ejecting an irregular metal chunk at high speed, with a whistling sound, though its aim seemed off, heading to Xiaosongzi's side. "You idiot. You missed again." Wu Mei stomped in frustration. The distance of several dozen meters vanished in an instant. As the metal chunk was about to land to Xiaosongzi's side, a glint appeared in Lin Jiumou's eyes as he softly said, "Jump 2 steps to the left." Xiaosongzi responded, retreating slightly to widen the gap. Bang! The metal chunk hit the ground, exploding like a bomb, scattering sharp steel shards that pierced the spot where Xiaosongzi had stood, leaving only the ends quivering in the ground like a field of small blades. "I thought your aim was pretty good. It covered most of the area, right?" Lin Jiumou retorted. Wu Mei smiled awkwardly, not noticing Lin Jiumou's expression growing serious as he spoke. "Now it's my turn." As soon as Lin Jiumou finished speaking, Xiaosongzi let out a wolf howl and charged forward, instantly closing the distance by dozens of meters, trailing a long black mist behind. Wu Mei looked panicked and quickly shouted, use the steel blast." Her expression seemed genuinely frightened. The steel-armored turtle opened its mouth, launching 3 metal pieces in a triangular formation towards Xiaosongzi's head and shoulders. With less than 5 meters to dodge, evading seemed nearly impossible. Bang! 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 The metal pieces exploded into countless tiny blades, but they were blocked by a blue ice shield, which shattered with a crisp sound. Xiaosongzi emerged, slashing its claws directly at the steel-armored turtle's head. The turtle quickly retracted its head into its shell, then leapt up. Sharp black claws sliced through the air, striking the shell. A piercing metallic screech echoed, leaving 2 deep grooves about 2 inches into the shell. The power of this strike made many in the audience gasp, thinking to themselves, "What formidable claws. If that were my beast, it would be fatal." This beast is extraordinary. Even second-tier beasts struggle to mark the steel-armored turtle's shell. However, Wu Mei wore a triumphant smile, feeling smug inside. "Haha, old iron. Stab it." Black Ice full defense. Her voice and Lin Jiumou's almost overlapped. The armor spikes retracted the metallic body, rebounding with greater force, forming a metal spike attack that grew stronger the closer it was, up to twice the damage. It could surprise from afar with a steel blast, and defend while attacking up close with armor spikes. Wu Mei had relied on these moves to emerge unscathed from many battles. No matter how strong a second-tier beast was, without prior knowledge of the steel-armored turtle's abilities, it would struggle against it. Wu Mei's panic and frustration were merely a ruse. Every move was part of her plan. Bang! The armor spike struck fiercely, shaking the air, with ripples spreading from the impact. Xiaosongzi was hit, sent flying over 10 meters, tumbling 3 or 4 times in the air. Just as it was about to land headfirst, it quickly adjusted, landing steadily. Its body was covered in cracked black ice, but remained unbroken. As the energy dispersed, Xia Songzi shook its fur, scratched its neck with a hind leg, scattering pieces of ice. This move was triggered by the black ring around Xia Songzi's neck, formed from its claws, activating in danger to create a protective layer of black ice. Seeing this technique, Lin Jiumou recalled the time when Xia Songzi was struck on the neck by a shadow mouse while protecting a baby. Perhaps that crisis prompted Xia Songzi to evolve with a focus on its neck's vulnerability. Seeing Xia Songzi unharmed and casually scratching its neck, Wu Mei exclaimed, "How is that possible? You've got to be kidding." "Nothing's impossible," Lin Jiumou thought, relieved. With the moves tested, it was time to continue. Xia Songzi let out another wolf howl, enveloped in swirling black smoke that formed a thin black ice armor, charging forward once more, faster than before, as if everything earlier was just a game. "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Wu Mei's expression suddenly turned serious as she stopped her playful antics and continued her attack. Bang, bang, bang. Xiao Songzi nimbly ran in a zigzag pattern, dodging the flying metal balls, gradually closing in on the steel-armored turtle. When it was 5 meters away from its target, it suddenly swung its claws, and several black ice claw lights accurately hit the previous claw marks on the turtle shell. It then deftly avoided another metal ball and charged forward. Squeak, the previous claw marks became deeper, leaving distinct impressions on the shell. After landing a hit, Xiao Songzi quickly retreated, skillfully dodging the attack as the armored spikes retracted. "It's useless. This steel armor is thick. Even if you exhaust your wolf strength, you won't draw blood," Wu Mei said arrogantly. Lin Jiumou, however, remained unfazed and continued directing Xiao Songzi. This battle was a clash of extremes. One side had strong defense, capable of both long-range and close combat, but was incredibly slow. The other moved like the wind with sharp attacks, but inflicted only shallow wounds. The battle continued, with the steel-armored turtle retreating to a corner of the challenge platform, acting like an immovable turret, firing metal chunks at Xiao Songzi. Xiao Songzi kept changing directions, zigzagging and swerving in shapes, closing in on the enemy and taking the opportunity to strike the claw marks on the turtle's back. In the blink of an eye, 10 minutes passed, and the steel-armored turtle had been hit more than 20 times, with the claw marks widened to nearly fit a fist, yet no flesh was visible. The incredibly thick defense left the onlookers with dry throats and tingling scalps. With such a defense, it's no wonder it could easily overpower others before. Who would dare challenge it? Realizing this, the crowd directed their sympathy and admiration towards Lin Jiumou's beast. After all, battling from a first-tier level 9 against a second-tier level 6 for this long, and leaving such deep claw marks, was already a remarkable feat. If the claws were any sharper, victory might even be possible. "Not bad," a chubby middle-aged man in the distance remarked. Though he didn't think Lin Jiumou could win, he nodded in appreciation, seeing potential in both beasts. Bang, bang, bang. After another series of explosions, Xiao Songzi stopped, panting heavily. The frequent dodging inevitably led to some hits, and parts of its thin armor were stained with blood. "You should admit defeat. You can't win," Wu Mei said seriously. "Old iron steel armor is more than this. Scratching it 80 more times won't help. Don't exhaust your beast to death." Lin Jiumou, hearing this, used his inside ability again, a slight smile appearing on his lips. "No need, the outcome is about to be decided." "Oomph, you're really stubborn. If that's the case, I won't hold back." Wu Mei frowned and commanded, "Old iron, continue attacking." Xiao Songzi nodded slightly and started running again, dodging a few times, but still getting hit by some steel fragments. It managed to approach the steel-armored turtle, its front claws sweeping down, with the black ice claws striking. After so many attacks, its black ice claws grew even darker, and the cold aura intensified. Squeak, the familiar sound of metal being cut, rang out, and the audience shook their heads. How can this fight continue? It's bound to end in defeat. It seemed as though the crowd's predictions were coming true. Xiao Songzi landed on the turtle shell, its strength visibly waning, the claws scraping over without the previous sharpness, lacking the power. "Stubborn. Old iron, spike it," Wu Mei shouted. Referee Jean frowned, seemingly wanting to intervene to prevent the escalation, but seeing Lin Jiumou's calm demeanor, he held back his doubts and watched quietly. Xiao Songzi prepared to jump and dodge when Lin Jiumou's voice rang out. "Now, form an ice spike curtain." Though puzzled, Xiao Songzi obeyed, standing firmly on the turtle's back, not dodging the impending spike attack. Black mist rose into the air, condensing into spiral ice spikes. What's happening? Isn't he afraid of his beast dying? If the spike hits, this wolf, without ice armor, is surely doomed. The audience shook their heads in sighs. But seconds passed, and the spikes didn't appear. "Old iron, activate the spikes now," Wu Mei called out, frowning. The steel-armored turtle suddenly trembled all over, its black eyes tightly shut in pain, raising its head to let out a painful cry. with wisps of black energy rising from its back. What? This kid? I really underestimated him. The chubby middle-aged man slapped his thigh, exclaiming, he even knows how to inject dark energy, a talent suited for a nurse. The attendants nearby also turned their heads, their eyes filled with surprise and expectation. Hey, what did you do? Wu Mei shouted anxiously. Lin Jiumou glanced at her nonchalantly, smiled slightly, and replied, nothing much. Dark energy can corrode, and it's just about done now. It's that simple. His words carried a hint of ease, as if everything was under his control. Wu Mei, feeling unwilling, gritted her teeth and said, humph. It's not that easy to make me admit defeat. Even without the steel spikes, I can still beat you. Her voice was filled with determination. Old iron. Stand up and throw it down. Lin Jiumou shook his head as the dark energy eroded the steel-armored turtle from the inside out, causing it pain and significantly weakening the defense of its shell. At this moment, the turtle's shell was no longer as hard as it had been. Lin Jiumou smiled slightly and said respectfully, in that case, I respect your decision. I'll ask you again later. Just then, the rain began to fall. Xiao Songzi, unable to hold back, howled into the sky, and ice spikes rained down like droplets. Thud, thud, thud. Each ice spike fell, splattering blood everywhere. The corroded shell could not withstand this round of attack, and blood flowed freely, with the silver-white shell becoming like soft clay, easily torn apart. Old iron. Wu Mei was shocked, and the crowd below erupted in gasps of amazement, incredulously watching the calm wolf on stage. A defense close to Tier 3 was broken just like that? Lin Jiumou asked again, do you admit defeat? Xiao Songzi cooperatively gathered more and larger ice, spinning in the black mist, ready to drop and pin the turtle like a plum blossom stake. Once Wu Mei said continue. I admit defeat. Stop. Please stop. Wu Mei said as she ran toward the steel-armored turtle. Lin Jiumou turned his gaze to Judge Jean, who nodded, raised his hand, and announced, this challenge is over. The winner is Lin Jiumou. Applause erupted from the audience below. In this place where strength is valued, Lin Jiumou had gained some recognition with his abilities, although some people looked displeased, having bet heavily on his defeat. Listening to the applause, Lin Jiumou smiled slightly, and was about to recall Xiao Songzi when he saw it had already leaped off the turtle's back and moved to the center of the challenge stage, its aura fluctuating. A resonant howl echoed, different from the earlier battle cry, carrying a peculiar wave. Black and blue energy appeared on its body, slowly swirling into an energy vortex. The air moved on its own, causing the audience's clothes to flutter, and some light objects were lifted and floated in the air. What's happening? It seems like it's triggering growth. It's about to break through. Someone experienced in the crowd immediately recognized the signs, and the audience's expressions varied, some envious, some jealous, and some relieved. At level 9, it's a bottleneck. Crossing it means a significant increase in strength, while failing to do so might mean being stuck forever. Wu Mei forgot to comfort her old iron, staring blankly at the scene. Xiao Songzi stood proudly on the round platform, gazing up at the dome, breathing heavily. The blue and black energy flowed with its breath, and purer energy entered as it inhaled. The black ring on its neck subtly changed, and its body gradually grew taller, increasing from 2 meters upward. In just a few breaths, the pitch-black claws pierced the surface of the challenge platform like sharp blades, instantly rising to a height of 2.5 meters. Roar! It suddenly lifted its head and roared with a thunderous voice that startled everyone who was gazing up at it, causing the surrounding energy to dissipate. Now, its previously faint aura of intimidation became increasingly intense. The massive body stood 2.5 meters high and nearly 4 meters long, with mysterious and eerie black rings that made it look like a noble yet sinister wolf king. Its cold and contemptuous wolf eyes scanned the crowd below, making everyone it glanced at feel a chill in their heart, faces turning pale, and some timid ones instinctively took 2 steps back, hearts pounding. The affected were few, only a couple of men adorned in gold and silver, some lustful women, and middle-aged, overweight men. The king's pressure. Oh my, this kid's wolf has quite the potential. Could it be that Tawaching is about to have a king beast? The chubby middle-aged man muttered to himself, his gaze somewhat dazed. Those around him were speechless, all in shock. Xiao Songzi glanced around, finally fixing its gaze on Lin Jiumou. The cold and contemptuous expression vanished instantly, its tail wagged, and it barked before leaping over. Ha ha, finally broke through, fantastic. Lin Jiumou laughed heartily, feeling incredibly happy inside. He had thought it would require absorbing a second-tier demon core to break through, but unexpectedly, a single battle achieved it. Woo-woo. Xiao Songzi wagged its tail like a dead rat, whining with pride, as if flaunting its perfect score. Lin Jiumou teased it while checking its attributes. As expected, Xiao Songzi successfully advanced to second-tier level 1, though the exact increase in combat power was still unknown. Lin Jiumou nodded in satisfaction. Here, a bet is a bet. The second-tier demon core is yours. Wu Mei had already put away her beast and walked over, holding up the second-tier blue-winged eye-side bird demon core. Although her face showed some dismay, there was no sign of reluctance. Lin Jiumou took the demon core and tossed it to Xiao Songzi, who caught it in its mouth and swallowed it whole. Then, Wu Mei dragged the frail-looking boy towards the beast treatment room, clearly to treat their beast. The frail guy ultimately couldn't keep his few points. Before leaving, the boy who always wore a goofy smile, yet occasionally showed hostility towards him, glanced at him a few more times. Other beast masters also rushed onto the stage, trying to get acquainted with Lin Jiumou, but before they could speak, Judge Jean walked up. "Mr. Lin, you haven't redeemed your bet yet. Please follow me," Judge Jean said with a smile. Lin Jiumou nodded and followed him, leaving the crowd. They arrived at a small door next to the betting window, entering a dimly lit area. After a series of left and right turns that nearly disoriented him, they finally reached an office. Inside sat a disheveled, casually dressed middle-aged man, intently making tea. Next to him stood a sharply dressed, unsmiling young man, whose keen eyes swept over Lin Jiumou upon his entrance, as if assessing him. "Come in, have a seat, don't be shy," the chubby man warmly invited. Lin Jiumou glanced at the young man, nodded at the chubby man, and sat on the sofa opposite him. "I watched the challenge just now, very calm and composed. Well done," the chubby man said, deftly using tea tongs to serve him a cup of tea, then turned to say, "Ah Wu, have some tea too." The young man nodded, picked up the tea, gently blew on it, and sipped it in 3 parts. "Thank you. I'm here to redeem my bet. How does that work?" Lin Jiumou went straight to the point after sipping his tea. The chubby man smiled and said, "I have 2 exchange options for you. Choose one. The first is a direct exchange, where you get 2 1-star secret techniques and 1 2-star secret technique at random. The second," he squinted his eyes and continued, "it happens that the few secret techniques you bet are ones I don't have here. So I'd like to reclaim the 3 secret techniques you wagered and exchange them directly for 3 2-star secret techniques." Hearing this, Lin Jiumou was stunned, looking at the chubby man in surprise. If he hadn't known the man was an official, he would have suspected some hidden agenda. Although different secret techniques vary in value depending on their functions, generally speaking, the value of a second-tier secret technique is over 10 times that of a first-tier one, and even then, it's hard to find someone willing to trade. This chubby man's offer seemed overly generous, and Lin Jiumou couldn't fathom what made him so eager to befriend. "So, which one will it be?" the chubby man asked with a smile. Lin Jiumou pondered for a moment and asked, "No additional conditions?" "Of course not. You're a newcomer. What could you possibly do for me?" the chubby man replied confidently. Lin Jiumou decided, "I'll choose the second option." The chubby man nodded in satisfaction, gesturing for the young man standing by to bring out a thick leather scroll and place it in front of Lin Jiumou. "You can choose 2 2-star secret techniques from it. As for the third one, it's a lottery." As Lin Jiumou was invited to choose secret techniques, Wu Mei emerged from the treatment room. She refused anyone's company and headed alone to the entrance of Lin Jiumou's school. At the gate, she paced back and forth, looking troubled and conflicted. Finally, she stomped her foot and muttered under her breath, "A bet's a bet." She glanced at the security booth, and when the guard wasn't paying attention, she slipped inside and quickly ran to the school's confession wall. Taking out a piece of chalk, she began to write an apology. "I, Wu Mei, apologize to Lin Jiumou of the senior class for falsely accusing him of theft after he rejected my advances." Her writing filled the wall, ending with, "Wu Mei, a sophomore at Nanqing's second high school." Satisfied, she tapped the chalk against the wall. "What are you doing?" A voice suddenly interrupted her thoughts. Lin Jiumou asked in confusion, "Wow, a raffle?" The middle-aged man chuckled, motioning for him to choose 2. Lin Jiumou nodded, opened the scroll, and saw a list of secret techniques, their star ratings, and brief descriptions. There were nearly 52-star techniques, and even more 3-star and 4-star ones, which surprised him. He had thought that with the spiritual energy not fully revived, there wouldn't be many techniques, but the scroll was quite comprehensive. Was this list unique to each city, or was it shared among all cities? 20 years of accumulation had indeed made a difference. Setting aside distractions, Lin Jiumou quickly scanned the second-tier techniques, muttering to himself as time passed. The middle-aged man was in no rush, leisurely sipping tea, while Oh stood like a pine tree, quietly waiting. After a while, Lin Jiumou looked up and firmly said, "I've made my choice. I want these 2, Dark Assault and Ice Shatter Claw." Dark Assault, a 2-star technique, enhances dark attribute damage and movement speed, allowing one to merge into darkness, with a maximum boost of 50, influenced by proficiency and environment. Ice Shatter Claw, also a 2-star technique, forms an armed ice claw, enhancing tearing and freezing effects, influenced by one's ice attribute. In the battle against the steel armor turtle, although Xiaosongzi won, it wasn't easy. The claw's destructive power and energy intensity were lacking. If the claws had been more powerful, faster, or stronger, the fight wouldn't have been so difficult. As for defense, the black ring and ice shield were sufficient since it wasn't on a thick-skinned, durable path. With these two techniques, Xiaosongzi's combat strength would surely improve. Oh, go get these two techniques, the middle-aged man said, nodding slightly without questioning Lin Jiumou's choices. Oh nodded and left. For the third choice, the man smiled and said, let's see how lucky you are. He pulled out a small child's toy spinning wheel from under the table, barely palm-sized, and paused. Haha, wrong one. This was Ao's from when he was a kid, the man laughed. The door opened again as Ao entered, his face darkening upon seeing the toy. He quickly tossed the two techniques to Lin Jiumou and hid the wheel in a cabinet. A large disc suddenly appeared out of nowhere and was placed on the table. The middle-aged, overweight man gritted his teeth and said, this is yours. Yes, this is it. I wondered why I couldn't find it. Turns out you took it. He laughed and handed the wheel to Lin Jiumou. The relationship between them was complex, resembling that of a superior and subordinate, a protector and bodyguard, or even a father and son or uncle and nephew. However, Lin Jiumou was not concerned with this. He took the wheel and saw it was inscribed with various secret techniques: blood spirit strike, ice armor, spirit martial arts, eye of insight, gale step, demon energy exchange, all second-tier techniques, some of which were not even on the scroll. These are secret techniques recently exchanged with other cities. Haven't had the chance to catalog them yet. Perfect time for you to draw one, so I can slack off a bit, the middle-aged man said, looking a bit weary. Behind him, Ao snorted, seemingly unimpressed with his performance. Begin. Lin Jiumou pressed the button, and the pointer on the disc started spinning, occasionally stalling as if the components inside were worn and rusty. Lin Jiumou consoled himself. Well, it's all for the secret techniques. When the pointer finally stopped on a small red box, the middle-aged man's expression turned slightly green. Demon Energy Exchange, 2 stars. Once activated, it can convert one's energy into stamina to maintain physical strength, or convert stamina into demon energy for a powerful strike. The efficiency ratio depends on skill proficiency. Lin Jiumou's eyes lit up with joy. Oomph. Lucky break, the middle-aged man grumbled reluctantly, his eyes darting as if plotting something. At that moment, a red scroll was tossed in front of Lin Jiumou. Yours, Demon Energy Exchange, a good thing, Ao said coldly. Lin Jiumou quickly gathered the 3 scrolls, saluted the 2 with a nod, and said, now that the exchange is done, I'll take my leave. Goodbye. Before he even finished speaking, he slipped away swiftly, not forgetting to close the door behind him. He knew the man was up to something. Oh, you're really setting me up, aren't you? The middle-aged man said wistfully. I was just thinking about how to trick him into drawing again. Ao replied indifferently. It's not good to deceive people. Lin Jiumou returned to the hall without greeting anyone else, quickly ascending the stone steps and leaving the underground space. As he walked away, an old guard saw him and looked surprised. Hey, it's you, the sly one, managed to walk up here, and judging by your look, you gained something. Not bad, won a little food money, rushing home. Lin Jiumou replied with a smile. The old man nodded. Oh, go on then. Lin Jiumou hurried away and hailed a ride from the roadside. In less than a minute, a police car slowly stopped in front of him, making him raise an eyebrow in surprise. Is the ride service so extensive now? Even police cars? Maybe there's a criminal inside. He opened the door, and indeed, someone was inside. But not a criminal. It was the familiar director Yinling. What a coincidence, it's really you, the director said. Lin Jiumou paused, patting his forehead, thinking he must be too tired and hallucinating. Bang! He closed the door again and sprinted in the opposite direction. He knew that meeting the director never boded well, whether by chance or not. This guy was either on a mission or on his way to one. Not even 10 meters away, the director shouted, Is Lin Miao your sister? His steps halted abruptly. As expected, nothing good comes from meeting him. The atmosphere inside the police car became awkward. Officer Xiao Li, the driver, glanced at the 2 in the back seat through the rearview mirror, swallowed nervously, and unconsciously sped up. Lin Jiumou's face darkened, a vein throbbing on his forehead, as he resembled an unstable bomb. He had just listened to the director's explanation of the mission. His sister Lin Miao, along with the director's daughter Yin Yi, had somehow bonded with a demon and recently donned masks to fight crime. However, lacking in skills, they failed to thwart a crime tonight, and instead fell into the trap of an evil demon master, facing life-threatening danger. No wonder she had been so secretive lately, trying to emulate superheroes like Superman and Batman. Sigh, it's my fault. The chief looked troubled and sighed. A few days ago, she discovered that her daughter had made a pact with a spirit beast, but she hadn't given her the proper guidance, and now this had happened. With the spiritual energy tide approaching, many officers were already aware of the resurgence of spiritual energy and the existence of spirit beasts, so the chief didn't keep it a secret. However, when the term spirit beast was mentioned, Officer Xiao Li couldn't help but cast a curious glance. That's right. It's all your fault. If it weren't for your daughter, my sister wouldn't be in danger, Lin Jiumou said angrily. What are you talking about? My daughter might have tattoos and dress like a clown. But she's a good kid. I think it's your sister who led my daughter astray, the chief retorted. That's nonsense. She's timid. No way she could come up with such a bad idea, let alone fight crime. Lin Jiumou responded excitedly. That's complete nonsense. It's your sister's fault. Your daughter's fault. Your family's fault. The two argued fiercely, their voices growing louder. Bang, bang, bang. The moving police car suddenly jerked a few times, coming to an abrupt stop by the roadside, with a few shoe prints left on the roof and a shattered window. The two stopped their actions, glaring at each other and grabbing each other by the collar. After a while, they let go and snorted heavily. Officer Shaoli watched with a mix of fear and excitement. He was indeed confused earlier, unsure whether to take advantage of the situation or try to mediate. The battered police car started again, and after a moment of silence, the two sighed in unison. Sigh, it's all my fault. No, this time it's really my fault, the chief said firmly. Then blame yourself. Lin Jiumou glanced over, thinking to himself about family discord. Recalling his sister's friend, dressed provocatively with twin ponytails, tattoos on her arms, and a lollipop in her mouth. Lin Jiumou found it hard to believe this was the daughter of a district chief. Just the appearance alone, excluding the influence of friends, clearly pointed to family issues. The chief lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and spoke slowly. I got married at 20, and the next year, Yi was born. I wanted to give her a simple name. Her mom said it would help her write it faster in school, giving her a head start. Everything was great at first, a harmonious family. I was just an officer like Shaoli back then, and the three of us were happy. Yi, true to her name, relied on me so much, always clinging to me, calling me dad. At this point, the chief's face showed a blissful smile as if lost in his memories. Lin Jiumou frowned, knowing things couldn't have been that ideal. Officer Shaoli also slowed the police car down, driving steadily, listening intently. Gradually, the chief's expression turned pained, and his eyes reddened. He wiped away tears fiercely, mixing with his snot, his gaze filled with sorrow. Being a police officer, it's inevitable to be resented. Once, during a crackdown on organized crime, we were retaliated against. The kid's mom was hit by a car, trying to save her. The chief pounded his chest, the sound echoing. I feel the pain too. I caused her harm. Lin Jiumou and Shaoli listened quietly. Since then, the kid stopped acknowledging me. When she was young, she just ignored me. But as she grew older, she started rebelling, drinking, smoking, fighting with classmates. In your school alone, there aren't many teachers who don't know me. Everyone knows I'm the father of a problem student. But what could I say to her? Could I blame her for hating me because I caused her mother's death? At this point, the chief covered his face, his once straight back slumping like a cooked shrimp, sinking deeply into the car seat. Lin Jiumou remained silent for a moment before asking. After that incident, didn't you spend time with her? Back then, in addition to the child's mother passing away, several officers, including our chief, were targeted for revenge. I was trained by him, and I can't let him down, nor can I betray the memory of those fallen comrades. Hearing this, Lin Jiumou understood. On one hand, his daughter needed comfort, and on the other, the villain who killed his wife and other comrades was still at large, so he chose the latter, missing the best opportunity for communication. Perhaps because of this, the chief, who used to have some humor, appeared so serious in front of his tasks and subordinates. Does he deserve it? Only he could say he deserves it. So Lin Jiumou continued to remain silent. In the silence, he thought of his own sister, and what rose in his heart was worry and guilt. For many years, due to his frail health, he had always relied on his sister for protection. Now that he had finally recovered and become stronger, he didn't even know she had become a demon tamer, placing herself in such danger. Perhaps because he couldn't land a punch on Lin Jiumou, but took a beating instead, the chief was mentally vulnerable and revealed his past. After speaking, his expression shifted back to its usual seriousness, and he opened his phone. Take a look. He handed the phone to Lin Jiumou. It was a photo of a young woman lying on the ground, her head bloodied, hair scattered, teeth knocked out, nose twisted, and several cuts on her limbs, staining the ground with blood, a gruesome sight. This young lady was also a demon tamer, having just become one a few days ago, but she was targeted by an evil demon tamer. By the time we arrived, she had been tortured beyond recognition and couldn't be saved. The chief's voice was somber. Demon tamers are spiritually linked to their demons. If one dies, the other suffers greatly too. This is why evil demon tamers use brutal methods to torture them, forcing them to break their bonds willingly rather than seizing them by force. Lin Jiumou looked at the photo in silence, but the murderous intent in his eyes quietly emerged, enveloping the entire car in a chilling aura. Xiao Li and the chief looked at him in shock. Time rewinds to not long ago. In the night sky, Lin Miao and Yan Yi were leaping across rooftops on two slender, energy-formed big cats resembling fierce tigers, one black, one white, just like the black and white cat masks they wore. Just a bit more patrolling, and we're done. I still have homework, and a couple of problems are tough. Lin Miao said, her black cat mask revealing only her eyes. Yes, you've mentioned it several times. With your brother around, What are you worried about with homework? Unlike me, who has to post online for help, E responded helplessly in her white cat mask. Exactly. Mentioning her brother, pride and excitement flashed in Lin Miao's eyes. With my brother around, I never fail a subject. Her pride was for her brother's achievements, and her excitement stemmed from her own strength, as she imagined once again the heroic scene of standing up for her brother after he was beaten. When the time comes, make sure your voice is strong and deep, not like a woman's. You have to stand with your hands on your hips, transform into a cat, and say to that frightened guy, "So you're the one called Sun Hao, huh?" Meow meow? Meow meow. Yen Yi's voice called out several times. Huh? What is it? Lin Miao snapped back to reality, unconsciously wiping the corner of her mouth through her mask. Daydreaming again? Yen Yi seemed unfazed, her gaze slowly lowering. The two cats perched on a rooftop, looking at the brightly lit city in the distance, filled with envy. I really envy you. Your parents are good to you, and your brother doesn't bully you. He's a bit naggy, but at least he's responsible, Yen Yi said wistfully, a hint of resignation in her voice. Unlike my family, where it's always just me. Lin Miao called softly, unsure how to comfort her. After a moment, the large white cat turned back to lick her thigh, pulling Lin Miao out of her memories. She shook her head and smiled. Let's go. We'll patrol this street, then head back and finish our homework. Okay, Lin Miao nodded. Just then, from a lit window on a high floor of a nearby building, they heard a faint voice. Help. Someone. Help me assault. The voice was intermittent, but it was clearly a cry for help. Let's go quickly. The two hurriedly mounted their cats, leaping into the air. Under the intertwining black and white energy, they slowly began to fly. These two energy cats were almost identical, except for the color of their fur. Finally, they reached the 26th floor and peered through the window to see inside. A man was pinning a woman on a table, her clothes half torn off, tears streaming down her face as she struggled fiercely, trying to hit the man with a nearby phone, but to no avail. It was an urgent situation. Bang! Stop right there. The two spirit beasts crashed through the window, shouting loudly. At this moment, both the man attempting the assault and the woman being assaulted turned their heads, revealing an eerie smile as they said in unison, "You've arrived." Before Lin Miao and Yen Yi could grasp what was happening, two long brown snakes suddenly attacked, swiftly coiling around the cat. With a tight squeeze, the cat's energy shattered, revealing two palm-sized kittens inside. The snakes then shrank and tightly bound the kittens. At this moment, a burly man rushed in, delivering a fierce punch to their abdomens, sending waves of intense pain through them. Ugh! Their vision darkened, and they collapsed to the ground, helplessly curling up as the man tied their hands behind their backs. Just these two rookies, and they sent so many of us, the man scoffed, lifting them with ease. Apart from him and the couple who had been acting, 5 other men and women lounged around the hall, appearing indifferent to the mission. Their leader had warned them that the ghost cats were twin beasts with significant power when combined, hence the need for so many people to prevent their union. The woman who had been acting slipped on her clothes, clicked her high heels towards Lin Miao, and Yen Yi lifted their chins with a cunning smile. You've kept us waiting, young ladies. Enjoying the City Guardians game? What do you want? Yen Yi glared at her. You made me waste a trip to the school. Now it's time to return what belongs to me. The woman gestured towards the kittens, suggesting they dissolve their beast contract themselves, or she would help. She clenched her fingers, gripping Yen Yi's chin harshly. Spit. Saliva landed on the woman's clothes, but she wasn't angry. Instead, she signaled the man, who smiled cruelly. Bang! Bang! 2 loud thuds echoed as the girls were thrown against a desk, struggling and pale with pain. Foolishness, isn't dying quickly better than suffering? The woman sighed in mock exasperation, retrieving an iron rod. She approached them and struck viciously. Ah! Their screams of pain filled the air. The 5 others nearby showed no sympathy, instead becoming more excited, as if watching an enthralling opera. The bound kittens meowed angrily, trying to merge their black and white energies, but the snakes tightened, causing them to cry out in pain and dissipate their energy. The woman glanced at the kittens, reassured, then struck the girls several more times until they trembled with fear. Scorpion Lady, why not let me handle the torture this time? I'm quite skilled at it. The other man from the act approached, trying to please her. Before he could finish, Scorpion Lady slapped him hard. Idiot. You think I don't know what you're thinking? What? Tired of me already? No, I wouldn't dare. The man smiled obsequiously, but his eyes betrayed a greedy glance at the girls. Scorpion Lady noticed, snorted coldly, and turned back to the trembling girls, her anger fueled by their smooth skin and youthful faces. Suddenly, she flashed a wicked smile and whispered, Tiago, didn't you want to deal with them? Here's your chance. Go capture their families. Once you've got them, you can torment them however you like. The man's eyes lit up, and he rubbed his hands together, responding excitedly, Really? Scorpion Lady, you're the best. I'll go right away and be back soon. As soon as he finished speaking, they turned to see one of the women trembling as she stood up. Lin Miao's hair was disheveled, strands falling in front of her eyes. Her gaze was filled with fear, yet determination. Her lips quivered, paler than her face, but she stood firm and declared, "If that's what you're saying, then I'm not afraid of you." Scorpion Lady and her group were momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. They mocked. "How naive, asking if you're afraid here. Don't you know that for the dead, fear is meaningless? It's whether you're in pain that matters." Scorpion Lady sneered and added, "You're the one who's not afraid of me, right? Don't worry, you'll feel comfortable soon enough." The man grinned lewdly, and the others joined in mocking Lin Miao's foolishness. Lin Miao, with a defiant look, seized an opportunity and lunged at Scorpion Lady, but missed and was slapped away instead. "Such a brave little girl, daring to take on me, the Scorpion Lady? How foolish," Scorpion Lady remarked with a mocking shake of her head. At that moment, Yan Yi, in perfect sync, stomped hard on Scorpion Lady's foot. Scorpion Lady bent over in pain, and Lin Miao's headbutt followed. Bang! A loud crash echoed as Scorpion Lady's scream, tinged with a nasal sound, rang out. "Ah, my nose." She opened her eyes to see the two girls running in the opposite direction and immediately shouted, "Catch those bitches." A burly man lunged quickly, pinning the fleeing duo to the ground, their heads hitting the floor heavily. They struggled unwillingly, and the man scoffed. "Trying to escape without any powers? Foolish." He turned to Scorpion Lady and asked, "What should we do with them?" Scorpion Lady, holding a long iron pipe, slowly approached them, her face expressionless. Suddenly, Tiago, looking stunned, pointed at her and exclaimed, "Scorpion Lady, your nose? It's crooked." His words drew the attention of the others, and after a brief moment of shock, they erupted in laughter even louder than before. Scorpion Lady quickly touched her nose indeed. The bridge was askew, and she hastily covered it. "Don't look. Don't look." She waved her hand, trying to hide her embarrassment. "Ha ha, no wonder your boyfriend dislikes you. Turns out you're not original." Lin Miao and Yan Yi caught this scene from the corner of their eyes and couldn't help but laugh, though tears of regret streamed down their faces for their failed escape. Scorpion Lady, her face twisted with anger, stomped over to them, furious. "Dare to step on me, do you?" She stomped twice with her high-heeled shoe. "Ah!" The excruciating pain in their hands turned Lin Miao and Yan Yi's faces ghostly pale, and they screamed in agony, struggling violently. Scorpion Lady, clutching her nose, glared at the two women with venomous hatred and said in a muffled voice, "Tiago, they're yours to handle. Do whatever you want. I want them to wish for death. I want them to beg me to kill them." Tiago grinned wickedly, hoisting the two women onto his shoulders and heading towards a table. The two women, foreseeing what might happen next, began to struggle desperately. "Let us go. Let us go. Help!" Yanni shouted. "Wah, brother." Lin Miao's voice was choked with sobs, filled with despair. Tai Go sneered wickedly and said coldly, "It's useless. We're on the 26th floor." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud crash, and everyone turned to look in the direction of the sound. At the other end of the hall, a window had shattered. A man stood there, covered in glass shards, with a grim expression on his face. Lin Miao's heart leaped with joy when she recognized him, but then she realized the danger and shouted in terror, "No, no, brother, run, run. They're not ordinary people." It was her brother, Lin Jiumou, and she felt a wave of relief. Tai Go chuckled darkly, tossed the two women to the ground, and raised his hand to summon a half-metal, vicious-looking iron-backed hyena. He commanded, "Go. Break his legs first, then bring him to me." The iron-backed hyena snarled and lunged towards Lin Jiumou. Seeing that his sister was temporarily safe, Lin Jiumou felt somewhat reassured and began to walk slowly towards her, seemingly oblivious to the ferocious hyena. Just as the iron-backed hyena was 5 meters away from Lin Jiumou, the main door burst open with a bang, and a large black dog charged in, knocking the hyena to the ground and lunging for its throat. A figure leapt from the back of the black dog, frantically scanning the area before locking eyes on Lin Miao. "Yi," he shouted. Yan Yi stood there, dazed, forgetting her fear and anger, even forgetting the origin of the big black dog. "Don't be afraid. We're here to save you." The chief was desperate, ignoring everything else as he rushed towards the two women. Just as he was about to reach them, Xianyang revealed a vicious smile, her fingers twitching slightly. A green-eyed scorpion hidden behind a pillar suddenly descended from above, its sharp tail aimed directly at the chief's head. "Look out above!" Lin Miao and Yan Yi screamed in terror. The chief, too anxious to hear their warning, had eyes only for Yan Yi, filled with concern for her and anger towards Tai Go. At the moment the scorpion's sting was about to strike, a flash of black light sliced through the air, cutting the green-eyed scorpion in half. The wound froze instantly, with no blood flowing. Lin Jiumou retracted his Tang sword, wiped the frost from its blade, and surveyed the room. His gaze swept over each stunned evil beast master and the scorpion woman, who was reeling from backlash, before finally resting on the chief. He spoke firmly. "For the sake of your daughter, fight, Lao Yan." Upon hearing Lin Jiumou's words, the chief was filled with a surge of passion, his blood rushing to his gleaming bald head. With a furious roar, he charged at the Iron Dogman with astonishing speed. "Give me back my daughter," he bellowed, crashing into the Iron Dogman repeatedly. The Iron Dogman clutched his chest in pain, cursing inwardly. Damn it! Where did this madman come from? But he quickly retaliated, landing 2 punches on the chief's head. The chief, however, didn't flinch and launched a fierce counterattack. Suddenly, the scene turned chaotic with 2 seemingly insane men brawling fiercely. The other sinister beast tamers either glanced over, kept their eyes on Lin Jiumou, or watched the big black dog, completely oblivious to the thin wisp of black mist sneaking along the roof and down a pillar towards the 2 bound women. Lin Jiumou caught this in the corner of his eye, narrowed his gaze, and flicked his black ice tang sword, thinking to himself, "Who's next to fight me? Damn it, they killed my beast." Xian Yang, having suffered only mild backlash from her beast, had recovered. She glared at Lin Jiumou with a venomous smile, saying, "Did you think we would be as foolish as by use people and fight you on your own?" As she spoke, 3 of the 5 previously motionless individuals, excluding the 2 occupied with the young cat, stepped forward. Together with the burly man beside Xian Yang, they formed a semicircle, advancing on Lin Jiumou with mocking smiles and summoning marks glowing on their hands. Several beasts of varying sizes appeared in the hall. A cumbersome yellow rhinoceros at first rank level 7, a yellow-furred, black-spot blade-toothed tiger at first rank level 6, and a massive black python at first rank level 4. Finally, Lin Jiumou's gaze settled on the beast summoned by the burly mana first rank level 9 giant centipede over 5 meters long. Its appearance filled the hall with a faint scent of blood, as if it had just awakened from a pool of blood. These 4 beasts, whether fierce animals or poisonous creatures, could each individually suppress any mutant beast derived from cats or dogs. Especially the last one, the blood-scented centipede, which, even without evolving into a 2-star beast, was unmatched by any other first-rank beast. The burly man, noticing Lin Jiumou's gaze, spoke arrogantly, and after exchanging glances with the others, gestured with a wave. "Go. Give him a taste. Let this fool see what you're made of. Who still plays martial arts in this day and age?" They laughed heartily. The 4 beasts charged from different directions, either leaping or slithering, all rushing towards Lin Jiumou, their eyes gleaming with a hunger for flesh. "Watch out!" the chief shouted in alarm as he turned his head during the fierce fight. "Brother!" Lin Miao's voice was abruptly cut off, as if muffled by several walls. Ignoring these voices, Lin Jiumou waited until the beasts were close, then made a startling move. With a slight twist of his hand, the black ice tang sword dissipated into a cold black mist. He abandoned both attack and defense, not even attempting to dodge. The scene shocked the chief and the 2 women. "He's asking for death." Xian Yang and the other sinister beast tamers sneered. Bang, bang, bang. The intense sound of impact hit the hearts of the chief and the 2 women like a sledgehammer, leaving them stunned. As they took in the scene before them, their expressions froze. In front of them, a blue ice wall suddenly stood tall, and the charge of the 4 spirit beasts failed to break through this solid defense, instead crashing into it and collapsing in a heap. "Old Yin, that's enough, fall back," Lin Jiumou said calmly. The chief was taken aback but quickly regained his composure, kicking away the Iron Dogman, and retreated a few steps, casting a glance in the direction of the 2 women. Several thin layers of ice had unknowingly surrounded the women, securely protecting their astonished selves. "You brat, that's not fair," the chief panted. "I'm too old for this, and you had me fighting like a hooligan?" "This wasn't the plan. Mistakes happen, it's common," Lin Jiumou replied with a squint. With Lin Miao and Yen Yi bound, and the evil spirit masters too close, they feared an aggressive attack might harm the women. So, they devised a plan. Lin Jiumou would drive back the Iron Dogman, while the chief and the spirit beast Ahu would distract the enemies, giving Xiaosongzi a chance to protect Lin Miao and Yen Yi. However, the sudden assault by the blue-eyed scorpion forced Lin Jiumou to draw his sword and kill it, drawing too much attention. Given the situation, the 2 adjusted their plan on the spot. As a father, the chief's anxious rush towards the Iron Dogman seemed perfectly reasonable. The plan proved successful. While they drew attention, Xiaosongzi successfully used dark energy to create an ice shield around Lin Miao and Yen Yi, completely averting the crisis. Behind Lin Jiumou, a shadow slowly approached it was the tardy Xiaosongzi. Its appearance seemed to threaten the few spirit beasts that had collapsed in a heap, causing them to scatter back to their spirit masters. The iron-backed hyena that had been fighting Ahu also ceased its attack, retreating with bared teeth. The spirit beast's reaction instilled fear in the evil spirit masters, who scanned their battle bracelets in alarm, exclaiming, "Tier 2. Level 1. They couldn't see the star level, but even the Tier 2, Level 1 rating was enough to make them reconsider, exchanging glances and retreating along with their spirit beasts. 2 evil spirit masters who had been sitting now stood up, moving quickly towards the Scorpion Lady and their spirit beasts. The Scorpion Lady, realizing the situation, glared venomously at Lin Jiumou, thinking, crafty guy. I thought he was just a martial artist, but he's also a spirit master. You're too kind. Lin Jiumou remained indifferent, his gaze sweeping over the retreating figures and finally landing on the Scorpion Lady. There's no escape for you. Bang bang bang. The surrounding windows shattered, replaced by black ice, turning the entire floor into a closed prison. Lin Jiumou's eyes grew cold, his intent to kill evident. You have 10 seconds to decide. He began counting. Friend, these two girls aren't dead or badly hurt. How about we part on good terms? We'll compensate you. Consider it making friends, the burly man said in a deep voice. After all, if pushed, you don't know where the rest of us are, and if something happens to your family at night, misunderstandings are inevitable, right? Right, right? No fighting, no knowing. The Iron Dog man hurriedly agreed. 3. Lin Jiumou's eyes filled with killing intent as he skipped several numbers. The evil spirit masters panicked, and the Scorpion Lady seized the moment to dash with 2 others towards the window where the women had entered, the nearest exit. She pulled out a bomb-like device and pressed it against the ice. Bang! The ice cracked, but did not shatter. Before the Scorpion Lady and her companions could act further, a chill rose behind them, followed by a wolf's low growl. The 3 shivered, seeing the reflection of a giant wolf on the ice wall, tensing up as its claws were raised. No! The wolf's paw struck down with a splat, reducing her to a mess of blood and gore, her shattered skull leaking white matter mixed with blood, her legs twitching like a chicken being bled. The 2 evil spirit masters who had attempted to flee were splattered with blood, their pants soaked as if in rain, trembling uncontrollably, teeth chattering. As they watched the wolf's paw rise again, they stuttered. Snake, save, save. Bang! The paw struck down, killing them on the spot. As for the 2 spirit snakes, terrified by Xiaosongzi, they broke their contracts, ignoring the backlash of pain, retreating to a corner. This scene terrified the remaining evil spirit masters, their legs weak, eyes fixed blankly on the young man who appeared before them, his youthful face now as terrifying as a demon's. Lin Jiumou continued to chant, his expression growing fierce. Attack! If we don't kill him, we can't leave here. With the Scorpion woman absent, the burly man seemed to take charge, gritting his teeth as he made his decision. The centipede of the stench received the command, its 100 legs scuttling as its long antennae swayed, quickly charging towards Lin Jiumou, bringing a foul wind in its wake. The other beast tamers realized what was happening and commanded their beasts to attack. Several ferocious beasts lunged at Lin Jiumou, risking everything, moving even faster than before. The distance of dozens of meters vanished in an instant. Lin Jiumou, watching the approaching beasts, remained calm as he slowly uttered the final number. Bang! The centipede of the stench struck first, colliding with an ice wall, then leaped up, its menacing mandibles poised above him. Lin Jiumou took a quick glance and stepped back 2 paces. Thud! Thud! 2 green energy fangs embedded themselves where he had just stood. As he finished the last count, a mass of cloud-like black mist clung to the ceiling, swirling with a chilling aura. The ice spikes, shedding their black aura, revealed their menacing forms. In the next second, they fell like rain. Thud! 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 The beasts charging too fast couldn't dodge in time, their claws unable to stop them, and they were hit directly. Sharp ice spikes pierced their backs, some deeply, some shallowly. A first-tier, level 4 giant python, with the weakest defense, was struck in the head, pinned to the ground, severely injured, and left with only the strength to struggle. Even the centipede of the stench bled profusely from several ice spikes that pierced through the gaps in its back armor. Xiaosongzi seized the opportunity to attack, its dark claws sweeping, sending flashes of black ice claw light into the yellow rhino, saber-toothed tiger, giant python, and iron-backed hyena. A series of soft penetrating sounds followed, and the beasts shuddered, then collapsed into pieces on the ground as if disassembled, their wounds neat and covered in frost, with no blood flowing. Xiaosongzi's spiritual claws were sharper than those of other beasts, able to leave deep marks even on the back of the steel-shelled turtle, which was known for its defense among 2-star beasts. Now, having advanced to Tier 2, Level 1, it had made a qualitative leap, slicing through 1-star, Tier 1 beasts like cutting vegetables. Only the centipede of the stench remained with some fighting capability. With several beasts dead, the remaining evil beast tamers, except the burly man, turned pale and began to vomit blood, clutching their heads and screaming in agony. At that moment, something unexpected occurred. The burly man suddenly produced 2 daggers and turned to stab his recoiling companions, the daggers piercing their hearts with swift thrusts. This scene made Lin Jiumou's eyelids twitch, and he exchanged a cautious glance with the chief. You? The others turned their heads, gripping the burly man's hand tightly, looking at him in disbelief. The burly man gave a cold smile, his expression cruel as he withdrew the dagger, blood gushing out. Don't blame me. It's all for survival, he said earnestly, as if the cruel person just moments ago wasn't him. This person was highly deceptive, appearing reckless and impulsive on the surface, yet in reality, he was calm, cold-blooded, and extremely ruthless. Lin Jiumou exchanged a determined look with the chief and said, "Let's hear it. I know a lot about the Black Order, information that you White Order folks might not be able to find. Let me go, and I'll tell you everything without holding back," the burly man said slowly. Lin Jiumou was slightly taken aback and asked, "Like what?" The burly man continued, "The organization I'm with is located in Yunluo City, called Dark Flame. Its main activities are similar to other Black Order groups, like assassination and hunting." He went on to describe in detail the distribution, names, and operations of the evil beast tamers in various cities, speaking for a good 10 minutes before stopping. Then, the burly man pulled a not-Sosmal notebook from his pocket and tossed it to Lin Jiumou. "I wrote this down secretly. Everything I just talked about is in there. Take a look, and you'll see its value." The notebook was caught by a centipede and placed in front of Lin Jiumou, who silently stared at the man. The burly man sincerely said, "If you don't believe me, you can check it yourself. There's not a shred of false information in there." He let out a bitter smile. "If it weren't for being forced by life, who would want to associate with evil beast tamers? I'm left with no choice." Lin Jiumou looked at him for a few moments before picking up the notebook. After flipping through a few pages, he found that it indeed contained detailed information about the Black Order, consistent with what the burly man had said. Suddenly, the burly man asked, "Do you feel a bit numb?" As soon as he finished speaking, a decorative red gemstone on the notebook lit up. Lin Jiumou looked up, and the burly man's figure had already vanished. A gust of wind attacked from behind. "Idiot." Dot. Lin Jiumou continued flipping a few more pages, feeling fine, and responded, "Oh, I forgot. I have ice in my hand." He turned his head, closed the notebook, and revealed his palm, which was indeed covered with a barely noticeable thin layer of ice. The burly man's legs were frozen, his dagger pinned against a round ice shield, unable to move, his face full of terror and disbelief. In the past, he relied on this series of actions to gain trust, then gift a poisoned notebook, and finally launch a surprise attack, often turning the tables unexpectedly. He had even used this trick to kill several second-tier White Order members. "You Black Order people are always so dishonest," Lin Jiumou said coldly, wiping the poison from the ice onto the burly man. Then, under the man's terrified gaze, he swung his long knife down hard. With a thud, the burly man's head tilted from his neck and fell to the ground, his fearful eyes gradually dimming. After dealing with all the enemies, Lin Jiumou walked over to Lin Miao, and Xiao Songzi removed the ice protecting them. "Still trying to play hero?" Lin Jiumou asked expressionlessly. Lin Miao opened her mouth to speak, but her lips quivered, her eyes turning red with tears. As if realizing her recklessness, she lowered her head, remaining silent. Seeing this, Lin Jiumou sighed, reaching out to smooth her messy hair. "Don't do this again, it worries me." Her lips quivered, and tears began to flow uncontrollably as she threw herself into his arms, her accumulated fear finally finding an outlet, and she began to sob loudly. "Wah, brother, I'm so scared." Lin Jiumou said nothing, gently patting her trembling back, careful not to touch her wounds. Yan Yi watched with envy. At this moment, the chief also approached cautiously, saying, "If you feel wrong too, Dad's here." Upon hearing this, Yan Yi sniffed, on the verge of tears. The chief quickly opened his arms. "Wah, I'm scared too." Yan Yi threw herself into Lin Jiumou's arms, leaving the chief frozen in place, as if stabbed in the heart. "Can I have a hug too?" Ahu looked at him in confusion. Back at home, in Lin Jiumou's room, he was carefully tending to his sister's wounds, gently applying ointment to her bruises. His sister, Lin Miao, couldn't help but cry out in pain. Ouch. Bro, be gentle. It's like you're slaughtering a pig." While tending to her wounds, Lin Jiumou teased, "Without a pig's brain, you wouldn't have done something like this." He thought to himself, his sister was quite the hero, daring to be won without even knowing what a demon tamer was. As he spoke, he applied more pressure, rubbing her wound vigorously, causing her face to contort in pain, her cries resembling those of a pig about to be slaughtered. Once he finished bandaging her, he quickly packed away the remaining medical supplies. His sister lay on the bed, as if she'd lost half her life, panting heavily. She threatened, "Bro, you better not get hurt." Lin Jiumou glanced at her coldly. "You won't get that chance." He urged, "Tell me, in detail." His sister huffed, obediently getting up from the bed and honestly recounting her experience. It turned out that on the night Lin Jiumou went to the police station, a mother cat at school used her last strength to give birth to 2 kittens. His sister had encountered them while fetching her homework and, after discussing with her deskmate Yan Yi, decided to adopt the cat. Little did they know, while caring for the cat day after day, they unknowingly signed a contract with it, mistakenly believing that fate had chosen them to be saviors, which made them happy for a long time. With less homework and more spare time, they began to play the role of superheroes, calling themselves pretty soldiers. Later, they heard rumors of strangers frequently appearing near the school, inquiring about the cats, and realized these people were after the kittens, so they laid low for a few days. Hearing this, Lin Jiumou had a sudden thought about Yu. If nothing else, these people must have been the evil demon tamers summoned by that guy who leaked his address. So he asked, and then? His sister looked gloomy. You know the rest. We were too bored and went out patrolling again, and that's when tonight's incident happened, nearly costing us our lives. Throughout the conversation, Lin Jiumou's expressions changed from speechless to shocked, then to somber, and finally to a resigned sigh. He suddenly felt an urge to pay a night visit to Yu's house and teach that guy a lesson. Seeing his sister staring at him intently, he glared back. What are you looking at me for? His sister excitedly said. Bro, you were so brave just now. Her eyes sparkled with admiration. You killed the scorpion with one strike. The giant wolf's paw was no match for you. And that strong man, you were simply amazing. Lin Jiumou smiled faintly. If you're going to compliment me, do it more. His sister was momentarily stunned. Watching his sister gradually step into the world of demon tamers, Lin Jiumou decided to explain the matters of demon tamers and the revival of spiritual energy in detail. He said, those tonight were evil demon tamers, like terrorists among demon tamers. They call themselves black tamers, while those connected to the authorities are called white tamers. As for some weak loners, like you, they're just prey. His sister listened intently. After the explanation, Lin Jiumou didn't reveal his own situation. Instead, he gave his sister a combat bracelet and a spiritual cultivation manual, then ushered her out of the room, while he began his own training. The director and Yin Yi returned home. Yin Yi, uncharacteristically well-behaved, sat at the dining table. The director occasionally glanced out while cooking noodles, a joyful smile on his face as he hummed a tune wildly out of key, as if aiming to cook the best noodles in the world. Finally, the noodles were ready. He brought out 2 steaming bowls, handing one to Yin Yi, and blowing on the other before taking big bites himself. The noodles slid down his throat, instantly soothing his hunger. Seeing his daughter show no signs of displeasure from start to finish, the director was overjoyed and seized the opportunity to talk about the topic of controlling beasts, sharing knowledge with her like Lin Jiumou. After finishing his explanation, he also finished his noodles. Suddenly, Yin Yi asked, the injury on your waisties that from a beast? The director nodded. Yes, just got hit a few times, the combat suit was torn, got scratched, but it's nothing serious. At the time, that kid Lin Jiumou was hurt worse. He even picked up a rock and hit his own head. At this point, Yin Yi abruptly stood up and walked quickly to her room. The director was stunned, thinking his daughter was impatient, but she returned with an ointment and placed it in front of him. She calmly said, for the scar, apply it 3 times a day, massage well to speed up absorption. She then resumed, eating her noodles. The director stared blankly at his daughter for a long time, his eyes slightly reddening as he silently vowed, I'll listen to my daughter. After finishing the meal, the director didn't let his daughter do the dishes. He cheerfully carried the bowls to the kitchen while Yin Yi returned to her room. After a moment of silence, she opened her wardrobe and pulled out a large bag filled with clothes the director had bought for her, hoping she wouldn't dress too revealingly. For the first time in this 2-bedroom, 1 living room space, she felt the warmth of family love. Time flew by. During this period, news of the city wall construction frequently appeared in the papers, and military and police patrols on the streets became more frequent. The presence of real weapons made people uneasy, yet they could only carry on. The fear wasn't from the military or police, but from the unknown. Meanwhile, an online announcement promised a live broadcast themed on the new era, addressing topics like the recent doomsday theories and animal mutations. People spent day after day in anxiety and anticipation, until finally, the day of the broadcast arrived, just 1 day before the revival of spiritual energy. On this day, everyone except essential workers received messages from officials, their companies, service providers, and the Security Bureau. The message was straightforward. Dear citizens, today at 8 a.m., the official channel will begin a special live broadcast on the new era. Please tune in on your TV or mobile app in advance. Every online ad space directed viewers to the broadcast, and even a simple purchase of breakfast would trigger an ad for the new era live stream after payment. It's hard to imagine a broadcast capable of achieving the dream of workers not going to work and students not attending classes all at once. Not only in Hua country, but also in countless nations like Mealy, Rose, and Hua country, started their own new era special broadcasts on this day. The entire world seemed to hit the pause button, with streets empty except for military and police, shops devoid of people, only merchandise remained, schools echoed only with bell rings, companies hummed only with the sound of printers. A strange tension, mixed with excitement and fear, spread through households everywhere. The live stream hadn't started yet, but viewers were already entering the chat room through the app, engaging in lively discussions. Someone joked, Yinzu, does the end of the world mean we don't have to pay off our mortgages? This made people ponder, Is there really an apocalypse coming? I just started dating someone, and we haven't even held hands. Oh, although we haven't held hands, who knows if others have? In every day and night without you, there's always someone to take your place. What a ruthless person. On the other hand, I'm more concerned about why it isn't 8 o'clock yet. Ha ha ha, let everything perish, let it all, in the stream hasn't even started, and it's already driving someone. A group of novel young people crazy with their rapid-fire comments, creating a lighthearted and teasing atmosphere. Finally, amid much anticipation, the familiar voice of the news channel came on. The live stream had begun, and comments flooded in. However, the scene was not the usual news studio. Instead, it was a solemn golden red hall, surprising the viewers. Hello everyone. I'm pleased to see so many people tuning into this broadcast. I'm Minister of Defense Zhang Hongmin. A tall man in a green military dress uniform stood at the podium, looking serious with sharp eyes. Beside him stood an elderly man in his 60s, wearing a peculiar combat suit with a golden battle bracelet on his hand, quietly gazing ahead. The golden red hall, the deep green military uniform, the combination of the Minister of Defense and the mysterious elder, this solemn atmosphere quickly spread to every household, and the comments diminished as everyone watched in silence. Many viewers had already learned from the internet about some information drastically different from their peaceful lives: mutated animals, lockdowns, and the like. First of all, I can tell you that animal mutations are real. Zhang Hongmin's voice was powerful, like a hammer striking many hearts. In the past few years, a very small number of animals have absorbed the spiritual energy of the world, mutating into creatures more powerful than ordinary animals and humans. These mutated animals have been tamed or eliminated in our thunder action. But now, we have detected a much larger wave of spiritual energy about to sweep across the globe, and we are about to enter a new era. The live stream switched to show a gigantic, fierce tiger standing on a rooftop, its appearance menacing with blood-stained fangs, as if ready to attack at any moment. Beside it lay a person in a pool of blood, and by comparison, the tiger was at least 5 meters tall. In the live stream watched by hundreds of millions, there wasn't a single comment. Everyone was stunned by the words and the image. After a while, the comments resumed with more intense reactions. What the hell? Is this some kind of international joke? Using an AI image to fool us? Who appointed an official to speak nonsense? Given his position, he can't be lying, which means humanity is doomed. One viewer angrily commented. Damn, I just fought with my husky, trying to nip the danger in the bud, but, sorry everyone, I'm useless. Even before the husky mutated, I wasn't a match, another viewer resignedly complained. Useless upstairs. I'm still chasing my cat around the house and haven't caught it yet. Even got scratched, score 1 o'clock. The mix of jokes and despair in the comments was so fast it was hard to keep up. Hello everyone. Before we begin, let me introduce a comrade. With a wave of his hand, Senior Shoyulong filled the spacious hall with mist, revealing a giant lion. Its body was dark green, with dragon-like scales glistening, and a mane of green fur encircling its neck. As the lion appeared, its majestic mane shook, and it raised its head to let out a powerful roar, its eyes gazing down regally. The chat screen went silent as the audience, still reeling from the shock, felt their hearts explode like a nuclear bomb. A remote control fell to the ground, its 2 AA batteries rolling slowly away. Lin's father stared blankly at the live broadcast, as if about to be devoured by the lion, caught in a daze. Meanwhile, Lin's mother covered her mouth in astonishment, her face pale, almost speechless. In contrast, Lin Miao was much more animated, her legs bouncing with excitement, her eyes sparkling. Green-scaled beast, 5-star, 5th rank, can't beat it, Jiumou said, recalling something as she observed the lion, her expression serious and her brows furrowed. Sister Imo, do you remember something? Do you know this beast? Lin Miao asked in surprise. Since discovering the world of beast tamers and learning from her brother that the amnesiac young lady at home was incredibly powerful, her attitude towards Jiumou had become more enthusiastic. She looked at the lion on TV, a puzzled expression crossing her face. She scanned it with her battle bracelet, but there was no response, so she asked, but it doesn't seem that strong to me. Is it really 5-star, 5th rank? By this time, her parents had also regained their composure. Her father forced himself to stay calm, continuing to watch the screen, eager to see what would happen next. Her mother stood up, worried, and upon hearing Lin Miao's words, she immediately reacted. What nonsense are you talking about? This isn't something humans can handle. Lin's mother exclaimed excitedly. Quick, call your brother back. It's too dangerous for him to be out there running around. He needs to come home right away. Mom, it's fine. My brother is really strong, Lin Miao reassured, raising an eyebrow, while Jiumou nodded seriously in agreement. What do you know? He's just a kid, and he can't even beat a little girl. What if he encounters a beast? Her mother's voice was urgent, almost on the verge of tears. Mom, really it's okay. If he meets a beast, it'll be the beast's mom who's crying, not you, Lin Miao said with a smile, handing her mom a tissue. Meanwhile, outside a pig farm in the southern suburbs, a dozen police cars surrounded the area, with dozens of fully armed officers watching intently. In front of one of the police cars, several officers gathered around a map of the pig farm's layout, discussing their strategy. Chief, since we've already positioned our forces and come up with several plans, why not give the order? If we delay any longer, morale might drop, said a lean officer in his early 30s. He was the precinct chief for this small area, named Zhang Yun, known for his decisive and upright nature. The morale he referred to was that of another group of young officers, wearing battle bracelets, eager and excited. They were newly trained beast-taming officers, with Officer Xiao Li from the southern part among them. After extensive training, they had developed some combat skills, and today was their first real operation, an opportunity that Chief Zhang Yun had fought hard to secure. I understand your urgency, but you can't judge a beast's strength solely by its rank, the chief explained seriously. The leader of the rock pigs inside has evolved into a rock pig king, likely a 2-star beast. Even Ahu might not win against it. We need to wait for someone. Who is so special? Zhang Yun asked, frowning with a hint of dissatisfaction, thinking to himself that making so many people wait for one person must mean this guy has quite a record. Not long ago, he even defeated your martial instructor, the crazy girl. The chief continued. What did you just say about waiting? I didn't catch that. I said, waiting a bit is fine, Zhang Yun replied with a serious expression. A few minutes later, a taxi slowly pulled up, and Lin Jiumou stepped out in casual attire, immediately drawing the attention of those present. Zhang Yun frowned and said, Director, are you kidding? This is clearly a student. The director responded, remember, even your martial arts instructor was a student once. You need to change your mindset, or how else will you handle the demon incidents ahead? With that, he walked over to Lin Jiumou, who was greeted with a receipt. Is the taxi fare reimbursed? Lin Jiumou asked. Yes, it is, the director nodded, then asked, what's the situation this time? Lin Jiumou questioned without hesitation. Since rescuing Lin Miao and Yin Yi, he had received several calls for assistance from the director over the past 2 weeks, becoming quite familiar with the process and tasks. The director pointed to the quiet pig farm, and then to a bewildered-looking middle-aged man resting by a police car. The report came from the owner of the pig farm. He discovered this morning that the number of pigs was off, 7 were missing. Upon checking, he found bones in the straw of the pigsty, and the surveillance footage showed that the pigs had been eaten by others. Moreover, the appearance of some pigs had changed. Influenced by online information, he immediately chose to report it without alarming the pig herd. When we arrived, we found that 8 pigs had mutated into rock pigs. 7 of them were between levels 4 to 7 of the first tier, and one seemed to have just triggered evolution, reaching level 2 of the second tier, with its star level unknown, suspected to be 2-star, the director explained. Lin Jiumou raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. 8 demon beasts had mutated in just one day, with one evolving once. Could something here be accelerating the pig herd's evolution? He glanced towards the interior of the pig farm, but it was silent inside. Through the not-so-high pigsty, he could see a few yellow pig backs taller than the pen, with the largest one being the most exposed, which he discerned. Indeed, something is causing it to grow exceptionally fast. At this moment, Zhang Yun also approached, and the two exchanged greetings. We should act soon. Who knows what might happen if we delay? Lin Jiumou said seriously. A series of battles after becoming a demon tamer had changed Lin Jiumou significantly. Although still a bit green, his eyes had lost their immaturity, giving off an impression of determination and steadiness. It was as if anyone interacting with him would forget he was only 18. No problem. The three quickly reached an agreement. The police officers swiftly took their positions, forming a perimeter around the wild boar farm. Some held handguns, while others carried capture guns, weapons that could shoot nets to trap targets. 11 newly appointed demon-taming officers, including Zhang Yun, summoned their own demon beasts, all first tier, ranging from level 4 to 8, mostly canine demon beasts. As these demon beasts appeared, they shook their fur, looking spirited and full of fighting spirit, making the other officers without demon beasts envious. The director also raised his hand and summoned Ahu. In the past month, demon beast incidents had become frequent across regions, leading many demon beasts that had been stuck at level 9 of the first tier for a long time to break through to the second tier during assistance tasks. In contrast, the director's Ahu had yet to break through, though it had gained more combat experience and grown larger. It might soon be surpassed by other new officers. The director also realized this, so he urgently assigned some challenging tasks, especially targeting Yinyi's weak points. He was afraid of any unexpected incidents and had to seek help from Lin Jiumou. However, even with his help, the fierce dog Ahu still couldn't break through to the second tier. Perhaps it will be easier after evolving to 2 stars, but evolution itself is a mysterious art that even Lin Jiumou cannot master. As they pushed open the door to the pig farm, the group entered with their spirit beasts. On the left was a row of gray pig pens, and on the right were several rooms, separated by a spacious open area with doors at both ends. The place was eerily quiet, not a sound from any pigs, which made everyone wary. According to the farm owner, the pigs had been restless all morning, definitely not as quiet as they were now. Boom, boom. Suddenly, several rock pigs smashed through the pens, followed by a herd of ordinary pigs rushing out in panic. Their eyes were filled with fear as they desperately ran towards the front and back doors, even attacking the spirit beast police. As the pigs approached within 5 meters, the spirit beast police prepared to command their beasts to attack. Lin Jiumou suddenly widened his eyes, a flash of icy blue in his black pupils, and let out a low grunt. An indescribable chill and killing intent spread out, causing the pig herd to freeze and slow down. Capture guns fire. The officers outside the farm reacted immediately, and with a series of gunshots, dense nets were shot out, falling onto the pigs, ensnaring some individually and others in pairs. The pigs tripped over the nets, falling to the ground, while those behind couldn't stop in time and tumbled over. Well done. Officer Zhang clenched his fist in celebration as they subdued the charging pigs. However, 7 first-tier rock pigs at the back also charged forward. They were twice the size of normal pigs, barreling through with heavy steps, sending ordinary pigs flying. Be careful, everyone, the director warned while leading by example, commanding Ahu to charge. The other spirit beast police followed suit, directing their beasts to attack. Ahu approached a first-tier level 7 rock pig, swiftly dodging and clawing fiercely, leaving a long gash on the rock pig. However, the other spirit beasts weren't as fortunate. Thudding sounds echoed as the cats and dogs clashed head-on with the larger rock pigs, getting knocked over and sent flying. Lin Jiumou glanced at the worried expressions of the other spirit beast police and asked abruptly, "Did you train them?" "Wu Mei." The director replied with a dark expression. "Ah, no wonder." Lin Jiumou nodded, his gaze fixed on the only intact pig pen not far away, tensely saying, "Get ready. That thing is coming out." The director sighed, took a deep breath, and shouted angrily, "Bunch of idiots. Is this how you fight? Attacking others' strengths." Boom. The ground suddenly shook, causing everyone to stumble. "What's happening? An earthquake?" The director shouted. "No, it's the Rock Pig King's ability," Lin Jiumou replied, looking at the pig pen where the Rock Pig King was. It was already covered in cracks, with the ground sand and soil shaking and floating in the air. Then, with another loud crash, the pig pen exploded into countless fragments, accompanied by sharp earth-colored stone spikes shooting towards everyone, too numerous for the officers to dodge. Lin Jiumou seemed to have anticipated this, quickly summoning with a wave of his hand and saying, "Ice wall." Instantly, a paw appeared, condensing cold air into a broad ice wall. Xiao Songzi had absorbed the second-tier blue-winged ice-eyed bird demon core, greatly enhancing its ice element effect, and even gaining a new ability, Ice Pupil. After days of battles, its level had also broken through to second-tier level 3. Clattering, the fragments were blocked by the ice wall, and then Xiao Songzi's black and white figure emerged from the smoke, its deep black eyes occasionally flashing with cold light. Each flash added a layer of frost to the ice wall. Though over 2 meters tall, Xiao Songzi wasn't as large as the Rock Pig King, and even similar in size to the other rock pigs. Yet, the dangerous aura and cold air it emitted plunged the rock pigs into indescribable panic, making them forget to attack the spirit beasts in front of them. The spirit beast police, having narrowly escaped, also looked up at the suddenly appearing giant wolf. Through the consciousness transmitted by their spirit beasts, they finally understood why the director called in a student. This black and white wolf was incredibly dangerous. Seeing the reactions of the demon taming officers, the chief secretly felt relieved. Indeed, inviting Lin Jiumou was a wise decision. Without the intimidation brought by Lin Jiumou's demon, these youngsters might still think that all demon tamers are just first-rate characters and might even become arrogant just because they have a demon. The chief mused whether he should find an opportunity to tell these youngsters that their feared instructor's Iron Turtle was actually defeated by this wolf too. Humph. The grunting of the rock boar king echoed, accompanied by heavy footsteps, as its massive body, resembling a small house, emerged from the pig pen. It was huge, with a pair of enormous tusks curved like hooks, its body of vibrant orange-yellow, and muscles bulging like hard rocks. Just the sight of it sent shivers down the spines of the demon taming officers, let alone the thought of confronting it. While directing their demons, they all turned their gaze towards Lin Jiumou, wondering silently, "What should we do now?" Hearing the rock boar king's grunts, Little Pinecone snorted, acting as an impromptu translator. Lin Jiumou asked, "Is this its territory?" Little Pinecone nodded. Lin Jiumou continued, "Oh, then ask if it's paid its taxes?" The chief had a peculiar expression, both surprised and speechless. The rock boar king grunted twice, and Lin Jiumou's heart stirred. As expected, it hadn't. He nodded and continued to ask Little Pinecone, "Ask it again. Does it want to accept the organization's arrangement, or does it plan to set itself up as a king?" Little Pinecone quickly translated. The rock boar king angrily replied, "I am the king of the world." Lin Jiumou shook his head, his gaze falling on the hostile rock boar king, and smiled. Being so arrogant isn't good. Be careful not to get beaten. Upon hearing the translation, the rock boar king stomped furiously, causing a massive tremor, and the ground's color darkened as a large rock spike suddenly shot towards Lin Jiumou. Bang! An ice wall rapidly rose, blocking the attack. Little Pinecone's gaze turned cold. Since it was unwilling to cooperate and didn't plan to listen to the law, it seemed it needed a lesson. Lin Jiumou said coldly. With a howl, Little Pinecone surged with black mist, lunging at the rock boar king like a black wind, with a dozen ice spikes spiraling within, aiming straight for the rock boar king's head. Bang 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 bang. The rock boar king's head was quickly covered with a layer of rock armor, but it only withstood 5 or 6 spikes before breaking, and the last one pierced its neck, staining the azure ice spike with bright red blood. The intense pain made the rock boar king let out a cry of agony, stomping heavily on the ground, and in a sudden charge, it thrust its tusks fiercely at Little Pinecone. Clang! A black ring transformed into ice armor, blocking the attack. Little Pinecone adjusted its posture in midair and landed steadily, its wolf eyes fixed on the rock boar king. The rock boar king, in pain, glared back with its furious red eyes, blood dripping from the ice spike. A woo! Oink! Both the wolf and the boar roared, with massive ice and rock spikes clashing like giant siege crossbows, producing a tremendous impact, scattering ice shards and rubble, with power comparable to a bomb. Unlucky demons immediately bore a few blood marks on their bodies. Lin Jiumou, the chief, and the demon taming officers all retreated, avoiding the debris. Amazing. Compared to this wolf, I feel like just a husky. You were boasting yesterday, claiming to be the best in the world. Enough, have some shame. The demon taming officers looked on in admiration. The director looked at the giant wolf and then glanced at Lin Jiumou, feeling a complex mix of emotions. Just a month ago, the wolf and Ahu were almost equal in strength, but in such a short time, the wolf had grown to this level. As the shock subsided, the rock boar king shook off the ice and rubble from its body, letting out a triumphant snort, and then charged towards Xiaosongzi. Though not fast, its house-sized body loomed like a wall, creating an oppressive presence. Huh, it's truly become a spirit. But too bad it's still not smart enough. Lin Jiumou smiled slightly, unfazed, watching the rock boar king approach, and then observed the moment it stumbled. Boom. The ice layer on the ground shook as the rock boar king fell in its struggle. Xiaosongzi had been gathering ice since the battle began, and now the ground was covered with a few centimeters of hard, cold, blue ice. Seeing the rock boar king fall and struggle, Xiaosongzi slid out, summoning countless ice spikes from the rising black mist on its body, which crashed into the rock boar king's side with a loud bang. The dark energy seeped into the rock boar king's skin with the ice's impact, weakening its defenses. After more than 20 ice spikes, the rock boar king was panting, its body covered with small pits, and the blood that oozed out was frozen, sparkling in the sunlight. Huff! Huff! The rock boar king panted, finally showing fear. Lin Jiumou slid to the rock boar king's front, squatted down, and asked, "Now, will you submit or die?" Huff! Huff! Submit! Submit! The rock boar king quickly responded, with Xiaosongzi translating on the side. Lin Jiumou smiled slightly and stood up. A beast with leadership qualities, if tamed to command its kin, could unleash greater combat power, especially one with such a heavy, imposing body. "Director, get someone over here to make a contract," Lin Jiumou called back. The director nodded, but then, in the next second, pointed in horror behind Lin Jiumou. The rock boar king, which had just agreed to submit, suddenly charged, its massive tusks aiming straight for Lin Jiumou. Thud! A dull sound echoed as blood splattered, appearing colorful in the sunlight. A giant ice spike had pierced through the rock boar king from its belly to its back, lifting its entire body half a meter off the ground, with blood freezing as it flowed out, leaving only faint breathing sounds. Xiaosongzi's eyes were sharp, the ice spike a strike of anger. Lin Jiumou turned his head, glanced at it, and coldly said, "Kill it." In the next second, countless ice spikes rose from the ground, and ice arrows formed in the black mist in the air. Thud thud thud. The softened rocky skin of the rock boar king was instantly pierced like a beehive, its eyes gradually dimming. "What a pity. I thought I could give you a leader, which would have been quite a reward," Lin Jiumou said, frustrated. But the director patted his shoulder, unconcerned. "Too cunning a beast is hard to manage and can cause trouble. This way is better." With the rock boar king dead, the rest of the rock boars lost their will to fight, quickly defeated by the guerrilla tactics of the beast police, and surrendered en masse. Other officers swarmed in to handle the aftermath. Seeing he had nothing to do, Lin Jiumou went to the rock boar king's former pen. The rock boar king's rapid breakthroughs must have a reason. Lin Jiumou used a stick to search through the rubble in the pen, and after multiple uses of his insight technique, he finally found something. It was a plant growing between the cracks in the pen's ground, about the height of a calf, with green leaves, yellow flowers, and small red fruits the size of a fingernail, emitting a faint sweet scent. Under the effect of the insight technique, these red fruits contained clusters of orderly spiritual energy, not much, but extremely pure. This was a E-star pigwo grass, a spiritual herb mutated from being soaked in beast sweat, capable of producing 2-star spiritual fruits. The spiritual fruits were the red berries, originally numbering over 10, but most had been eaten by the rock boar king, leaving only 6. The 2-star spiritual fruits contained a small amount of pure spiritual energy, which, when consumed, could enhance a beast's spiritual energy purity and had a slight chance of promoting beast evolution. After pondering for a moment, Lin Jiumou picked 5 spirit chi fruits and forcefully cracked open a crevice in the ground, digging out the jua grass along with the soil. The chief, curious, asked, "What is this?" Just as he finished speaking, he caught the jua grass Lin Jiumou tossed to him. Lin Jiumou smiled slightly and explained, "This is a type of grass that bears fruit. Take it back for research, and I'm sure there will be significant findings." He dusted off his hands and, along with the chief, left the pigsty, feeding a fruit each to Xiaosongzi and Ahu, while keeping the remaining 3 for himself. After eating the spirit chi fruit, Ahu was so excited that he rolled around Lin Jiumou, making joyful whimpering sounds, but was soon swatted away by Xiaosongzi, his sounds turning immediately to ones of grievance. The chief, looking displeased, coldly said, "Ahu, where's your dignity?" Ahu turned his back to the chief, further irritating him. Despite his anger, the chief had to maintain his authority in front of the other officers and couldn't lash out at Ahu, so he just tightened his grip on the jua grass. The chief noticed all of Lin Jiumou's actions and understood they were for Ahu's benefit. Ahu's excited reaction made him even more convinced of the fruit's unique properties. Lin Jiumou smiled slightly, knowing that helping the chief was also helping himself. He wasn't sure what the new era of spirit chi resurgence would bring, but he knew that enhancing Ahu's abilities would be advantageous for him. At that moment, a police officer approached with the excited owner of the pig farm. The owner looked around curiously, gazed at the giant wolf with reverence, and fervently admired Lin Jiumou. Today's events were unlike anything he had experienced in years. The owner had just learned from a pig farming group that not only here, but several other pig farms had experienced similar mutations. Upon hearing this, both the chief and Lin Jiumou showed expressions of surprise. They then arranged for some personnel to transport the anesthetized rock pig herd and drove to another pig farm, with Lin Jiumou naturally among them. After several hours of rushing and fighting, they eventually subdued 22 first-order demon pigs and 2 second-order demon pigs, killing 4 of them. Lin Jiumou also obtained 16 spirit chi fruits from them. As night fell, marking the end of a day of battles, Lin Jiumou returned home. Opening the door, he was met with silence. Entering the living room, smoke filled the air. His father looked grave, his mother was furrowing her brows, and although nothing seemed to have happened, there was an oppressive feeling. His sister, looking innocent, was clinging to Yemuo's arm, sucking on a lollipop. "What's going on with you all?" Lin Jiumou asked. At the sound of his voice, Yemuo was the first to appear, grabbing his sleeve and pointing to the hall. "They're scared. I can't comfort them. Don't know how to handle this." With that, she quickly retreated to her room. Puzzled, Lin Jiumou asked, "Scared of what?" "The spirit chi tide." He had instructed his sister before leaving to explain the spirit chi resurgence to their parents after her livestream, to calm their nerves, but now it seemed their anxiety was even greater than other families. His sister gave an awkward smile, but before she could speak, his mother sternly scolded. "You know about the spirit chi tide? Why aren't you staying home when it's so dangerous, running around outside? What if you were eaten by a monster?" Hearing the familiar tone, Lin Jiumou instinctively shrank his neck, thinking to himself, "Forget it. I won't say anything more. It's good to be back." Dad stubbed out his cigarette and said heavily, "Tomorrow, come with me to the supermarket. I have no idea how much a beast costs, but we need to figure out a way to buy one. You'll need to sign up to protect your sister. Things are changing, and we can't let a beast eat her." Lin Jiumou was puzzled. What exactly were these beasts? Was something happening that he didn't know about? He looked over at his sister and noticed an awkward smile on her face as she shrank back, seemingly reluctant to say more. "We watched the live stream. Your sister is often online and seems to know a lot about these things. She said those creatures called beasts can eat people and are very dangerous. You could go to sleep and wake up without a head." Their father's voice was low and serious. "Lin Jiumou, Lin Miao, is that true? What else did you say?" Dad's gaze was sharp and piercing, aimed directly at his sister. Lin Miao nodded slightly, her voice trembling. She said the beasts are very ferocious, with teeth longer than knives. They can devour a person in a few bites, breathe fire and water, and there are terrorists who specifically kill those signed with beasts. You say, as ordinary people, we risk being eaten by beasts, but if we sign with one to become a beast master, we risk being killed by terrorists. How are we supposed to live like this?" Mom's voice was filled with helplessness. "Lin Miao, is it really like that?" Lin Jiumou glared at her, feeling frustrated. Even if what she said was true, she shouldn't just focus on the negatives. Mom sighed. Your sister is just concerned about the family. You should spend more time online and learn about these things. For now, just listen to her. Lin Miao. Lin Jiumou called out with a stern face. He understood that during his absence, his sister must have been telling all sorts of thrilling stories, exaggerating the horror. No wonder Knight couldn't comfort her, everyone was taking it seriously. Sister Imo called me. I'll go see her. With that, his sister ran out of the hall like a gust of wind, leaving Lin Jiumou and their parents behind. Feeling helpless, Lin Jiumou poured himself a large glass of water and began to reassure his parents. Even if there are beasts in the future, there are beast police at the security bureau. No matter how many beasts are outside the city, the country has built city walls, right? You've seen it online. We have the army and the security bureau protecting us, so what's there to be afraid of? We're not dealing with thugs in America. Don't listen to your sister's nonsense, only half-informed, guessing and exaggerating to scare you. After speaking for over 10 minutes and drinking most of his water, Lin Jiumou finally managed to alleviate his parents' pessimism. Just then, the doorbell rang, and his sister went to answer it, quickly bringing in a few people. Dad, it's the census people, she said, then hid behind Mom for protection, giving Lin Jiumou a pleading look. Along with the census workers, there were 2 police officers. Sorry to disturb you. We're conducting a routine census, Lin Jiumou quickly interjected, feeling secretly relieved. Nightmo's presence was quite unique and hard to explain, so he chose to keep it hidden. Besides, Night Imo wasn't on their household registration, so technically, the Lin family was a family of 4, which wasn't incorrect. The census workers didn't think much of it. They compared the information with previous records, nodded, and noted it down. They proceeded with questions about age, gender, education level, and so on, which Lin's father answered truthfully. After ticking all the boxes, the census worker asked, "So, is anyone in the family a beast master?" Before Lin's father could shake his head, 2 hands shot up. You too. Lin's father was stunned, and Lin's mother covered her mouth in surprise. Surprise. His sister smiled sheepishly. Lin Jiumou shrugged innocently. I thought she told you. And besides, you never asked. Not only were Lin's parents stunned, but even the census workers and 2 police officers were taken aback. The spiritual awakening was set to arrive the next day, and up to that point, in the entire city of Tua, with over 5 million people, there were fewer than 1,000 beast tamers, about 1 in every 5,000 people. The workers were conducting routine inquiries and were shocked to discover a family with a 50 beast taming rate. Congratulations, half of you are beast tamers, the worker said, looking enviously at Lin's father. Thank you. Lin's father stammered, still in shock. Now, please summon your beasts. We need to register their information, the worker said, producing a crystal-like stone connected to a small display. Lin's sister raised her hand first, and under the astonished eyes of their parents and the eager gaze of the workers, she summoned a small, pitch-black kitten. The kitten squinted its eyes and opened its mouth as if yawning, still drowsy as if just waking up. Before it fully came to its senses, Lin's sister picked it up and placed its paw on the cold stone. The stone emitted a faint light, flickering like a testing lamp, catching the kitten's attention. 1-star Shadow Cat, Dark-type combat class, level 3 of stage 1, juvenile phase, correct? The worker asked, curiously observing the sleepy kitten, which was also inspecting him. As workers, they knew about beast tamers earlier than the general public, but throughout the census process, they had seen very few beasts, especially ones as tiny and adorable as this. Listening to the worker, Lin Jiumou's eyes flashed with interest as he focused on the strange stone. It was more precise than the combat bracelet, revealing not just attributes and levels, but even star ratings and growth phases. Aside from being inconvenient to carry, it surpassed the bracelet in every other way. Yeah, that's what my brother said too, Lin Jiumou replied. A very impressive beast. I hope you become a powerful beast tamer, the worker said, completing the registration before turning to Lin Jiumou. He nodded but didn't summon immediately. Instead, he looked around, moved the furniture aside, and nudged people towards the edge of the living room. What are you doing? His father asked, frowning. Everything today had exceeded his understanding, leaving him, a man who had lived for decades, feeling bewildered. Lin's mother and the workers were equally puzzled, watching as things were moved in the small living room. Only Lin's sister had a mischievous smile, giggling. Just watch, big brother's about to show off. Lin Jiumou cleared the space and raised his hand to summon. Suddenly, a mist enveloped the area, and 2 pairs of pitch-black wolf eyes lit up, causing everyone to step back in fright, pressing against the walls. An icy, sinister chill spread through the room, making them feel as if they had been transported back to winter, goosebumps rising all over, and the oppressive presence of the beast made it hard for them to breathe. What? Lin's mother gasped, clutching Lin's father's hand, her face pale with fear. Oh my god, is this a beast too? The workers exclaimed, some even trembling. Some of them had seen beasts before, but none like this intimidating creature. The wolf's eyes were so dark they seemed capable of swallowing everything, their sharp gaze both scrutinizing and instilling a hint of fear. It felt as though any movement out of line would lead to being devoured. As the mist cleared, Xiao Songzi's nearly 3-meter-tall, 4-meter-long figure appeared in the living room, making the already cramped space feel even more confined. A long, mournful wolf howl echoed far and wide. Quiet, Lin Jiumou commanded, and the howl was abruptly cut short. He turned to the staff, his tone firm. Proceed with the inspection. Gulping nervously, the staff member took a step forward, then stopped to ask cautiously. It doesn't eat people, does it? Will it bite? Not usually. All right, okay. Gathering their courage, the staff and officers approached, taking out a crystal for testing. They realized that conducting a census could also be a test of bravery. The testing lasted for half a minute, and the results finally came in. 2-star Ice Wolf. Ice and Dark Dual Type Combat Class, 2nd Stage, Level 3, Adult. The staff member exclaimed, eyes wide with surprise. Is that correct? Lin Jiumou nodded. All right, okay. The staff member turned the page and took out a form, asking, do you have any achievements? These records will be noted in your file and will impact future demon taming exams, professional evaluations, and task assignments. I don't have any. I'm still a rookie, his sister said, blushing slightly and sticking out her tongue in embarrassment. Although she did have some achievements, they paled in comparison to falling into the traps of evil demontamers. She still had her pride. The staff member nodded. That's normal. That's what early-stage demontamers should be like. Don't scare people with big creatures all the time. What if you frighten the kids? Even tall kids are still kids. And you? Nothing either, right? Okay. No, there is something, but I can't quite remember the dates. No problem, just give an approximate time. The staff member said, readying a pen. All right. Lin Jiumou nodded and began recalling. A month ago, I completed a rat extermination mission, killing a 2-star, 2nd Stage Level 4 Shadow Rat. Also about a month ago, I killed 5 1st-stage claw wolves on Huanghua Mountain. Half a month ago, I eliminated 8 members of the evil demon tamer organization, Dark Flame, and then, Lin Jiumou counted on his fingers, speaking earnestly. The staff, officers, parents, and even his sister, who knew of his demon tamer identity, were all stunned, their expressions shocked. Each achievement was like a boulder dropping into their hearts, creating waves of astonishment. After speaking for a while, Lin Jiumou picked up his cup and drained the remaining water. That's all right. The staff member asked, feeling parched and looking at him incredulously. Oh my, where did this monster come from? The game hasn't even started, and someone's already taking on the bosses. No, there's one more, Lin Jiumou added. Today, I assisted the Security Bureau in killing mutated demon beasts, including 5 2nd-stage beasts and several 1st-stage ones. As for the ones captured, they don't count since they were taken by the Bureau. Thud. The staff member fell to the ground, looking aggrieved. Buddy, I'm just a worker. I can't handle such scares. After verifying all the information, the staff member promised to record everything in the files, which would serve as extra points for future exams. Once the staff left, Lin Jiumou noticed his parents still looking fearfully at the giant wolf and reassured them. Why are you afraid of it? This is Xiao Songzi. Woof, Xiao Songzi responded. After calming his parents and easing their excess pride, Lin Jiumou chatted with Emo, who had just hidden away in her room. After some reminders, he took Xiao Songzi back to his own room. From Xiao Songzi's consciousness, Lin Jiumou understood that despite its improved strength, there was still a significant gap between Xiao Songzi and Emo, which made him even more curious about her identity. Who could possess such terrifying combat power at such a young age? Especially in a world of demon beasts, how could a human be stronger than them? He fed Xiao Songzi 2 spirit fruits and then glanced at the red countdown. 0, 51, 11. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he practiced secret techniques to pass the time. Through practice, Ice Crack Claw had reached the 2nd level of proficiency, while Dark Assault and Demon Energy Replacement were still at the beginner level, making them difficult to execute and unreliable. If they failed, not only would time be wasted, but the expended mental energy wouldn't be refunded. Time passed quickly during practice. The moment of spiritual revival was approaching. The red countdown numbers slowly dwindled as Lin Jiumou practiced his secret techniques repeatedly. Finally, the numbers hit 0. Ding. Insight technique enhanced. Small storage space activated. Ding. The black countdown began. The whispering voice by his ear returned, clearer this time, with a hint of allure, as if crimson lips were softly speaking by his ear. Lin Jiumou suddenly opened his eyes, his resolute expression turning serious. Golden light shot from his pupils, outlining patterns in the void before gradually fading, replaced by the dark countdown. He didn't pay attention to the numbers, but instead opened the window, focusing intently on the sounds around him. The buildings around were brightly lit, and the restless people disrupted the natural rhythm of birds and insects, maintaining silence. In the distance, the moon appeared and disappeared behind the hazy clouds, while the wind howled like a lament, causing the trees to shiver. Under the flickering moonlight, they resembled clawing demons, adding a chill to the night. Lin Jiumou stood by the window for half an hour, but there was no movement, and the buildings gradually turned dark. It seemed he was overthinking. The mutation of animals would take time. He let out a slow breath, turning his gaze to the little squirrel lying by the bed, activating his insight technique. Evolution suggestions. Lin Jiumou couldn't help but smile. A higher star level meant stronger combat power and smoother breakthroughs. With the evolution suggestion function, his beast mastery wouldn't require the trial and error others faced, nor would he be stuck at bottlenecks. He began reviewing the squirrel's evolution suggestions and found a considerable number. Each time he thought he was done, more suggestions appeared as his mental focus sharpened. After over an hour, his mental energy was almost depleted, yet he couldn't decide on an evolution path, so he reluctantly put it aside, not in a rush to decide. Lin Jiumou focused his mental energy again, and the black countdown numbers appeared. 41, 11, 21 3 days later? This black was unusual, sometimes faint like ink wash, sometimes deep as midnight, giving him a strange feeling as if the numbers were alive and breathing. As he concentrated, the numbers grew denser, larger. Gradually, the numbers changed, morphing into skeletons, bloody hearts, remnants, and fierce beasts materialized. He even saw someone resembling himself, impaled by a strange beast, his spine protruding from the beast's sharp horn. The impaled version of himself struggled, turning his head with a blood-soaked, terrified face. Ah! Lin Jiumou jolted, leaning against the bedhead, sweating and panting heavily. Huh! The little squirrel approached, making a concerned sound. After a moment of heavy breathing, Lin Jiumou exhaled slowly. It's okay. I'm fine, don't worry. Reassuring the squirrel, he mustered his courage and looked at the countdown numbers again. 87, 11, 31 The numbers had changed. Lin Jiumou frowned, watching quietly as time slipped by. The black countdown remained intermittently faint and dense, and the numbers were inconsistent, changing in duration and form. What's going on? This countdown, so different from before, seemed to herald something imminent yet uncertain. After pondering for a while, he felt a wave of exhaustion, as if the earlier illusions had drained his energy. He pinched his brow and instructed Xiaosongzi. Keep an eye on the surroundings. If any beasts approach or if there's any unusual noise, wake me up immediately. I need some rest. Xiaosongzi nodded in agreement. In the morning, Lin Jiumou woke up to sunlight streaming through the window and the sound of birds chirping. Xiaosongzi informed him that aside from a few distant beast roars, nothing else happened during the night. The roars were quickly silenced by the swift approach of chariots. Lin Jiumou nodded, understanding that some animals, after mutating, temporarily lost their minds, much like Ahu from the police station. They needed to endure this period until someone familiar could awaken them. He could imagine the streets after dawn, teeming with chariots and police cars, soldiers and officers bustling like spirits, ready to respond immediately to any animal mutations. After breakfast, Lin Jiumou and his sister prepared to go to school. He advised his parents, stay home today. If you need to go out, it's better if you go together, never alone. Always have Jiumou with you. With her around, you won't be in danger. All right, you both take care too. Look out for your sister. Her beast is still small, and she needs protection, their mother advised. Mom, it's called a contracted beast, Lin Jiumou interjected helplessly. It's all the same, his mother replied with a hint of dissatisfaction. Lin Jiumou didn't engage in the debate between his mother and sister. He turned to Jiumou and said, It'll be a tough few days for you. He'll get you something delicious when we're back. I want egg pancakes. Yimou's eyes sparkled with anticipation. No problem. Lin Jiumou smiled, a glimmer in his eye. Bidding farewell to their parents, the siblings gradually made their way to school under their parents' concerned gazes. Jiumou stood beside Lin Jiumou's parents, frowning in confusion at his retreating figure. Yet, the thought of egg pancakes smoothed her brow, filling her with anticipation. On the way to school, Lin Jiumou and his sister occasionally saw some damaged houses and street facilities, likely caused by the beast's mutations last night. However, officers were efficiently managing the aftermath. Many people were entering and leaving supermarkets and stores, carrying large bags of essentials as if preparing to retreat from the world. Besides that, commuters and students seemed to fall into two categories. Some walked with heads held high, full of vigor as if they had won a grand prize, while others appeared tense and cautious, as if expecting a beast to jump out at any moment. This was a side effect of the spiritual energy resurgence, but it would likely ease in a few days. Noticing her brother's unusual demeanor, his sister asked with concern, Big brother, what's wrong? Nothing, just wondering if the lady selling egg pancakes is open on the first day after the spiritual energy resurgence. Lin Jiumou replied with a smile. In truth, before leaving, he had used an insight technique on Jiumou. The enhanced technique revealed something unusual. Night Demon Snake, 4-star King Beast, Dark Attribute, Semi-reinforced Semi-combat type, Rank Unknown, Talent Unknown, Status Unconscious. The unfamiliar terms like Night Demon Snake, Enhancement Type, and 4-star King Beast left Lin Jiumou unsettled, yet they also resolved some of his doubts. He finally understood the source of Yimou's formidable power and why she survived the battle with the fourth-tier beast at the top of Huanghua Mountain. The concept of enhancement type wasn't difficult to grasp. It seemed to be a kind of beast taming that enhanced the tamer's own abilities. However, what was a king beast? Was there another evaluation standard beyond the star rating? The information provided by Sister Fang did not mention this category. How are your beasts? He asked. What? Don't you just get them easily? Look. Wow. What a cute squirrel, and its claws emit smoke. What kind of beast is yours? The classmates excitedly discussed. I don't know, but I heard that the newly established Beast Taming Guild sells battle wristbands. They'll buy one after school to check it out. Another classmate said enviously. I wish I had a beast too. Their voices echoed across the campus. Lin Jiumou looked around, noticing that almost all students were talking about the resurgence of spiritual energy and beast battles. Some even summoned their contracted beasts to roam the campus, proudly declaring themselves as beast tamers and attracting envious glances. He smiled slightly and temporarily set aside his thoughts about Yimou. After saying goodbye to his sister and giving her a few reminders, he headed to his class. He wasn't worried about his sister being bullied, as her command over beasts was far more adept than these novices. Once she found Yin Yi, their combined beasts would be a formidable force few could contend with at school. When he arrived at his class, Lin Jiumou was surprised to find that there were 6 beast tamers among them. The beast affinity was quite high. Unfortunately, the ones who became beast tamers were the usual troublemakers, especially led by Sun Hao. A few of them had summoned their beasts and were enthusiastically bragging about their strength, even banging on desks and chairs in excitement, while the other students who had arrived early could only fume silently. Oh, the rat exterminator is here? Sun Hao remarked sarcastically as Lin Jiumou walked in, eliciting mocking laughs from the other troublemakers. Lin Jiumou merely glanced at them, shook his head, and headed straight to his seat. As soon as he sat down, Sun Hao approached him, holding a brown mutated lizard, which seemed to belong to another troublemaker. Evolution suggestions. Lin Jiumou thought dismissively as he gave it a cursory look. Do you need something? He asked coldly. Can I stand here? It's not like this is your private hallway. Sun Hao sneered, deliberately thrusting the brown lizard toward Lin Jiumou in a provocative manner, attempting to intimidate him. After all, it was a half-meter-long beast that could easily scare someone with a weaker disposition. However, Lin Jiumou remained calm and unfazed. If Sun Hao paid attention to the brown lizard, he would notice something was off about it. It trembled slightly, its limbs stiff, eyes filled with fear as if it had seen something terrifying, too scared to even move. Huh? Why isn't it moving? Tired, huh? Useless. Sun Hao remarked, recalling the clumsy dog he brought on a camping trip, a smirk playing on his lips. Oh right, what a coincidence, my dog has mutated too. Wanna see? Lin Miao boasts about how great you are, dare to challenge me. Your dog? I'm not interested. Move aside, you're blocking the light. Lin Jiumou glanced at him coldly. The contract with beasts subtly changes people, each person differently, but one thing remains the same. The longer the contract, the more subdued the aura, the stronger the beast, and the sharper the perception. In contrast, newly contracted individuals have mixed auras with their beasts, making them easily identifiable. This is why Lin Jiumou can easily spot how many beast tamers are in the class, while Sun Hao chatters away, refusing to believe he's a beast tamer. Hearing Lin Jiumou's words, Sun Hao paused, realizing his mistake, his face darkening with anger. He slammed his palm on Lin Jiumou's desk with a loud bang, startling the other students who turned their attention to him. Seeing Sun Hao bullying Lin Jiumou again, many frowned but dared not intervene. Lin Jiumou, what kind of attitude is that? Sun Hao glared at him menacingly. Do you still think it's all about grades like in the past? Lin Jiumou looked at him calmly, unfazed. Let me tell you, a new era has arrived. People value beast taming more than grades. Being good at studies is useless now. Beast taming. Combat. Only the strong can decide their way of life. Understand, Sun Hao declared, his face full of fervor, fists clenched as if ready to rally a revolution. But to Lin Jiumou, he was just a big kid reciting a pledge he couldn't comprehend. There's some logic, but it's lacking ruthlessness, and the menace isn't there. I wonder which website he copied it from. Lin Jiumou analyzed earnestly, completely ignoring Sun Hao's repeated challenges to a beast-taming duel. The bell rang, and the homeroom teacher entered the classroom with a worried expression, carrying assignments and textbooks. However, the lesson didn't go smoothly. Sun Hao and his group of troublemakers, who used to be somewhat wary of teachers, now acted as if they owned the place after contracting beasts. They propped their legs on desks, shoe tips against the chairs of classmates in front, who dared not protest. When assignments were handed out, they tore them into pieces. Sun Hao, Wang Hu Wu Jun, what are you doing? Are exercise books for tearing? The homeroom teacher scolded loudly. Sun Hao and his friends exchanged looks and sneered. Sun Hao dismissively said, Teacher, who even does homework these days, right? Exactly. Teacher, you should teach us how to fight with beasts. What if we're doing homework while other teachers are making their students stronger? Wouldn't you be leading us astray? Even in ancient times, there were incompetent teachers, Wang Hu said, stroking his desolate hunting lizard as the others laughed. The homeroom teacher's face flushed with anger as he slammed the podium heavily. Quiet, quiet, she shouted at the top of her lungs. I will find out about future teaching methods in due time. But now is class time. No matter what subject it is, when class is in session, you need to listen to the teacher. Also, pick up your homework. Put your legs down. Sun Hao and his friends exchanged glances, blatantly ignoring her warning. Just then, the intercom phone on the podium rang. The homeroom teacher took a deep breath, trying to calm herself, and answered the call. After a few brief replies, she hung up. She informed the students, I have to attend a meeting now, regarding your Yusher training. For this period, you'll have self-study. She scanned the classroom, her gaze finally locking on Sun Hao and his group with a warning tone. While I'm gone, if I hear of any student using their Yusher to bully those without, that student will be excluded from Yusher training. Sun Hao and his friends sneered, clearly unfazed. As soon as the homeroom teacher left, the sound of desk banging filled the room. To Sun Hao, the teacher's sudden departure signaled fear of them. Lin Jiumou watched the scene unfold, his frown deepening. Clearly, despite the official preparations for the revival of spiritual energy, they still couldn't control those who were already arrogant and unruly. Situations like Sun Hao's group were likely common in other classes, even other schools. And this was just school. What would it be like in the workplace? Well, more trouble is just more trouble. Lin Jiumou stood up, stretched, and tilted his head, deftly avoiding a pin thrown from behind. Huh, he really had some skills to dodge that. Lin Jiumou turned back, gave Sun Hao a cold glance, and said icily, Want to fight? Let's go. And you few with Yusher, come on, don't say I didn't give you a chance. With that, he walked out of the classroom. The whole class was stunned, then quickly caught on. Sun Hao jumped up excitedly and followed closely, with Wang Hu and others right behind. The other students snapped out of their surprise and gradually joined in, until nearly the entire class was heading en masse to the playground. When Lin Jiumou arrived at the sports field, he realized that the problem students were not just a few. Students from other classes who could control beasts also came during the break to compete. The wide field had 8 pairs of beast duels going on, surrounded by a crowd as if no one had classes to attend. Although it was called a beast duel, there was hardly any force behind the fights, resembling a child's play, and it wasn't very interesting to watch. Lin Jiumou just glanced briefly before looking away. From the conversations around him, Lin Jiumou learned that these were mostly the problem students from each class, who ignored teachers and even made some cry. Once the teachers were called to meetings, these students would head to the field to spar. The teaching building closest to the field was for the first-year students, and this year, there were far more girls than boys, with many of them being quite attractive. Consequently, the field occasionally saw some bewildering acts intended to impress the underclassmen, and these sparring sessions by the problem students were likely one of those acts. In the first-year teaching building, Yan Yi was sneaking a peek downstairs and immediately saw something that made her nudge the focused Lin Miao. What is it? Look downstairs, there's a surprise. Not interested, they're just a bunch of immature kids. I'm busy catching up on assignments. I stayed up all night, Lin Miao replied, uninterested. Really not gonna look? Nope. All right. Then your brother's stunning looks are all mine to enjoy. As soon as Yan Yi finished speaking, Lin Miao pressed her down, leaning her head out the window to quickly spot Lin Jiumou, exclaiming, It really is him. Is my annoying brother planning to dominate high school? Does that make me the sister of the boss? Her exclamation drew the attention of other classmates, especially since the whole class had been brainwashed by her stories of my brother is a superhero. Although they didn't believe it, they still crowded by the window to look outside. Meow meow, which one is your brother? The handsome one in red, or the one in black? Or that flamboyant one, the one in white? Not that handsome. What's your brother doing? Why is he on the field's announcement platform? Not only were the first-year students puzzled, but those sparring on the field also stopped and turned their attention to Lin Jiumou. Hey. Lin Jiumou spoke into the microphone, immediately capturing everyone's attention. Lin Jiumou, are you going to fight or not? We don't have time to watch you act like an idiot, Sun Hao said impatiently. Lin Jiumou glanced at him, then looked around, his gaze sweeping over each student with a beast. The new era is here, and you rebels with beast contracts are puffed up like blowfish, huh? Lin Jiumou said with a smile. Actually, I don't mean much by it. I just want to tell all of you here who think you're the best because you have a beast contract, that I also have a beast and would like to train with you. Calling it a fight would be too flattering. As soon as he said this, the field fell silent, and everyone stared at him in disbelief. Sun Hao and the others, who were laughing, were suddenly dumbfounded. The next second, a cacophony of laughter and shouting erupted. Isn't that the guy with the female sidekick? Acting all tough now, some boys from other classes said mockingly. Didn't see that beauty today, maybe she dumped him, and that's why he's gone crazy, someone quickly added. Feeling annoyed, Lin Jiumou decided to take action and include him in his practice. At that moment, a dozen students stepped out from the crowd, each looking like troublemakers, accompanied by their various beasts, mainly canines, felines, and birds, all at levels 1 to 5. Sun Hao and his group were among them. The other students, who were merely there for the spectacle, shook their heads with mocking looks, as if watching a fool. Lin Jiumou ignored their gazes, glanced around, counted them, and nodded with satisfaction. Although they were minor characters, at least they had some courage. On the other side of the campus, Lin Jiumou's class teacher was hurrying to the meeting room and encountered the class teacher of Class 2 on the way. Mr. Li, are you going to the meeting too? Yes, let's go together. They exchanged glances, both with bitter smiles. Troubled by students? Absolutely. Suddenly there are these beast tamers, and these kids think they're invincible. Don't they know there's always someone better? With this attitude, if they don't study properly, what will become of them? The Class 2 teacher became more agitated as they spoke. Mr. Li, Mr. Yang, are you troubled too? As they reached the meeting room, they heard a voice behind them and turned to see other class teachers, from both senior and junior grades, all looking unhappy. One female teacher even had red eyes and tear stains on her face. They all sighed in unison. Hey, hey! A voice from the playground caught their attention. It's not Monday. Who would use the podium now? Strange things are happening today. The teachers were puzzled, except for Yang, the class teacher of Class 1, who frowned, recognizing the voice. Instead of entering the meeting room, they listened intently to the voice from the playground. Once they understood, they were shocked. Who's so bold to challenge all the beast taming students? Quick, let's see who it is. They grew anxious. Mr. Li from Class 2 took out his Huawei phone, zooming in on the playground. I see. It's a student. Wait, he looks familiar. Mr. Li frowned, then widened his eyes. No way. Mr. Yang, check if it's Lin Jiumou from your class. Yang's heart skipped a beat. He pushed through to take a look, his face darkening as he nodded heavily. It's him. This kid. Is he a problem student? A teacher asked. No. He's very gentle and does well in his studies. Yang said anxiously. It must be Sun Hao and his group bullying Jiumou again. Please explain to the principal for me. I'll be right back. As he spoke, he rushed toward the stairs, unexpectedly bumping into a stately middle-aged woman and fell. Sorry. It's okay. Don't be in a rush. Lin Jiumou will be fine, the woman said with a smile, easily helping Yang up. Do you know Jiumou? Yang asked, frowning. I haven't seen you before. Are you a teacher? Hearing she was a beast taming teacher, the others greeted her. Hello, Ms. Chung. Why do you say he won't be in trouble? He's alone and not very strong. Before Yang could finish, Chung Yin interrupted, adjusting her fake glasses. Let them be. Lin Jiumou knows his limits and won't hurt those troublemakers too badly. You, on the other hand, should learn more about beast taming, or how will you manage your students? Do you always want that handsome guy to step in? Chung Yun, the previously flirtatious woman from the beast taming hall, now looked like a refined teacher in her professional attire and fake glasses. The teachers exchanged confused glances. Weren't we worried about that Lin Jiumou being bullied? How did it turn into us worrying about the others? Were you even listening to us? It's complicated, but to put it simply, among his peers in the entire city of Tuo, there's no one who can beat him. Instead of worrying about him getting hurt, you should worry about your own troublemakers. Don't blame him for this unusual incident. He must be fed up with the chaos and is helping you bring them into line. Chung Yun said with a squint and a smile. This left all the teachers speechless, especially Yang, who looked toward the playground, still in disbelief. On the field, all the sparring had come to a halt. The students gathered around, encircling Lin Jiumou and a group of troublemakers, creating a space roughly 100 meters wide, ample for a group of beast tamers to spar. More and more students rushed over from the teaching building, quickly forming an impenetrable crowd. Lin Miao and Yin Yi were among them. Lin Jiumou, are you stupid or just foolish? Even if you have a beast, do you think you can challenge so many of us? Sun Hao sneered. As the young master of the Sun Construction Group, Sun Hao held a notable position among the troublemaking students. As soon as he spoke, the surrounding students burst into laughter. Enough talk. If you're ready, summon your beasts, Lin Jiumou replied coldly, glancing at him. He surveyed the crowd. Besides Sun Hao's group of 6 and the original 8 who were sparring on the field, 11 more had joined, making a total of 25. Although not all the beast tamers were present, at least all the problem students were here, forming a considerable group. As the summoning began, beams of light arced from their palms, turning into mist. From these clouds emerged beasts of various shapes and sizes, accompanied by the howls of wolves, roars of tigers, moos of bulls, and squeaks of mice. The crowd gasped and snapped photos with their phones, making the students feel even more pleased with themselves, raising their chins in arrogance and feigned sophistication. Childish Lin Miao muttered disdainfully, then shouted, Go, big brother. Go, Lin brother. Yin Yi's high-pitched voice startled Lin Miao, who looked at her in disbelief, a sense of rivalry stirring within her. Among the more than 20 beasts present, the highest level belonged to Sun Hao's familiar beast, a level 6 claw wolf. The earlier wolf howl had come from it. At the moment, it was shaking its fur proudly. Upon noticing Lin Jiumou's gaze, it glared back, but upon recognizing him, it stiffened and took a small, almost imperceptible step back, glancing around nervously. Sun Hao didn't notice this, instead lifting his chin along with the other beast tamers, basking in the admiring gazes. Hey, freshman class, it's your turn, a tall boy called out, his beast being a level 4 horn bull. Yeah, hurry up. I'm waiting to go back and play cards. The crowd laughed. Lin Jiumou chuckled too, quietly observing each beast's attributes. Since you're all in such a hurry, let's begin. He raised his hand to summon, releasing a dense cloud of mist. Seeing the range of the mist, the opposing group felt a twinge of unease. This was a big one. As the mist slowly dissipated, the silhouette of a giant beast emerged, revealing a majestic figure nearly 3 meters tall. Its white fur, like snow, swayed gently in the breeze, with 4 paws as black as ink. A sinister black ring around its neck and chest exuded an aura of mystery. A woo. A howl deeper and more resonant than the claw wolf's reverberated, dispersing the mist and revealing the giant beast in its full glory. The deep, dark wolf eyes exuded a chilling indifference, causing the surrounding temperature to drop suddenly, as if even the sunlight had turned cold. A faint aura of the Wolf King's dominance spread, unsettling many hearts and leaving people visibly shocked. Over 20 spirit beasts became restless, plunging into chaos. Suddenly, the giant wolf's gaze locked onto the clawed wolf, as though the previous howl was a response to a reckless youngling. Thud! Sun Hao's clawed wolf's legs gave way, collapsing to the ground with a whimper of surrender. You. Sun Hao raised his hand dumbfounded, yet dared not point at Lin Jiumou. He had thought his spirit beast was the strongest in the school, especially after its mutation and heavy diet of beef and mutton, surely superior to those of less affluent peers. However, Lin Jiumou's spirit beast made him feel utterly insignificant. How could he possibly fight? What's the point of fighting? Are you all going to attack together, or will someone go first? Lin Jiumou's calm gaze fell on Sun Hao. Gulp. Sun Hao swallowed nervously, stammering, his eyes darting around. Sun Hao, you go first. Yeah, isn't this your class? It's best if you handle it. Don't embarrass us. It was like students hoping someone else would be called on by the teacher during a surprise check. Faced with Lin Jiumou's spirit beast, they had no will to fight and could only come up with a delaying tactic. I'm not afraid of you. Wolf King, go. Sun Hao stuttered. The clawed wolf turned back, looking at him pitifully, its eyes pleading as if asking to reconsider. But Sun Hao ignored its gaze, continuing to urge it on. Reluctantly, the desperate clawed wolf summoned its remaining courage, howling and baring its teeth, charging towards Xiao Songzi with a somewhat ferocious, beastly aura. As it neared, it leaped high, its foul-smelling fangs aimed straight for Xiao Songzi's neck, its sharp claws glinting in the sunlight. If this strike hit, bang! The clawed wolf flew back at an even faster speed, soaring over 5 meters off the ground, landing precisely in front of Sun Hao. The entire scene fell into a brief silence. Yeah, way to go, big brother. Lin brother is awesome, 2 high-pitched voices rang out, drawing some strange looks, with some recognizing one as Lin Jiumou's sister. The clawed wolf whimpered, cowering at Sun Hao's feet, trembling, its paw slamming heavily on the ground, both frustrated and aggrieved. Puffed. Lin Miao burst out laughing, followed by more and more laughter, until it became a thunderous chorus of mirth. Amazing. I didn't expect spirit beasts to be this powerful. Now that's what I call a spirit beast. Compared to this classmate's spirit beast, theirs are embarrassingly weak, and they always boasted about it. Isn't today the first day of spiritual awakening? Why is the gap so big? These whispers made the faces of over 20 people across the way turn red with embarrassment, unable to retort. Next, I suggest you all come at once. Lin Jiumou continued, as if Xiao Songzi's paw swipe had merely swatted a fly. The group exchanged glances, avoiding eye contact, with no one daring to step forward. Well, this classmate is indeed impressive, we admit defeat. We still have classes to attend, so let's reschedule the match, shall we? A boy with dyed yellow hair stepped forward, awkwardly suggesting, with others nodding in agreement. Saying this, they raised their hands, clumsily beginning to unsummon their spirit beasts, trying to act as if nothing had happened and return to class, since it wasn't them who had been defeated. As their palms shimmered, about to recall their spirit beasts, a chill swept over them. Their palms were suddenly covered in frost, the summoning symbols shattering from the ice, the biting cold seeping into their hands. Do you think spirit beast challenges are child's play? Lin Jiumou's cold voice came through. Everyone looked up to see him approaching, his expression indifferent, making them panic slightly. No wonder Lin Jiumou wore such an expression. These people had only just contracted their spirit beasts yet were already disregarding the rules. Since the teachers and school couldn't handle it, Lin Jiumou didn't mind stepping in himself. Xiao Songzi. Lin Jiumou rolled up his sleeves. Whoa, don't kill them. Before the words were fully out of his mouth, both he and his beast charged forward, heading straight for the 20-plus beasts being controlled by their masters. Are you crazy? We didn't even provoke you. A boy exclaimed as he hurriedly picked up his beast and tried to escape into the crowd. He figured that if he could blend into the crowd, Lin Jiumou's beast wouldn't be able to reach him. Crash! He slammed into an ice wall, pain bringing tears to his eyes as he clutched his forehead and turned around to find that the area was now encircled by ice walls, trapping them in. Several others with the same idea had also run into the walls, all looking equally unlucky and afraid, like lambs trying to avoid a wolf, a stark contrast to their earlier bravado. What do you want? It's just a sparring match. Can't we just concede? Yeah, we admit defeat. If you keep attacking our beasts, we'll report you to your class. I'll remember this, you jerk. The crowd's protests and threats filled the air. Lin Jiumou simply muttered, idiots, before lunging at one of the boys, grabbing the head of his protective flame dog and slamming it to the ground. Thud! The dog's head was buried in the grass, and with a flick of Lin Jiumou's wrist, the massive flame dog, comparable in size to an Alaskan Malamute, was hurled back at its owner, landing in a heap. That's the first one, Lin Jiumou remarked, turning his attention to the next target. It was a boy with earrings, who seemed to have forgotten he was at school, nervously eyeing Lin Jiumou. His iron-winged swallow was flying overhead, trying to protect its master, its wings shimmering with a metallic sheen, feathers razor-sharp. With a shrill cry, the swallow dove down, only to be kicked away by Lin Jiumou, crashing into its owner with a pitiful wail. That's the second one, Lin Jiumou said, moving towards his third target. This time, he focused on the owner of a wild-horned bull. The boy, upon catching Lin Jiumou's gaze, looked as if he'd seen a ghost. He pushed the bull forward and tried to run in the opposite direction. But after only a few steps, the sound of a pained bellow reached him, followed by a shadow flying rapidly through the sunlight. Landing with a thud right in front of him, it was the wild-horned bull. Unable to dodge, he was hit in the face by the bull's tail, the stinging pain like a hard slap. Where do you think you're going? The boy turned around in fright to see Lin Jiumou standing calmly before him, as if asking about his lunch. He screamed as Lin Jiumou kicked him onto the bull. Lin Jiumou then moved on to his next target. Meanwhile, Xiao Songzi was having an easier time, creating a layer of ice on the ground and playfully toying with the beasts and their masters. Naturally, their fate was even worse. The arena echoed with cries and screams, mixed with the terrified or pained howls of the beasts. These beasts were merely first-level newcomers, utterly powerless against the seasoned Xiao Songzi, who had them rolling on the ground, unable to spare a thought for their masters. This violent spectacle left the onlooking students completely dumbfounded, exchanging glances with each other, unable to utter a single word. Meow meow, how would you feel about having a sister-in-law? Yennie's eyes sparkled as she couldn't help but ask. Lin Jiumou let out a cold snort, and soon an intense fight concluded. Except for him and Xia Songzi, everyone else inside the icy circle, both humans and beasts, were left bruised and sprawled on the ground in disarray. Lin Jiumou, slightly out of breath, wore a faint smile. In the sunlight, he struck a chill in the hearts of these students. He wasn't pleased because he had taught them a lesson, but rather because the activity gave him a rough idea of his physical condition. Ever since contracting with the spirit beast, every time Xia Songzi advanced, his own physique would slightly improve as well. The faint spiritual energy within him, though much restored, continued to nourish his body. During his previous assignments with the Security Bureau, it was mostly Xia Songzi who took action, leaving him with little opportunity to fight. Now, after battling the beasts, he had a clearer understanding of his abilities. Without his Tang sword, he could roughly contend with spirit beasts of rank 1, levels 1 to 6. But if he wielded the Tang sword, the outcome would be unpredictable. That's enough for today, Lin Jiumou said with a smile, his gaze sweeping over the students who were reluctant to leave. I'll keep it brief. His words made Sun Hao and the others feel stifled, almost to the point of spitting blood. If you want us to go, open the ice door. Of course, they dared not voice such thoughts now. After several rounds of beatings, they were filled with fear. Lin Jiumou walked to the podium, paused for a moment, and continued. The spiritual energy is awakening, the world is changing, but it's just the beginning. The sky hasn't fallen, so there's no reason for you to act lawlessly. If you want to attend class, do so properly. If not, even sleeping in the classroom is fine. But if anyone acts out of line again, I'll bring them here for some serious training. His gaze, sharp as a blade, swept over the 25 faces. Although they were discontent, none dared to voice their complaints. That's it. If you have a problem with me, feel free to challenge me anytime. Just make sure you can win. If not, behave yourselves. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding ice walls instantly melted into water, and Lin Jiumou walked away. The onlookers quickly made way for him, watching him leave with varied expressions. Amidst the whispers, Lin Jiumou vaguely heard two familiar voices. I've decided. I'll be your sister-in-law. Get lost. Meanwhile, in a dark, dilapidated cellar on the west side of Tua City, about a dozen men stood nervously, shining flashlights toward a large hole in the depths. There lay a tunnel they had dug, the flashlight beams unable to reach the end. Brother Chong, Are we really going to do this? There are so many in there, someone said nervously. Each person had a spirit beast by their side, fully armed with sharp knives at their waists and crossbows in hand, their expressions serious and even trembling with anxiety. Shouldn't we report this to the security bureau? I'm afraid. Another person swallowed hard, showing signs of hesitation. Clearly, they were about to undertake something dangerous. Nonsense. If we report it, what will be left for us? Didn't you watch the live stream? The spiritual energy is awakening. The man, known as Brother Chong, was burly with bulging muscles and a fierce look in his eyes, clearly not one to be messed with. He glared at the two wavering men and looked around at the others, noticing their hesitation, and frowned. Now's the perfect chance for us ordinary people to rise up. If we can eliminate the beasts in there, we'll definitely find lots of treasures, martial arts from novels, elixirs, maybe even divine beast eggs. Who's worried about money then? He continued to urge them on. Doesn't anyone here want to be wealthy? But if you hand it over to the security bureau, you won't even get a taste. Let me make this clear. If anyone reports this or tries to back out, don't blame me for not recognizing them as a brother. These words both tempted the greedy and frightened the timid, while also firming the resolve of the hesitant. One by one, they put on ingratiating smiles, with no one retreating. All right, we're all good brothers. If Dahu can take the lead, so can we against these trashy beasts. I'll make sure you all enjoy the good life. With that, Brother Chong pulled back the crossbow string, ready to set off. The others followed suit, drawing their crossbows and heading into the dark tunnel, leaving the cellar in darkness once more. Soon, a series of heart-rending screams echoed from within, the sound starting and then abruptly stopping. At the entrance, pairs of eerily familiar crimson eyes began to glow. When Mr. Yang finished his meeting and returned to the classroom, it was almost noon. The classroom was quiet. Sun Hao, Wang Hu, and others sat like defeated roosters, heads drooping, faces full of reluctance, with no more noise to be heard. Occasionally, other students glanced at Lin Jiumou, who was focused on studying, their eyes filled with surprise and curiosity. Mr. Yang looked around and finally gave Lin Jiumou a deep look, as if seeing him in a new light. Class, Mr. Yang called out, capturing the attention of all the students. Seeing the class so quiet and everyone studying diligently, he felt gratified. I'm very pleased. The class remained silent, but Sun Hao and his friends looked visibly upset. I have 3 announcements for you, Mr. Yang continued, patting the thick stack of booklets on the podium. First, the new Beast Mastery teacher has arrived and will be teaching basic knowledge and combat skills related to Beast Mastery. Interested students can sign up, but space is limited, so it's first come, first served. Immediately, Sun Hao and others raised their hands eagerly, their faces full of anticipation. The other students looked at Lin Jiumou, surprised to find that he did not sign up. Jiumou, aren't you going to participate? I heard you have a beast too, Mr. Yang asked, puzzled. No, I'll pass. Let them have the spot, Lin Jiumou replied with a smile. It wasn't out of generosity. As a beta tester, he already knew the basic knowledge of Beast Mastery and understood that the classes were scheduled after cultural lessons, making them unnecessary and a waste of time for him. However, others didn't see it that way. Wang Hu and his friends looked at him with smug satisfaction, their eyes hinting at ridicule, as if watching a fool. Limited spots, and he's pretending to be aloof? Huh, just wait and see. When we get stronger, we'll show him. All right, I won't force you. Mr. Yang, seeming to realize something, didn't press further and handed out forms for those interested to fill in their information. The second announcement is about the Beast Mastery College entrance exam, Mr. Yang continued. In a month, the first nationwide Beast Mastery College entrance exam will be held. All senior students with beasts, as well as outstanding junior and sophomore students with beasts, are eligible to participate. The class erupted in murmurs, students whispering to their seatmates. Teacher, what is the Beast Mastery exam test? Do we still go to college afterward? One student asked, voicing everyone's curiosity. Is it like in novels, where there's an academy just for training main characters? Laughter filled the classroom. Mr. Yang wasn't annoyed. In fact, he found it amusing. Smiling, he explained, the Beast Mastery exam is similar to our regular college entrance exams. It mainly tests knowledge of Beast Mastery, combat skills, and includes a task-based assessment. Your final score will be based on these 3 components. You can register up to a week before the exam. So for those aspiring to become Beast Masters, the next 3 weeks are crucial. Whether you can get into a good Beast Mastery university depends on these 21 days. Upon hearing this, the students were visibly surprised. There's really a Beast Mastery Academy. That's awesome. After school, I'm going to find a beast to contract with. I've heard there's a place called the Beast Mastery Guild where you can buy beast eggs and young beasts. Unlike others planning to group up after school to buy beast eggs, Sun Hao and his friends, feeling superior, were about to speak up when Lin Jiumou beat them to it. Teacher, I'm signing up, Lin Jiumou said. All right, Ms. Yang nodded, and despite the students' reluctance, she went ahead and registered them. She called over a few classmates, each carrying a small stack of brochures, and handed them out to everyone. Even though Yu was absent today, there was a copy left on his desk. This was the admissions brochure for the Demon Taming Academy, which included several institutions. Everyone was advised to read it thoroughly at home. Lin Jiumou skimmed through it and then closed it. The content was similar to a document he had received, though the document was more comprehensive. He had to admit that the document Sister Fang gave him was packed with information, allowing him to gain an early advantage when the spiritual energy first began to recover. Since the spiritual energy's resurgence, he hadn't been in touch with Sister Fang. She seemed to have vanished, and he couldn't find her. In the afternoon, Yu walked out of the classroom with a proud expression and a determined stride. Just after midnight, he had cornered his pet guinea pig at home. Fortunately, the guinea pig mutated and ended up cornering him instead. In a confused state, he formed a contract with his pet pig and spent the morning learning about demon taming before heading to school. Lately, he had noticed that Mu Gu was looking at him strangely, as if there was a desire to eliminate him. But things were different now. Yu was a demon tamer. No matter how powerful Mu Gu was, he was now the little brother. Or rather, he should be called Little Mu now. Arriving at class, Yu plopped down on his desk and teased, "Hey Little Mu, wanna spar a bit?" As soon as he said this, other classmates cast him strange and sympathetic glances. Lin Jiumou glanced at him coldly and said, "Get lost," before kicking Yu out of the classroom. The others nodded in agreement, thinking that this was how it should be. After school, Lin Jiumou was walking down the street when he noticed some commotion ahead. Two security officers were restraining a burly man who was struggling as they led him to a police car. The man's hands were secured with heavy, black handcuffs, and his face was filled with madness. These enhanced handcuffs were designed for demon tamers with increased physical strength and could even block their summoning abilities. Officer Li, one of the officers turned upon hearing his name and, recognizing Lin Jiumou, smiled. "Oh, it's you, Jiumou." This was Officer Li from the South City Security Bureau, whom Lin Jiumou had worked with on various tasks before, and they were quite familiar with each other. After securing the man in the police car, Officer Li turned and asked, "Jiumou, are you heading to the guild?" The existence of the Demon Taming Guild had been announced during the live broadcast on the day of the spiritual energy's resurgence. So many people were heading there to buy demons or take on missions. Lin Jiumou smiled and replied, "I'll be going later, just passing by now." He then asked, "How's it going? Are you adjusting to the changes?" He was referring to the current situation after the spiritual energy changes. At this, Officer Li's expression turned bitter. "Adjusting is one thing, but we're much busier. Just today, we've had cases of people causing trouble with their demons, accidents with cars involving demons, and stray animals that were overlooked and ended up hurting people, and so on. Thankfully, the city walls keep the outside beasts at bay, and with the City Defense Bureau on guard, it's not worse. To be honest, I haven't slept since last night." The City Defense Bureau is a new department formed from the original military, with branches in each city. Their main task is to guard the city against external beast threats, complementing the Security Bureau, which focuses on internal security. "That's tough," Lin Jiumou acknowledged, glancing at the police car, thinking he should keep it brief. "Let me know if you need help." Officer Li nodded. "Will do." He returned to the car to help the other officer with the prisoner. Lin Jiumou continued on his way, but as he passed the police car, he suddenly stopped, his eyes changing. "Jiumou, is there something else?" Officer Li asked. Lin Jiumou didn't answer, his gaze fixed on the ground. "What's wrong?" Officer Li was puzzled. Lin Jiumou's eyes narrowed, and he swiftly leaped aside. Boom! With a loud crash, the broad street suddenly collapsed, revealing a large pit several meters in diameter. The police car's front wheels dangled in the air, causing the vehicle to teeter like a seesaw. The pedestrians on the street were so startled by the scene that they stepped back a few paces. Once they regained their composure, they gathered around the edge of the pit to see what had happened. What was going on? Could this be a sinkhole? Wait, what is that? Gems. More and more of them. As the crowd marveled, pairs of blood-red eyes began to glow in the pit, followed by loud squeaking noises as the red eyes started to stir. An elderly man, who was standing closest with his hands behind his back, was watching intently when suddenly a black mass shot out from the pit. The next moment, the old man's head fell like a bowling ball, and bright red blood spurted several meters away, splattering into the pit as his body slumped over. Everyone was frozen in shock, staring at the creature that emerged, a giant rat, with pitch-black fur, gray-white claws, and a body larger than a dog. Squeaks echoed sharply from the pit as more shadowy figures surged up, attacking the crowd. A middle-aged woman carrying a shopping basket was paralyzed with fear until a splash of blood hit her face. She turned her head to see a person in a school uniform next to her, pierced straight through from face to the back of the head, with red and white fluids gushing down. Behind him, a giant rat with a tail like a massive arrow and fierce, blood-red eyes was staring at her. She screamed, but was then also pierced through the head, toppling into the deep pit. "Run! Anyone who can't fight the beasts, run back. Call the police. Call the police." Officer Li was nearly roaring from inside the police car. reaching for the communicator under the seat. But the man they were escorting suddenly went berserk, grabbing, biting, and attacking him frantically. All three were beast tamers and had similar physiques, but the man was stronger. For a moment, the two officers couldn't break free or reach the communicator. Run! Help! Help! The monsters are eating people. Save me. Ah, don't chase me. Hello? Is this the security bureau? I need to report. There are beasts eating. Ah! The street descended into chaos as giant rats of various forms crawled out of the pit, charging at the crowd. Cars swerved wildly, desperate to flee. Countless people ran for their lives, while some were so terrified they lost control, sitting pale and frozen in place. An unprecedented wave of fear spread outward from the pit. Jiumou brothers. Ice rain barrage. Officer Li had just shouted when Lin Jiumou's voice followed. With loud thuds, massive, heavy ice balls fell from the dark clouds above, like giant hailstones, knocking many of the giant rats back into the pit, temporarily slowing their attack. A female student fleeing for her life fell to the ground, looking back to see a giant rat leaping high, its arrow-like tail poised to strike, filling her with despair. At that moment, a flash of black light split the giant rat in half. With a thud, its body fell on either side of the girl. Lin Jiumou withdrew his icy Tang Dao and, with a swift turn, slashed down two more giant rats before shouting back, "Hurry up and run." The girl finally snapped out of her daze, grabbed her backpack, and scrambled away with the crowd. Lin Jiumou refocused his gaze, looking seriously at the giant pit before him. Through his insight technique, he saw countless giant rats, blade rats, arrow-tailed rats, gray-skinned rats, man-eating rats, far too many to count. He could not imagine how many were inside the hole. At that moment, the cave entrance roared and expanded once more, causing the police car to slowly begin to fall forward. Officer Li, full of anger, struggled and questioned the prisoner. "Damn it. Do you know what you're doing?" The prisoner laughed maniacally. Let's die together." Bang. The car dropped, but instead of falling into the abyss, it landed steadily on a massive ice surface. Xiao Songzi stood above, continuously exhaling cold air to reinforce the ice. Lin Jiumou opened the car door, dragged the prisoner out, and landed two solid punches, causing the prisoner to double over in pain and vomit. Then, he pulled out the two police officers as well. "Are you all okay?" he asked with concern. "Not good, but under control," Officer Li replied. "Let's discuss it up there." "All right." Lin Jiumou grabbed their arms and leaped, bringing them to the street. By this time, others with the ability to control beasts had reacted, forming groups of 3 to 5 to face the giant rats. Although inexperienced, they managed not to be defeated. Lin Jiumou looked around and saw chaos on the street, with many belongings abandoned and a dozen bodies lying on the ground, some still twitching, their heads missing, left only with instinctive reactions. The smell of blood and dust filled the air, and Officer Li's face turned ashen, fists clenched with burning anger. Damn it! He gritted his teeth, his gaze sweeping over the corpses, feeling an overwhelming heaviness. This was probably the first time he had witnessed such a tragedy since becoming an officer. Lin Jiumou looked at the ice, creaking under pressure, and said gravely, "Call for backup quickly." Officer Li immediately took out his communicator to request support and summoned his own beast. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a rumbling sound echoed around them, and they looked up to see a streetlight not far ahead slowly sinking. Loud commotion arose in the distance. If they could see from above, they'd be shocked to find nearly the entire city of Duel was dotted with giant pits, from which countless giant rats were emerging. With the tremor from the ice, Lin Jiumou almost lost his balance. He turned back, horrified to see the ice was covered in cracks. It should have been able to withstand a typical second-stage beast's attack without breaking. Clearly, something different was beneath. "Get back!" he shouted, pulling the two officers away. Boom! With a deafening crash, the ice shattered, and a massive claw emerged, holding the bloody half of the prisoner. Then, 3 different-looking beast rats climbed up. Lin Jiumou's gaze immediately locked onto one. Its body was as large as a calf, eyes blood red, shrouded in a dark, swirling shadow. It was the afterimage rat he had encountered before. Though the same species, this afterimage rat had entirely different abilities, which Lin Jiumou quickly realized. Then he turned to the other two. One giant rat had dark gray fur, larger than the afterimage rat, with a rugged body as if covered in layers of muscular armor, its fur bristling like sharp needles. The claw that first emerged was likely its doing, suggesting it was the one that broke the ice. This was a strength-type brute. The last one was much smaller, about the size of a large dog, with black flames burning on its forepaws and tail tip. It was a sorcerer among rats. Xiao Songzi had returned to Lin Jiumou's side, staring at the 3 giant rats, its eyes narrowed to slits, enveloped in black mist, gradually forming a thin layer of armor. It watched the 3 giant rats warily, and they stared back with equal caution, while other beast rats scrambled from the pit, gathering behind the giants. "Brother Jiumou, can you handle this?" Officer Li scanned the attributes of the three with his combat wristband, realizing he wasn't a match, and turned to Lin Jiumou with hopeful eyes, informing the situation again through the communicator. Lin Jiumou's expression turned serious as he summoned a sharp black ice tang sword, his eyes growing darker and sharper. He said in a deep voice, "You organize the other beast controllers to hold off the first stage rats." The implication was clear: these three were his responsibility. In a Honor vs. 3 showdown, Lin Jiumou faced 3 2-star, second-tier beasts without fear. Instead, a burning battle spirit surged within him, and his energy flowed in response. Xiao Songzi seemed to sense this fighting spirit as well, its fur standing on end, emanating a faint aura of intimidation that caused the 3 second-tier rat demons to hesitate and show signs of wariness, though they continued to approach slowly. "Brother Jiumou," the director said, "the entire city is infested with rats. The City Defense Bureau and the police department have deployed their forces and will arrive as quickly as possible." Officer Li's voice rang out on the battlefield. Lin Jiumou nodded, his eyes fixed on the giant rats ahead. With his physical endurance, he could only handle beasts below the first stage, level 6. Any higher, and he would struggle. Armed with a blade and his inherited swordsmanship, he had a chance against low-level second-tier beasts. If he could utilize his limited energy, he might even slay a mid-level second-tier beast in one strike. However, his body remained fragile, incapable of withstanding the attacks of second-tier beasts, so he had to concentrate fully. As he faced off against the 3 second-tier rat demons, Officer Li and another officer effectively organized other beast tamers, battling fiercely against the endless wave of rat demons. The battlefield was filled with shouts and the roars of beasts, creating a tense and intense atmosphere. Perhaps intimidated by Xiao Songzi's aura, none of the first-tier rat demons dared to approach. Finally, after a few seconds, the dark flame rat could no longer hold back and spewed a jet of black flames at Lin Jiumou. Xiao Songzi immediately countered, its sharp claws flashing like black lightning. Boom! The two energies collided midair, intertwining the black flames and icy chill, instantly blurring the vision. In the black fog, numerous black ice spikes emerged, piercing through the space, aiming straight for the 3 rat demons. Squeak! After a round of ice spikes, Xiao Songzi rushed into the fog without waiting for it to clear, lunging at the rat demons. Squeak! Roar! Bang bang bang! In an instant, the sounds of claw strikes echoed continuously, the black mist roiled, and fire and frost intermingled, with flashes of scarlet light appearing intermittently. At this moment, a gust of wind swept through, and the seemingly cumbersome rock-breaking rat approached Lin Jiumou with surprising agility. Lin Jiumou's pupils flashed briefly as if penetrating the black fog. He swiftly dodged, evading the giant paw's attack, and his blade sliced across the rock-breaking rat's abdomen. Thud! The rat screeched in pain, stirring the black mist. Lin Jiumou raised his tang sword, redirecting the rat's tail that lashed towards him aside. The tail, belonging to the rock-breaking rat, was powerful, numbing his grip. He swung his sword down, leaving only a shallow mark on the tail. What formidable defense! Lin Jiumou thought, quickly crouching to avoid the sweeping tail. He launched several more attacks, relying on his agility to evade and occasionally striking the rock-breaking rat's relatively weaker abdomen. Bang! Once more, he redirected the tail with his tang sword. The black ice tang sword emitted a dense cracking sound, the battle growing increasingly intense. Seeing the situation, Lin Jiumou quickly retreated and shouted, "Xiao Songzi, switch opponents." The black ice tang Dao, formed from ice energy, was sharp but not sturdy enough to withstand the power of the mountain-crushing rat. Meanwhile, as the black mist gradually dissipated, the full scene of the battle was revealed. Xiao Songzi swung 2 claw slashes, forcing back the shadow rat and dark flame rat, and swiftly retreated to Lin Jiumou's side, exchanging places with him. During the earlier fight, each of the 3 giant rats had sustained some injuries. Although not fatal, they realized the opponents were not easy to deal with, and their injuries only fueled their ferocity. Their 3 pairs of crimson eyes glared at Lin Jiumou. Ugh! Lin Jiumou slammed the black ice tang Dao heavily on the ground, quickly forming complex hand seals. Mysterious blue symbols appeared and settled on Xiao Songzi. This was the Ice Crack Claw, a 2-star secret technique that formed arm-style icy claws with significant tearing and freezing effects, influenced by one's ice attribute. After some practice, the Ice Crack Claw had reached a proficient level, with about a 25 power increase. As the secret technique was unleashed, the cold aura around Xiao Songzi intensified sharply. Her 4 pitch-black claws were enveloped in a layer of azure, and the ground beneath her began to freeze rapidly, spreading outward. Lin Jiumou pulled the black ice tang Dao from the ground once more. With the replenishment of ice energy, the blade was restored, and due to the amplification from the Ice Crack Claw, the chill was even more intense, sending a shiver through even his hands as the beast master. Go! Slaughter them! Lin Jiumou's eyes sharpened as he charged forward, targeting the familiar shadow rat. Seeing this, Xiao Songzi swung two claw slashes toward the side of the mountain-crushing rat, blocking its path of revenge against Lin Jiumou, while she herself rushed toward the dark flame rat with even greater speed. Facing the dark flame rat's scorching black flames, the black ring on Xiao Songzi's chest glowed, transforming into a full-body ice armor as she charged through the fire. Before the dark flame rat could react, she bit down on its neck, her sharp wolf claws piercing into its body as azure ice energy erupted instantly. Boom! The icy energy clashed violently with the fire within the dark flame rat, exploding and forming a mist. The dark flame rat's abdomen was blown open, leaving it undeniably dead. Xiao Songzi, protected by her armor, was unharmed and immediately turned her attention to the mountain-crushing rat. Meanwhile, Lin Jiumou's battle with the shadow rat had reached a fever pitch. With his knowledge of the shadow rat's combat style and his masterful swordplay, Lin Jiumou maneuvered skillfully among the three identical shadow rats, with claw slashes and blade flashes intertwining, mingling with shouts and the rat's squeals. Yu was leading a group of classmates with beast companions, rushing to the street to provide reinforcements like others. Strangely, he was riding a pig covered in grotesque patterns. Charge! Witness the prowess of your master. Yu shouted excitedly, holding a stick like a gallant knight. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure in the battle ahead, his eyes lighting up. Huh? Brother Mu? No, it should be Little Mu. Haha, Little Musy. I'm here to help you, he shouted eagerly, keen to impress Lin Jiumou. However, as he got closer, he witnessed Lin Jiumou being besieged by three identical beast rats, with another one attempting a sneak attack from the swarm. Just as he was about to call out, Lin Jiumou executed a stylish aerial roll, dodging all attacks, slicing through a rat phantom with his blade, and grabbing the sneaky beast rat with a sharp gaze before slamming it to the ground. Bang! The rat's head was smashed directly. Holy crap! Yu's eyes widened, recalling his earlier provocation of Lin Jiumou, feeling grateful for Brother Mu's mercy. Lin Jiumou didn't hear his words, still engaged in the skirmish with the remaining two shadow rats. Brother Mu, I'm here to help you. Get lost. Go kill the others. All right then. Yu slapped the pig's rear, charging with his classmates toward other beast rats. Eiju, why are you so clueless? Charge forward. Don't provoke the mouse demons randomly. Oh no, here come two more. Yu didn't really understand his beast companion, only knowing that it had a knack for attracting the wrath of mice. Right at the start of the battle, it drew in a dozen of them. If not for its thick skin, it would have been gnawed to the bone by now. In a panicked escape, he led the mouse demons towards other beast masters, provoking a round of curses from them. During the battle, Lin Jiumou glanced over, frowning deeply, and swiftly swung his ice blade. The blade cut down fiercely, severing the tail of the shadow mouse. A painful squeak echoed as the shadow mouse, in its fury, flashed with black light and split into two more mice. Lin Jiumou's eyes gleamed with insight as he charged again. After a few exchanges, one shadow mouse circled behind him, leaping high with sharp claws aimed at his neck. Whoosh! Lin Jiumou dodged the attack, gripping his blade with both hands, slicing upwards through the shadow mouse's belly. Blood oozed out, and the other two shadow mice shattered. Did you think I couldn't tell? Humph! Lin Jiumou flicked the blood off his blade. After upgrading his insight technique, he could not only see evolutionary paths, but also see through illusions. He had been pretending not to notice during the scuffle, waiting for just the right moment. Having dealt with the shadow mice, he dashed towards the panicked Yu. With swift, powerful strikes, he felled a dozen mouse demons. Whoa, bro Lin, you're incredible! Yu exclaimed, eyes wide with amazement. Lin Jiumou shot him a glance, then turned to the pink pig being besieged by mouse demons. With a taunting skill like that, of course, it draws aggro. Be careful. Lin Jiumou tossed his katana, slicing through two mouse demons attacking the taunting pig, before rushing back into the fray. Little Pine Nut's battle wasn't over yet. Boom! A massive mouse paw crashed onto the ice shield, shattering it. Little Pine Nut swiftly retreated, avoiding the second strike, and exhaled a chilling breath, freezing the mountain-crushing mouse. Crack, crack, crack. In an instant, the mountain-crushing mouse shook off the ice, losing sight of Little Pine Nut. Thud, thud, thud. Several chilling, black-blue claw slashes landed on its side, cutting deep wounds. Still not finished? Lin Jiumou arrived, wielding a newly acquired black ice katana, dragging it along the ground to distract the mountain-crushing mouse. Its skin is really thick. Should we amplify again? Little Pine Nut shook its head, eyes fixed on the mouse, and as it charged, it quickly conjured several ice walls, dodging to the side. Crash, crash, crash. The ice walls shattered, releasing a black mist that obscured the mouse's vision. As it looked around frantically, a black blade suddenly appeared in the mist. Splat! One of its eyes was destroyed, sending it into a frenzied struggle. Seizing the opportunity, Little Pine Nut unleashed a flurry of slashes. Thud, 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 thud. Splat! Boom! The struggle and screams within the black mist abruptly ceased. When the mist cleared, the mountain-crushing mouse lay dead, its side ripped open, belly pierced by an ice spike, and crushed beneath two thick ice walls. Phew! Lin Jiumou and Little Pine Nut exhaled deeply. 3 second-level beasts, with abilities in duplication, elements, and physical strength. While the battle wasn't overly dangerous, it was certainly challenging, with any misstep potentially leading to severe injury. Seeing that the defensive efforts of others were well underway, Lin Jiumou, concerned for his family's safety, decided not to linger. He leapt onto the back of Xiaosongzi and sped towards home. Although he knew Yimo was at home and his sister would have returned from school earlier, making it unlikely for any danger to be present, he still wanted to ensure everything was fine. Xiaosongzi was incredibly fast, and under Lin's urging, it became a blur of black and white, racing down the street. As they passed, ice spikes rained down, killing the rat demons on the street. Other beastmasters in battle only caught a glimpse of the shadow passing by, and the rat demons they fought were suddenly pierced by ice, leaving them astonished. When Lin Jiumou reached his doorstep, he saw a group of neighbors gathered at his house, each wielding knives and hammers, busy breaking stones. A basket full of crushed stones lay on the ground. At the door, his sister was directing the energy form of a small cat against the invading rat demons. The most remarkable sight was Yimo. She sat on a chair brought out from the house, wearing a simple white dress, looking relaxed and delicate, as if she were on vacation. Yet, beside her was a basket of nearly depleted stones. Whenever a rat demon attacked or his sister struggled, Yimo would grab a handful of stones and effortlessly throw them. The tiny stones, no larger than fingernails, became deadly projectiles in her hands, hitting vital spots with pinpoint accuracy. Hearing the rapid approach of commotion from the street, everyone at the house and the entrance looked up. The neighbors, seeing the giant wolf, backed away in fear, while Yimo and his sister smiled with relief. Jiumou brother, the wolf skidded to a halt, releasing several ice spikes that pinned several rat demons to the ground as Lin Jiumou dismounted steadily. Is everything okay at home? He asked with concern. Everything's fine. With Sister Yimo and me here, those rat demons are nothing. Even 100 more wouldn't scare us, his sister replied confidently. Thought ouch, 100 more, huh? Without Xiaomo, you couldn't handle even 5, Lin Jiumou teased, turning to Yimo, who stood charmingly, nodding with a sweet smile. Son, are you okay? Are you hurt? His mother emerged from the crowd, anxiously checking him over, alarmed by the bloodstains on his clothes. Mom, I'm fine. This is the blood of the beasts, not mine, Lin Jiumou reassured her with a smile. Just then, his phone rang. It was the director calling. Hello, Lao Yin, Lin Jiumou answered, listening to the instructions on the other end, nodding in response. Yes, I understand. Okay, I'll head over right away. The director mentioned that the City Defense Bureau had invited him to join the rat extermination operation in Tuo City, offering honor points as a reward based on the extermination performance. These points could be exchanged for materials, equipment, and other items at the guild exchange nearby. Lin Jiumou had anticipated this, knowing that honor points were exactly what he needed. With them, he could trade for a good sword, evolution materials for Xiaosongzi, or even a valuable beast egg to enhance his parents' self-defense capabilities. After ending the call, Lin Jiumou looked up to see his mother's worried expression. Jiumou, maybe you shouldn't go. There are so many beasts. What if something happens to you? She said, her eyes red with concern. Before she could finish, his father approached, taking her hand. Son, with Xiaomo here, the house is safe. Just be careful and don't make your mother worry, he said, patting Lin Jiumou's shoulder. Okay. Lin Jiumou nodded firmly, gently patting Yimo's head. Take care of them. All right. Yimo nodded obediently. Then, Lin Jiumou mounted the giant wolf once more, becoming a swirling black and white wind as he raced off into the distance. Along the way, Xiaosongzi defeated the monsters on the streets while Lin Jiumou sat on its back, pulling out his phone to open the peculiar map sent by the director. After a few seconds of searching for a signal, the map finally appeared, with vibrant colors crisscrossing the screen, reflecting the complex routes of Tuo City. Red dots represented the energy locations of demon rats, while green dots indicated the energy of demon tamers, with the concentration of dots directly proportional to energy intensity, which was truly impressive. This function was amazing, as if it could give an overview of all the demon tamers and monsters in Tuo City. But now's not the time for marveling, Lin Jiumou muttered to himself, quickly locating his position. With a few swipes on the phone, the target soon appeared. A second-tier monster was just around the corner. Xiaosongzi immediately picked up speed, swiftly turning the corner. Sure enough, in the distance, a second-tier shadow rat was forcing back a group of first-tier demon tamers, causing them to retreat repeatedly. What should we do? Is there any backup? One demon tamer asked anxiously. It's difficult. The whole city is overrun with rats, and there aren't enough people. Another responded, looking panicked. Maybe we should split up and run. It can only chase 3 of us at once, so someone might escape. That's a terrible idea. The demon tamers continued to back away, almost huddled together, fear evident in their eyes. If the shadow rat lunged, they would have nowhere to escape. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The shadow rat let out a piercing scream, its two clones lunging left and right towards the group, sharp claws aiming for the tamers' heads. They were powerless to resist, watching in despair. At that moment, a larger shadow swept past from behind, leaving three smaller shadows. The central shadow unfolded to reveal a person. Thud, thud, thud. A long sword pierced the heads of the shadow rats, and Lin Jiumou landed lightly. The shadow rat clones on either side dissipated into mist, leaving behind half-meter-long spiral ice spikes. Before anyone could react, Lin Jiumou withdrew his Tang sword, leaped back onto Xiao Songzi's back, and sped away. We're saved. It's Lin Jiumou, one demon tamer exclaimed with relief and excitement. The speaker was the owner of the barbaric horned bull, who had been reprimanded by Lin Jiumou earlier that morning. A problem youth in class 2. Amazing. He can kill monsters without relying on demon taming. Could we do that in the future? Of course, he's amazing. He's my classmate, the owner of the barbaric horned bull boasted, having long forgotten the morning's embarrassment. Following the map's guidance, Lin Jiumou and Xiao Songzi raced on, taking turns to fight to conserve energy. They targeted second-tier demon rats that others couldn't handle. Each time they defeated one, the corresponding dot on the map was ticked off. Suddenly, the map refreshed with new locations, showing 4 second-tier monsters and a relatively bright green dot. Speed up. Turn left at the plaza ahead. Someone might need help. Lin Jiumou shouted. After a swift dash, they rounded the corner, and the scene opened up before them. This was Yida Plaza in the southern part of the city, where the central fountain had been replaced by a massive sinkhole, with demon rats continuously pouring out from underground. The entire plaza was in chaos, with monsters and demon tamers engaged in a fierce battle. The tamers wielded various weapons, teaming up to fight a single monster, creating a chaotic scene. People were overwhelmed, attacking anything that resembled a rat, as the tension of battle escalated. Damn it, where did all these come from? Are you cheating? Do you look down on us regular players? A familiar curse cut through the chaos, and Lin Jiumou's eyes followed the sound, raising his eyebrows slightly. In that direction, a steel-armored turtle was besieged by 4 unique rat demons. Standing on the turtle's back was Wu Mei, wielding a long cold steel scythe, looking frantic. Her green afro had been singed a bit in the previous battle, making her appear like a madwoman. However, the nearby corpses of 3 second-tier rat demons and the scattered remains of other beasts spoke volumes about her formidable combat skills. At that moment, the 4 giant rats circling the steel-armored turtle seemed to have reached an agreement and launched a coordinated attack. Golden tail arrows, dark flame jets, claw strikes, and poison needle swarms came in quick succession. Wu Mei's heart tightened. She had no choice but to slide off the turtle's back and hide inside its shell, using her scythe to barely cover the entrance. She knew this wouldn't completely protect her, but the turtle was too slow to dodge, and they had to brace for impact. Boom! The turtle shell shook violently, and a chill surged in from the opening. Wu Mei peeked out and saw a blue ice wall blocking the golden tail. Just as she exclaimed in surprise, she noticed a shadowy figure through the cracked ice wall, swiftly charging at the golden-tailed rat. Reinforcements had arrived. Her eyes lit up, and she quickly pushed aside the thin ice wall and darted out. Lin Jiumou, it's you. Wu Mei looked surprised, then breathed a sigh of relief, feeling secretly delighted. Great. We can take them down together. Her previous conflict with Lin Jiumou had long been resolved after their 2 beasts had faced off. Now, seeing Lin Jiumou, she felt more joy than anything else. After all, this was a beast that even old iron couldn't defeat. We'll handle the ones at the back. Watch out for the poison needles, Lin Jiumou said, and he and Xiao Songzi charged towards the back of the steel-armored turtle, where the 2 rat demons, the dark flame rat and the poison thief rat, were more agile. Okay, Wu Mei nodded heavily. The remaining 2 rat demons were power types, cumbersome like sitting ducks. The battle reignited. Lin Jiumou carried an ice shield to block the poison thief rat, while Xiao Songzi used his old strategy, countering with a wave of energy, then using the darkness to pounce, tearing with his claws and exploding energy to instantly kill the dark flame rat, before turning to assist. Soon, the poison thief rat was also defeated, and the duo moved on to the mountain breaker rat. In less than 10 minutes, all 4 second-tier rat demons were defeated. Clang Wu Mei collapsed to the ground, leaning against the steel-armored turtle, panting heavily. Even the stationary turtle had exhausted itself, retracting its limbs and lying with just its head out. Old Lin, thanks. Otherwise, I would have been done for, Wu Mei said weakly. You have no idea how many second-tier bastards crawled out of that pit. As soon as I blew one up, another took its place. If you piece together the bodies, there must be at least 10. Impressive. You 2 take a few minutes to rest, then it's our turn, Lin Jiumou said. He and Xiao Songzi were also tired, but in better shape than Wu Mei, as their fight hadn't been as relentless. Lin Jiumou looked curiously towards the pit, noticing that the first-tier rat demons were avoiding their area, instead targeting other first-tier beastmasters. During Wu Mei's fight, these first-tier rats had been a constant nuisance. Who knows? Lin Jiumou shrugged, his gaze shifting to Xiao Songzi. He knew Xiao Songzi emitted a strange aura that seemed to deter lower-tier beasts, though he didn't know it was called King's Pressure, as it wasn't very intense yet. Both of their phones buzzed with an alert. Checking their screens, they saw a dark red dot rapidly approaching their location. Hissed third-tier beast, Wu Mei exclaimed in shock. The two of them looked in the direction where the red dot on the map was coming from, and in the distance, a red tide surged down the street, rapidly approaching like a sea of blood. Within the tide, it wasn't fish that were rolling about but people and mythical beasts being swept along. Wu Mei quickly waved her hand, calling out to the nearby beast tamers, "Everyone, get out of the way quickly." Whether out of respect for her reputation or sensing the overwhelming threat of the red tide, they abandoned their battles with the rat demons and fled into the distance. The rat demons did not pursue them. Instead, they rushed into holes in terror at the sight of the red tide, and those attempting to climb out sensed the danger and retreated. The plaza was instantly left with nothing but scattered belongings and bodies strewn across the ground. Beep! The phone rang, and Sister Fang's voice was urgent and anxious. "Jiumou, a third-tier mythical beast is heading your way. Get out of there quickly. You're no match for it." Lin Jiumou looked at the approaching red tide and responded gravely. "It's already here." Sister Fang exclaimed, "What? I understand. Try to buy some time. I'll arrange for backup." With that, the call ended. The red tide stopped several dozen meters away and then condensed into a blood-red curtain, falling onto a giant rat that was even larger than Little Pinecone and the steel armor turtle. Its dark red muscles shimmered with light, exuding a terrifying aura. This giant rat felt familiar to Lin Jiumou. The name, Shadow Demon Rat, was one he would never forget. The former Phantom Rat evolved towards the Shadow Demon Rat, and now this one had grown far larger than Little Pinecone. If the half-evolved Shadow Demon Rat was like a faint firefly, then this one was a blazing torch. Its mere presence exerted immense pressure on Lin Jiumou, making his heart feel heavier. The gap between the second and third tiers was so vast. Not just in rank, but the difference between 2-star and 3-star was likely just as great. Little Pinecone had already positioned itself in front of him, its black ring activating and transforming into a suit of black ice armor, its gaze warily fixed on the Shadow Demon Rat. Wu Mei was a bit flustered. She never imagined she'd face a third-tier mythical beast. "What do we do? Should we run?" she asked. Lin Jiumou looked at the Iron King turtle beside them and asked, "Are you sure you want to run?" Wu Mei hesitated for a moment, then shook her head. No. We can't run. Brother Lin, you have to help me." One was a turtle, the other a wolf. If they ran, the Shadow Demon Rat would certainly choose the easier target to chase. As for breaking through the turtle's shell, that's not something a higher-tier mythical beast would worry about. "All right, we have no other choice. Get ready to fight, at least until reinforcements arrive." Lin Jiumou kept his eyes on the Shadow Demon Rat, noticing its gaze had shifted towards them, and time was running out. He formed a black seal with his hands and placed it on Little Pinecone. Dark Assault, a 2-star secret technique, significantly boosts dark attribute damage and action speed, allowing the user to better merge with the darkness, with a maximum increase of up to 50. However, its effectiveness is influenced by the environment. Despite its seemingly powerful nature, the actual increase is only 10. As the technique is executed, his mental energy gradually depletes, causing his body to sway involuntarily. Wu Mei notices this and quickly steps forward to support him. Lin Jiumou nods, his gaze fixed on the opposite side, and whispers, "They're coming." As soon as the words leave his lips, the shadow mice let out a piercing screech, their bodies glowing red, instantly splitting into a large and a small shadow mouse, charging at them with lightning speed, covering tens of meters in the blink of an eye. Xiao Songzi opens its mouth, releasing a chilling ice ball, followed by 2 black ice claw beams. Its eyes flicker with a bright blue light, each flicker causing the claw beams and ice ball to grow larger. This is the Ice Eyes amplification of ice attribute attacks. Bang! The ice ball hits the shadow mouse, exploding into a cloud of cold mist, merely slowing its speed. The 2 claw beams are shattered by the long tail, failing to hit their mark. The shadow mice quickly close in. Countless slanted ice spikes rise from the ground, but the 2 mice leap high, their fur turning into a blood-red curtain, resembling 2 blood-colored meteors crashing down heavily. Boom! Lin Jiumou and Wu Mei feel a massive wave mixed with shattered ice hit them, throwing them 5 meters away, their bodies covered in ice shards and debris from the impact. In front of them, the steel-armored turtle and Xiao Songzi, who absorbed most of the impact, also suffer heavy injuries. The steel-armored turtle's shell has a layer shaved off, with torn wounds appearing on its limbs. Xiao Songzi's black ice armor shatters, blood slowly trickling from its forehead and back. dripping to the ground as it growls angrily at the shadow mice. Wu Mei falls to the ground, ignoring the pain, her eyes dazedly staring ahead, her body cut in several places by ice shards, blood flowing freely. Xiao Songzi suddenly turns back, growling. Move further back. It's still too close here. Lin Jiumou casts a worried glance at Xiao Songzi, pulling Wu Mei to retreat further. His condition is also dire. Besides the minor cuts, an ice spike has pierced through his left arm, the intense pain causing cold sweat to bead on his forehead, his blood glistening in the dim sunset. Once they retreat to a safe distance, a long wolf howl echoes, prompting them to look back. The entire square's ground is frozen, with a chilling mist hovering like a thin fog, ice flowers and pillars sprouting from the ice surface. Xiao Songzi has expended a significant amount of energy, transforming the terrain to its advantage. Afterward, it crushes several demon mice heads and consumes their demon cores to replenish energy, keeping a vigilant eye on the two shadow mice recovering from their blood-red meteor state. After a brief standoff, the shadow mice attack first, the large and small ones charging at the two beasts. Howl! Xiao Songzi roars, black mist pouring out continuously, ice energy enveloping its body, reforming the black ice armor. It prepares a larger ice ball in its mouth, its claws stirring the ice surface, its sharp wolf eyes gleaming with intelligence. As the shadow mice approach within 5 meters, it releases the ice ball, then swiftly swings its claws, causing a massive ice wall with dense spikes to rise from the ice, crashing towards the shadow mice's main bodies. Bang! Crash! The ice puck hit its mark, instantly freezing the shadow mouse, followed by a massive spiked ice wall slamming down heavily on the creature. Meanwhile, another smaller shadow mouse launched an attack on the steel-armored turtle, its claws striking fiercely. Bang! The attack missed as the steel-armored turtle, propelled by an undercurrent on the ice, skated swiftly to another spot, keeping its snout aimed at the smaller shadow mouse. Bang! Bang! Bung! A stream of metal chunks shot out, hitting the smaller shadow mouse and exploding upon impact. At that moment, a red glow erupted from the collapsed ice wall, which then shattered into a flurry of ice shards, flying outward like sharp ice daggers. The shadow mouse's main body leapt out, angrily lunging at Xiao Songzi. Undeterred, Xiao Songzi controlled the steel-armored turtle to move while launching a full-scale attack, unleashing a barrage of ice spikes, ice pucks, and black ice claws at the main body of the shadow mouse. Boom! 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 The square had become a frozen arena for the 4 giant beasts, with metal and sharp claws clashing, ice and steel tails battling, and metallic fireworks blooming against fierce claws. The ice bombardment formed a bloody curtain wall. The battle raged on, evenly matched, with blood splattering and energy surging wildly. Despite the seemingly balanced standoff, Lin Jiumou's face grew increasingly grim. After several minutes of fierce combat, Xiao Songzi was heavily exhausted, with numerous bloody wounds on its back, one eye and forehead hit by a bloody claw, bleeding profusely, and the situation looked dire. Although the steel-armored turtle moved under Xiao Songzi's control, it also suffered several hits. Its shell layers peeled away, armor spikes broken, and its blood stained the ice, trembling in pain. Frankly, the battle relied entirely on Xiao Songzi's efforts. If it fell, losing the ice's support would mean certain death. Finally, amidst the intense clash, Xiao Songzi shot out, narrowly skimming past the blood-curtain blades, holding a fiercely compressed ice energy ball in its mouth. Its long-prepared black ice claws struck at the unprotected shadow mouse. Splat! The hit landed, tearing a deep, bone-revealing wound in the shadow mouse. In agony, its tail lashed out, sending the biting Xiao Songzi flying. Rolling on the ground, Xiao Songzi quickly got up and charged at the smaller shadow mouse clone, biting down hard before it could react. Boom! Ice energy exploded in the wolf's mouth, invading the shadow mouse clone's body. It fell to the ground, convulsed violently a few times, then dissipated into mist. Howl! Xiao Songzi rose from the ground, its bloodied mouth dripping, its wolf eyes glaring fiercely at the shadow mouse's main body, its body swaying but refusing to fall. How much longer? Lin Jiumou asked tensely. No, there's not enough time. The nearest support is still far away. Damn it, Wu Mei said, frustrated. Up until now, Xiao Songzi was utterly exhausted and severely injured, and the only thing it had managed to kill was a mere clone. Reinforcements were still far off and couldn't arrive in time. Lin Jiumou watched the battle unfold again in silence. Suddenly, he noticed the ground beneath the ice was littered with the corpses of beasts, and his eyes lit up. Quick, help me collect the beast cores. The more, the better. Without waiting for an explanation, he dashed towards the unfrozen area, grabbing his black ice tang sword along the way. Wu Mei was momentarily stunned but quickly snapped back to action, drawing a short knife and following closely behind. Although she didn't understand the purpose of collecting the cores, she knew they had managed to hold out this long thanks to Lin Jiumou's wolf, so she decided to trust him. As they collected the beast cores, the battle raged on. In the command room of the City Defense Bureau, Sister Fang and several officers were intently watching the monitors, showing the fierce battle taking place in the square. Where are you? How much longer? Hurry up. Sister Fang urged the support team, while keeping her eyes glued to the perilous fight on the screen, her fingers clenched tightly. Lin Jiumou and Wu Mei were rare talents in the Beast Master team, righteous, highly gifted, and young, with limitless potential. Not to mention the contributions they had made to the stability of Tuo City before the spiritual energy revival. She had also heard from Chung Yun, who went to Tuo City No. 1 Middle School as a Beast Master teacher, about Lin Jiumou's impressive performance today, and Chung Yun couldn't praise him enough. Lin Jiumou had only been a Beast Master for a month, and his rapid growth was rare globally. If he were to perish in this rat disaster, it would be a significant loss for Tuo City, if not for the entire nation. Have some water. You're too anxious, said Luo Ji, the chief commander of the City Defense Bureau, handing her a cup of water. Luo Ji was burly and broad-shouldered, with a rough exterior, but his eyes occasionally revealed sharp intelligence. How can I not be anxious? Every second counts. Sister Fang replied. Luo Ji remarked. These two kids are impressive, especially the boy. It's astonishing that someone so young has already mastered secret techniques. You know that, so make them hurry. We're going as fast as we can. Don't worry, as long as they're still breathing, they won't die. What are they doing now? Luo Ji asked, puzzled. Sister Fang looked and was furious. They're picking up beast cores. Are they risking their lives for money? This kid doesn't seem like a fool. Let's watch a bit longer. Meanwhile, a group of people, some in their 20s and 30s, both men and women, were riding beast mounts at high speed, still some distance from the square. They appeared mature and composed. If Wu Mei were there, she would recognize them as the Gale Squad, who had previously mocked her for having her beast core snatched, the top combat team in Tuo City. Captain, how much longer? 15 minutes, get a move on. Yes, replied the one who asked. Why are we in such a hurry? Who exactly are we supporting? Little sister and a male beast master named Lin Jiumou. They've encountered a shadow rat. Doesn't that mean they're doomed? No, they're still alive, but things aren't looking good. I know everyone is exhausted, but let's hang in there and rescue those people first. Yes. Boom. In the square, Xiao Songzi summoned a massive black ice claw several meters high, narrowly swatting the shadow rat away. He staggered, standing on 3 legs with one claw suspended in the air, trembling. This wolf claw had been broken in a clash with the shadow rat's bloody sharp claws. If not for his quick reflexes, the claw might have been completely severed. The shadow rat wasn't in much better shape, severely injured with a broken tail and several cracks on its blood-red skin, its insides riddled with wounds. Xiao Songzi let out a defiant growl, glaring angrily at the shadow rat. The armored turtle had retreated to the far side of the square, providing long-range fire support. Is this enough? Wu Mei asked as she brought over more demon cores, stacking nearly 30 on the ground, 7 of which were second-tier demon cores. It's enough, Lin Jiumou replied, stuffing the demon cores into a makeshift bag, his eyes fixed on the shadow rat. What are you planning to do? No matter what, buy me 10 seconds to distract the shadow rat. Can you do that? 10 seconds? Can you manage that? Yes. I can't. Wu Mei took a deep breath, suppressing her fear of the shadow rat, gripping her cold steel scythe tightly, and ran towards the armored turtle. Get your wolf to move, old iron, over there. Wu Mei climbed onto the armored turtle's back, tenderly stroking its nearly bald shell, wiping away tears as she shouted to Lin Jiumou. Lin Jiumou nodded, shouted to Xiao Songzi, then began forming hand seals. As the seals changed, his face gradually turned pale. In the square, the armored turtle moved towards the shadow rat, pushed by ice. When it reached Xiao Songzi's position, Wu Mei completed a seal in her hand and slapped it on the armored turtle's back. A burst of golden light emanated from the armored turtle, its body slightly enlarging with an added layer of transparent armor. The overflowing golden light transformed into ropes, binding the shadow rat, preventing its escape. After casting the seal, Wu Mei's face turned ashen, and she collapsed to the ground, clearly lacking the mental strength to sustain the seal. The shadow rat angrily attacked the golden armor, each strike with its bloody claws causing the armor's phantom to waver. Lin Jiumou continued to form seals, his face now a ghastly pale, showing clear signs of mental exhaustion. He glanced at the scene, knowing there was no time to waste, and looked away only after Xiao Songzi returned to his side. Eat them all. Let's give it a hard hit, Lin Jiumou said, stroking Xiao Songzi's head. Xiao Songzi nodded slightly, swallowing the demon cores a few at a time. Under the effect of insight, Lin Jiumou saw the demon cores enter Xiao Songzi's body, transforming into surging energy, quickly filling up and even increasing, beginning to strain Xiao Songzi's body. The immense pain made Xiao Songzi whimper, his whole body trembling. Hang in there. Lin Jiumou placed the seal in his hand onto Xiao Songzi, transforming into mysterious patterns spreading across his body. The incoming energy circulated along these patterns, quickly being consumed. Demon energy conversion, 2-star, convert your energy into physical strength or vice versa, depending on proficiency. Convert all your physical strength and absorbed energy into demon energy. Attack with pure elemental energy, Lin Jiumou instructed, holding the wolf's head. Boom. Another bloody impact, the golden phantom now a thin layer, covered in cracks. The shadow rat glared viciously at the armored turtle and Wu Mei. On the brink of death, Wu Mei was no longer afraid, gritting her teeth. If I die by your claws, in my next life, I'll eat nothing but rat meat. Let's see who disgusts whom first. Squeak. The shadow rat screeched, its blood-red aura swirling like a giant saw blade, slicing towards the golden turtle shadow. Crack. The turtle's shadow shattered, and the saw blade continued towards the armored turtle and Wu Mei. Wu Mei looked up, her pupils reflecting the enlarging image of the blood-red saw blade. Suddenly, a streak of blue light flashed by, carrying the saw blade away, which landed far away as a block of ice, causing the temperature to plummet. The shadow rat whipped its head around, yet before it could locate the source of the blue light, countless milky white ice spikes rained down from above, each taller than a person and nearly half a meter thick at their widest. Boom. The ice spikes hit the ground like thunder, engulfing the shadow rat, shaking the entire square. Wu Mei, trembling, exhaled a breath of white mist and looked towards where the blue light had come from. There, Xiao Songzi stood quietly, its fur slightly trembling in the still air, surrounded by a chilling mist that rose like smoke, making it appear even more ethereal. Its jet-black wolf eyes gradually turned ice blue. Lin Jiumou, gripping a milky white ice katana, spoke with a grave tone. Be careful. Wu Mei, having put away her steel-armored turtle, held a cold steel scythe and staggered towards Lin Jiumou. At this moment, ice spikes had already fallen, and the demon shadow rat, covered in wounds, crawled out from the shattered ice, letting out a sharp screech. The outer layer of the blood curtain was summoned, shaking violently as it tried to break free from the ice's hold. Seeing this, Xiao Songzi's ice-blue eyes emitted wisps of white mist, causing the ice to solidify further, eventually forming a robust milky white ice layer. The demon shadow rat shrieked in fury, splitting into two identical red-fleshed demon shadow rats, one lunging at Wu Mei, the other charging at Xiao Songzi. Looking for death, Lin Jiumou roared, and suddenly countless giant ice spikes and ice balls surged from the sky and ground, pouring down like a torrential rain. The sound of ice spikes hitting the ground was deafening like thunder, the immense impact causing the plaza to tremble violently, making it hard for anyone to stand steady. Usually, Xiao Songzi needed time to gather energy for such an attack, but now, after absorbing dozens of demon cores, it could forcibly convert energy with just a thought. When the ice balls and spikes fell, a minute had passed. Wu Mei anxiously asked, "Did it die?" As if responding to her question, a loud noise suddenly erupted from the ice, shattering countless ice blocks, and the demon shadow rat's true form emerged, lunging at Xiao Songzi. It was bloodied all over, parts of its flesh blown away, revealing menacing bones and vigorous, exposed organs, yet it remained alive. The previous attack only dealt with its duplicates. Xiao Songzi remained unfazed, its wolf mouth slowly opening, rapidly expanding concentrated ice energy, which it then blasted towards the demon shadow rat. Boom! The ice energy ball hit the demon shadow rat, exploding instantly into a thick white mushroom cloud, visible cold mist spreading out, mostly blocked by the ice wall, though a small amount of cold air blew past, causing Wu Mei to stagger. She clung tightly to Lin Jiumou's arm to avoid being swept away. This strike drained most of Xiao Songzi's energy, leaving only slightly more than usual. After some time, as the shock subsided and the white mist cleared, the scene within the ice pit was revealed. The demon shadow rat lay twitching on the ground, having lost most of its muscle, leaving only bones to protect its organs, some of which had fallen, sticking to the ice. Lin Jiumou squinted, flicking the icy katana in his hand, striking the demon shadow rat's head, halting its twitching abruptly. Phew, finally got through it. Almost thought I was done for, Wu Mei said, sitting on the ground, grabbing Lin Jiumou's pant leg, caught between laughter and tears. Lin Jiumou smiled slightly, also sitting down, while Xiao Songzi flopped directly onto the ground, panting heavily, its energy slightly agitated, then gradually rising. It broke through. Tier 2, Level 4. This battle exhausted Lord Wolf, but it successfully leveled up. Just like on TV, the rescue team always shows up after the danger has passed. Lin Jiumou and his group had just defeated the Shadow Rat when the rescue team quickly arrived, all five appearing together. The leading captain asked with concern, "Are you all okay? What about the Shadow Rat?" The other team members also inquired eagerly. Lin Jiumou pointed to the pit ahead, and as the team approached and looked inside, they gasped in shock, turning their gaze to him and Wu Mei, eyes filled with astonishment and disbelief. "You killed it?" one team member asked in shock. "With just a second-tier wolf and that armored turtle?" It wasn't us, it was him, old Lin did it. I was just supporting, Wu Mei said proudly, then introduced them to Lin Jiumou. These uncles and aunts are from the Hurricane Squad. Although they don't want to admit it, they are indeed the strongest team in Tua City. Despite calling them uncles and aunts, they were actually only in their 20s, not even 30. The team members were too shocked by Wu Mei's words to pay attention to how she introduced them. All right, since you're here, could you help us heal, Sister Yin? Wu Mei said, summoning the armored turtle and pulling the only woman in the team aside. Sister Yin snapped back to reality and gently tapped Wu Mei's forehead. Can you stop taking such risks? Do you know how worried everyone was? Wu Mei chuckled. I know I was wrong, but we won, didn't we? Sister Yin rolled her eyes helplessly, then summoned her own beast. As soon as it appeared, several green lights gathered on its body and fell on the little pine and the armored turtle. Instantly, their wounds began to heal visibly, and Lin Jiumou and Wu Mei also received 2 lights each, their wounds itching as they quickly scabbed over. The magical healing effect caught Lin Jiumou's attention, and he took a closer look at the beast. It was a green spirit horn dragon, about the size of a large dog, entirely green and resembling a triceratops. Its 3 horns weren't sharp, and its big eyes radiated curiosity, making it look both clumsy and adorable. Lin Jiumou thought to himself that support-type beasts were indeed amazing. He had encountered 3 types of beasts: combat, support, and enhancement. Combat types could fight independently, support types specialized in support skills, and enhancement types boosted the Beastmaster's combat abilities. So far, he had only seen Yi Mo possess one. The green spirit horn dragon's light continued for a few minutes, and although it didn't fully heal the little pine and the armored turtle, it restored them to about 60%. Lin Jiumou was amazed by this miraculous healing effect and thought to himself, good thing their eyes weren't injured, or even the little dragon couldn't help. Sister Yin checked the little pine's eyes and said to Lin Jiumou, that's good. Thank you very much. They exchanged a smile, understanding each other without words. The captain of the Hurricane Squad looked at the map and said to Wu Mei and Lin Jiumou, since there's nothing else, we'll head off. There are other areas that need support. Don't push your beasts too hard when they're tired. Wu Mei waved impatiently. Got it. Got it. Old Li, you're so naggy. It seemed like there was some existing tension between them, and they almost started arguing, but the other team members intervened. After Sister Yin gave some advice, the Hurricane Squad left. Old Lin, what's your plan? Wu Mei stretched lazily. Lin Jiumou thought for a moment, his gaze falling on the map still dotted with red marks. Xiao Songzi, energy swap, convert the remaining energy to stamina, he instructed. Xiao Songzi responded, its fur moving without wind, energy quickly depleting, but its eyes growing brighter. Soon, it shook its fur, its limbs regaining strength and looking vibrant. Lin Jiumou fed it a few ice-type demon cores to replenish its energy. I'll need you to work a bit longer, he said, then mounted the wolf and dashed off. As he went, ice fell, taking down the re-emerging rat demons, leaving stunned figures in his wake. After a while, Wu Mei finally snapped out of it and exclaimed, whoa, is there such a monstrous secret technique? It's like he's cheating. Leaving the shattered square, Lin Jiumou and Xia Songzi continued their rat hunting mission. The battle raged from the southern part of the city to the north, as wide roads gradually narrowed into alleyways. Cries of alarm echoed around them, and the black and white shadows of beasts flickered in the moonlight. With each rat demon slain, Lin Jiumou marked it on his phone, watching as the battery quickly drained from 87 to power-saving mode. Their combat skills improved immensely through this relentless fight, and by late night, Lin Jiumou's Tang sword swept through a street, swiftly dispatching the last 2 first-tier rat demons. Thud, thud. The rat demons fell slowly to the ground, their black blood flowing in the moonlight, mingling with the blood of others. Phew, that should be all of them, right? Lin Jiumou straightened up, tapping the hilt of his sword against his lower back, fatigue written all over his face as he swayed slightly on his feet. After hours of continuous combat and the frequent use of secret techniques, both his mind and body had reached their limits. The wide street was littered with bodies, cold energy hung in the air, and ice spikes stood like tombstones for the rat demons, making the street appear even more eerie. Beside him, several city defense soldiers stood, with the rat demons nearly wiped out. Thank you for your hard work. We'll take care of any stragglers, one soldier said, stepping forward with his gun and supporting Lin Jiumou, his gratitude evident. An hour earlier, their team had been besieged by a large number of rat demons, and it was Lin Jiumou and Xia Songzi's arrival that had rescued them, slaying countless rat demons and preventing further casualties. Yes, go get some rest. We'll handle the cleanup, added another young soldier, wrapped in bandages, who had been saved by Lin Jiumou during the chaotic battle. Lin Jiumou smiled slightly. Then I'll leave it to you. With that, he mounted Xia Songzi, gently patting its head, and they gracefully left the scene. The soldiers watched from a distance, saluting him. In this rat infestation, most demon tamers could only defend themselves, and those who could assist didn't stay long. Few, like Lin Jiumou, fought tirelessly through the night. As they traveled, Lin Jiumou checked his phone, the battle record clear, beasts slain, 3rd tier 1, 2nd tier 112, 1st tier 2240. Most were killed by Xiaosongzi, who could use the beast energy exchange technique, consuming demon cores for energy when low, and substituting energy for stamina when exhausted. As long as Lin Jiumou's mental strength remained, Xiaosongzi could fight endlessly, becoming an unstoppable rat demon slayer. In the distance, Lin Jiumou saw several figures standing under the dim streetlight at his doorstep, and he couldn't help but smile, as if the day's exhaustion had melted away. Wasn't this moment the reason for the battle? He's here, big brother Jiumou. Two figures ran towards him from the doorway, while the middle-aged couple stood tightly embraced, their eyes glistening in the night. Lin Jiumou dismounted from the wolf, gently patting Xiaosongzi's head. Take a good rest, you've worked hard today. He then put Xiaosongzi away and walked towards his sister and Yemuo. Why aren't you going in? I'm waiting for you. You're amazing, you know that? The school group chat is buzzing with your fight videos. You look so cool. If there's a fire, call the firefighters. I'm not responsible for putting it out. You're being silly again. Haha. After chatting with his sister for a bit, Lin Jiumou gave Yemuo a grateful smile and produced a plastic bag with a flick of his wrist. Inside were 2 egg pancakes, or egg burgers, given to him by the old woman he had saved during the evening's battle. Yemuo's eyes lit up as he took the bag and held it tightly. Hearing the commotion outside, neighbors opened their windows and doors, poking their heads out to greet Lin Jiumou warmly. Some even clapped, calling him a hero, making him feel embarrassed. Though he had indeed defeated many enemies, he knew that the real heroes in quelling the rat infestation were all the demon tamers, the City Defense Bureau, and the guard department. He was just a small part of the effort. After exchanging pleasantries with the neighbors, he arrived at his doorstep. Dad, Mom, it's good to be back. Xiaomu, are you hurt? Are you tired? Let me make you something to eat. I'm not hungry, I just ate. As they spoke, they went inside the house. Under the bright lights, they finally saw Lin Jiumou covered in blood, with a bandaged left arm and several scabbed spots on his face. Brother, everyone, including Yemuo, was startled. Seeing this, Lin Jiumou quickly explained, briefly recounting the events of the afternoon. He glossed over the encounter with the 3rd-tier shadow rat, only mentioning that it was a bit tricky to deal with. His parents and sister were drawn in by his story, while only Yemuo frowned slightly, lost in thought. Even though Lin Jiumou made it sound easy, his mother couldn't help but pat her chest with relief, tears welling in her eyes, and his sister's nose turned red as she sniffled. After reassuring his mother multiple times that he was fine and persuading them to go to bed, Lin Jiumou took some clothes and went to shower. When he returned to his room, he found Yemuo sitting at his desk, resting her chin in her hands, looking bored. Why aren't you asleep? Waiting for you. Yemuo stood up and pushed him onto the bed. Don't move, I'll be gentle. What? With a rip, Lin Jiumou's shirt was torn open by Yemuo. What are you doing? I'm not ready. Lin Jiumou quickly covered himself, feeling his heart race uncontrollably. Really? Isn't it too fast? Seeing Lin Jiumou's bare upper body, a blush crept up Yemuo's milk-white neck, reaching her ears, as her large eyes fluttered in panic. Tu didn't mean. Yemuo realized the situation was awkward but struggled to explain, feeling anxious. She bent down and pulled out the medicine box Lin Jiumou had hidden under the bed, wrinkling her nose slightly. Don't move, she instructed. Lin Jiumou realized he had misunderstood and awkwardly scratched his nose. Still, he felt a bit shy being bare-chested, so he pulled the blanket over himself for some modesty. Night Mo carefully took out some iodine and cotton swabs, focusing intently on treating Lin Jiumou's wounds. Her eyes showed concern, and she occasionally blew gently, worried about causing him pain. As time passed, Lin Jiumou's restless heart gradually calmed, his gaze following Night Mo's movements, and a warmth welled up inside him. Although the Jade Spirit Horn Dragon had once treated his wounds, the long battles left him with many scars. He had always tended to his own injuries, but this was the first time someone else, especially a girl, was applying medicine for him. Watching Night Mo's skilled actions, Lin Jiumou curiously asked, "How do you know how to do this?" Night Mo paused slightly before answering. "I don't remember, I just know." Lin Jiumou fell silent. Recalling what the director had mentioned about Night Mo's past, the identity of a wandering girl, the hardships of survival inevitably left her with many pains. After 10 minutes of careful treatment, the wounds were finally well bandaged. Only then did Night Mo stand up timidly, fiddling with her fingers, as if she had something to say but hesitated. "What's up?" Lin Jiumou asked with concern. Do you want to eat something else?" Night Mo whispered. "No." She shook her head, mustering the courage to say, "I want to take the Demon Beast entrance exam with you." Her voice was firm. "I heard from my sister that there's a Demon Beast exam on May 1st, and I want to participate." Lin Jiumou hesitated for a moment, asking, "But you're demon. You don't have a Demon Beast, do you?" He refrained from mentioning the dormant night demon snake inside her, as she never brought it up. The number and strength of demon beasts a person could contract varied, and the stronger one's mental power, the more demon beasts they could contract. Although he wasn't clear on the exact standards, he estimated that with Night Mo's mental strength, she should be able to contract a second demon beast, even with her current one in a coma. Night Mo blinked, pointing outside the window. There are many outside the city. I'm not afraid. It's not that you're afraid of them. It's that they're afraid of you. Lin Jiumou smiled slightly. But why take the exam? My sister said after the exam you'll go to another city. Night Mo fidgeted with her hands, her expression showing fear and unease. I want to follow you. I won't cause trouble. To her, once Lin Jiumou left for another city, it seemed he would never return. Lin Jiumou hesitated, asking, have you remembered anything from the past? You are Lin Jiumou, Night Mo replied firmly. Yes, I know that too, Lin Jiumou said helplessly. In that case, if you have time, go outside the city and contract one. I'll help you sign up, but how well you do on the exam is up to you. Hearing Lin Jiumou agree, Night Mo's face lit up with joy. Yes, I'll do my best. She then bent down, kissed Lin Jiumou's cheek, and fled the room with a blush. Bang! The door hit with a silhouette, and Lin Jiumou's hand froze midair, his mouth twitching slightly. Glancing at the lone pancake on the desk, he thought, is that for me? In stark contrast, atop a mountain outside the city, a dozen massive and distinct demon beasts stood quietly. Each possessed third-tier strength, formidable in their own right, serving as leaders of their respective groups. Yet, these powerful beasts now bowed their heads like soldiers awaiting orders, fearfully watching the beastly figure on the rock. It was a wolf-shaped demon beast, covered in gray-white scales, its head faintly dragon-like, with crimson gold eyes full of wisdom, overlooking the distant, vibrant city. Despite emitting no aura, it commanded reverence from the formidable beasts behind. As the clouds parted, revealing the bright moonlight, it seemed to absorb the light. A woo, a melodious and majestic howl emerged from its mouth, akin to a wolf's low cry or a dragon's melody, with sound waves expanding outward. As it howled, countless moonbeams wrapped around its scales, enveloping it in a gentle glow, exuding a thick aura of sovereignty. The beasts behind it lay prostrate, trembling in awe. The next morning, the Lin family's breakfast was the same as always: rich, flavorful soy milk and crispy fried dough sticks. The TV was broadcasting news of monster rampages in various places, each with its own situation. Hundreds of water monkeys emerging from the water in some areas, while in others, poisonous snakes were seen slithering through gardens. Most places weren't facing serious issues, except for the stark mention of Tua City. News of the entire city sinking and a horde of rats attacking was genuinely chilling, not a mere joke. Lin's younger sister was eating breakfast while excitedly scrolling through her phone, her eyes gleaming as if she were reading a romance novel. Eat your food and stop playing with your phone, their mother couldn't help but scold. The younger sister paid no mind, instead staring intently at Lin Jiumou with excitement, exclaiming, brother, you're famous. Call the firefighters if there's a fire. Lin Jiumou responded helplessly. Oh, I mean you're famous online, she continued. There are lots of videos of you fighting in the local area, and many female netizens want to have your babies. What nonsense are you talking about? Babies? If your brother has kids, they'll be human, not monkeys. Lin Jiumou retorted in exasperation. I'm just using a metaphor, the younger sister mumbled, as Lin Jiumou glanced at her with resignation and continued sipping his soy milk. Brother, look at this, she handed him the phone. Sure enough, as he turned the page, there were scenes of Lin Jiumou and Xiao Songzi fighting, with varying view counts, but plenty of comments. Next to it was a leaderboard of video views. He tapped lightly and opened it. Among the top 10 videos, half documented the city's monster subjugation, and one caught his attention. Shocking. Lingnan Tiger Youth single-handedly defeats a Tier 3 monster. Who else can do that? Curious, Lin Jiumou clicked on the video. The footage showed a handsome, proud-looking young man in a tight-fitting combat suit, wielding a recurved bow, accompanied by a golden tiger clad in beast armor. Opposite them was a peculiar-looking three-headed snake. In the video, the battle flowed seamlessly, with the young man's ranged attacks and the golden tiger's close combat working in perfect harmony, easily holding off the elemental three-headed snake, a stark contrast to Lin Jiumou's own struggle against the shadow rat. You're watching this too? Apparently, he's one of the Lingnan 4 youths, and he's really powerful, the younger sister exclaimed excitedly. The Lingnan 4 youths. Are they all this strong? Lin Jiumou asked, frowning slightly, puzzled. Probably, I don't really know. But brother, the Lingnan Academy you want to attend is in Lingnan City, so you'll definitely meet them, she replied. Lin Jiumou said nothing, nodding slightly, his gaze still fixed on the video, lost in thought. After finishing breakfast, the siblings opened the door just as a military vehicle pulled up, and a soldier in camouflage green stepped out. What a coincidence, the soldier said with a smile. Lin Jiumou, the results of yesterday's battle are in. Here is your hunting card, with an honor value of 3122. Over 3,000. Lin Jiumou raised an eyebrow in surprise. The hunting card, introduced by the authorities, is used to calculate contributions, divided into honor points and score points. Honor points are only awarded for assisting the authorities in missions, while score points are earned by completing tasks at the Beast Tamer Guild. It's said online that honor points are extremely rare, and earning 100 is cause for celebration, let alone 3,000. Wow. Soldier brother, I also killed a few yesterday. Do I get any honor points? The younger sister asked curiously. Sorry you don't. Only invited beast tamers who participate in battles can earn them. You can download the Beast Tamer Guild app, where there are various tasks. Completing them earns you score points, which is similar, the soldier explained. Oh, thank you. The younger sister nodded in response. After seeing off the soldiers, Lin Jiumou examined the bronze-colored card with simple patterns in his hand, feeling a slight thrill. With these points, he could at least exchange them for some items. Brother, look, his sister said, downloading the Demon Taming Guild app while standing near their home's Wi-Fi. Lin Jiumou glanced over. The task list was indeed filled with assignments. Hunting remaining rat demons, processing rat demon meat for rations, rebuilding homes needing earth and metal element tamers. Numerous tasks that matched the city's current situation, each taken by hundreds to thousands of people. You can try them after school, but for now, we're running late. The two hurried toward school. The streets were filled with rubble, not quite apocalyptic, but not far from it. Unattended bodies were covered with white cloth, metal scraps littered the ground, and the air was tinged with the faint scent of blood, occasionally pierced by cries of grief. The siblings walked in deepening silence. Lin Miao glanced at her brother, her mind racing. What if he hadn't become a demon tamer? What if he hadn't met Sister Jiumou? Would their family end up like everyone else's? Would people die? Her brother seemed so tired. Was he not scared? But he looked genuinely exhausted. Had he been injured before? How did that medical kit under his bed get there? Over 3,000 honor points. How many beasts did he have to kill for that? She felt her head was about to explode with all these thoughts, her eyes filled with heartache. Thud. A sudden collision interrupted her thoughts as Lin Miao's face was saved from a lamppost by her brother's warm hand. Watch where you're going, he said. She blushed and sheepishly followed him closely. Finally, they arrived at school. Good morning, Jiumou. Morning. Wow. It's Lin Jiumou. Did you see the video in the group? He's really cool. Jiumou, do you want breakfast? I brought extra. No thanks. Lin Jiumou extricated himself from the enthusiastic crowd of unfamiliar classmates, looking a bit helpless as he entered the classroom. Clap, clap, clap. A round of applause erupted in the classroom, led by Yu. Brother Mu, you were amazing yesterday. You took down a rat demon in a flash. Yu exclaimed excitedly. Lin Jiumou responded nonchalantly. It was all right. The bell rang, and Teacher Yang walked into the classroom. I'm going to call some names. Those of you called will accompany me to meet the demon taming teacher. You'll undergo a week-long training in demon taming knowledge, being the first batch of students to receive this training. As soon as the teacher finished, nearly half the class sat up straight, eyes sparkling with anticipation. Finally, the chance to attend demon taming training. Yulong, Wanghu Yu Sun Hao? Teacher Yang called out a dozen names, but Lin Jiumou's was not among them, puzzling the other students. Teacher, what about Brother Mu? Yu raised his hand to ask. Maybe he's just too bad, and the teacher doesn't think he's worth it, Sun Hao sneered. As a classmate, he knew about Lin Jiumou's fight yesterday, but he just couldn't stand Lin Jiumou. While he didn't dare to confront him directly, a few sarcastic remarks made him feel better. Teacher Yang glanced at the two of them, and casually said something surprising, yet not unexpected. Teacher Chung, who was responsible for controlling beasts, added that Lin Jiumou's skills were on par with hers, and his foundational knowledge was solid, so he could skip this training. If any other students had questions about controlling beasts, they could consult Lin Jiumou. Haha, I knew it. There's no way Brother Mu would be lacking. Turns out it's not that he's unqualified, but that he's overqualified. Unlike some people. Yu mimicked Sun Hao's tone with a hint of sarcasm. Sun Hao's face immediately darkened. Other problematic students exchanged glances, secretly thinking how lucky they were not to have provoked him this time. After school, Lin Jiumou declined invitations from other classmates to hang out, and instead took his sister and Yanyi to the Beast Control Guild. After a day of being open and a night of beast attacks on the city, the guild was particularly lively. Although it was Lin Jiumou's first visit, he wasn't unfamiliar with the guild thanks to the document he held. After briefly introducing the guild, he went to the counter, requested 2 forms for them to fill out, and registered them as trainee beast controllers. He then pointed to the display screen above, reminding them to check the points tasks and to be cautious not to take on tasks beyond their level. I have some business to attend to. I'll come back later, Lin Jiumou instructed. He had his own matters to handle during this visit and also wanted to give his sister some experience. As for Yanyi, it was at the director's request, and he couldn't refuse. Besides, the power of 2 kittens fighting together was quite impressive. All right, go on, brother. His sister nodded in agreement. Goodbye, Brother Lin. They waved as they said goodbye. After leaving, Lin Jiumou went straight to the right side of the guild's entrance, where there was only a small reception desk. Unlike the long queues at other counters, this area was quiet, with only a few people stopping by briefly before moving to other lines. Behind the desk was a beautiful woman in a qipao, her curves accentuated by what seemed to be her uniform. Lin Jiumou approached the desk and politely said, "Hello, I need a copy of the Qing Tian list." The Qing Tian list is a booklet that records information on evil beast controllers and those who evade legal punishment. Every name on the list belongs to a heinous criminal with ruthless methods. Any capable beast controller can take on these tasks and earn substantial points upon completion. Qing Tian, as the name suggests, symbolizes restoring a piece of the clear sky to the beast control world with each hunt. Upon hearing Lin Jiumou's words, the female staff member looked up, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. She quickly composed herself and took out a soft-cover electronic booklet that, while resembling an ordinary paper booklet, was actually an electronic screen with real-time updating information. Lin Jiumou took it and began to browse through it with an electronic pen. Each page listed names, affiliations, strengths, beast control abilities, and points, followed by an unexplained line of numbers. Lu Cixi explained, "You can tap 3 times on any page to search by keyword." Lin Jiumou thanked her and tapped 3 times on the booklet, revealing a search bar. He quickly wrote, "Dark Flame," the organization that had previously threatened his sister. After that incident, Lin Jiumou had been waiting for an opportunity, which finally came with the resurgence of spiritual energy and the emergence of the Qingtian list. With this list, hunting down the Dark Flame organization became a legitimate action. The Qingtian list's daily updates made it far more reliable than the small notebook given by the burly man from Dark Flame. Lin Jiumou was determined to eliminate any organization that posed a threat to his family's safety and used ruthless methods. As he completed his notes, an involuntary glint of resolve flashed in his eyes. A few seconds later, the Qingtian manual refreshed. The information on the Dark Flame organization spanned 2 pages, listing 37 members. The most powerful was the leader, nicknamed Dark Flame, whose real name was Wang Kansas. He possessed a Tier 2 Level 8 Magic Flame Beast, with a bounty of 500 points for his defeat. The other members ranged in strength from Tier 1 Level 3 to Tier 2 Level 5, not particularly formidable, with bounties ranging from a few dozen to a couple of hundred points. "That's all," Lu Cixi said as she took back the Qingtian list and identity card from Lin Jiumou. Her surprise evident when she saw the selections he had made, especially when she noticed he had chosen Wang Kansas. Her expression turned peculiar. She then noticed that his identity card indicated he was a Tier 1 Beastmaster, and her brow furrowed. Instead of helping him take on the task, she spoke seriously. "Sir, Qingtian tasks are high difficulty and extremely dangerous. I understand your feelings, but sacrificing yourself for revenge is unwise. If you have a confirmed target and evidence, you can post a bounty at the guild or add a bounty on the Qingtian list without any fees. Or invest in improving your skills and seek revenge when you're stronger. You're still young and have a long future ahead." Her expression was earnest and her words sincere, something Lin Jiumou hadn't anticipated. He also realized that the last line of varying numbers on the list represented additional bounties from others, with Wang Kan's bounty amounting to over 3 million. "Thank you for your advice, but I am determined to take on these tasks," Lin Jiumou said firmly. "Then you can only take on one task. I suggest starting with the lowest level." "Why?" he asked. "A Tier 1 Beastmaster doesn't have enough clearance," Lu Cixi replied. "All right," Lin Jiumou said, taking his identity card and the list before leaving. Lu Cixi sighed in relief. This wasn't the first Beastmaster she had advised against taking a Qingtian task. Almost every hour, some bold individuals attempted to take on these tasks, but the vast majority were Tier 1 or apprentice Beastmasters. She didn't want these people to meet the same fate as her brother, who was harmed by the evil demon tamer. If possible, she hoped to dissuade all those blinded by hatred. However, the booklet and ID card quickly returned to the counter. "Now, can tasks be accepted?" Lu Cixi looked up, puzzled at Lin Jiumou, wondering, why is he here again? Is he really risking his life? Wait. Her gaze fell on the machine below the ID card, and she was shocked to see the words "Second Level Demon Tamer." Second level. Her eyes widened, her mouth slightly agape in surprise, staring at Lin Jiumou. "Can tasks be accepted now?" "Yes." Lu Cixi was unusually excited. Soon, over 30 tasks related to the Dark Flame organization were all taken from the list. Lin Jiumou checked to ensure there were no issues, then thanked her. Lu Cixi quickly responded, "No need. Take care and stay safe." She watched Lin Jiumou's departing figure from the Demon Tamer Guild, lost in thought, silently wishing him success. At this moment, a short, shifty-looking man approached, pointing at the long queue. "Hey beautiful, why don't you help me take a task for clearing out demon rats? The line's way too long over there." Bang! Lu Cixi slammed the counter with her fist, angrily saying, "You're kidding, right?" The man hurriedly ran off. Lin Jiumou left the guild and headed straight to a nearby 2-story building with purple-black walls. This was the honor exchange, where all official rewards were exchanged. Upon entering, He was greeted by a counter, clearly meant to guide people, but manned by a familiar old man. The old man, without looking up, said, "Hey, aren't you supposed to be the doorman? Got fired." A teasing voice came from him. The old man looked up, squinting to see clearly, and then chuckled, pointing at Lin Jiumou. "Hey, it's you, the little rascal. You're the one who got fired. I got promoted." He said this with a proud expression. "Such an important position, and you're the one guarding it." Lin Jiumou asked with a smile. "Are you underestimating me?" The old man grinned, revealing a set of yellow teeth with a hint of green, like a vegetable leaf. Just then, a few tentacled appendages with suction cups emerged from under the counter, followed by an orange-yellow, somewhat dopey-looking demon tamer crawling out, one tentacle scratching its head in confusion. In sight, Lin Jiumou thought to himself, realizing what was happening. "What brings you here, little rascal?" the old man asked. "To exchange," Lin Jiumou said, placing his hunting card on the counter with a slap. The old man took the card, awkwardly swiped it through the machine, and after some effort, chuckled. "You worked hard last night, didn't you? What do you want to exchange for?" the old man asked. "Show me the bladed weapons and spiritual materials. Do you have any information?" Lin Jiumou inquired. "Here it is, right under your hand." The old man pointed at the counter. Lin Jiumou looked down and noticed an electronic booklet, perfectly embedded in the counter, the same color as it. He raised an eyebrow, picked up the booklet and an electronic pen, and started searching with 3 quick taps. The old man watched Lin Jiumou's adept movements, a glint of sharpness flashing in his murky eyes, and laughed even more. "The only place that needs a 3-tap search now, besides this exchange, is the Demon Tamer Guild's task list. This kid's got guts." Lin Jiumou didn't quite understand the old man's intentions. He opened the electronic book, typed in magic yuan leaf, and clicked confirm. The page started spinning, and strangely enough, the name shown by the insight technique matched the official name agreed upon after 20 years of discussion. Soon, the information on the magic yuan leaf was refreshed, a 2-star material, which can be absorbed by dark attribute beasts, with a very small chance of promoting evolution. It costs 4,001 units, and 1 leaf can be exchanged for 400 points. Lin Jiumou felt a bit more at ease and then typed in Ice River Jade. Ice River Jade, a 2-star material, is formed by the condensation of spiritual energy at the riverbed and turns to ice under the influence of Yin energy. Consuming it can significantly enhance ice element damage, and it has a wide range of uses. It costs 5,001 units. Seeing this, Lin Jiumou felt a bit frustrated. Xiaosongzi's evolution required 4 drops of Ice River Jade and 6 pieces of Magic Yuan Leaf, totaling 4,400 honor points, while he only had 3,122, falling short. "Hey, little trickster, I see that long face of yours. Not enough honor points, huh? How about a discount?" "A big one," the old man said, raising his eyebrows at Lin Jiumou in a rather sleazy manner. "Aren't the tasks from the Beast Taming Guild all about earning points? The things you can exchange for with points and honor points are different. The items for honor points are more valuable and rarer." The Qing Tian list is an exception. Just take out a few, tell the girl at the counter, and exchange them for honor points, the old man said, making a throat-slitting gesture. Upon hearing this, Lin Jiumou nodded in sudden realization. Since that's the case, he could prioritize enhancing his own strength first and put the evolution materials second. After all, eliminating the people from the Dark Flame organization would also help Xiaosongzi level up. He typed Tang Dao and pressed search. The screen spun a few times, switching to the sword category, and after filtering, 5 Tang Dao appeared. Quite a pitiful selection. 1. Serpent Scale Dao, forged from the scales of an elemental double-head serpent. Costs 210 honor points. 2. 7-star Dao, made from 7-star or cuts through iron like mud and can split hair. Costs 270 honor points. 3. Tiger Guillotine, containing the might of a Tier 2 tiger, resembles a Tang Dao but is heavy, requiring brute force to wield. Costs 1120 honor points. 4. Wolf Slayer, with a blood-red blade that scares wolves, embedded with a Tier 2 Wolf King's Demon Core, costs 1700 honor points. 5. Snow Seal, crafted from extreme cold ice soul and white ice, or beautifully shaped and quick to draw, showing initial signs of spirituality, costs 2000 honor points. Lin Jiumou reviewed them one by one, skipping those around 200 honor points without hesitation. The Tiger Guillotine seemed better suited for wide-open moves and was too heavy for him. As for the Wolf Slayer, he decided against it to avoid upsetting Xiaosongzi. That left only the last one. Snow Seal. "Sir, do you have this one?" He showed the electronic book to the old man. The old man hesitated and said, "This one, you want it? If you want it, then we have it. I was just using it to cut a pomelo yesterday, and it turned the pomelo into an icy lump. If you ask me, this sword isn't great, too cold, and it's hard on the teeth." Lin Jiumou's heart tightened, and he fought the urge to throw the electronic book, firmly stating, "I'll take this one. He actually used my knife to cut a grapefruit. That old man is infuriating." Lin Jiumou was fuming inside. waiting patiently for nearly 10 minutes before the old man finally emerged from the house, holding a wooden box. Just as Lin Jiumou was about to reach for it, the old man quickly pulled it back with a smile and said, "Pay up first. Your card is with you." "Oh, getting old. My memory's not what it used to be." The old man chuckled as he took Lin Jiumou's hunting card and swiped it lightly. The honor points plummeted from 3122 to 1122. Lin Jiumou, not caring about the loss, quickly snatched the wooden box from the old man's hands, gently placed it on the counter, and stroked it with his fingers, feeling a surge of excitement as he slowly opened it. Inside the box, on a burgundy cushion, lay a straight Tang sword, with a blade 3 feet long and a hilt 1 foot long. The blade was as white as snow, and the handle was jet black. The blade was adorned with intricate beast patterns, and near the handle, the characters feng shui were engraved, seemingly whispering its name. As the box was opened, the sword seemed to awaken, and a thin layer of frost quickly covered the burgundy cushion, the surrounding temperature dropping by nearly 10 degrees. Lin Jiumou's breath turned into white mist as he couldn't help but admire. What a fine sword. He eagerly reached out and grasped the Tang sword, feeling the coolness in his hand. Wherever the blade passed, it left a light frost, as beautiful as a work of art. Great. Just perfect. This is the one. Lin Jiumou thought to himself, relieved. With the honor points already spent, there was no turning back. He didn't mind, as the joy of acquiring such a fine sword eased his disappointment at not getting the evolution materials. Before leaving, the old man gifted him a fitting wooden scabbard. Lin Jiumou accepted without hesitation, sheathing the sword perfectly, sealing in the cold air, and feeling very satisfied. Returning to the Demon Control Guild, Lin Jiumou found his sisters waiting, bored. They eagerly asked, "Big brother, where did you run off to? We searched the whole hall and couldn't find you." Lin Jiumou smiled slightly and replied, "Had some things to take care of. It's okay, we can wait a bit at this moment." Lin Miao's gaze once again fell on the Tang sword at Lin Jiumou's waist, her curiosity piqued. Lin Jiumou spoke first. "Have you decided on a task?" He took the workbook, which listed several tasks for clearing out rat demons, all city-based with low danger. As an apprentice demon controller, Lin Jiumou could only take on one task, so choosing one was enough. The difficulty wasn't high, just required careful handling. He pulled 2 black beads from his pocket and handed them to them. "These are ice bombs painstakingly made by Xiao Songzi. If you encounter an enemy or demon beast you can't handle, throw them. They're not very powerful, but can freeze the target." After advising his sisters and Yin Yi, Lin Jiumou left. At night, on the south wall of Xian City, Lin Jiumou donned black clothes, sword at his waist, and stood with the director, gazing at the brightly lit city. In the distance, remnants and ruins were faintly visible on the streets. Lin Jiumou remarked, "I really envy you. You're so strong at demon control, even having killed a 3rd-tier demon beast." Ahu had broken through too. "It's difficult to evolve any further. It's getting tough." Behind the two of them, the large figure of Ahu lay quietly on the ground, occasionally scratching an itch with its hind paw. Courage and loyalty fighting for a mission. The stronger the belief, the greater the power. This rat disaster revealed signs of Ahu's evolution, just a step away, yet the director seemed worried about it. "Give it a try, let it participate in more battles," Lin Jiumou said, patting the director on the shoulder before walking to the other end of the city wall, facing the forest outside the city. Under the moonlit night, the forest was just a dark silhouette swaying in the wind, as if hundreds of demons were clawing and scratching, with occasional rustling sounds suggesting some beasts were stirring. History truly is cyclical. In the past, walls were torn down for development, and now they're rebuilt for survival. Lin Jiumou knocked on the stone bricks, sighing with a mysterious smile on his face. The bricks felt rough and slightly cool, appearing solid and sturdy. Different times call for different approaches. He smiled slightly, gazing into the distance, when suddenly a vision appeared before him. Thousands of beasts attacking the city, breaking through the walls, and causing a bloody tragedy. The forest and walls in that vision were identical to the current Tua city and its surrounding forest. And since the walls were newly built, this meant, if that scene was real, it must happen in the future. Thinking of this, a cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and his face turned somewhat pale. The constantly ticking black countdown also disturbed his view. "What's wrong?" the director asked with concern. Lin Jiumou didn't answer. Instead, he jumped down from the wall and punched it with all his might. Bang! Many soldiers were drawn to the noise and quickly looked over. "Hey, Jiumou, what are you doing?" the director shouted anxiously. Lin Jiumou didn't respond, pulling out a long knife and striking hard, embedding the blade deep into the wall. Crack! "Don't panic, don't panic. He's one of our own demon tamers, not an enemy. Stay calm." The director was startled and hurriedly persuaded the soldiers to lower their guns, shouting at Lin Jiumou. After a while, Lin Jiumou returned to the wall, leaning against it without a word. "Are you all right? Who built this wall?" Lin Jiumou knew that the city walls were constructed by local construction companies. "This section is by the Suntian Group, Why? The director replied. His son is in your class, isn't he? I see. Sun Hao's father is Sun Tian, and the Sun Tian group doesn't have the best reputation in the city, with frequent reports of cutting corners. But how did they get this construction contract? Lin Jiumou wondered. He had just tested it himself, and even his fengshua blade found it difficult to cut through, suggesting it seemed to be of good quality. Lin Jiumou muttered to himself. What are you talking about? The director asked. Take my advice, have someone inspect the wall for any shortcuts taken, Lin Jiumou said seriously, still uneasy. The director was taken aback by his seriousness and frowned. Is it necessary? Yes. All right, the director said earnestly. I'll report it to Commander Luo, and hope he'll arrange for an inspection. Lin Jiumou nodded slightly. At that moment, a slight vibration came from his pocket, a signal from the Qingtian list. I have to go, he said, and with a few leaps, he disappeared into the night from the city wall. The director scratched his shiny head with a wry smile. This kid, always leaving me with a mess. What does he mean by checking the wall? If there's a problem, the wall needs repairs. If not, I'll be in trouble. Good hunting, kid. Near the city wall, in a small village, a little boy named Yang Yang, dressed in loose and worn-out clothes, was slowly and determinedly walking home with a small backpack on his back. In his arms was a mystical squirrel, and his eyes were filled with grievance. The little squirrel, named Xiao Songzi, made a few chirping sounds, its fluffy tail gently brushing Yang Yang's face, wiping away his tears with an adorable demeanor, while tightly holding onto a hazelnut. A few days ago, Yang Yang encountered this unusual squirrel in the woods. After feeding it some hazelnuts, the squirrel became attached to him and willingly formed a bond with him. Excitedly, Yang Yang ran to tell his parents, forgetting that they disliked animals. Not only did they forbid the bond, but they also planned to get rid of the squirrel. In anger, Yang Yang ran away from home, but after walking for a long time, as the sky grew dark and his stomach growled with hunger, he decided to return to the village to eat before setting off again. Hunger drove Yang Yang to quicken his pace, jogging towards the village. Just then, a man appeared in front of him, emitting an odor that made Yang Yang uncomfortable. Behind the man was a tall hyena, its eyes gleaming silver in the moonlight, baring its teeth and growling, frightening Yang Yang into trembling. Hey there, little one. Are you alone? The man asked with a sly smile. My parents are just up ahead waiting for me, Yang Yang stammered, taking 2 steps back. The man stepped forward, closing the distance quickly, and looked down at the little boy. Lying isn't good, you know. Be careful or you might get hurt, he said in an unsettling voice. Yang Yang's face grew paler, and he clutched the squirrel tightly. Xiao Songzi, also frightened, bared its teeth in an attempt to warn the man and the hyena to stay away. Amused by this, the man laughed, the sound eerie and arrogant. His true name unknown, he was nicknamed Hyena, a member of the Dark Flame organization. Though not very powerful, with only a level 7 first-tier mystical beast, he was infamous for his gruesome habit of stewing human organs, especially those of young children or women. Even within the Dark Flame, he was disliked, and the bounty on his head at the Mystical Beast Guild was nearly 1,000,000, second only to Wang Can. Stumbling upon this tender prey, Hyena was thrilled, reaching out his bony hand towards Yang Yang. Frightened, Yang Yang swung the squirrel, and its tiny claws accidentally scratched the man's hand, drawing a streak of blood. The man yelped, looked at his bleeding hand, and eagerly sucked on it, a greedy smile spreading across his face. Well, not scared to tears, that's rare for a little snack. Tough, heh. A cruel glint appeared in his eyes as he thought to himself, daring to resist me, little one? You're courting death. Yang Yang backed away in fear, bumping into something. Suddenly, his eyes were covered, and a gentle voice, as soft as the wind, whispered in his ear, don't look. Hearing this, Yang Yang's tension eased considerably. He held onto the squirrel with one hand, and clutched the pants of the person behind him with the other. Then, Yang Yang was lifted and moved slowly. After some time, the hand covering his eyes was removed, and he found himself at the village entrance. Go home. Be good. Lin Jiumou crouched down, gently patting the child's head, and smiled. Oh, thank you, uncle. However, his smile gradually turned rigid, and he suddenly shouted, Kid, your mom's calling you for dinner. With that, he strode away in the direction he came from, disappearing into the night. What a clueless kid. When he returned to the same spot, the enemy and his beast were already lying on the ground, bodies pierced with ice spikes, a lingering aura of fear around them. Let's go. In an abandoned factory in the southern part of the city, bang. Thud. A young female beast master was thrown heavily onto the concrete floor, her face pale with pain. Her beast had been defeated and thrown out of a third-story window. How foolish, taking on a stupid rat-hunting mission and ending up here with us. Should I call you stupid or something else? A burly man with a face full of scars sneered, while a skinny man next to him leered obscenely. The short one rubbed his hands together with a sleazy grin. The 3 men had 4 beasts with them, 2 belonging to the burly man, a level 2, stage 1 Ironhead Mastiff, and a level 1, stage 9 Golden Eagle. With the increasing concentration of spiritual energy, more and more beast masters stuck at the level 1, stage 9 bottleneck were breaking through, making level 2 beast masters less rare. As the three men and their beasts approached, the female beast master looked terrified. No, don't come any closer, she pleaded, trying to move back despite the pain. What did you say? Oh, you want all three of us together? We'll definitely satisfy you. The three laughed heartily. Just then, a young man's voice suddenly rang out. She told you not to come closer. Are you deaf? The trio was startled, looking around. The female beast master's eyes, filled with despair, suddenly lit up as she searched for the source of the voice. Soon, they saw a young man in black, holding a Tang sword, casually leaning against a sofa with one leg crossed over the other. Seeing that there was only one newcomer, the three members of the Dark Flame organization relaxed, and the hopeful light in the female beast master's eyes dimmed a bit. Where did this idiot come from? Trying to play hero? The burly man laughed disdainfully. Boss, let me handle this, the skinny man said, cracking his neck with a series of pops, as he led his level 1, stage 9 saber-toothed tiger towards the man on the sofa. This man, of course, was Lin Jiumou. After dealing with the enemy, he had hurried over guided by the Azure Sky list, just in time to witness the scene. Kid, what era do you think this is, still using a sword? Don't blame us. Consider this a lesson for yourself. The skinny man taunted, pointing forward. Go. Eat him. The saber-toothed tiger roared, leaping over the sofa with its jaws wide open, lunging at Lin Jiumou. The burly man and the short one watched eagerly, excited by the prospect of bloodshed. Thud, thud. With a soft sound, Lin Jiumou sidestepped the saber-toothed tiger, his snow-sealed Tang sword not drawing a drop of blood, as the beast collapsed, its head rolling under the coffee table. The wound was smooth, frozen, with no blood flowing. You. The skinny man stammered, his face changing drastically as blood spurted from his mouth. Lin Jiumou deftly dodged the spray, softly saying, Calm down, let's talk this over. You. The skinny man shouted angrily, but the Tang sword slashed again, and he fell. Second one down, Lin Jiumou remarked, turning his gaze to the burly man and the short one, coldly asking, Who wants to be the third? His casual words struck the two like a hammer, making them involuntarily step back in fear. At this moment, the ignored female beast master suddenly remembered something, pointing at Lin Jiumou in surprise. Ah, you're the one who defeated the level 3 shadow rat. Thud, thud. The burly man and the short one fell to their knees, pleading, Sir, we were wrong. Without hesitation, the two knelt down and shouted in unison, Master, we were wrong. This scene took Lin Jiumou by surprise. The burly man clasped his hands together, looking sincere, and said, Brother, we truly know we were wrong. Please spare us this once. The shorter man nodded repeatedly. Yes. You've already killed my second brother. Let's call it even. We've done so many bad things. Killing us would be too easy. We beg you to spare our lives, and let us make amends by doing good deeds. With that, they began to kowtow fervently on the ground. The female beast master looked at the two men before her, their humble demeanor reducing her fear and anger, replacing it with a hint of pity. She thought to herself that maybe they weren't so despicable after all. Lin Jiumou squinted, scrutinizing the pair, yet said nothing to stop them. The burly man continued until his forehead hurt, then awkwardly called out, Brother. The other man looked at him timidly, like a bullied wife. Why did you stop? Brother, we were forced into this. Please let us go. The burly man pleaded urgently. Lin Jiumou watched them a moment longer, his expression indecisive, as if contemplating whether to let them go. Seeing this, the female beast master interceded. Hey, handsome, why not let them go? Maybe they have their reasons. Hearing this, the two men nodded vigorously, turning to her with ingratiating smiles and clasped hands. Thank you. You are truly kind and beautiful. Lin Jiumou sighed deeply, seeming to have made up his mind, and walked towards them, casting a glance at the female beast master, as if he was going to spare them, his mind set on saving people. The burly man and the short man were overjoyed, kowtowing again, while their eyes darted towards Lin Jiumou's shoes. Just 4 steps away, the burly man lifted his head, his fawning and fearful expression twisting into a sinister grin as he swung something towards him. It was a needle as thin as a hair, appearing like a faint mist. The short man simultaneously tossed a lit lighter. The moment the needle touched the flame, it ignited, transforming into a blaze rushing towards Lin Jiumou, a pungent smell spreading through the air. Not only was there fire, but the smell was laden with poison. They knew they couldn't contend with this man's beast mastery, but if they could kill him in a sneak attack, they might still have a chance. Just then, a series of clangs sounded. An ice wall instantly blocked all the needles, flames, and poison gas. Lin Jiumou, with a calm expression, lightly tapped with the fengshui blade. The ice wall crumbled, and the needles fell to the ground. Then, with a wave of his blade, a mysterious technique caused frost to surge forward, extinguishing the flames and stirring the poison gas, forming an outer layer of ice, successfully sealing the poison. From the start, Lin Jiumou never believed the burly man's plea for mercy was genuine. How could someone who thrived in an evil organization lack the guts to kneel without a backup plan? Xian Yang, the burly man, and their group were like this, as were the Black Wind who previously attempted to kill him, and these few were no exception. This scene left the female Beastmaster dumbfounded. When she recovered from her shock and heard Lin Jiumou's words, her face immediately showed a look of shame. If it weren't for this guy's vigilance, I would have really harmed him. I'll never trust those scoundrels again. Damn it, kill him. As soon as the words left his mouth, the level 1 Ironhead Mastiff roared and charged at Lin Jiumou. The golden eagle circled in the air a few times, hesitated for a moment, and then swooped down. The short man and the burly man, having worked together for a long time, naturally didn't overlook this scene. Their formidable silvering viper also swiftly attacked Lin Jiumou. In an instant, Lin Jiumou faced an assault from 3 beastmasters. At that moment, an unexpected change occurred. The golden eagle didn't dive directly at Lin Jiumou, but instead attacked the Ironhead Mastiff. Caught off guard, the Mastiff was hit by the eagle's sharp golden talons and flung aside, the two beasts becoming entangled in a fierce battle. Lin Jiumou was stunned, and the minds of the burly man, the short man, and the female beastmaster were filled with questions. How could the two beasts be fighting each other? Useless. Two useless creatures. The burly man's roar was ineffective as the short man's silvering viper had already reached Lin Jiumou. Be careful, the female beastmaster exclaimed. A cold glint flashed in Lin Jiumou's eyes as he unleashed the fengshui blade, which shot out and sliced through the viper's head. As the momentum slowed, he caught the tang knife, switched it around his waist, and thrust a dagger into the short man's head. The short man slowly fell, and Lin Jiumou withdrew the fengshui blade. Looking around, he saw the burly man frozen into an ice block, only his head remaining mobile, lips purple and teeth chattering. He was in a posture of lunging at the female beastmaster, his hands just a foot away from her, but it was a distance he would never bridge. Is it comfortable? Lin Jiumou asked. The burly man glared at him venomously, then angrily at the two beasts. The golden eagle isn't yours, is it? Humph. Stolen? Survival of the fittest. I win, it naturally belongs to me. Now that I've lost, I trade my life for two beasts. The burly man's voice was filled with despair. I'm not interested in stolen beasts. I want only one thing. What is it? Lin Jiumou coldly asked. Whatever I have. The burly man replied through gritted teeth. You certainly have it, though not much. What is it? Lin Jiumou pressed. The head of every member of the Dark Flame organization, starting with yours, he said. As the words fell, a flash of the blade severed the burly man's head, which rolled to the female beastmaster's feet, his venomous gaze gradually dimming. Her face turned pale instantly, and she began to retch uncontrollably. Remember, you can't trust a word from those evil beastmasters. She lifted her head, trying to speak, but another wave of nausea silenced her. At the moment of its master's death, the Ironhead Mastiff suffered a mental blow and lost the will to fight. Seeing Lin Jiumou approach, it hurriedly fled toward the stairs, only to be killed by an ice spike after a few steps. The remaining golden eagle seemed to fear him as well, but did not flee. Instead, it limped around him, went to the burly man's location, and pecked open the ice, extracting a black pearl. Caw, caw. It called out before being absorbed into the black pearl. Holding the pearl, Lin Jiumou pondered. Aren't you going to tell me your name? There was no response from the pearl. Oh well, since you're a beast, I understand your lack of manners. He put the pearl away and continued forward. This was only the fourth one. With a hint of killing intent, Lin Jiumou, accompanied by Xiao Songzi, leaped and vanished into the abandoned building. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 days passed. During this time, the buildings in Xian City damaged by the rat disaster had been repaired, and the pits were filled by earth element beast tamers. Life gradually returned to normal. As the day of the beast tamer entrance exam approached, public attention shifted to this grand event. The annual entrance exam is always a national focus, and this year, being the first since the resurgence of spiritual energy, it sparked curiosity about the assessment methods. It's said that there will even be a live broadcast of the event. Meanwhile, in the beast tamer world, particularly in the dark arts, there was significant upheaval. Within just a month, the Dark Flame organization, headquartered in Jieling City and operating between Jieling and Xian City, was hunted down by a mysterious beast tamer, reducing its numbers from 37 to just 7. For years, evil beast tamers had been the hunters, and others could only live in fear. But now, a mysterious hunter, like the Grim Reaper wielding a scythe, was claiming the lives of evil tamers day by day. The dark arts community was in a panic. Once brazen evil tamers were now gripped by fear, afraid to venture out at night, and even sleeping with the lights on, fearing the scythe might fall while they slept. At night, in a villa on the outskirts of Jieling City, the remaining 7 members of the Dark Flame organization gathered as expected. In the villa's courtyard, the leader, Wang Can, sat expressionless on a large, solid wooden chair crafted at great expense, with a table full of delicacies before him. Behind him rested his beast, a second-tier level 8 flame serpent, engulfed in black flames. Boss, the trap is set. As soon as he steps in, he'll trigger it, and the blades will pierce through him. The courtyard wall had been electrified, with the voltage raised to 5 meters. Several members gathered before Wang Can, frustration on their faces, exclaiming, "With you here, boss, we're not afraid of that freak. We have to avenge our brothers." Wang Can, a burly man with hair like steel needles, exuded an intimidating presence. He nodded slightly, his deep voice resonating. "You've all worked hard, brothers. After tonight, there'll be no more worrying." "That's right. The boss is right." Everyone chimed in, then dispersed to other chairs, their beasts following suit, as they drank and waited. At that moment, a thick cloud drifted over, obscuring the moonlight in the courtyard. "Huh? Why did it get so dark all of a sudden?" One person frowned, holding up a glass. "Someone turn on the light. Damn it. Where did this cloud come from? Such bad luck." Another grumbled, looking up in annoyance. "Strange, this cloud seems really low." As the cloud roiled, everyone's attention was drawn to it, and a growing sense of unease settled in their hearts. Wang Can naturally noticed the ominous clouds in the sky, his brow furrowing as if a thought had struck him. He glanced at the uneasy crowd, quietly calculating. With their abilities, they should be able to handle this sudden threat. If not, at least they could deplete some of the enemy's energy, making a final contribution to Dark Flame. The clouds churned more violently, cold air spilling from them and forming sharp ice spikes. "Damn, something's wrong. Be careful, everyone." The crowd realized the danger and hurriedly called for their beasts, but it was too late. A long, mournful wolf howl echoed, and the dense ice spikes fell like rain. Looking up, the spikes shed their black color, revealing meter-long spiral ice cones. Thud, thud, thud. The barrage of ice cones pounded the courtyard like hail, severing wires, smashing traps, and piercing the bodies of several beastmasters and their creatures. The icy assault lasted a full minute. When the ice storm ceased, the black mist dissipated, and the gates slowly opened. Lin Jiumou entered with Xiao Songzi, who had a demon core in its mouth. The ice had already spread over the traps, forming a slick surface. In the courtyard, countless ice cones were deeply embedded in the ground, densely packed like plum blossom stakes. Several beasts and beastmasters who hadn't dodged in time lay on the ground, blood slowly seeping out as they twitched and groaned. Apart from Wang Can, who was protected by his demon flame beast, only 2 others remained. They had dodged just in time, saving their lives, but their bodies were cut in several places by ice shards. "I know you, Lin Jiumou of Tawaching," Wang Can said in a low voice, his gaze shifting to the beast behind Lin Jiumou, noting it was consuming a demon core, which eased his mind somewhat. It seemed that such a move consumed a lot of energy. "I'll tell you before you die," Lin Jiumou replied coldly, his tone indifferent. As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 men retreated in fear, commanding their beasts to attack Lin Jiumou. "Xiao Songzi, make it quick," Lin Jiumou instructed, ceasing to pursue the 2 men and finding a nearby chair to sit on. He picked up an unopened drink and began to sip it leisurely. "How?" Xiao Songzi responded, its gaze locking onto the swallowing bull python. Its tail, covered with a layer of azure claws, swung sharply, sending 2 sharp claw beams flying. Thud, thud. The swallowing bull python, known for its thick hide and decent defense among its tier, was slashed by the ice-enhanced claw beams, leaving bloody gashes but not causing serious injury. Wounded, the python moved even faster, coiling its body and launching itself at Xiao Songzi with its jaws wide open. Just as it seemed it would strike, black mist flared from Xiao Songzi, and several ice cones, propelled by the mist, shot out like a rain of arrows. Countless spikes rained down on the torn wounds of the giant serpent, causing it to shudder involuntarily from the intense pain. Its aim faltered, and its massive mouth grazed past Xiaosongzi's head. Xiaosongzi opened his wolf maw and bit down hard. With a crunch, his wolf teeth pierced the serpent, releasing a burst of icy energy. The giant serpent attempted to struggle, but its movements grew slower until it finally stopped, transforming into a frozen, lifeless snake. Its owner turned pale, spat out blood, and collapsed unconscious, already weakened from previous injuries. "Ah, you," another person exclaimed in terror. His 7-star wood insect fluttered in the sky, too afraid to engage in battle. Lin Jiumou looked up and coldly asked, "Any last words? Speak. Please spare me. I'm just trying to make a living. I swear I'll quit the Dark Flame organization, really." The man was terrified by Lin Jiumou's beast mastery and, disregarding Wang Can behind him, fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. "You're even worse than the last guy." Lin Jiumou shook his head, thinking to himself that if the Azure Sky list hadn't exposed their crimes, he might have been deceived by their pleas. Seeing this, Songzi stopped hesitating and looked up at the seven-star wood insect fluttering in the sky, too afraid to defect or fight, unwilling to descend. Your beast can't fly, you can't reach it. Spare me. Save your strength for Wang Can. He's very strong. The insect's owner continued to beg. Songzi ignored him, his eyes turning ice blue, flashing with light, as wisps of mist emanated from his pupils. Ice eyes. Upon activation, the seven-star wood insect's body froze instantly, a thin layer of ice forming over it. Ice eyes flashed again, and the insect turned into a solid block of ice, falling slowly to the ground, where it was impaled by an ice spike. Now, you can leave. Really? Yes, thank you. The man suppressed the backlash from his beast's death, hiding his resentment, and with a face full of feigned gratitude, he got up and rushed towards another door. Just as he touched the door, a black fireball struck him, and he only managed a brief struggle before collapsing. You really don't hold back, Lin Jiumou remarked with a smile, looking at Wang Can, who stared back expressionlessly. The demon flame beast that had launched the fireball emerged from behind a chair, standing beside Wang Can, its gaze fixed on Lin Jiumou's Songzi. In the entire villa courtyard, only the two men and their beasts remained. As Lin Jiumou stepped into the villa, teams of masked riders on demon beasts were rushing toward the same destination from various corners of Jiling City. They were all members of the Heiyu faction. Hurry! We can't let that guy escape. How dare he provoke us? Heiyu! He's courting death. One team sped down a suburban road, just a few kilometers away from the villa, as the leader urged them on, a sense of urgency in his voice. The complete annihilation of the Anyan organization was undoubtedly good news for the other Heiyu members, as it meant one less competitor. However, being slaughtered by someone leaning towards Baiyu was absolutely intolerable. If this precedent were set, other Baiyu members might also target them. So, upon learning about the mysterious figure's appearance, these teams from different organizations immediately set off, vowing to surround the villa and make an example of him, ensuring that Baiyu would never dare provoke them again. The teams picked up speed, and the silhouette of the villa came into view from a distance. Just then, several cars blocked their path on the road ahead. Boss, let me take care of them, a team member eagerly suggested. Wait. The leader signaled everyone to stop and approached with his demon beast. Which group are you from? You don't mind letting us through, do you? The leader called out loudly. A disdainful voice came from inside the car. You wicked folks, consider it mercy that we haven't killed you, and you still dare make moves? As soon as the words were spoken, the car door opened, revealing a pair of slippers, followed by a chubby middle-aged man stepping out, accompanied by a young man with a blank expression. They were the same chubby middle-aged man and Au who had previously exchanged secret techniques with Lin Jiumou, followed by a few armed soldiers. It's you. The leader's pupils shrank with dread as he took a step back. Remember me? What do you want this time by blocking us? The chubby man lazily replied. I'm not blocking you, but this road is closed tonight. My only advice is to scurry back to your lair. Don't step out tonight, even if the sky falls. Don't you think you're being too much? Didn't Mr. Night Hunt make an agreement with you? The leader tried to argue. The chubby man shot him a disdainful glance. He's busy looking for missing people, can't come over, and even if he did, the outcome would be the same. Will you retreat on your own, or should I prepare coffins for you? The leader's eyelids twitched, anger boiling inside him, but after a struggle, he slowly stepped back. Since you've said so, we dare not disobey. But I will report everything here to Mr. Night Hunt. With that, the leader and his team retreated, riding their demon beasts back the way they came. After they left, Ao spoke up behind the chubby man. I don't understand. Isn't this against the rules? Of course I know. But this time, it's not about helping him. It's about helping everyone. The chubby man squinted, his tone carrying deep meaning. This is the first time in Tua City and Jiling that freelancers are targeting evil demon beast masters. They've accepted the task, relying on their skills. If they win, they kill. If they lose, they die. But rules are rules, and no external forces should interfere. If we allow them to unite and threaten those who've taken the task, who will dare fight these pests in the future? As the first shot of the Qingtian list, we must ensure it's done right. He understood that these evil demon beast masters were mostly deserving of severe punishment. The reason these people were left behind is twofold: to concentrate power where it's most needed, and to serve as a challenge for other brave demon tamers. However, since these individuals are the pests that survived leniency, they should be self-aware. Forming alliances will only lead to suppression. It's better to serve as a whetstone or hide quietly in the shadows, perhaps even survive. It's truly bothersome. If it were me, what would there be to fear, no matter how many come? A hint of pride appeared on Ao's usually expressionless face. Among the younger generation, his strength indeed rivaled those in the capital, but he couldn't forget that Lin, that kid, had only become a demon tamer 2 months ago, while he himself had formed a pact with a demon at the age of 8. He's gone. Similar situations occurred in various parts of Jialing. Teams that attempted to surround and jointly kill Lin Jiumou were persuaded to turn back before they even arrived. Of course, there were also stubborn teams that ended up buried on the spot, the soil still fresh. Boom. A clash of demonic flames and black ice sent waves of energy surging. The entire villa became a scene of fire and ice. The half of the courtyard where Lin Jiumou stood was frozen into a dreamlike state, with azure ice glistening in the moonlight, while around Wang Can, fierce flames burned, setting the house behind him ablaze in the struggle between ice and fire, causing the items inside to crackle and pop. Xiao Songzi and the demonic flame beast, after a bout of heating collision, refused to yield to each other. They abandoned all techniques and, in the most direct manner, lunged at each other, biting and clawing. These two similarly sized yet oppositely charged demon tamers seemed to have an innate hatred upon meeting, engaging in a fierce exchange of claws and fangs, with fire and dark ice clashing, darkness against darkness, each encounter evenly matched. The terrifying fluctuations distorted the air above the villa, and the lingering black mist enveloped the building. A gust of wind blew through, causing Wang Can's expression to shift slightly as he looked at Lin Jiumou with a complex gaze. I actually know you, Scorpion Lady, and the others died by your hand too. You've avenged yourself. Letting a few deaths settle the score, you're truly magnanimous, but unfortunately, I am not so forgiving. Why bother? Touching my sister means everyone must die. Lin Jiumou shook his head earnestly. You're quite the good brother. Wang Can sneered, but you're too foolish. You came here without even disguising yourself. Do you think no one knows who killed us? Do you think they won't retaliate against your family? What do you take the black demon path for? With that, he glared at Lin Jiumou, poured himself a drink, and downed it, keeping a watchful eye on Lin Jiumou's reaction. To his disappointment, Lin Jiumou's face remained calm, showing no sign of crisis or anger. After a moment, Lin Jiumou laughed. Quite the contrary, as long as I kill you and walk out of here alive, my parents and sister will be the safest. No faction would want to provoke a protective, relatively strong lone warrior who retaliates 100-fold, unless they want to be the next dark flame. Lin Jiumou aimed to intimidate. While wearing a mask could ensure revenge without linking back to him, it could still lead to other factions targeting his family. Only by making everyone believe that the Dark Flame organization was wiped out for bullying Lin Jiumou's sister would they avoid anyone with the surname Lin. Not only factions like Dark Flame, but even more powerful ones would avoid provoking an unrelenting madman. If he truly encountered someone stronger, there was still a big shot at home. In essence, Lin Jiumou sought not just revenge, but also deterrence. Lin Jiumou realized this, and Wang Can did too, except for one part. Do you think you can walk out of here alive? You'll soon find out, though you won't see it. Now that spiritual energy is reviving, you're ahead of others. But once wealth and power come into play, do you think you can maintain your strength? Once you're outmatched. Lin Jiumou looked at Wang Can, his gaze firm and expression serious. That day will never come. Wang Can was silent for a moment before finally speaking. You're quite confident. Lin Jiumou remained calm and did not respond. Their tentative conversation came to a temporary halt, their eyes meeting briefly as they both focused on the intense battle nearby. Roar! Howl! The two fierce beasts were covered in deep claw marks, with fresh blood that either evaporated or froze instantly, leaving them unable to gain the upper hand. Furious, they charged at each other, letting out deafening roars. Bang! In their eagerness to win, the beasts abandoned claws and teeth, opting instead to clash with their heads. As a result, Xia Songzi was at a disadvantage, vision blurring as it staggered back a few steps, shaking its head to regain clarity. Once recovered, it was again slashed by the magma beast's claws. Both beasts had comparable elemental power, but the magma beast had tougher scales, could endure longer, and had a stronger physique than Xia Songzi. Realizing it couldn't continue this heated confrontation, Xia Songzi started to move agilely, dodging the magma beast's charges, and seized opportunities to strike at the more vulnerable belly. After several precise attacks, the magma beast's belly began to bleed, and it roared in anger, lunging at Xia Songzi with blood-red fangs glinting ominously. Unwilling to back down, Xia Songzi attempted to confront it again, only to suffer twice more, fueling its frustration. Seeing the magma beast's attack, it growled, planted its paws firmly on the ground, and raised a thick ice pillar that struck the magma beast's jaw. Shut up. With a crash, the magma beast's teeth clashed together, and before it could react, Xia Songzi shattered the partially formed ice pillar, using the opportunity to knock the beast to the ground. Its paws emitted a chill as they plunged into the magma beast's belly. Splurt. This time, the already fractured scales couldn't withstand the attack, and the wolf's claws pierced inward, flooding it with icy energy. The energy surge in its belly caused the magma beast's eyes to flash with fear as it struggled, reaching for Xia Songzi with its claws. But before it could strike, Xia Songzi exhaled, instantly freezing the magma beast's paws. Thus, one tried to melt while the other sought to freeze, with magma and chill intertwining on the ice, creating a peculiar scene. Witnessing this, Wang Can frowned, a hint of distress in his eyes. It was the first time that evening he showed any emotion. He shifted slightly, as if to stand, but then heard the sound of a blade being unsheathed. Lin Jiumou's long knife was already drawn. Mr. Wang, are you looking to move around? According to the Qingtian list, Wang Can had practiced with the sword for over a decade. Though not exceptionally skilled, his combat experience was extensive, making him a worthy opponent for Lin Jiumou to challenge. Wang Can's expression was serious, his gaze fixed on the magma beast, seemingly debating whether to rescue it first. In those few seconds of hesitation, the flames on the magma beast dimmed to a thin layer, and its belly swelled as if about to burst. Shivering from the cold, even the fire it breathed was laced with ice particles. Wang Can sighed, deciding to spare it. Seeing this, Lin Jiumou gestured with his hand. Upon seeing this, Xiaosong stopped exhaling cold mist and withdrew its claws from the belly of the demon flame beast. It began to dig up the demon cores left behind by the deceased beasts on the ground and devoured them ravenously, swiftly restoring its energy. It then sat back behind Lin Jiumou. The demon flame beast struggled to its feet, trembling as it made its way to Wang Can's side. Wang Can spoke softly to the demon flame beast, his tone gentle as if consoling a family member, which surprised Lin Jiumou. Just moments ago, Wang Can had mercilessly executed several of his subordinates in front of Lin Jiumou, and even personally ended a life. Lin Jiumou had assumed he was a heartless person, only to find that he wasn't as cold-hearted as he seemed. My family has 4 members. My parents only doted on my brother and always beat and scolded me. Only an old dog wagged its tail by my side. Whenever I was beaten to the brink of despair, it was that old dog that comforted me. Wang Can seemed to sense Lin Jiumou's confusion and spoke without turning his head. When I was 13, the old dog ate something strange and mutated, and I naturally became a beast master. One day, my father got drunk and tried to cut my mouth with a knife. I couldn't bear it anymore. Of course, the authorities thought it was a wild beast attack and didn't suspect me. I grew up in a daze, having killed and robbed. Later, I met a woman I liked, but unfortunately, she rejected me because I wasn't good looking. I wanted to kill her, but when I summoned the old dog, something funny happened. The woman was so frightened that she knelt and begged to be with me. From then on, I understood that strength is what truly matters. Wang Can murmured, tenderly stroking the demon flame beast. That old dog is the demon flame beast? Lin Jiumou asked. Wang Can nodded. You killed everyone from Dark Flame, and I don't care. Just don't kill it. For that, I thank you. Wang Can coaxed the demon flame beast to rest aside, then drew a bright silver 3-ringed saber from the table, his gaze turning sharp. He gazed into the distance outside the villa, muttering, It's been so long, and no one has come. I suppose you have a backup plan. I don't know what you're talking about, Lin Jiumou replied. Wang Can didn't seem to mind. Is that so? It doesn't matter. If that's true, then I underestimated the people of Baiyudao. With a loud bang, Wang Can slashed the heavy table in two, shouting, You've waited until now, isn't it for this showdown? Wood chips flew, a few brushing past Lin Jiumou's hair, yet he remained unfazed, smiling slightly with a fierce battle spirit in his eyes. Finally finding someone skilled in swordsmanship, Lin Jiumou could hardly contain himself. Xiaosong, take a rest. As soon as he spoke, Lin Jiumou dashed forward like lightning, crossing the 10-meter distance in an instant, swinging his fengshua blade upward. Clang! The strike was blocked, but the frost continued forward, obscuring Wang Can's vision. Lin Jiumou didn't expect to succeed in one move. He swung his blade in a spinning cut, knocking aside Wang Can's 3-ringed saber, and kicked Wang Can in the abdomen, sending him flying. Wang Can rolled to the ground, dodging the Tang blade's fierce thrust, only to find a crack had appeared on his saber, his eyes wide with shock. What a terrifying blade! Wang Can thought, startled. Lin Jiumou's grunt brought him back to reality, and he attacked again with his blade. This time, Wang Can was fully alert, not daring to underestimate him. The two clashed, their blades spinning, chopping, thrusting, and blocking, amidst the icy and fiery building, sparks flying. Lin Jiumou's swordsmanship was exquisite, and Wang Can was experienced, fighting for several rounds. Finally, Lin Jiumou used a clever force to shatter the large saber, then stabbed backward, the Tang blade piercing Wang Can's heart. Ugh! Lin Jiumou withdrew the Tang blade, wiped the blood on his sleeve, then sheathed the sword. Wang Can slowly fell, while Lin Jiumou looked back, his face expressionless as he gazed at him. Confidence? I actually don't have it, but this is a path I must take. With that, he walked over to Xiaosong, only to see Xiaosong's gaze shift to another direction. Lin Jiumou followed its gaze and saw the severely weakened demon flame beast staggering to its feet. Did it want revenge? Xiaosong shook its head. The demon flame beast moved to where Wang Can lay, gently nudging him with its nose before opening its mouth, which was beginning to emit cold air. Crunch, crunch. Lin Jiumou's brow furrowed deeply. It was eating Wang Can. Why? A few minutes later, Wang Can was consumed. The demon flame beast licked its lips, weakly looking at Lin Jiumou and Xiaosong. then tilted its head back, letting out a mournful beastly roar. The cold in its abdomen erupted, freezing it into an ice sculpture within a few breaths, its life force extinguished, its eyes reflecting its dying sorrow. It and its master were thus encased in ice, its forehead faintly glowing, the fiery energy within condensed into a demon core. Let's go, Lin Jiumou said, taking the demon flame beast's demon core and turning toward the villa's exit. Xiaosong took a few steps, then suddenly stopped, sensing something as it looked toward a small hill not far behind the villa, a hint of confusion in its wolf eyes. It wasn't until Lin Jiumou urged it that it hurriedly caught up. A nauseating scent of blood permeated the dense forest on the hillside behind the villa. On the ground lay more than 20 corpses, surrounded by slain demons. Every single one of them had a fatal slash on their necks, their heads severed. The few survivors, along with the remaining demons, stared in terror at a beautiful woman in a white dress and sandals. The tie of her dress held a steaming plastic bag containing freshly made flatbreads. In her left hand, she held a phone, and in her right, a half-broken, chipped kitchen knife. Who are you? We were just passing by. The leader, a middle-aged man, demanded angrily, though his voice betrayed his fear. His legs trembled uncontrollably. The others, although standing with him, instinctively stepped back in the face of this mysterious and powerful woman, leaving him alone at the front. The woman in white was Jiumou, her usual innocent demeanor replaced by a frosty expression as she coldly stared at the remaining few. Her long, dark purple hair fluttered in the wind. In an instant, she appeared before the leader as if teleporting, swiftly slicing his neck with the knife. With a crack, his neck split open, blood gushed out, and his bones shattered under the immense force. The man fell slowly, twitching like a dying fish. Roar! A second-tier demon, suffering from backlash, roared in an attempt to retaliate, but Jiumou grabbed its head with a single hand, crushing it instantly with a crack. Seeing their leader killed, the chill of fear shot through the others, and they fled in panic. Don't run. Jiumou frowned, displeased with their escape. Her figure vanished again. In the night, her white dress flickered, darting left and right, leaving death in her wake. In less than a minute, everyone was killed. She glanced at the knife in her hand, now reduced to just a handle and a few metal shards. Embarrassed, Jiumou quickly discarded the handle, checked the flatbread tied to her dress to ensure it was still there, and walked away with a light step. Though she seemed to walk slowly, each step covered 100 meters. By the time she reached her doorstep, it was early morning, and she ran into Lin Jiumou returning home. What are you doing outside? He asked. Buying this, Jiumou replied, holding up the knife. Buying a knife in the middle of the night. The one at home broke, so I bought a new one for Annie to use in the morning. Lin Jiumou frowned, puzzled. No, nothing, going back in. Jiumou hurried back inside, leaving Lin Jiumou watching her retreating figure, even more confused. Could his sister's eccentricity be rubbing off on him? Meanwhile, ever since Lin Jiumou took on the task of hunting the Dark Flame organization, Lu Cici, the beautiful staff member in charge of the Qingtian list, had been keeping a close eye on news about the organization. Her brother had been killed by Dark Flame, motivating her to secure this position in hopes of finding someone powerful enough to avenge him, or to save enough money to get a demon herself and seek revenge. So, when Lin Jiumou accepted the mission against Dark Flame, she monitored the Qingtian list closely. When 4 members of Dark Flame were killed overnight, she was stunned. When 10 were dead within a week, she was overwhelmed with excitement. Every time the name of an Yin dimmed on the Qingtian list, Lu Cici would pray for Lin Jiumou, hoping he could achieve better results. However, when the number of those slain dwindled from 37 to just 7, all gathered in one location, a wave of panic surged in her heart. The strength of these individuals was almost in reverse order, with the strongest at the end. Now, the remaining 7 were nearly all core members of an Yin, with their leader Wang Qin commanding a formidable second-tier, level 8 beast. Such power was beyond anything Lu Cici dared to imagine. If Lin Jiumou wanted to defeat these 7, he would have to face them all at once, a task of unimaginable difficulty. Every day at work, Lu Cici would watch the guild entrance, sometimes even standing at the door, hoping to see Lin Jiumou and confirm his safety. However, the news she received was troubling. Several evil beast masters organizations had banded together to hunt down An Yan's people. Upon hearing this, she was immediately alarmed, fearing Lin Jiumou would meet the same fate as her brother. She was so distracted that she no longer checked the Qingtian list, focusing instead on the guild entrance, dreading sudden bad news that the mysterious figure had been brutally killed by evil beast masters. She regretted allowing him to take on so many tasks. Her heart was filled with endless guilt as she stood at her workbench, a look of remorse on her face. Hello, I'm here to submit a task. A man's voice interrupted her thoughts. Lu Cici didn't respond. Hey, are you okay? She blurted out, and when she realized, she looked up abruptly, eyes full of astonishment. You're alive. What else would I be? Lin Jiumou chuckled. In fact, he had been there for a while, watching her changing expressions with interest. You're actually alive. You're really alive. Lu Cece burst into tears, surprising Lin Jiumou. Hey, come on, don't cry. You don't have to be so upset that I'm alive. I haven't wronged you, he said helplessly. Lu Cece shook her head vigorously, trying to calm her breath, pinched her palm, and held back her tears. Did you succeed? Did you kill all of Yan's people? Yes. Lin Jiumou nodded. That's great. Lu Cece nearly cried again but held back, bowing deeply. Thank you. Thank you so much. Lin Jiumou was a bit confused by her sudden gesture. Why thank me? Lu Cece looked up, smiling through her tears, her gaze drifting into memory as she slowly recounted her family's story to Lin Jiumou. After listening, Lin Jiumou learned about her brother's murder, but when she mentioned her brother's beast being taken, his heart stirred slightly. What was your brother's beast? It was a golden light eagle. Just as I thought. Lin Jiumou's heart jolted, recalling the golden light eagle that had defected and attacked the Ironhead Mastiff during the battle. He took out a bead, flicked it with his finger, and called out. The golden light eagle flew out from the bead. Xiao Jin, Lu Cece exclaimed. The golden light eagle, spotting her from the air, let out a sharp, excited cry, swooping towards Lu Cece, slowing down only as it neared, its head rubbing affectionately against her hair, emitting low coos. Watching this scene, Lin Jiumou couldn't help but smile, never expecting such an outcome. He had no intention of forcibly contracting the golden light eagle, as it still missed its original owner. Forcing a contract would be futile. It was better to let things happen naturally, as he believed he would encounter better beasts in the future. Thank you. Thank you. Lu Cece kept bowing, full of gratitude, while holding the golden light eagle. All right, you've thanked me enough, let's get down to business, Lin Jiumou said, taking out a USB drive containing the footage of Yan's defeat. Please convert all the point rewards into honor points. It's time to evolve Xiao Songzi. The honor points redeemed varied according to the different levels of the 37 individuals, ultimately totaling 3,771 points. Adding the remaining 1,322 points he originally had, Lin Jiumou now had 5,093 honor points in total. Seeing the balance displayed on his card, he breathed a sigh of relief, feeling fortunate that these people were worth something. Besides the honor points, there was also a bounty on these individuals. As Lu Cece spoke, Lin Jiumou suddenly remembered something and quickly took out his card. Soon after, he received a text message. Huahua Bank, 7,400,000 yuan deposited to your account ending in 3841 as hunting bounty. 7.4 million. Lin Jiumou gasped, his knuckles turning white as he nearly crushed his phone. He was just a student, living at home with no more than 200 yuan ever in his bank account after paying tuition. Now, the sudden windfall of becoming a millionaire felt like a dream. Although he was shocked, a stiff smile remained on his face. After saying goodbye to Lu Cece, he quickly headed to the rooftop outside the Beast Guild, trying to calm his excitement. Despite his composure when facing monsters, he was still a pauper at heart, and this unexpected wealth left him feeling uneasy. After some time adjusting to the reality, he finally accepted it and went to the Honor Exchange Center. He spent 4,400 honor points to get 4 drops of Binghe Long and 6 pieces of Moyuan leaves. Then, he used another 400 points to exchange for a form-fitting battlesuit with black and gold patterns. This battlesuit could withstand energy impacts up to the second-tier beginner level. Beyond that, it could only cushion the blow, but it could be life-saving in critical moments. He knew that despite his excellent swordsmanship, his body was still fragile, so having protective gear was essential. After the transaction, he looked at the remaining 293 honor points in his account, feeling a slight pang of regret. Leaving the Honor Exchange Center, he rented a spacious beast summoning room. These rooms, similar to hourly hotel rooms, were empty except for a table and chairs, meant for people to summon their beasts in private. Some people preferred not to let others see their beasts, or their beasts were too large to display conveniently, making these rooms useful. Raising his hand, he summoned Xia Songzi and gently said, "Come, eat all of these." Lin Jiumou took out 2 boxes, one containing 6 palm-sized, purple-black leaves, and the other with 4 drop-like, milky, semi-transparent crystals. As he opened the boxes, the overwhelming ice and dark energy spilled out, causing the previously languid Xia Songzi to perk up, excitedly whimpering with wide eyes fixed on the boxes. Lin Jiumou teased, "Look at you, acting like you've never seen such things before. We'll have more of these goodies in the future." He seemed to have forgotten his earlier excitement at becoming a millionaire. Xia Songzi whimpered eagerly, and without hesitation, Lin Jiumou shoved all 6 leaves into Xia Songzi's mouth. Once it had chewed and swallowed, he tilted the other box slightly, letting the crystal-clear Binghe Long, resembling jelly, slide down Xia Songzi's throat. Huff huff, the spiritual materials surged into Xia Songzi's body, and the dark and ice energies erupted within it, intertwining in black and white, causing its fur to float majestically in the air. This display of power made it look exceptionally awe-inspiring. However, the energy surge had only just begun. Within moments, the energy grew even more intense. Xia Songzi shuddered, its skin cracking and blood staining its fur, dripping to the ground. It appeared in pain, its eyes filled with panic. It let out a low whimper, overwhelmed by the agony. Seeing this, Lin Jiumou's heart tightened, and he quickly used his insight technique. Instantly, countless energy pathways appeared before his eyes, allowing him to swiftly identify the problem. He held Xia Songzi's head, gently stroking it, and whispered repeatedly in its ear, "Absorb slowly, don't fight the energy. Guide it along your usual energy pathways." As Lin Jiumou drew closer, the familiar presence calmed Xia Songzi, dispelling all its fears. It nuzzled into Lin Jiumou's embrace, closed its eyes, and focused on controlling the overwhelming energy within. As time passed, the chaotic energy within Xia Songzi gradually became orderly, flowing smoothly along its internal pathways. After circulating several times, the energy finally returned to the core in its head. With the help of the insight technique, Lin Jiumou clearly saw a blue glowing crystal in Xia Songzi's head, slowly transforming, with a mass of dark energy beside it, compressing as if it was about to crystallize. Half an hour into the energy absorption, Xia Songzi's energy was completely aligned, and its expression was no longer pained. However, when Lin Jiumou tried to step back for a clearer view, Xia Songzi refused to leave the warmth of his embrace. Each time he stepped back, it nudged him gently, showing its reliance. Lin Jiumou chuckled, set aside his worries, and quietly waited for Xia Songzi's evolution. Finally, after an unknown period, Xia Songzi suddenly opened its eyes, its once dark pupils now half black and half white, gleaming with an unusual brilliance. It broke free from Lin Jiumou's hold and moved to the center of the beast room, shaking its fur as energy exploded, with black and white energies spiraling upwards to the ceiling and then cascading down like a tide. Amidst the energy's roar, a dazzling white light enveloped Xia Songzi completely. "Finished cuddling. Now you're pushing away, you cheeky Songzi." Lin Jiumou, illuminated silver by the light, squinted and jokingly scolded while brushing off the thin ice on him and rubbing his stiff muscles. The light pulsated rhythmically, like breathing, with the black dark energy and white ice energy not merging but rotating in layers, resembling a yin-yang symbol, eternally spinning, never converging. Lin Jiumou watched with interest. This was his first time witnessing a 3-star evolution, vastly different from the 2-star evolution and initial mutation. The initial mutation involved direct physical changes, shedding fur, growing bones, muscle transformation, brutally morphing into another form. In contrast, the 2-star evolution was marked by a burst of light under the energy impact, an embodiment of energy's sublimation. Yet now, the entire beast room was enveloped in light, transforming like a cocoon. The light's flickering gradually slowed, dimming until, accompanied by a wolf's howl, a evolution was complete. Before Lin Jiumou could get a clear look, a beastly shadow leapt at him, knocking him to the ground, followed by a wet sensation on his face. "You cheeky Xia Songzi. You're drool." Finally, Lin Jiumou managed to calm down the overly excited little Songzi, who was licking and sniffing everything around. He wiped the sweat off his face, regretting not bringing water with him. Well, as long as the evolution is successful, it's all good. Seeing little Songzi regain its spirit, Lin Jiumou smiled. It had just evolved, and he couldn't dampen its enthusiasm. He began to carefully observe the changes in little Songzi. Although its size hadn't changed much, the black patterns on its body had disappeared, making its fur appear even whiter, with a mystical aura surrounding it. The black ring pattern around its neck had turned into a solid form, resembling a ferocious curved demon horn, and there was a faint black and white double moon mark on its forehead. Its eyes had grown deeper, like an abyss, dark and unfathomable. Lin Jiumou described it as a blend of purity and allure, mystery and eeriness. With its looks, other spirit beasts would surely be enchanted, Lin Jiumou thought with a chuckle, assuming they weren't scared. Little Songzi, hearing the praise, proudly lifted its tail and head, its eyes brimming with pride. "Just a compliment, and your tail's already in the sky," Lin Jiumou laughed, then began checking its attributes. Its level had increased by 1, reaching Tier 2 level 5. Moreover, the talents of Dark Flow, Mysterious Ice, and Spirit Claw had all evolved, with an additional talent, Armor Ring, appearing, while Ice Eyes remained unchanged. He wondered what effects these talents had. At that moment, little Songzi seemed to have an itchy nose and sneezed, releasing a spray of snot. The droplets hit the ground, transforming into milky white ice flowers, stunningly beautiful, but without a trace of coldness when touched. Could the ice effect have weakened? Lin Jiumou frowned, tapping one of the ice flowers with the scabbard. With a crack, the ice flower shattered, and the scabbard was frozen almost halfway. He had to exert force to break it free from the ice. Staring at the ice on the scabbard and feeling the intense cold, Lin Jiumou was shocked. What terrifying ice power! Wait, could there be snot involved? EW. Lin Jiumou looked at little Songzi with disgust and gently knocked its head. "Let's go, we'll test the talents later. There's a small matter to attend to." With that, he recalled little Songzi and left the spirit beast room, heading straight to a nearby internet cafe. Soon, a post appeared on the Black Udao forum, quickly becoming featured and pinned within 10 minutes, with comments rapidly increasing by the second. The post was straightforward, narrating the events leading to the downfall of Dark Flame, even providing some on-site screenshots from unknown sources, analyzing the Slayer's combat style, and finally offering suggestions, exposing the Slayer's identity. In summary, Yin was massacred for hitting the Slayer's sister, illustrating the Slayer's strong desire for revenge and extreme protectiveness. Anyone who harms his family faces prolonged and terrifying retribution. Secondly, the Slayer's swordsmanship is exquisite, and his demon-taming skills are formidable, even capable of easily killing third-tier beasts. Thirdly, the Slayer, named Lin Jiumou, appears to have close ties with the authorities, as evidenced by the official actions during the elimination of Kansas. His relationships with the Security Bureau and the City Defense Department are complex. Lastly, it's advised not to provoke him. After reading this post, the comments below weren't very positive. Damn it, is it so hard to be a villain these days? I heard nothing much happened to his sister, yet he faced such retaliation. This guy is ridiculously protective. Better not mess with him, better to pick on someone weaker in the future. Protective, powerful, and with official backing, he's even more rogue than a bandit. Who dares to retaliate after hitting someone? Everyone, quickly inform your organizations, and don't accidentally run into trouble. This post, which appears to expose Lin Jiumou's background, was actually posted by him. He knows that all the information and clues provided can be easily verified by anyone interested. Rather than letting them discover and speculate, he chose to speak out himself. After all, how the same content is presented is crucial. Several hundred kilometers away from Tua City, in a luxurious villa atop a mountain, a refined man with gold-rimmed glasses sat leisurely on an elegant sofa, playing with a rough knife handle in his hand, quietly listening to the report from the person beside him. That's the situation. Due to Baiyu and the guild's intervention, their actions failed, the person reporting said. The refined man's amber eyes flickered slightly, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Interesting, using the rules of the game to intimidate Heiyu. This young man named Lin Jiumou has some guts, he said, smiling lightly as if hearing about a junior's good exam results. Master, should we kill him? The person reporting asked cautiously. The refined man shook his head, a glint of wisdom in his eyes. It's too late. He has already caught the attention of Baiyu's higher-ups. It's not a good idea to act now. Hearing this, the person next to him opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but ultimately remained silent, a trace of unwillingness in his eyes. Any news on the night demon? He asked. Master, not yet. We don't know what the night demon looks like, and relying solely on the mask and the night demon snake's clues will take some time. The subordinate answered, enduring great pain. Go ahead. The refined man gestured with his hand. Yes. The subordinate, looking as if he hadn't eaten for days, with a pale face, staggered out. After the door closed, the refined man examined the knife handle in his hand again, a meaningful smile appearing on his lips. A simple hunting task, yet it involves a person, amnesia, protection, haha fate. He already knew Yimo's identity. At this moment, a vague silhouette appeared behind him. Xiao, I don't understand. Since we found her, why not bring her back? She's just a second tier, easy to kill. The person in the silhouette said. Don't use Baiyu's tricks on me. You, like them, enjoy playing games. Xiao, the refined man, instead of getting angry, smiled. She doesn't recognize us now, persuasion is useless, and force is inadvisable. Better to let things take their course. When her memory returns, she will naturally come back. If things go well, she might even bring us someone with exceptional potential. Truly complicated, he sighed. As for Lin Jiumou, someone will kill him. You might not dare to rashly harm his family, but they can deal with him. He needs to be careful. Xiao suddenly thought of something and called out, Hey Dao. Master. The person whose energy was drained walked in. The college entrance exam is approaching. Let the U generation test Lin Jiumou, Xiao ordered. Yes. Xiao was right. Since the fall of the Dark Flame, Lin Jiumou's home had been left undisturbed, yet he frequently faced attacks from evil beast tamers. On a small hill in Tua City, a group of masked individuals surrounded him, and a battle was about to erupt. Lin Jiumou wore a calm smile, unfazed, as if everything was under his control. Beside him, Xia Songzi lay on the ground, looking listless and even letting out a yawn. Attack! The leader of the masked men shouted angrily, and a dozen beasts surged towards Lin Jiumou from all directions. Xia Songzi glanced up, releasing a wave of dark energy that spread out, forming icy arrows in the darkness. Thud, thud, thud. 7 or 8 of the weaker beasts were pierced and instantly turned into ice. The stronger ones, though not completely defeated, began to freeze and fell to the ground as ice sculptures before they could reach Lin Jiumou. The terrifying scene made the masked men tremble, and their eyes showed signs of retreat. Lin Jiumou smiled and said, Since you're here, why not stay a while? Songzi cooperatively released another wave of magic energy, sending icy arrows that felled another group of enemies. In the blink of an eye, only Lin Jiumou and Songzi remained on the hill, with a lone, agile masked man fleeing in fear. Don't let him escape, Lin Jiumou instructed calmly. Songzi nodded slightly, conjuring a dark energy ball that shot out swiftly. The dark energy ball, like lightning, caught up with the fleeing masked man, whose glance back was filled with despair. With a muffled boom, the masked man was blown apart, meeting a gruesome end. The original dark energy, transformed into magic energy, now had extraordinary destructive power, like a spark turning into a raging fire. Let's go. Tomorrow is the college entrance exam. We should prepare well, Lin Jiumou said as he mounted his wolf and headed home. Although Songzi had only leveled up once, its combat power had drastically improved. Lin Jiumou felt confident that if he encountered the shadow rat again, he could defeat it without using secret techniques. The next day, the Beast Tamer College entrance exam took place as scheduled. Being the first of its kind, it drew significant attention. It was the talk of major websites and street corners alike. Enthusiasts even started an online ranking of young beast tamers from various cities, based on achievements, power, and rank. Lin Jiumou made the list, albeit not highly ranked, appearing several pages in. This was a preliminary ranking, subject to change once the exam results were announced. Lin Jiumou and Yi Mo set out early, declining their family's company. Over the past month, Yi Mo has spent considerable effort searching for suitable spirit beasts. She seems to understand Lin Jiumou's concerns, and not only did she find a suitable spirit beast for herself, but she also selected 2 gentle, second-tier adult spirit beasts for Lin Jiumou's parents. Although these spirit beasts have little potential for growth, they can quickly adapt to combat, ensuring that the elder Lin couple have basic self-defense capabilities. Lin Jiumou and Yi Mo arrived at the bus stop, and before long, a bus arrived. I'll get on first. Do your best, Lin Jiumou advised. Yi Mo nodded firmly, yes. I will. The two were not taking the exam at the same venue, and although there was a tinge of reluctance, Yi Mo could only watch Lin Jiumou board the bus and leave. Nowadays, city transportation has been updated, and spirit beasts on the road must have a spirit beast driving license. Otherwise, it's considered driving without a license and will be penalized. Lin Jiumou had only ridden a short mountain path into the city last night, so today he had to take the bus obediently. On the bus, he reviewed the rules for this spirit beast exam. The exam is divided into 3 parts. The first part is a written test assessing basic knowledge of spirit beasts. The second part, held in the afternoon after the written test, involves practical combat between students. Each of these parts accounts for 20 of the total score and takes place today. The third part, a trial, will be held in 2 days, with the specific content yet to be announced. But this part is the true test, accounting for 60 of the score. Just then, a foul odor interrupted his thoughts. Looking up, he saw a spirit beast parallel to the bus had let out a pale yellow fart, and the stench wafted in through the window, causing him to frown. The gate of Tawaching's 7th high school was bustling with hundreds of people. Some students were cramming last minute, holding books on spirit beast knowledge. Some parents were fussing over their children, carrying their bags, and various spirit beasts mingled among them. Lin Jiumou's arrival drew quite a bit of attention, as the entire city had been involved in the Tawaching rat disaster, and his achievements stood out significantly, making him one of the few renowned spirit beast masters among his peers. Isn't that Lin Jiumou? Are you taking the exam here too? A classmate exclaimed. Yeah, Lin Jiumou replied. Lin, do you know how to answer this question? It's so hard. The answer is exactly what you're asking about. Lin, let's add each other on WeChat. We can exchange spirit beast experiences sometime. No. Lin Jiumou managed to politely decline the enthusiasm and found an inconspicuous corner to wait quietly. At that moment, a familiar figure appeared in his line of sight. It was Sun Hao, who was excitedly chatting with a boy with a delicate appearance and deep-set eyes, surrounded by a few girls. One of them, a short-haired, demure-looking girl dressed in simple white attire, was yawning out of boredom. When she saw Lin Jiumou, her eyes lit up, and she immediately jogged over to him. Old Lin, you're in this exam venue too? Wu Mei jumped up cheerfully, pointing at her nose and laughing. You don't recognize me? Lin Jiumou's eyes widened in surprise. In his mind, Wu Mei was always the one with a green afro, brightly colored hair, and flashy clothes, with a fiery temper to match. However, now she seemed a bit shy, blushing slightly and scratching her head. It's just that with the college entrance exams coming up, looking too cool isn't a good idea, she said, her voice trailing off. But aren't you only a sophomore? Lin Jiumou teased. Hee, I got in early because I'm at the 2nd level, Wu Mei explained with a smile, having just arrived with her cousin. I see. Lin Jiumou nodded, thinking to himself. Wu Mei's voice suddenly became quieter. Did you see the apology letter I wrote on the confession wall at your school? After failing a challenge at the Demon Hall, Wu Mei had sneaked into their school to write an apology letter clarifying she didn't steal anything, nearly getting caught by security. She had wanted to ask during the city-wide rat disaster, but circumstances changed, and Lin Jiumou ran off before she could. I saw it. That was brave of you, Lin Jiumou replied with a smile. Admittedly, Wu Mei had been quite domineering and even annoying before, but she took responsibility and wrote an apology letter so large it covered half the wall, making it known throughout the entire Taoqing High School. Because of that, Lin Jiumou helped her during the rat infestation. Otherwise, she would have been doomed when she tried to run from the demon shadow rats. Hearing Lin Jiumou's praise, Wu Mei beamed, scratching her head, seemingly unaccustomed to her new look without the green afro. Just then, a sharp voice interrupted them. Hey, kid, you're Lin Jiumou, right? An effeminate guy strode over, while Sun Hao had already disappeared. Lin Jiumou looked at him expressionlessly. I'm talking to you, cat, got your tongue? You bullied my brother Sun Hao? Now you want to mess with my little... The effeminate guy's words were cut off as Wu Mei suddenly leaped up, kneeing him in the chest. Take that. She landed her blow, then tightly grabbed the effeminate guy's neck, pummeling him with her fist. A rapid flurry of punches followed, and then she tossed him aside, dusting off her hands with a goofy smile on her face. My cousin, he's not all there. Don't mind him, old Lin. All right. Through Wu Mei's explanation, Lin Jiumou finally understood the circumstances surrounding her appearance. This college entrance exam was not only for senior high school students, but also open to society and younger students in their first or second year, especially those with exceptional talent or extraordinary combat abilities. Candidates like Yi Mo belonged to the societal applicants, while Wu Mei was a second-year student. Wu Mei's family was concerned about her safety, and coincidentally, a cousin from her family was in the same exam venue, so they teamed up to come. Her cousin, Wu Liang, was a longtime friend of Sun Hao. During their conversation earlier, Sun Hao was asking Wu Liang for help in dealing with someone. As for who that person was, Wu Mei didn't know, but Lin Jiumou was well aware. Another troublemaker had shown up. The school bell rang, and the gates opened. The waiting students surged out like a tide, nearly knocking over the officers trying to maintain order. Oh no, the exam is about to start. Let's chat later, Lin. Yeah, go ahead. With that, Lin Jiumou also followed the crowd into the school. After some searching, he quickly found the entrance to his exam room. After going through ID checks and a series of security procedures, he found his seat. To his surprise, Wu Mei's cousin, Wu Liang, was right next to him, separated by an aisle but very close. Wu Liang noticed him, let out a cold snort, and turned his head, looking like a bullied bride, his face pale with a hint of green. He was rubbing his chest, clearly still recovering from the earlier confrontation. Lin Jiumou just glanced at him and didn't pay further attention. If Wu Liang didn't cause trouble, all the better. If he did, then he couldn't blame Lin Jiumou for responding. Anyone coming to stir trouble probably wouldn't be weak. Since Sun Hao sent him, a beating might be in order, and if that wasn't enough, a few more hits would do. Soon, the bell rang again, and two proctors entered the exam room. One of them raised an eyebrow at Lin Jiumou with a meaningful look. Lin Jiumou was slightly taken aback and looked up at the podium in surprise. Well, another familiar face. It's a small world. Before the resurgence of spiritual energy, there were fewer than 1,000 non-evil beast tamers in Tuo City. After the resurgence, many well-behaved individuals were recruited by the Beast Tamer Guild, enjoying decent benefits. Now, as far as he knew, Cheng Yun became a teacher at the first high school, the old man became a receptionist at the honor exchange office, and this person in front of him was the captain of the Hurricane Squad, Old Li. The morning's written exam process was similar to previous large exams, checking the papers, distributing the test papers and answer sheets, and filling in identity information. Once he got the test paper, Lin Jiumou skimmed through it, his eyes showing a hint of surprise. He found that none of the questions seemed challenging. In fact, they appeared excessively simple, almost too much so. It's as if he had studied up to high school level, only to be given a kindergarten level test. Really? The first Beast Tamer college entrance exam is this easy? Even if it's only been a month since the spiritual energy resurgence, they shouldn't make it this easy. After receiving the test paper, don't rush to answer the questions. First, fill in your name, exam number, and exam room number. Then check if the test paper has any missing pages or unclear print. Wait for the start bell to ring before beginning. The two proctors had no idea about Lin Jiumou's internal complaints, nor did the other candidates. Otherwise, they might have flipped their tables in frustration. The difficulty of the exam was evident from the worried expressions of the students around him. Lin Jiumou's misconception mainly stemmed from the fragmented memories he had gained. The gentle voice of Xiao Songzi had imparted a wealth of knowledge fragments to him, and later, as his insight ability activated, he was exposed to even more complex content that was hard to digest. Each night as he slept, this knowledge danced in his dreams, gradually being absorbed and subtly becoming part of his own understanding. When faced with questions, these knowledge points would surface in his mind. As the bell rang, everyone began writing. Lin Jiumou buried his head in his work, writing swiftly, his eyes showing more surprise with a hint of disappointment. The demon taming entrance exam was just like this. How dull. Oh well, might as well finish quickly and leave. With this in mind, Lin Jiumou wrote at lightning speed, pausing for no more than 2 seconds on each question, thoroughly enjoying the process. However, his joy was a torment to Wu Liang, who sat beside him. For Wu Liang, the questions were already challenging, with many he had never encountered before. He was trying to recall if his cousin had mentioned any key points when he was distracted by the rapid scribbling next to him, making him feel anxious and confused. He glared at Lin Jiumou in frustration. Candidate. No looking around during the exam. The proctor's stern voice startled Wu Liang, causing him to lower his head again, even more flustered. How infuriating. As the exam ended, Lin Jiumou walked out of the exam room with a spring in his step, and by the time Wu Liang came out looking for him, he was nowhere to be seen. With his long legs and quick pace, Lin Jiumou was the first to leave the exam hall, immediately surrounded by a group of parents and a few reporters. Student, my daughter Wang Min is in exam room 7. Are they allowed out yet? Hey, do you know my daughter Lin? She's in exam room 6, the prettiest one. How did she do? Was the exam difficult? Hello, I'm a reporter from Watching Daily. What do you think of this demon taming entrance exam? Hi on. Questions flooded in, and Lin Jiumou nodded with a smile. What's my opinion? It was alright, just that the questions were a bit too simple. Basically, anyone with hands could do it. Hearing this, the parents' faces lit up with joy. Really? That's great. Then my Wang Min has a chance. Haha, if this young man says it's simple, my Lin should be fine. Abin has been smart since he was little, he'll definitely do well. Was it really that easy? Lin Jiumou nodded earnestly. It really was quite simple. After saying this, he squeezed through the crowd and took a bus to the afternoon exam venue. Soon after, other candidates began to leave the school, each with a gloomy expression. How did it go? Was it as easy as they say? A parent asked. The student's eyes twitched, instantly flaring up like lit firecrackers. Who said that nonsense? I just randomly picked C for everything. In the afternoon's practical exam, each student needed to complete 3 challenges, each timed at 5 minutes. The more time left after a successful challenge, the higher the score, with a maximum of 5 points per challenge. Winning all 3 challenges earned an additional 5 points, making the total possible score 20 points. Students could choose their opponents or select them randomly, but they couldn't choose opponents more than 2 levels below their own demon taming level, and the chosen opponent had the right to refuse. Of course, if they accepted the challenge and then backed out before it started, they would score 0. The morning's written test assessed foundational knowledge, while the afternoon focused on combat skills and demon taming prowess, both preparing for the upcoming 3rd exam. The exam took place in large stadiums across different districts. Since Yimou's morning exam was in the distant northern city, Lin Jiumou decided to let her take the exam nearby, while he headed to the Hongqing Stadium in the south. When Lin Jiumou arrived, it was already crowded. Candidates could enter early to wait, while anxious parents and some reporters gathered outside. Lin Jiumou presented his exam pass and entered the stadium. As soon as Lin Jiumou entered the gymnasium, the noise hit him like a wave. The bleachers were buzzing with students, making it feel like a bustling marketplace. Before he could find a suitable spot, a familiar voice called out, "Muge over here." Following the sound, he saw his deskmate, Yu, waving at him. Lin Jiumou, with a faint smile, decided not to search for a seat any longer and walked over. "Is this seat taken?" he asked. "No, sit down, sit down. The event starts in half an hour," Yu replied, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "All right," Lin Jiumou nodded. He didn't feel much pressure about this practical test since his opponents were just other students from Watching. "Muge, did you see down there?" Yu pointed to the field excitedly. "There are 30 challenge platforms, and each match lasts a maximum of 5 minutes. We'll be done in no time." Lin Jiumou followed his gaze and saw 30 small challenge platforms neatly arranged. Staff members were adjusting the machines beside the platforms, preparing to monitor the beast control status during battles. Just as Lin Jiumou was about to respond, 2 figures suddenly blocked his view. He looked up to see Wu Liang and Sun Hao. "What's up?" Lin Jiumou asked. "You're Lin Jiumou, right? I want to fight you in the first match. Do you dare?" Sun Hao challenged. "Fight me." Lin Jiumou raised an eyebrow, looking at Sun Hao with an odd expression before turning to Wu Liang. "Are you sure?" "Of course. You dare to mess with my buddy Sun Hao. I can't stand it unless I teach you a lesson." Wu Liang replied without hesitation. All right, since you're so eager, I can't refuse. How about you join Sun Hao, given how tight you two are?" Lin Jiumou smiled slightly. "Sure," Wu Liang responded excitedly. "What? No, I didn't say." Sun Hao hesitated. "What are you afraid of?" "It's settled," Wu Liang said, taking a challenge number 171 linked to Lin Jiumou's exam ID, then dragged Sun Hao to the registration desk, leaving Lin Jiumou and Yu looking at each other. "Muge, I feel like Sun Hao is going to hate him," Yu whispered. "Isn't that a good thing?" "He wasn't exactly a good guy," Lin Jiumou shrugged. "True," Yu nodded. Meanwhile, after submitting the challenge numbers for the 3 of them, Wu Liang and a reluctant Sun Hao found a couple of seats. "Did you really have to do this?" "I said I'd help you get back at him," Wu Liang reassured. You might be able to, but what about me? My beast may have evolved into a claw wolf king, but it's only first tier. I can't beat him. Sun Hao said, frowning. Don't worry. My beast is already second tier level 4, not inferior to that guy who bullied you. I'll go first and defeat him, then you can challenge him afterward. Once his beast is beaten by me, he won't be able to perform well in the second match. Didn't you want to take revenge yourself? Here's your chance. Really? A glimmer of hope appeared in Sun Hao's eyes, though he was still a bit hesitant. If I can personally knock down Lin Jiumou's wolf, no one at school will dare mess with me again. Sun Hao thought, gradually firming his resolve. All right, let's do it. We'll make that jerk pay. Wu Liang laughed heartily. Half an hour passed quickly. With the sound of a bell, the invigilator took the stage to explain the exam rules, which were pretty much what Lin Jiumou had anticipated. Now, I announced that the practical assessment begins. As the words fell, the large screen beside them began to scroll with numbers, displaying the participants for the first round. After the first round, winners could choose to continue challenging others, or if not, the numbers would scroll again to select new matchups. As the first round of scrolling ended, Lin Jiumou looked up, but didn't see his name. Haha, Mugo, it's me. Yu exclaimed excitedly, giving Lin Jiumou a pat on the shoulder before jogging towards the challenge platform. Lin Jiumou was curious about Yu's strength as well. Each challenge platform wasn't large, about 20 meters in diameter, but it was sufficient for the current stage of students who controlled beasts. As Yu stepped onto the platform, the student opposite him was already in position, and both quickly summoned their respective beasts. Lin Jiumou's eyes lit up. Yu's Chaoho pig had advanced from level 2 to level 9 in just a month and gained a new talent, vibration. It seemed he had been working hard during this period. On the opposite side was a level 7 wind wolf. Lin Jiumou could tell at a glance that this wind wolf was doomed to lose. The ensuing battle confirmed his judgment. As the challenge began, the wind wolf bared its teeth, trying to act fierce, but the Chaoho pig's taunt drew it in. Up close, the wind wolf's claws couldn't penetrate the Chaoho pig's defense, and instead, it was knocked out cold by 2 vibrations from the pig, securing an easy victory. After completing the challenge, Yu didn't continue. He ran back excitedly to his spot, looking at Lin Jiumou with pride. Haha, Mugo, am I awesome or what? Wanna have a go with me? I'm just a weakling. He laughed. After a while, the numbers on the screen rolled again, finally showing challenge number 171 against 254 Lin Jiumou versus Wu Liang. Watch my backpack for me. With that, Lin Jiumou headed to the platform. I thought you wouldn't dare to come up, Wu Liang said with disdain. As a social media influencer, he had a level 4 second-tier beast and had completed numerous tasks for the Beast Control Guild. In his eyes, Lin Jiumou was just someone who knew marketing better than him. During the rat disaster, he fought while having someone film him, even duping his gullible cousin into thinking Lin Jiumou was amazing, then uploaded the videos online to gain attention. If he had thought of this method earlier, Lin Jiumou wouldn't have stolen the spotlight. Due to these biases, Wu Liang believed Lin Jiumou was just better at social media strategies. As for those battle videos, Wu Liang hadn't watched them. He was more concerned with the view counts on his uploads. Lin Jiumou smiled, unfazed by his attitude. Let's start. Fine. Wu Liang summoned his beast, a level 4 second-tier wind-roaring bear, massive and green, standing 3 meters tall. As soon as it appeared, it let out a roar that made the iron roof clang. This display caught most people's attention, and the students whispered among themselves, relieved they weren't facing the wind-roaring bear, while casting schadenfreude-filled glances at Lin Jiumou. This kid's in trouble. Of course, this was only some people's opinion. Others recognized Lin Jiumou, and were increasingly looking forward to the battle. Feeling the gaze of those around and hearing their comments, Wu Liang's vanity was greatly satisfied, and he looked at Lin Jiumou with pride. How about it? Not bad, right? This is a 2-star wind-roaring bear, not only strong but also skilled in wind element attacks, and it's fast. Yes, not bad, Lin Jiumou responded earnestly, knowing that the wind-roaring bear was indeed powerful, fast, skilled in wind elements, and had decent defense, making it a top-notch beast among second-tier ones. Of course, it was no match for Xiaosongzi. Haha, you have some eye for talent. Wu Liang grew more smug, crossing his arms proudly. Hurry and summon your beast. I'm in a good mood. Maybe I'll have Ashion go easy on you. There's no need for that, Lin Jiumou replied, raising his hand to summon. The massive, snow-white and black Xiaosongzi appeared on the platform. It glanced at the wind-roaring bear opposite, its sharp gaze turning calm, then lay down, resting its head on its front paws in boredom. Wait, why does your beast look different from the pictures? Wu Liang asked, a tightness in his chest as a sense of foreboding arose. Lin Jiumou smiled slightly, nodding. It evolved accidentally. Wu Liang stood there with his mouth open, looking utterly dazed and unable to believe what he was witnessing. Evolution? It really evolved, he thought to himself. Suddenly, a synthesized electronic voice jolted him back to reality. On your marks, get set, go. Ashion, use wind swirl. Wu Liang's voice was loud and firm. The wind-roaring bear responded with a deafening roar, its claws crossing to create a powerful spiral wind that howled towards Xiaosongzi. Bang! An ice wall suddenly rose up, blocking the wind swirl. A cold mist spread instantly, freezing the wind in place. Then several ice balls appeared in the air, counterattacking towards the wind-roaring bear. Bang, bang, bang. The ice balls struck in succession, completely freezing the wind-roaring bear, rendering it immobile. Wu Liang stared blankly at the scene, while the surrounding students were equally stunned, some even standing up in excitement. Those who had already assumed Lin Jiumou would win began to cheer, as if releasing their pent-up dissatisfaction. Xiao Songzi slowly approached, giving Wu Liang a peculiar look, and with a playful gesture, pushed the frozen wind-roaring bear, causing it to roll off the challenge platform, taking Wu Liang with it. Challenge over. The winner is Lin Jiumou. Applause erupted all around, and the challenge platform shimmered, eventually displaying a golden 5. Xiao Songzi's combat power was recorded by the platform's internal detection system, but it wasn't displayed publicly. Do you choose to continue or forfeit? An option appeared before Lin Jiumou, who chose to continue without hesitation, his gaze shifting to Sun Hao. The latter, wearing a sullen expression, glared at Wu Liang before slowly and reluctantly making his way to the challenge platform. Stop dragging your feet. Let's get this over with, Lin Jiumou said coolly. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Sun Hao retorted coldly. Despite his reluctance, he had no choice but to step up for the guaranteed 2 points. As Sun Hao passed by Wu Liang, the tension between them almost led to a scuffle, drawing laughter from their classmates. When Sun Hao finally reached the platform and summoned the level 8 Claw Wolf King, Lin Jiumou showed a hint of surprise. He hadn't expected Sun Hao, who seemed like a spoiled brat, to evolve his beast and raise its level to a level 8, which was in some ways even more impressive than Yu Yueqiang. As soon as the Claw Wolf King was summoned, it let out a loud howl, but was immediately startled by a familiar teasing voice. It glanced cautiously in the direction of the sound. This seems familiar. The Claw Wolf King paused in confusion, then froze, its expression turning comically helpless as it slowly backed away. It bumped into its owner, Sun Hao, then turned its head with a pleading look, as if to say, "We're both wolves. One humiliation is enough, right? You can't keep bullying me like this." Feeling the disdain from his own beast, Sun Hao's face darkened with anger. He was furious, and if it weren't for fear of being laughed at, he would have already smacked the Claw Wolf King a few times. Stop babbling. Let's get started. Sun Hao shouted at Lin Jiumou, his anger making him forget about the level difference. At that moment, the electronic voice for the start signal sounded again. Go, Wolf King. Defeat that wolf. Sun Hao commanded, pointing decisively. The Claw Wolf King hesitated, but after a couple of kicks from Sun Hao, it steeled itself and lunged at Xia Songzi. A howl echoed, followed by a thud as the familiar arc of defeat reappeared. The Claw Wolf King was sent flying back even faster than it had attacked, crashing into Sun Hao. The two tumbled off the challenge platform, and the impact knocked Sun Hao unconscious. The challenge is over. The winner is Lin Jiumou. The golden 5 flashed again. After 2 battles, Lin Jiumou had taken less than 10 seconds. He reached out and selected Continue Challenge, casting his gaze towards the waiting candidates in the audience. Each student he glanced at either stared at the sky or looked down at the ground, afraid of being chosen. Are you kidding? How can we fight this? They thought. After waiting for a while, just as Lin Jiumou thought no one would dare come forward for the 3rd round, a student with a sly appearance suddenly jumped onto the stage. How about I give it a try? But I'm a beast enhancer type. Lin, do you mind? The student grinned, his sharp chin and stubbly beard giving him a cunning look. Lin Jiumou's insight skill activated, and he frowned unconsciously. Another enhancer type. Which school are you from? Lin Jiumou asked instead of answering. I'm from the 7th high school. The exam site this morning was nearby, so I was assigned here. Here's my exam pass and ID. Take a look. The student said, handing over his documents. Lin Jiumou examined them carefully. Zhao Quan, senior at Tawaching's 7th high school. The information was correct, and the appearance matched, although he seemed even more unsavory in person. Lin Jiumou handed the documents back with an expressionless face. Since you're a candidate, of course, there's no problem. Zhao Quan chuckled. That's good. Get ready. I'm ready anytime. Lin Jiumou raised his hand to signal, and the electronic voice sounded again. Xia Songzi, be careful. This guy seems off, Lin Jiumou warned cautiously. Xia Songzi nodded slightly. Begin. With the electronic signal, Xia Songzi raised a paw, sending sharp energy blades flying. Whoa, going in hard. Zhao Quan laughed, leaping into the air to easily dodge through the gaps between the claws. The daring move drew gasps from many students. As he dodged the claws, a dozen ice spears, controlled by tendrils of demonic energy, shot towards him with deadly speed. Does Lin have a grudge against this guy? He's going all out. Yeah, who can dodge that? Oh no, someone's going to get hurt. He hasn't even summoned his beast yet. In the midst of exclamations, Zhao Quan used his limbs to maneuver as if climbing on air, dodging most of the ice spears. However, His clothes got snagged, and his entire school uniform top froze into an ice block. Interesting. Zhao Quan grinned, shattering the icy uniform to reveal his bony frame. There's more fun to come, Lin Jiumou said, and before he finished speaking, countless ice balls and dark energy spheres rained down, bombarding the other half of the challenge platform. Boom, boom, boom. Everyone was stunned by the spectacle. The proctor and students focused on the challenge platform, and even the other platforms ceased their battles to watch. The gymnasium's temperature dropped sharply due to the bombardment. When it ended, revealing a floor covered in ice shards and dark currents, the student named Zhao Quan stood with tattered clothes and blood trickling down his body. Haha, all right. Now I'm getting serious, Zhao Quan exclaimed, charging forward. Dodging icy attacks mid-run, he engaged in fierce combat with Xia Songzi. The ferocity of their exchange resembled a life-or-death struggle rather than a mere challenge. Lin Jiumou watched the battle intently, his gaze unwavering. Meanwhile, outside the Red Star Gymnasium, two familiar figures appeared, a chubby middle-aged man and Oh. You postponed the relic trip just to come here? Oh frowned. The chubby man chuckled, sniffing the air. I smell a rat. Bang. A loud crash sent Xiao Songzi and Zhao Quan flying apart, their bodies thrown back as sharp claws gouged deep grooves into the ground. Xiao Songzi stared intently at Zhao Quan, who had a severely twisted arm, clearly indicating a significant injury. In just a few dozen seconds of combat, they had exchanged countless blows. The intense and highly skilled battle had the students on their feet with excitement. Impressive. Your beast control is quite something, Zhao Quan said, beads of cold sweat on his forehead, yet his face broke into a satisfied smile, showing no concern for his twisted arm. Lin Jiumou watched him coldly, saying nothing. Zhao Quan's combat power was nearly at the third tier, comparable to the demon shadow rat from before. Sensing Lin Jiumou's seriousness, the armor ring on Xiao Songzi glowed faintly, but before it could act, Zhao Quan suddenly jumped off the stage. I concede, you win. Until we meet again, he said, effortlessly leaping over students, examiners, and city defense soldiers, swiftly exiting through the door. Applause erupted, and all eyes turned to Lin Jiumou. Wu Liang and Sun Hao sat in their seats, faces ashen. Sun Hao had woken up early, and the two had witnessed the battle between Xiao Songzi and Zhao Quan, finally realizing how foolish it was to provoke Lin Jiumou. The power of beast control was on a completely different level. Damn, isn't the exam over yet? I want to go home. Lin Jiumou listened to the applause around him, contemplating the true identity of the person named Zhao Quan. At that moment, the challenge platform flashed with golden light again, indicating another 5. The battle had seemed intense, but in reality, it had lasted less than a minute. Adding these 5 points, Lin Jiumou had accumulated 15 points. Immediately, the platform emitted dazzling colorful light, and a colorful 5 appeared. 3 perfect scores, with an additional 5 points. Lin Jiumou achieved the highest score in this practical assessment, 20 points. He was met with another round of enthusiastic applause. Zhao Quan, smiling and swinging his twisted arm, walked out of the gymnasium when a figure appeared beside him. Stop. Zhao Quan's expression stiffened slightly, but quickly returned to a teasing tone. Isn't this little Wu? Seems like your folks are here too. A Wu glanced at him coldly and walked straight in a direction. Zhao Quan hesitated for a moment, then resumed his carefree demeanor, following closely into an office. A plump middle-aged man was sitting on the sofa, smoking, his gaze fixed outside the window. The gentleman seems quite relaxed, Zhao Quan chuckled. You pests, instead of hiding properly, want to meddle in our affairs. Not at all, not at all. My master is just curious about him. Recently, there's a surplus of coffins, 30 off, interested? You're joking. Zhao Quan grinned, bowing obsequiously. Though we're called evil beast controllers, it's just a different approach. In the end, isn't everyone trying to uncover the truth behind the resurgence of spiritual energy? Huh, if you have nothing else. Where did the disguise come from? Oh, that. Heh, just stumbled upon it. But rest assured, the person is fine. I only copied their appearance, didn't harm anyone. It better be so. Now get lost. As you wish, sir. With the conversation over, Zhao Quan rubbed his face, removed a mask, revealing a furry face, and hunched over as he slipped out the door, disappearing from view. After everyone left, the disdain and impatience on the chubby middle-aged man's face gradually faded, replaced by a serious expression. Even Au, behind him, unusually refrained from arguing. Has that cunning beast outside the city been found? No, it sensed our presence in advance. However, we did run into trouble with the sanctuary organization outside the city. Who knows what those guys are up to again? After a moment of silence, the chubby man spoke. We have to head to Lingnan City tomorrow. Make sure to remind the City Defense Bureau to be cautious during this period. We must maintain order until the new governor arrives. We cannot afford any mishaps. This relic is ours for the taking. Au nodded in agreement. Understood. Later at night, as Lin was meditating for a while and preparing to sleep, there was a knock on the door. Come in, he said. Jiumou entered, wearing a light green camisole sleepwear, her brow slightly furrowed, and her eyes showing confusion and distress, as if she had encountered a troubling matter. Is something wrong this late? Lin Jiumou asked. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Jiumou said seriously, I met a strange person today. What kind of strange person? Lin Jiumou asked curiously. It was a guy with a broken hand who suddenly jumped off the roof, called me Lord Night Demon, and claimed to be from the Night Hunt organization, saying he was my subordinate, but I don't know him. Yimou's voice was filled with confusion. And then what happened? Lin Jiumou asked, frowning and appearing more concerned. He tried to steal my egg pancake, and then accidentally broke his other hand too, and then he ran away. Yimou blinked her pure eyes, seemingly helpless about the situation. Lin Jiumou was momentarily stunned, then smiled and reassured her. It's probably someone's prank. Don't worry about it. Just do what you like. I like eating. Yimou responded excitedly. Okay, eat, but it's so late now. Let's eat tomorrow. Go rest first, Lin Jiumou said. Oh, good night then, Yimou replied. Good night. Lin Jiumou watched Yimou leave the room and gently closed the door. Soon after, he heard the sound of her door closing in the adjacent room. Lin Jiumou's smile gradually faded, and his expression turned serious as he pondered in the direction of the door. Lord Night Demon, Night Hunt Organization, and the 4-star King Beast, Night Demon Serpent, dormant and unconscious within Yimou. Could it all be just a coincidence? He took out the Qing Tian list and searched for the term Night Hunt. After waiting for a while, the search returned several pages of results. He carefully went through each page, not overlooking a single name. After going through numerous pages, he found mostly names starting with He, Yu, Een, but none starting with Yi. Phew, good, nothing found. I knew such a pure and beautiful girl couldn't be some psychopathic killer. Lin Jiumou sighed in relief, lying back on his bed and tossing the Qing Tian list aside. Lying there quietly for a while, his brow remained furrowed. He shook his head vigorously and retrieved a small notebook. It was a booklet given by a brawny member of the Dark Flame organization, documenting information about various evil Beastmaster organizations. Quickly, he found the information on the Night Hunt organization. Night Hunt, a notorious black Beastmaster organization in the South, shrouded in rumors, but rarely seen in action. Members are named with Een, He, Yu, and Yi, with the strongest being those with the Yi prefix, but they usually wear masks during missions, so no one has seen their true faces. Seeing this, Lin Jiumou's mouth twitched, his expression becoming peculiar. Damn, I just prayed you're not a bad person, and it turns out you're the head of the bad guys. He felt conflicted, staring intently at the booklet in his hand. He wasn't naive. From the name Yimou gave him, the Beastmaster within her, her formidable combat power, and what Zhao Quan said, he was pretty sure of Yimou's identity. Yet, subconsciously, he didn't want to believe that this pretty girl in white dresses, simple and fond of food, could be a core member of an evil Beastmaster group. But then more questions arose. As a core member of the Night Hunt organization, why did she have her own photo? And why was she so obedient and harmless to him? What had happened in between? And since Zhao Quan found Yimou, did it mean the Night Hunt organization also discovered her? If so, was Zhao Quan speaking for himself or representing the Night Hunt organization? And what was the purpose? Was it to make him suspicious? And then what? Dislike Yimou drive her away? Or not drive her away, but leave a ticking time bomb for himself and his family? What if one day she regained her memory and became a psychopathic killer, playing games with his identity documents? With a head full of questions, Lin Jiumou slowly drifted into sleep. Meanwhile, in the Sun family home into watching. Knock knock knock, Xiao Hao, are you asleep? Sun Ting opened the door and saw Sun Hao deeply focused on practicing a secret technique. His brow was furrowed, and his movements were clumsy, indicating he hadn't mastered it yet. Beside the bed, the Claw Wolf King glanced up at him before lowering its head to continue resting. Still up so late? Sun Ting asked with a smile. Dad, if you have something to say, just say it. No need to beat around the bush, Sun Hao replied with a frown. He knew that his father's smiling face often hid matters concerning him. At that moment, memories of his 2 defeats to Lin Jiumou flashed through his mind, filling him with resentment. You're right, son. There's something I need to tell you, Sun Ting said, his smile fading into a serious tone. We won't be going to the upcoming trial tasks. Sun Hao shot to his feet, eyes wide with anger. Why? Do you know how much effort I've put into preparing for these exams? You can't just say a few words and let all my hard work go to waste. Besides, haven't you always wanted me to get good grades? That was then, this is now, Sun Ting sighed. It's my fault for not telling you sooner, but Tawaching can't be defended this time. You should come with me. What do you mean Tawaching can't be defended? I don't understand what you're saying. Sun Hao's face was a mix of shock and anger as he looked at his father in disbelief. Now you understand? Hurry and pack your precious things, Sun Ting urged, his tone becoming more urgent. Get out. I'd rather die than leave with you. Sun Hao shouted angrily. You? Get out. Over the next 2 days, Lin Jiumou spent most of his time training. He improved his mastery of the demon energy exchange and dark assault techniques, and his ice crack claw reached proficiency. Now, when he used these techniques, the mental energy cost was lower and the power was greater. As for the issue with Jiumou, Lin Jiumou had thought it through over these days. Yimou's strength was undeniable. If she truly wanted to kill him, resistance would be futile. Instead of worrying, it was better to focus on living. Driving her away was unrealistic, and staying with his parents posed risks. The best solution was to get into the beast taming university and leave watching with her. This way, his parents and sister would be safe. No one knew when she might regain her memory, but it would be best if it happened when he reached the 4th tier battle strength. By then, even if she remembered her identity, he wouldn't have to worry. 2 days passed quickly, and the day of the final trial arrived. In the morning, Lin Jiumou and Jiumou arrived at the Red Star Gymnasium. The field had undergone massive changes, with 4 rows of task machines neatly lined up, and students were queuing to receive their trial tasks. Each student, in addition to their combat wristband, now wore a bulky wristband with a camera function that could start a live broadcast. These wristbands had been distributed to every candidate in the past 2 days, including Jiumou. Lin Jiumou and Jiumou weren't in a hurry to take on a task. Instead, they each held an egg pancake, curiously observing their surroundings. Since the trial tasks had a deadline of midnight, they weren't in a rush. "Hey, Mu bro, you're here early," Yu said as he spotted them and walked over. Upon seeing a stranger approach, Yim silently became cautious, eyeing Yu warily. She stepped back slightly, partially hiding behind Lin Jiumou's shoulder, resembling a stray cat wary of other cats. "Aren't you going to take the mission? You haven't had breakfast yet. Have some first," Yu said with a smile, pulling out a bag of soup dumplings and spearing one to eat. Noticing the girl beside Lin Jiumou eyeing the dumplings, he offered them to her. "Want one? I haven't touched the others yet." "I don't want any." Yim shook her head, continuing to eat her egg pancake. Lin Jiumou chuckled, took another skewer from the bag, and offered a dumpling to Yim. "Want one?" "Yes." Yim opened her small mouth, took the dumpling, and bit into it, her eyes smiling as she was pleasantly surprised by the taste, so different from the egg pancake. "Yu, why am I here?" He shook his head, quickly changing the subject as he addressed Lin Jiumou. "You probably don't know, but Sunhao has dropped out of the college entrance exams." "Can't handle the pressure?" Lin Jiumou frowned. "No, it seems to be for health reasons. Yesterday when I went to school to get some materials, I saw Sunhao's dad, Sun Ting. He said Sunhao couldn't take the exams due to health issues. Isn't that odd? After becoming a Yao master, one's physical fitness usually improves, but his seems to have worsened." The mention of Sun Ting made Lin Jiumou frown slightly, recalling the southern city wall. The director had contacted him later, and experts found no issues with the wall. In fact, it was sturdier than the others. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss, yet couldn't pinpoint it. The dark countdown numbers in front of him continued to flicker unpredictably. "Forget it, whether he comes or not is his business, not ours. Let's go," Lin Jiumou said, leading Yim towards the sports field, with Yu quickly following. They queued for a short while before each approaching a machine. Placing their ID and exam permit, the screen began displaying rapidly scrolling images of scrolls. Each scroll represented tasks collected from across the country, suitable for beginner Yao masters to practice on, including extermination, capture, group, and special tasks. Soon, with a rolling sound, the machine dispensed an identical scroll. Special task: investigate the disappearance of Chaoan village residents. 2 days ago, Chaoan village, located at the border of Tua City in Jieling, was unexpectedly attacked by a beast horde. After city defense soldiers repelled the beasts, they found the villagers missing, with no results after 2 days of searching. "A special task, huh? Tough luck, buddy." A passing student commented sympathetically upon seeing his scroll. "Is there a problem with that?" "Big time. Extermination, capture, and group tasks have clear scoring methods, but special tasks don't. And you might not know, but someone checked with the Yao Master Guild, and special tasks are actually the ones they can take on too. Just think, could such a task be simple? It could even be life-threatening." "I see." Lin Jiumou smiled at the departing figure of the student. "Poor fellow, good luck to you." The student was right, but that applied to others. With Lin Jiumou's strength nearing the 3rd tier, even special tasks shouldn't be a problem unless faced with a 4th tier opponent. Escaping should be feasible. Lin Jiumou returned to his original spot, waiting briefly before Yim and Yu returned with their tasks. One had a task to exterminate claw wolves at Huanghua Mountain, and the other to capture fire cloud lizards, both manageable. After exchanging a few words, they went their separate ways. Lin Jiumou chose not to take the main road, opting for some deserted paths instead. He summoned Xiaosongzi, mounted the wolf, and their speed surged. In less than half an hour, Xiaosongzi left Tua City, accelerating again as they raced through the hills and woods. Suddenly, Lin Jiumou patted Xiaosongzi. "Woof!" Xiaosongzi stopped, questioning. "Something's off." Lin Jiumou looked around, furrowing his brow. It was unusually quiet here. Not far from here was the place where evil Yao masters had been ambushed and counterattacked a few days ago, a memory still vivid in Lin Jiumou's mind. Back then, beasts were running amok, and the sounds of beasts could be heard in the trees, on the ground, and even in the air. But now, everything was silent, not even a bird's call or insect's chirp, and the ground was thick with fallen leaves, indicating no recent beast activity. Lin Jiumou thought for a moment, flipped his hand, and retrieved a Tang knife from the storage space, fastening it to his waist and activating the live monitoring device on his left wrist. Let's go, be careful. Woof. As the wristband's live monitoring feature was activated, a small wave of viewers quickly flooded into the live stream. An enthusiastic migrant worker exclaimed, "Aha, caught a new candidate. Quick, tell us what your task is." The brainless poet added, "Since you're in the woods, it's either hunting or capturing." The flying fish asked in confusion, "Why does it feel so quiet? This doesn't seem like there are any beasts around." Soul Les also expressed doubt. "Isn't anyone else questioning this? Why is there a live stream for the exams? What's the point?" The cool tomato reader calmly reminded, "Don't bother, the candidates can't see your questions." As the last person mentioned, each candidate wore a wristband as a tool for live stream monitoring, but didn't have access to see the viewers' comments. As for why there was a live stream, Lin Jiumou wasn't sure, but he simply followed the procedure. In the eerie silence, he finally reached his destination, a small village that was sealed off. Under the plaque with the words, Chowan Village, a few armed soldiers stood, clearly responsible for guarding the area to prevent others or beasts from entering. "Stop. Chowan Village is off-limits." A soldier stepped forward, raising his hand to stop Lin Jiumou. "I'm a candidate, assigned a special task to investigate the population disappearance in Chowan Village," Lin Jiumou said, landing on the ground and handing the scroll to the soldier for inspection. "Did he just say special task?" The enthusiastic migrant worker exclaimed in surprise. The flying fish sighed. "No way, this guy is so unlucky." The cool tomato reader reminded, "I heard half an hour ago, a candidate took on a special task and got torn to pieces by a beast. Most of the viewers of that live stream threw up." Soulless joked, "No worries, I have a strong stomach." The live stream viewers instantly became lively. Unlike their excitement, the soldier in front of Lin Jiumou, after reading the scroll, didn't immediately let him pass, but asked, "Alone? Is there a problem with being alone?" The soldier shook his head, returning the scroll to him. "You'd better go back and find out if anyone else has taken the same task. Get more people, so you don't end up dead in there," the soldier explained. "Yesterday, a team of ours went in to look for clues, and all 18 went in, none came out. Do you understand? Thanks for the advice, but I choose to go in," Lin Jiumou replied firmly. "You can't stop me, can you?" he added. The soldier said helplessly, "By regulation, I can't stop you, but I'm saying this for your own good." Lin Jiumou smiled slightly, putting away the scroll. "In that case, I'll go in. Don't worry, if something feels off, I'll escape." With that, he entered Chowan Village with Xiao Songzi. The soldier glanced at him, shook his head, and didn't bother further. The live stream captured this moment, but the viewers couldn't clearly see Lin Jiumou's face, and even if they did, these scattered viewers from all over might not recognize him. Thus, the live stream was filled with sighs and ridicule. In the eyes of the viewers, Lin Jiumou's actions seemed both overconfident and arrogant. "Watch, this time he'll be in even more pieces. Everyone, get your trash cans ready, and have your anti-nausea meds on hand." The cool tomato reader's comment quickly garnered several agreements. Unaware of this, Lin Jiumou walked in, carefully observing everything in the village. The streets were deserted, with crops scattered on both sides, signs toppled over, fences broken, and the ground littered with chaotic yet almost identical claw marks, clearly indicating that the village was attacked by the same kind of beast. The resurgence of spiritual energy had been ongoing for several days, and everything had been fine until now. Why attack the village at this moment? Could it be that there was no food left in the mountains? Is that the smell of blood? Keep an eye out. Lin Jiumou was puzzled as he passed through the broken fence and entered a farmhouse courtyard. Clothes had fallen from the clothesline onto the ground. The door was slightly ajar, and everything was eerily quiet. Lin Jiumou took a few steps forward, casually rehung the clothesline, and gently pushed the door open. Creaked door made a sound, revealing the scene inside. The room was in disarray, with clear beast claw marks, but hardly any signs of struggle or blood. After a futile search for clues, Lin Jiumou decided to venture further in. He searched through over a dozen houses in the village, still finding nothing. As he reached the village center, the ground trembled slightly. Woo! Little Pine pointed to a hill at the edge of the village, where dust clouds rolled down as if something was charging. The main event had arrived. Lin Jiumou smiled slightly. Before long, a horde of beasts stormed down the hill into the village, charging towards Lin Jiumou. They were a group of ferocious mountain apes, numbering over 50, their heavy footsteps causing the gravel under Lin Jiumou's feet to tremble. They moved with incredible speed, closing the distance to just a few dozen meters from Lin Jiumou in an instant. Some of them gathered large rocks in their hands and hurled them at him with a whooshing sound. The livestream audience witnessed this scene and exclaimed in shock. Awesome farmer, oh boy. This guy's done for. Brain-dead poet, is he stupid? Run already. Handsome tomato reader, he won't just break into pieces, there'll be nothing left. In the livestream, some viewers eager to uncover the truth or witness a catastrophe quickly flooded the chat, forgetting that Lin Jiumou couldn't see their comments. Lin Jiumou calmly watched the flying rocks and the apes. Without needing to lift a finger, Little Pine conjured an ice wall when the rocks were within 10 meters. Thud, thud, thud. The dense impact sounds ceased, the ice wall dispersed, and the rocks piled up a meter high on the ground a few steps in front of Lin Jiumou. At this moment, Lin Jiumou noticed one particularly large ape among the dozens opposite him. Its gaze wasn't as wild as the others. It seemed to possess some intelligence. It had a 01 mark on its head and appeared to be in a unique state, showing signs of chronic toxin erosion. Except for that second-tier big one. Kill the rest, Lin Jiumou said. As soon as he spoke, Little Pine unleashed dozens of ice spikes, shooting down and pinning some apes to death, freezing others. The cold mist swirled, and ice spikes stood tall. Only 5 apes, including the leader, remained mobile. Dissatisfied with the outcome, Little Pine snorted and sent out 5 more wider, colder ice spikes. All except the leader, who was frozen in half, were impaled and died on the spot. That's better. Little Pine squinted contentedly, scratching its neck with a hind leg. Ask it where the villagers went, Lin Jiumou instructed. Little Pine nodded and began translating. The ape leader, upon hearing this, became agitated, chattering and gesturing wildly. What did it say? Woo woo woo. It said it doesn't know? Lin Jiumou squinted and asked again, threatening that if it didn't speak, they would kill it now. After Little Pine translated, the ape leader calmed down, only making a few calls. Better to die immediately than suffer? Lin Jiumou was slightly surprised. Whoever was behind this seemed capable, branding beasts with numbers and administering poison to control them. Forget it, let's go. We'll report back that these mountain apes killed the villagers and we've avenged them. With that, Lin Jiumou stretched and headed towards the village entrance. Little Pine looked puzzled but quickly followed. Meanwhile, the livestream erupted in disbelief. Awesome farmer. This is obviously suspicious. Why leave now? Doesn't he know he's on livestream? Soulless, damn. Disgusting. So many villagers harmed, and he's just brushing it off? Not even in office yet, and he's already playing the game. Brain-dead poet. So disappointing. Thought he was someone impressive. Turns out he's a coward. Flying fish. Guys, forget it. Let's go. In Xiaoan village, as the ice melted, the ape leader watched Lin Jiumou's retreating figure in confusion. It couldn't believe the man just let it go. Perplexed, it still watched Lin Jiumou disappear at the village entrance before turning and hopping its way to the largest house in the village, knocking rhythmically a few times before quickly running back into the mountains. In the blink of an eye, several hours had passed. At night, in Lin Jiumou's exam monitoring livestream, the audience was still waiting. Huifei Du asked, "Hey guys, still here?" Hun Xiao responded, "Yes." Huifei Du sighed, "We're so bored." The handsome tomato reader confessed, "I've been in a stream with nothing for hours. I admit I'm guilty." Suddenly, Huifei Du exclaimed excitedly, "Hey, hey, hey, something's happening." The livestream switched scenes, showing a tree. In the dim light, the mountain ape leader that had attacked Lin Jiumou during the day was rolling on the ground, wailing in apparent agony. Lin Jiumou sat above, watching intently, with no intention to help, quietly waiting for several minutes. Not far away, there was a rustling sound. Lin Jiumou looked up to see a person in a black robe approaching. The mountain ape leader noticed the robed figure and, instead of being cautious, rushed over like seeing a savior, bowing repeatedly and crying out in distress. Although the viewers couldn't see clearly, they could sense from the commotion that there seemed to be some misunderstanding about Lin Jiumou's actions during the day. Huifei Du exclaimed. So he was trying to lure out the mastermind. Hun Xiao added, "I've seen this task at the guild. I thought it was just an ordinary beast attack, but it's not." The handsome tomato reader remarked, "This is getting interesting." At this point, the robed figure approached the mountain ape leader and slapped it hard, yelling, "Useless. You can't even handle a student, costing me so many." The mountain ape rolled in pain, pleading. The robed figure said coldly, "Fine, I'll give you one. Next time someone comes, kill them and bring them to me. Make sure it's fresh. Don't let the blood cool, understand?" With that, he tossed something on the ground, and the mountain ape hurriedly grabbed it and devoured it. It was clear someone was using poison to control the ape. Lin Jiumou remained calm, watching as the robed figure turned to leave. He gracefully leapt down, silently following the robed figure. Shrouded in a magical aura, he blended seamlessly with the cloudy night, moving without a sound. Lin Jiumou kept within 3 meters of the robed figure, and the viewers were amazed by his boldness. More people joined the live stream as Lin Jiumou followed the robed figure through a dark village where even the streetlights weren't on. Soon, they arrived at the largest house in the village. the same place the mountain ape had knocked on during the day, the home of the village chief of Joan village. A faint smile appeared in Lin Jiumou's eyes as he thought. So, there was no beast attack. It was humans causing trouble. When the robed figure opened the door, Lin Jiumou slipped inside. The robed figure glanced back at the entrance, looking around but seeing nothing. Puzzled, he slowly closed the door and headed to the inner room. The room was dark, lit only by 2 flickering red candles, giving off an eerie vibe. The silence was so profound, it felt as though even breathing could be heard, creating an atmosphere akin to a ghost story in the countryside. The live stream chat exploded with excitement. What's happening, Xiao Tuming? Is this an exam monitoring live stream? Did I come to the wrong place? Fei Yu. No, you're in the right place. This is just an unusual candidate. Handsome Tomato Reader, 10086. Xiao Tuming. Are we going to see something gruesome? I'm not good with these things, please don't scare me. Fei Yu. Don't worry, it's not a ghost story, nothing to be afraid of. With a creepy creak, a figure in a black robe opened a wardrobe and stepped inside. Lin Jiumou followed. It turned out the wardrobe hid a secret passage, with a stone staircase leading down, lit by candles dripping red wax that looked like blood. The stairs were long, about 10 meters high. As they descended, the sounds of chaos and screams became louder. Lin Jiumou's eyes flashed with determination as he carefully followed the black-robed figure's footsteps. The eerie scene drew in a flood of viewers to the live stream, with the number quickly surpassing 50,000. Yet, the comments were sparse as most people were engrossed in the scene, barely daring to breathe. Finally, they reached the bottom of the stairs and came to a door. The black-robed figure entered and removed his cloak, revealing an elderly man with a robust build. The village chief? Lin Jiumou's eyebrows raised in surprise, recognizing the man from the village notice board. The most suspicious person turned out to be the chief of Qiaoan village. What was he doing here? Lin Jiumou shifted his gaze from the chief to the room, and his eyes widened. The room was vast, equivalent to 2 basketball courts, with stainless steel tables and red candles on the walls and tables. On the tables lay human figures, dissected, with a faint smell of cooked meat in the air. People surrounded each figure, eating with forks, knives, or chopsticks, lost in enjoyment. Among them were some familiar faces, those honored as outstanding cadres on the notice board. Lin Jiumou felt his stomach churn, his face pale in the shadows. He took deep breaths to quell his nausea and continued to survey the room. In one corner, he saw the uniforms of city defense soldiers, and in another, large iron cages holding several young women in tattered clothes. They were covered in scars, exhausted, with skin an unnatural red hue, their eyes filled with fear and despair. Their fate was all too clear. By now, the live stream had exploded with reactions. Fei Yu, give me the address. I want to kill these monsters. Excellent migrant worker. Count me in. These madmen don't deserve to live. They should be punished severely. Xiao Tuming. Sorry, I need to throw up. Handsome Tomato Reader. Everyone, don't worry. Since this candidate has taken on the task, they won't let them get away. Fei Yu and the migrant worker have seen this candidate fight before. They're strong and will definitely handle it. Fei Yu right. Once they take these guys down, we'll be brothers. Excellent migrant worker. Count me in. Handsome Tomato Reader. But what if they're too soft-hearted and let them go because they're all humans? Fei Yu. Excellent migrant worker. Chief, why are you only back now? I almost ate your share. In the scene, a muscular man called out to the chief while eating. Yeah, if you were any later, we would have finished everything. The blood was drained so well this time. The meat isn't even gamey. Ha ha ha, save some kidneys for the chief, and let these women entertain us. Chief, I just enjoyed your daughter. You can have my wife later. Ha ha ha, hearing the banter, the chief grinned wildly. Sure. You all enjoy yourselves. I'll go report to the bosses. With that, the chief hung his robe on the wall and headed deeper into the place. Bosses. Lin Jiumou quietly followed, hiding his intent to kill, eyes fixed on the chief's back. The winding stone path seemed to accommodate just one person, but in reality, 2 people were walking side by side. On the surface, it appeared as if they were merely companions, yet hidden within the live stream was a crowd of onlookers. The village chief was unaware of this, while Lin Jiumou, following behind him, pondered silently, oblivious to the noise of the live stream. As they passed several stone chambers, faint screams and maniacal laughter echoed, sending chills down the spine. It was hard to imagine that beneath Qiaoan village lay such an extensive network of stone chambers, whose meticulous construction clearly took more than a few months. Could it be that Qiaoan village had harbored secrets for a long time? Lin Jiumou was filled with doubt. Suddenly, a dark countdown timer appeared before his eyes, its color deepening as the digits stabilized. Countdown, 29 minutes and 51 seconds, indicating that some event was imminent. Ahead, a massive cave entrance loomed, the strong scent of blood wafting out, capturing Lin Jiumou's attention. The village chief entered, and as Lin Jiumou intended to follow, several sharp gazes swept over him. He quickly dodged to the side of the entrance, holding his breath and waiting for a few seconds. After confirming no further movement, he cautiously peeked inside. The space before him was even larger than the man-eating stone chamber, with over 100 people in uniform surrounding an intricate structure resembling a fountain. At their feet, 7 or 8 wooden barrels were placed, with several individuals stirring their contents vigorously with sticks, as if fearing the contents might solidify. Occasionally, drops of bright red liquid splattered out. On the ground lay dozens of pale human forms, mostly corpses, with a few still twitching slightly. Clearly, the barrels contained blood. Lin Jiumou was shocked, realizing that the delicacies enjoyed by the villagers came from here. The stone cave drained blood, while the stone chamber devoured flesh. No wonder the villagers cooperated so willingly. Who were these people? Lin Jiumou's gaze shifted to the fountain-like structure. A half-meter-high stone wall encircled the exterior, with 3 tiers inside. Blood churned on the lowest level, slowly being drawn up along grooves and eventually converging at the top. There, a palm-sized, seed-shaped crystal emitted a red glow, pulsating as if breathing, continuously being washed by the blood, absorbing an unknown amount. In a daze, Lin Jiumou felt as if the crystal had come to life. What happened during the day? A man with a sinister expression and sallow skin turned to ask the village chief. The village chief respectfully replied, "Reporting to you, sir, just a student who took on a task to investigate here. After killing a group of mountain apes, he pretended to complete the task and has already gone back to report." What a pity, the man referred to as Sir lamented. The blood of a demon tamer is more potent. We should have captured him. If it were a woman, we could have had some fun. Another person chimed in. Actually, a man wouldn't be bad either, haha, and another laughed in response. The village chief's words left the two present in silence, as if they were in awe of the master he mentioned. Chief, do you know what this blood seed is? Lording suddenly asked. The village chief shook his head, his expression grave. I don't know. The master acquired it from some ruins, and just guarding the blood seed back then involved 3 fourth-tier beasts. The Blackguard organization was nearly wiped out. He continued, this blood seed is indeed peculiar. No matter how powerful the energy, it can't harm or awaken it. Only fresh blood can elicit any reaction. That's truly a divine object. Lord Ying's eyes sparkled with excitement. Then he squinted and asked. It said that the more painful a person's death, the greater the reaction from their blood. Shall we test it? The moment he said this, the village chief froze, quickly bowing in deference. Laughter erupted around them, and the atmosphere lightened considerably. Don't be so tense. As long as you genuinely work for us, we'll never harm you. Those youth-preserving medicines will keep coming, allowing you, an old lecher, to continue your pleasures. Thank you, Lord Ying. The village chief hurriedly bowed, showing his stance. In mere seconds, his back was drenched in sweat. But we still need to conduct the experiment. Go, bring someone over. Oh, and since meat is scarce lately, bring someone edible, so as not to waste the meat. The village chief's hair stood on end, and he quickly replied, yes. With that, he turned to leave, leaving over 100 people waiting silently, gazing expectantly at the crystal seed known as the blood seed. Lord Ying, why don't we use the villagers? Their blood should be enough, someone suggested nearby. Yes, my lord. After all, these useless people are of no use to us and waste so many of our pills. Others looked at Lord Ying, their eyes filled with anticipation. They had been here too long to complete the blood seed's transformation task, deprived of sunlight. The more apparent the blood seed's glow became, the stronger their desire to escape. As for the villagers' lives, that wasn't their concern. A flicker of thought crossed Lord Ying's eyes, seemingly swayed. Lin Jiumou listened quietly on the side, narrowing his eyes slightly, his gaze fixed on the blood-red crystal seed. Could the black countdown be related to the blood seed before them? He had thought the black countdown was related to a beast siege, but it also appeared near the blood seed. This made Lin Jiumou wonder if the half-hour countdown indicated it would complete its transformation in half an hour. If so, he could not let them succeed. Being too far away, he couldn't use his insight ability and could only rely on guesswork. At that moment, footsteps approached, and Lin Jiumou quickly hid behind a supporting column. Chief, the Lord summoned me for what? Is there more medicine to consume? A voice accompanied the village chief, belonging to the robust man who first greeted him upon entering the stone chamber. Do whatever the Lord say, don't ask too many questions, the village chief advised, a subtle expression in his eyes, as if mentoring a young man. I get it. Haha, why else would we be so close? I could even give my wife to you, the man joked. The village chief didn't respond, gesturing for him to follow as they entered the stone cave and stood before Lord Ying. My lord, the person is here. Lord Ying nodded in satisfaction, his gaze scanning the man's physique. Then, from a metal cart that had appeared unnoticed, he picked up a basin of boiling, steaming water and splashed it onto the man. Sizzle! The robust man let out an anguished scream, his skin twisting and reddening. In the next second, several people pinned his limbs down to the ground. What are you doing? What do you want? Chief, help me, chief. Despite the man's screams and pleas, The village chief turned away, expressionless. Lording, seeing this, smiled and handed a subordinate an iron brush. The subordinate took it, grinning maliciously as he scrubbed the man's scalded, twisted skin with force. Ah! The agonized screams of a robust man echoed through the stone cave, reaching Lin Jiumou's ears and reverberating in the live broadcast. The viewers couldn't help but shudder with fear. Fei Yu exclaimed, "Oh my! Though I wish those beasts would be punished severely, this sound is just gruesome." The calm and composed excellent migrant worker commented, "I find it quite pleasant. They deserve it." Handsome tomato reader added, "Satisfying. Though it gives me goosebumps, I'm thrilled." Meanwhile, little transparent felt uneasy. But to be honest, is this really the task for the candidates? It seems quite dangerous. The candidate's psychological resilience was remarkable. The camera remained steady without a tremor, as stable as an old dog. Fei Yu also realized, "That's true. I almost forgot this was a candidate's live stream." Ah, a treasure candidate. Lin Jiumou remained largely unaffected. To him, both sides were equally deserving of death. His focus was on how to deal with this group and prevent the blood species from transforming. There were over 100 people and dozens of hidden demon tamers, with quite a few at the second tier. It would take considerable effort to take them down. Ah, kill me. Please kill me. The robust man, his body flayed and scalded, was on the brink of collapse, begging loudly as he soiled himself. Mastering listened, gave a nod to the one in charge, who understood, drew a dagger, and pierced 4 holes through the man's limbs, then tossed him into the fountain. A faint, "Thank you," of relief was heard from the man. The village head watched the entire scene. Though his expression remained calm, his face had turned pale, and he trembled like a quail, too terrified to speak. He realized this might be punishment for his earlier offense, and became more cautious. As the man's blood mingled with the existing pool, the blood species reacted violently. Those who had been eager to complete the task now wore expressions of joy and turned their gaze to Master Ng. Master Ng, too, was tempted and pondered for a moment. "Village head," Master Ng spoke. "Yes, I'm here." The village head responded respectfully. "Gather everyone. Once this is done, I'll have you join the sanctuary, officially becoming one of us, with the promise of eternal youth." The village head's eyes widened in disbelief, and he hesitated until he met Master Ying's cold gaze, snapping back to reality. With a shiver, he forced a grateful smile. "Thank you, sir. I'll go right away." With that, he shuffled out unsteadily. Lin Jiumou hid again behind a stone pillar. The sanctuary? He recalled the list of evil demon tamers from a small notebook, which included the sanctuary. Though its name suggested righteousness, the sanctuary acted more ruthlessly than the Dark Flame organization. It operated covertly, with a strong presence and many members, mainly in Lingnan City and nearby prefectures. Considered a significant threat by authorities, it had eluded complete eradication, growing stronger instead. Rumor had it that the founder of the sanctuary possessed 5th-tier power, making them nearly unrivaled outside Lingnan City, restrained only by the fear of the newly appointed 6th-tier guardian of Lingnan City. Lin Jiumou hadn't expected to encounter them, complicating the situation. At that moment, a chaotic sound of footsteps approached. "Chief, are we really getting more elixirs?" someone asked eagerly. "Our chief is always looking out for us, isn't he?" another chimed in. "Once I take the elixir, I'm going to try again. This time, I'll do it all," one declared with a laugh. "Not so fast. Save one for me." Amidst the chatter, the village chief led the other villagers into the stone cave. Lin Jiumou quickly glanced around, his brow furrowing. Among the group were not only those who had just feasted, but also young women who had been locked in cages, barely clothed. "Master Ng, the people have been brought," the village chief said respectfully. "Very good," Master Ng said, scanning the room with satisfaction. "Their vitality is impressive." "Excellent. Thanks to the masters. We wouldn't be where we are today without you," the villagers echoed in agreement. "Yes, indeed. The masters are like our saviors." "Saviors?" Master Ying's lips curled into a sinister smile as he asked. The crowd nodded eagerly, faces filled with greed. "Since we're your saviors, there's no problem if we take back your lives, right?" "No problem." The villagers' voices carried a hint of unease. "You'll soon understand what I mean," Master Ng said, waving his hand. Several demonic creatures suddenly appeared at the cave entrance, blocking the only escape route. Their grotesque fangs dripped with foul saliva, ready to attack at any moment. "Sir." A few villagers at the front didn't even have time to react before being seized by the temple's enforcers. Soon after, more men arrived, wielding red-hot steel brushes that they applied mercilessly. "Ah!" Piercing screams echoed throughout the stone chamber, sending the other villagers into a panic. They tried to flee but collided with each other, their retreat blocked by the menacing creatures. "Chief, what do we do?" someone cried, clutching the chief's clothing, only to find him standing expressionless. "Chief, if the masters need your help, just cooperate. It's all for the future of the temple," the chief said sternly. With those words, the villagers' hopes were dashed. One with a quick temper leapt up in rage. Damn it. You old bastard are trying to kill us. No way, I'm not done living yet. If anyone's dying, it's you. A large, burly villager snarled, brandishing a butcher's knife as he charged at the chief. Midway through his attack, just as the knife was about to strike the chief, a lean hand gripped his throat and slammed him to the ground. Immediately, two temple enforcers stepped forward, using the heated brushes to scrape down the villager's legs. Autumn, curse your ancestors. The villager writhed in agony, unable to break free, cursing in between screams. More cries followed as villagers were pinned down, subjected to scalding water, searing iron brushes, or long sharp needles driven into their fingers and private areas. The torture was as brutal as it was painful. Those who hadn't yet been targeted were so terrified they lost control, the air thick with the stench of blood and excrement. In the live stream, viewers had mixed reactions. Some were puzzled by the villagers' plight, thinking they were innocent, while others felt a sense of satisfaction, finding the drama entertaining. One comment read, "Flying fish, sometimes it takes a villain to deal with another villain. This is satisfying." Another viewer admitted, "I'm usually kind-hearted, but today I feel no sympathy. I'm guilty, but I don't admit it." Someone else coldly remarked, "Neither side is any good, they both deserve it." As the number of viewers in the live stream exceeded 200,000, the tension escalated. Suddenly, a gasp echoed in the stream. Inside the stone chamber, several quick-thinking villagers pushed the women, who had been used for pleasure, to the front, hoping their presence would shield them. Surprisingly, this tactic worked. The members of the cult, upon seeing the women, showed a sinister desire, thinking, "What a convenient delivery. How considerate of you. The one with the nice figure is mine, and the young girl is yours," one cult member said excitedly. Others agreed, and began discussing how to divide the women. As they were about to act, no objection came from their leader, and they eagerly approached the women, undressing with malicious smiles. The women, already terrified by the scene before them, trembled and retreated in fear as the cult members approached. The cult members, filled with arrogance and delight, taunted, "Come on, entertain us. If you don't, we'll make you suffer." At that moment, a man who had been guarding the entrance with a demon turned pale and his face flushed unnaturally. Suddenly, he coughed up blood, followed by others who also began to spit blood, one collapsing from the backlash. The leader shouted, "What's going on?" One of the less affected members pointed shakily towards the entrance, his voice trembling. "It's simple. I did it." Lin Jiumou leaned against the door, arms crossed, holding a blood-stained Tang sword, and said expressionlessly, "I didn't want to act so soon. I was enjoying the show, but your little friends got too restless." Their frozen solid the cult members, now naked, stammered in shock. Their manhood had been frozen into ice. Lin Jiumou smirked coldly. "Correction, it's called chicken freeze." Meanwhile, in Tawaching, a loud siren suddenly blared through the city, catching the attention of its busy residents. People paused in their tracks, looking up questioningly at the sky. Even the haggling customers at the night market stopped their negotiations. "What's going on? Is there a drill today?" a woman asked, puzzled. "I didn't get any message about it." "Must be a mistake," another person replied. She shrugged, unconcerned, "Probably. Anyway, how much did you say this was? 80? Can you make it a bit cheaper?" The vendor sighed. "Ma'am, I can't go any lower. 80 is already at cost." Just as the woman was about to give up on bargaining and reach for her phone to pay, an emergency message popped up on her screen. Emergency notice. A large number of beasts are gathering outside the city. Tawaching has activated its emergency beast-tied defense protocol. All non-beast tamers should quickly head home or to safe shelters. Additionally, the City Defense Bureau invites all beast tamers of level 1, grade 5 or higher, to report to the nearest defense substation to assist in the defense. Oh no, it's a real alarm. Hurry, hurry, let's go together. Forget about the money now, my bag is big. I'll help you carry this extra item, she urged quickly. Hey, you haven't paid yet, the vendor called out helplessly. Similar scenes played out across Tawaching, as the peaceful atmosphere was shattered. Amidst the alarm, countless beast tamers rushed towards the city walls, while residents hurried home or to underground shelters. At the headquarters of the City Defense Bureau, Luo Ji stared intently at the monitor displaying countless red energy points, his expression grave. "When did they appear?" he asked. 10 minutes ago, about 10 kilometers outside Tawaching, several unknown energy signals of the third tier suddenly appeared, followed by numerous beasts approaching these signals. "The specific threat is still being analyzed," a staff member replied. "This threat level is relative to the city's overall strength. For example, the same scale of beasts could be city-destroying for a small town, but merely a training exercise for the capital," Luo Ji pondered. Although the scale of the beasts outside the city was still uncertain, he couldn't take any risks in facing this beast tide for the first time. He immediately ordered, "Command the 4 substations to deploy troops on the city walls, equip them with ammunition and personnel for a challenge-level battle, organize civilian beast tamers to assist, and contact several third-tier beast tamers to stand by at the walls. Report." Guanwu left for Lingnan City with the branch president yesterday and is not in town, a subordinate reported. Report. The beast tide threat assessment is out. There are 100,000 beasts, with the highest being 3rd tier in strength, classified as siege level. Additionally, there was a very rapid, large energy fluctuation just now, suspected to be a higher tier beast, but it's currently unclassified. Hearing this, Luo Ji took a deep breath, his expression growing more serious. Execute as a siege level battle. 3rd tier beast tamers should rush to the walls immediately. Also, contact the guild to issue a city defense task. Keep the horses running actively. Yes, the subordinates responded promptly. Right, don't forget to invite the Gale squad, Wu Mei and Lin Jiumou, Luo Ji added. With the resurgence of spiritual energy for 2 months now, there were more 2nd tier beast tamers than before, but very few could actually confront 3rd tier beasts. Therefore, Luo Ji emphasized these names. Each of these individuals was outstanding among the 2nd tier. The Gale squad had previously surrounded a 3rd tier beast, Wu Mei had formidable beast defense, and Lin Jiumou had once slain a 3rd tier shadow rat. Inside the underground stone chamber of Chaoan village. With a fierce shout, Master Ying demanded, "Who are you?" As summoned by the temple personnel, the hidden beasts emerged from the darkness, their menacing eyes fixed on Lin Jiumou, who had suddenly appeared at the cave entrance. At Lin Jiumou's feet lay the peacefully dead beasts that had been guarding the entrance. Me? Just a candidate. Lin Jiumou smiled slightly, then pressed a button on his heavy bracelet to close the live stream and stored it away. The villagers, realizing what was happening, approached him excitedly, shouting, "We're saved. Are you here to rescue us?" Thank you, thank you. Bless the heavens." However, Lin Jiumou did not make way for them. Instead, with a swift flash of his blade, a head fell to the ground. "Don't thank me. I never said I was here to save you. Heaven didn't tell me to save you either," he remarked calmly, kicking the severed head towards the villagers. From behind him, Xiao Songzi appeared, his eyes cold and eerie, causing the villagers to retreat in fear. Caught between a rock and a hard place, they couldn't understand why. As ordinary people, both good and bad individuals wanted to kill them. After all, they had only eaten some human flesh better than letting it go to waste since the people were already dead. Master Ying noticed Lin Jiumou's move, and a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. "I recognize you, Lin Jiumou," he said in a deep voice. "That's my misfortune then. But you might not know this, every dark practitioner in the south knows you. We haven't targeted your family, so why oppose us? We have over 100 people here. Do you think you can defeat us?" Master Ying's eyes widened, revealing his sinister expression. "Enough talk. Hurry up and deal with these lowlifes so I can finish you off." Lin Jiumou glanced at him. Hearing this, Master Ying let out a sharp laugh, and when it faded, he said, "So the righteous are like this, huh? This is how the white practitioners perform their duties. But this time, I'm happy to oblige." With that, he raised a hand, revealing a formidable blue-eyed tiger with a dark body behind him. "Ahu, kill them all." The blue-eyed tiger roared, its eyes flashing blue, sending a barrage of sharp wind blades towards the villagers and Lin Jiumou with fierce momentum. Lin Jiumou chuckled coldly. "And you dare call it Ahu?" Countless ice spikes and dark spheres appeared in the air and on the ground, meeting the wind blades heat. Boom. The collision of wind blades with ice spikes and dark spheres created deafening explosions, forming a terrifying shockwave that knocked other practitioners and beasts to the ground. The wind swept up black mist and ice shards, quickly engulfing the entire stone chamber, leaving no one able to see what was happening inside. Master Ying was taken aback. Although he knew Lin Jiumou and that he had wiped out the Dark Flame group, he hadn't given it much thought. After all, a second-level, 5th-tier practitioner was significantly weaker than a third-level, 1st-tier one. Yet, Lin Jiumou's second-level, 5th-tier wolf could match Ahu in energy. No wonder he could destroy the Dark Flame organization, certainly had some skills. As Master Ying pondered this, he heard a faint clinking sound above the fountain. Not good. His expression changed, and he swiftly threw a dagger towards the source of the sound. Clang. The next second, the black mist cleared, revealing nothing above the fountain. 3 nearby evil practitioners had been decapitated, one with Master Ying's dagger embedded in his chest. The villagers caught between them were either sliced to pieces, frozen solid, or corroded by dark energy, dying tragically on the spot. Only a few women were spared, covered by an ice shield created from cold energy. Damn it! Master Ying's eyes shifted to the cave entrance, where Lin Jiumou now stood, holding only a Tang Dao, still in his previous posture. "You know you deserve to die." Lin Jiumou stretched lazily, eyes narrowing. "I'll make sure of it." In a flash, Lin Jiumou dashed forward like lightning. With a swift swing of his Tang sword, he decapitated 2 evil beast tamers. Blood gushed out. Though their faces remained flushed, the light in their eyes gradually dimmed. Master Ying pointed angrily at Lin Jiumou and shouted, "Get him! Kill him and reclaim the blood seed." Instantly, a flood of beasts and beast tamers surged towards Lin Jiumou, launching a massive assault. Meanwhile, Under Ying's command, the blue-eyed tiger charged towards Xiaosongzi. Lin Jiumou's goal wasn't to kill these beast tamers, but to leverage the strength of the beasts to first deal with Lin Jiumou, causing a backlash against his beast tamers, making it difficult for them to pose any threat even if they didn't defect. Seeing the oncoming beasts, Lin Jiumou smirked slightly and charged forward. He quickly approached a second-tier parasitic wood wolf, and as its claws swung towards him, his Tang sword vibrated, releasing a frosty aura. He then leaped into the air, using the frost to obscure the wolf's vision, and delivered a mid-air spinning slash, cleaving the wolf's head in two. At that moment, two feline beasts lunged from above. Lin Jiumou flicked his Tang sword, killing one, and forcefully flung the other, knocking over two more beast tamers, exposing two fleeing beast tamers. The two, frightened, retreated hastily. But Lin Jiumou was already there. His Tang sword flashed, decapitating them both. Thinking to himself, why the rush? This series of complex actions took only a few seconds. The remaining beast tamers, seeing Lin Jiumou dispatch enemies as effortlessly as cutting vegetables, were filled with dread. They calmed down, stopped charging forward, and instead commanded their beasts to attack him. Seeing this, Lin Jiumou stopped advancing recklessly and instead skillfully guided the horde of beasts towards the battle between Xiaosongzi and the blue-eyed tiger. Roar! Howl! Two furious roars echoed as a wind tornado clashed with an ice spear, freezing into an icy spiral before shattering to the ground. Following that, several claw strikes collided. The blue-eyed tiger used its level advantage, while Xiaosongzi relied on its star rank, both exhibiting combat power surpassing 2-star or second-tier levels. Wind blades, wind whirls, wind howls, ice balls, ice arrows, and icy frost collided, with neither side gaining the upper hand. Seeing the blue-eyed tiger unleash another wind blade, Xiaosongzi's body flickered with dark light, and countless ice spikes shot out. With a series of crashes, the ice spikes shattered, and Xiaosongzi planted clusters of freezing ice flowers on the ground with its paw, then gathered a massive ball of dark energy, ready to unleash a powerful attack on the blue-eyed tiger. Xiaosongzi, hold on. I brought you a bunch of little cuties. Xiaosongzi turned to see over 100 first-tier and second-tier beasts trailing behind Lin Jiumou, almost losing its focus and biting through the energy ball. It gave Lin Jiumou a reproachful look and adjusted its combat strategy, channeling dark energy while pouring ice energy into the ball. The blue-eyed tiger, seeing this, opened its mouth to unleash a wind howl, but just as it did, an ice ball flew in from the side. Not on my watch. With a smack, the blue-eyed tiger's head was instantly encased in ice, and by the time it broke free, Lin Jiumou was already in front of it, landing a solid punch on its nose. Roar! The blue-eyed tiger roared in pain, but as it prepared to launch another attack, it was already too late. Xiaosongzi formed a half-meter-wide, pitch-black, chilling energy sphere and hurled it towards the greeny tiger and the other beasts behind it. Unaware of its power, the greeny tiger raised its paw to smash the sphere. However, its master's eyes widened in alarm, thinking, this is bad. Retreat. But it was too late. As the tiger's paw descended, the entire stone chamber fell silent for a brief moment, followed by a thunderous explosion. The energy sphere detonated, shaking the chamber. Violent, chaotic energy engulfed the greeny tiger and all the beasts behind it. Darkness enveloped the chamber, and the only sound was the horrifying, intermittent noise of blood being coughed up. Lin Jiumou and Xiaosongzi hid behind several layers of ice walls, exchanged a glance, and shared a knowing high-five. Moments later, with an angry roar, the black mist dissipated, revealing the devastation within the chamber. The greeny tiger, at the forefront, was pierced with ice spikes, one eye blinded, blood slowly flowing into a pool. Behind it, most of the beasts were dead, except for a few thick-skinned bloodthirsty pigs and purple rhinos still breathing. Further back, the evil beast tamers were collectively vomiting blood, nearly half unconscious, while the rest were pale and looked at Lin Jiumou with a mix of resentment and fear. The only exception was Master Ying, whose face was dark with rage, seemingly ready to devour Lin Jiumou alive. Lin Jiumou, you keep ruining our plans. Are you determined to go against the Black Tamer path? Master Ying gritted his teeth. Huh. Well, you guys are everywhere. Lin Jiumou shrugged, looking relaxed. Fine, fine. Rest assured, if I make it out alive, you won't have it easy. Master Ying took a deep breath and said viciously. I don't plan on letting you leave alive. Lin Jiumou said coldly, narrowing his eyes. Xiaosongzi, stop playing around. Kill that tiger and don't let anyone escape. With that, Lin Jiumou charged at the evil beast tamers. Attack! Kill him! Master Ying shouted. The other tamers, fueled by anger over their beasts' deaths, grabbed their weapons and rushed at Lin Jiumou. Master Ying summoned a pangolin-like beast and urgently ordered, quick, dig us out. The beast began clawing at the rock wall. In less than a minute, the pangolin dug a tunnel to the surface. Master Ying retracted the beast and crawled into the hole, muttering, just wait. When I return, I'll gather the black tamers and wipe out your entire family. What did you say about killing? Mastering stumbled as he was hit by something. Looking up, he found Lin Jiumou standing before him, smiling with murderous intent in his eyes. You killed them all. Mastering turned in horror to see each tamer frozen into ice sculptures, unable to move. It wasn't Lin Jiumou who had done it. Damn it. I've been tricked. Mastering cursed inwardly, realizing the danger of wasting time on small fry while the big fish escaped. What do you think? Lin Jiumou countered. Mastering took several deep breaths, trying to muster a friendly smile on his sinister face. It's better to resolve enmity than to deepen it. Why go to such extremes? Why not just finish it off? Lin Jiumou interrupted, a flash of cold light appearing. Confusion flickered in Master Ying's eyes as his vision tipped, and he saw his own body falling backward, minus the head. With a thud, his head hit the ground, the unwilling and puzzled expression gradually fading. Meanwhile, Xiao Songzi, with a flurry of ice spears, turned the greeny tiger into a sieve, cracked its skull open, and began feasting on its demon core. Lin Jiumou thought for a moment, then collected the bodies of the greeny tiger and Master Ying, and dissolved the black ice shield protecting several women. The women, barely dressed, were shivering and huddled together for warmth. All right, it's over. Let's go, Lin Jiumou said calmly. We're saved. Thank you. Thank you for avenging us. The women, looking at the corpses littering the ground, were pale but seemed to have developed some resilience from witnessing the horrors. They soon saw the bodies of the villagers, and with their great vengeance avenged, they began to cry. Hey, I didn't kill them. It was that mastering guy, Lin Jiumou said, looking frustrated. Unfortunately, he summoned something to dig a tunnel and escaped with the blood seeds. We fought for nothing. He paused, then added with a wry smile. Anyway, what's the use of telling you? Hurry up and leave. There are soldiers at the village entrance. Seek their help. The women, supporting each other, nodded tearfully and made their way toward the cave's exit. After they left and the sound of their footsteps faded away, Lin Jiumou cautiously instructed Xia Songzi to set up a black ice barrier around the area to block any potential surveillance and eavesdropping. Once that was done, he summoned the blood seed. Deprived of fresh blood, the seed became shriveled, resembling a brown melon seed. He activated his insight technique. The seed was a polluted chickweed queen seed, a 5-star entity. The injured chickweed queen had used her last strength to transform into this seed, which had undergone irreversible changes due to prolonged blood contamination. Its life force was weak and urgently needed a large amount of pure natural or life energy for healing. Lin Jiumou's pupils slightly contracted, and the blood seed, the chickweed queen seed, trembled in his hand. A 5-star seed. This was the highest star level he had ever seen, even surpassing Yemo's night demon snake. Chickweed was a plant, but the chickweed queen sounded like the name of a powerful monster. Could it be that after the resurgence of spiritual energy, plants could also transform into monsters? A new mystery arose in Lin Jiumou's mind. However, after reading the description, he couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. No wonder the chickweed queen seed glowed when it came into contact with blood. It was on the verge of transformation. If he hadn't intervened in time, this 5-star seed might have been killed by the ignorant people of the sanctuary. Incompetent doctors can be harmful, but from the description, even if he didn't intervene, the seed wouldn't cause much trouble. It had no connection with the ominous countdown. Indeed, he focused on the black countdown. Countdown, 41 seconds. What on earth was this? If it wasn't related to what happened here, it must be something elsewhere. But if something significant was happening, how could he have received no information? Suddenly, Lin Jiumou realized that when he entered the village, to avoid detection, he had placed his collection in the storage space. So he took out his phone. Before he could check, Sister Fang's call came through, and the notification bar was filled with missed call alerts. Hello, Sister Fang, he answered the call. Oh my goodness, you finally answered. Sister Fang's voice was filled with urgency. Calling me, that makes me feel flattered. Oh, stop it. What's going on? News came from the examiners that hundreds of evil beast tamers appeared in Zhone village. Are you okay? Are you asking about me or them? If it's them, they might not be in one piece. Lin Jiumou blinked. What do you think? Just kidding. I'm fine. I took out most of them, but unfortunately, the leader escaped with a treasure. As long as you're okay. Anyone who can lead hundreds of evil beast tamers is no easy opponent, not someone you should be dealing with. Lin Jiumou smiled at her words, not bothering to explain. Anyway, for the time being, the people of the sanctuary would be too busy searching for the escaped Lord Ying to bother with him. Since you've completed your mission, hurry to the city. Beasts are gathering outside and could attack at any moment. Beasts attacking the city? Lin Jiumou's gaze sharpened as the black numbers counted down to 10 seconds. I'm on my way. With that, he hung up the phone, eyes fixed on the black countdown. 9, 8, 7. Time ticked by, and the stone chamber was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. 3, 2, 1, 0. A sudden buzzing resonated in Lin Jiumou's mind. As an overwhelming tide of knowledge flooded in, forcibly filling his limited thoughts and making his head feel increasingly heavy. Yet, the influx of knowledge showed no signs of slowing down. This is bad. If this continues. Just as he felt his head was about to explode, a cool stream of energy flowed in, expanding his mental realm. Simultaneously, the ambient spiritual energy seeped into his body through his limbs, quickly merging with his originally weak spiritual energy, instantly becoming several times stronger. After an unknown amount of time, he finally recovered from the pain and opened his eyes, which now gleamed with wisdom. Exhaling deeply, he muttered to himself, "So that's what it is." Having absorbed a vast amount of knowledge, Lin Jiumou finally understood the meaning behind the countdown numbers. The green countdown signifies opportunity, and when it ends, he will gain special abilities that others lack, like the insight technique he triggered before. The red countdown indicates a spiritual energy tide. These tides don't occur just once, and each one could transform a specific type of object with shared characteristics. This time it was animals, next time it might be something else. The black countdown is an ominous warning, signifying the arrival of disaster, often closely related to him. He carefully recalled the past, particularly the dream of a monster siege and the broken illusions he saw on the city wall. These signs had long indicated that Tuas City was facing a siege crisis. However, he was unsure at the time, and with the chief's investigation yielding no results, he dismissed it as a mere illusion. It seems he should trust his instincts more in the future. Ding. Insight technique enhanced. Storage space enhanced. Ding. Red countdown begins. 91, 23, 55, 02. It's coming. Lin Jiumou stared at the red countdown before him, realizing it was set for 3 months later, meaning a second wave of spiritual energy tide would occur then. He couldn't help but wonder what changes this wave would bring. A concerned voice from Little Pine Cone reached him from nearby. Lin Jiumou looked up to see it gazing at him with worry, realizing he had been lost in thought for too long. "I'll let you out once we're out of the cave. These steps are too narrow." He gently patted Little Pine Cone's head, put it away, and then left the stone chamber, quickly ascending the steps. As he started running, he noticed his physique seemed to have strengthened significantly, able to leap 3 meters effortlessly, matching the jumping ability of an average beast. Clenching his fist tightly, an indescribable sense of power surged through him. "Ah, wonderful." Lin Jiumou laughed heartily, picking up his pace. He covered the long, winding stone steps in seconds, casually eliminating the evil beast tamers along the way. Once outside the cave, he summoned Little Pine Cone again. "Let's go to our city." Little Pine Cone responded, moving swiftly, turning into a white shadow under the moonlit night. When they reached the village entrance, they saw a soldier tending to a few women in new clothes, while other soldiers stood guard, alert for danger. Lin Jiumou looked further beyond the village entrance, spotting a swarm of dark beasts seemingly guided towards Tuas City. Fortunately, Xiaoan village wasn't on their direct path, or the few soldiers and their beasts wouldn't be able to stop them. A soldier noticed Lin Jiumou and raised a hand to stop him. "Hello, it's dangerous outside the village, don't go." Before he could finish, Little Pine Cone leaped over his head. "Thanks, but I have urgent matters. I'll be on my way," Lin Jiumou said, as Little Pine Cone charged into the beast horde, with countless demonic energies spreading out, forming crescent-shaped ice sides at the top, spinning and reaping the beasts along the way. In the bustling city of Lingnan, a girl with thick glasses and a loose t-shirt sits in a faculty dorm room. Her legs are casually propped up on the table as she stares intently at the dark screen of a live stream. She is an active member of the stream known as Flying Fish. Suddenly, the stream lights up again, and she kicks her legs in excitement, causing her chair to topple backward with a loud crash. "Ha ha ha, I knew it would be fine." But wasn't he fighting the evil beast master? Did he escape because he couldn't win, and now he's being hunted? How are there so many beasts in this little grove? She wonders aloud, watching the screen. Seeing the speed at which he defeats the monsters, using dark energy and ice energy, she is amazed. This guy is really talented. I need to get old Luo to bring him over. We can't wait until the results are out. Saying this, she flips up from the floor like a fish and jumps off the balcony, leaving a footprint on the table. She quickly runs out of the dormitory and bursts into a courtyard, a piece of wooden door still stuck to her. Old Luo, come quickly. I found a treasure of a student," she shouts excitedly. A cold female voice comes from inside the house. Tian, this is the 7th time you've damaged the wooden door. Now you owe me a month's worth of resources." As she speaks, a tall, striking woman in professional attire and high heels emerges, her brow furrowed with worry. "Oh, don't mind the details, just look at this treasure student. The new semester is about to start, and we still don't have enough faculty. The dean asked me to invite someone, but he made outrageous demands, and the negotiations almost fell apart. I'm already troubled. Please don't add to my woes." Tian says urgently. "My dear assistant Tian, calm down, take a deep breath. Here, sit down and look at this." Tian puts on a placating smile, and pulls the cool woman to sit on a stone bench. She takes out a tablet and opens Lin Jiumou's live stream. Look, this is a live exam monitoring. This guy encountered hundreds of evil beastmasters, somehow escaped, and now there are beasts everywhere. Look at how fast he takes them down. Wow, that technique. Wow, wow. And look at this, I found his identity. He's called Lin Jiumou from Tua City, and he's quite handsome. I heard he dealt with the rat infestation in Tua City and even killed a tier 3 shadow rat. His skills aren't much different from those in the imperial capital. With each piece of information revealed, the cool woman's attention is finally captured. She starts reviewing the combat videos in silence. So what do you think? Not bad, right? Tian asks smugly. Tian, if he really is that exceptional, do you think Lingnan Academy stands a chance? The cool woman replies, her tone tinged with resignation. Ugh, those bastards in the imperial capital are sharper than bloodhounds. If he were truly outstanding, they would have snatched him up already, and we'd have no chance. It's frustrating to have a great prospect in front of us, but be unable to secure him. Damn it. Shui goddess shouldn't swear. Calm down, Miss Luo. You've just given me another headache. How about I owe you an extra month's resources? The cool woman says with exasperation. Deal. Tian responds. Then, the cool woman removes the piece of door from Tian and sends her out before returning to her room. After some brooding, she takes out her phone, finds Lin Jiumou's live stream, and starts watching it intently. Under the crimson sunset, the vibrant city of Xian stood tall, its surrounding walls manned by soldiers from the City Defense Bureau, standing like iron towers. They gripped their demon-hunting guns tightly, their eyes sharp and vigilant, fixed on the distant forest, ready to respond to any impending threat. These guns, developed in recent years specifically to combat demonic beasts, were incredibly effective against first-tier beasts and could even breach the defenses of second-tier ones. However, their impact was minimal against third-tier beasts. Inside the city walls, many newly enlisted wandering beastmasters gathered near the city gate, with more arriving from afar, their faces a mix of anxiety and excitement. During the last rat infestation, they had just become beastmasters, their combat prowess yet to be proven. Now, with another chance to defend the city, they were eager to showcase their skills and strike down the enemy. There they are. Wu Mei suddenly shouted from the southern wall, pointing ahead. The members of the Gale squad followed her gaze, watching as the distant forest began to shake violently, as if monstrous claws were tearing at it. The ground beneath them trembled, followed by the thunderous sound of an approaching army echoing in their ears. All troops, prepare for battle. Commander Luo Ji stood at the center of the southern wall, shouting into his communicator. The sound of guns being cocked resonated as all soldiers aimed towards the forest. The tremors grew closer, countless birds took flight, and the roar of charging beasts echoed over the walls. Suddenly, the ground's vibrations ceased, the tumult of the beast horde vanished, and the forest returned to tranquility within seconds. Everyone held their breath. Roar! A ferocious beast's roar pierced the silence, signaling the start of battle as countless demonic beasts surged from the forest like a dark tide, heading towards Xian City. Launch flares. Turn on the night battle lights. Luo Ji quickly ordered. With a series of bangs, countless flares shot out, illuminating the wasteland between the forest and the city. The giant lamps on the wall then lit up, turning the night into day. It was only then that people saw the diverse array of demonic beasts, blade rats, hundred-leaf monkeys, entangling snakes, blue-eyed tigers, sword snakes, and mountain-breaking rats, mostly first-tier beasts with a fair number of second-tier ones. So many of them. Wu Mei exclaimed. This is just the beginning. Soon there will be third-tier ones, our true adversaries, said Old Li, the leader of the Gale squad. The beasts seemed agitated by the intense light, momentarily dazed before letting out fiercer cries and charging at the walls. Luo Ji counted the distance, and when the beasts were 100 meters from the wall, he shouted, "Open fire! Form a fire line 100 meters out." Gunfire erupted, bullets slicing through the night, creating a barrage that tore into the beasts, sending blood spraying. Well-trained soldiers alternated rows to maintain a constant line of fire. Most beasts fell before breaching the line. Yet, the beast horde seemed immune to pain, fearlessly advancing as the front ranks fell, replaced by even fiercer ones. Some began breaking through the defenses. Open the gates, let the supporting beastmasters join the battle. Remind them to stay clear of the firing line. Yes, sir, came the response through the communicator, and the gates slowly opened. Countless beastmasters charged out with their beasts, launching an assault on the demonic horde with battle cries. At that moment, a shadow descended from the forest, landing with a thud amidst the beasts, mere meters from the fire line. It was a giant bear, standing 10 meters tall, with fiery red skin and eyes like flames. It's a rage bear. A third-tier rage bear, someone shouted after scanning it with their combat wristband, causing inexperienced beastmasters to retreat in fear. The rage bear glanced at them disdainfully, then turned its gaze to the wall, baring its teeth in a menacing grin. It grabbed two nearby beasts with its massive paws and hurled them with great force. The beasts flew over 100 meters, striking down several soldiers on the wall. More beasts followed, landing with thuds on the wall, creating a gap in the once solid line of fire. Countless demonic beasts surged through the breach, pouncing on the bewildered beastmasters who had charged too far and now stood helplessly. As the ferocious, menacing beast lunged forward, many beast tamers were frozen in fear. Ahu attacked furiously. At the command, Ahu charged out and swiftly slapped a first-level 100-leaf monkey to death, then tore apart a snake coil with another swipe, fiercely counterattacking the oncoming beasts. What are you standing around for? Retreat to the city gates. Let the beasts handle it. The chief rushed over, holding a beast hunting rifle, firing shots repeatedly without looking back. Most of the beast tamers had not yet received much feedback from their beasts, their strength only slightly above that of ordinary people, and they were untrained, incapable of dealing with the beasts. Awakened by his call, the beast tamers blushed with embarrassment and ran toward the city gates, leaving their beasts to confront the monsters. The chief, seeing this, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. His task was to ensure and organize the scattered beast tamers to resist the beasts crossing the front line, which would both train them and ensure relative safety. With the chief's arrival, the beast tamers below the city wall were effectively organized. Luoji looked at the furious battle bear again. The few shells fired earlier had little effect, not even singeing its fur. Hurricane Squad, Wu Mei, you handle that furious battle bear, and be careful, Luoji ordered. Yes, no problem. The Hurricane Squad quickly summoned their beasts and charged at the furious battle bear. Due to the speed limitation of her beast, Wu Mei boarded Old Li's special Ridius second level, level 9, wind-bearing giant eagle. Let's see if I can't crush you. Wu Mei chuckled, summoning a formidable, several-ton steel-armored turtle from the sky. Boom. With a tremendous impact, the furious battle bear was bent over, and the others seized the opportunity to command their beasts to attack, with gusts of wind, fire snakes, and lightning balls raining down on the bear. After 3 rounds of elemental attacks, the furious battle bear recovered. Its face twisted in rage, and it roared upward. Roar. Just as it roared, 2 metal chunks from the steel-armored turtle hit its mouth, exploding and causing it to jump in pain, crushing several other beasts underfoot. Haha, serves you right for making noise. Wu Mei laughed from the wind-bearing giant eagle, just like the Hurricane Squad members, each holding a beast-hunting rifle, firing at the furious battle bear. Be careful, the furious battle bear's power increases significantly when it's angry, and oh, it holds grudges too. Oldly warned cautiously, keeping his eyes on the bear. How about you go down and take it for a spin? What? Wu Mei was taken aback. At this moment, the furious battle bear finally let out a blood-curdling roar, its body emanating an angry red glow, eyes slowly lifting to lock onto Wu Mei in the air. It seemed to recognize the steel-armored turtle as Wu Mei's beast. Oh! Wu Mei felt a twinge of fear. Ignoring the attacks from other beasts, the furious battle bear leaped high, claws reaching for the wind-bearing giant eagle. Ascent, Oldly commanded. The eagle swiftly soared upwards, narrowly avoiding the swipe, but the terrifying claw energy, even from a meter away, left bloody gashes on the eagle, causing it to shudder in pain. The giant eagle flew high, enduring the pain, occasionally moving and dodging, successfully evading the beast projectiles hurled by the furious battle bear. Stop chasing us, attack the ones on the ground. Wu Mei's shout echoed through the air but was drowned out by the roars of other beasts. A peculiar chase unfolded amidst the beast horde as the wind-catching eagle glided above. The furious battle bear hurled beast bombs while chasing, and the rest of the Cyclone Squad followed from a distance, attacking the furious battle bear. Left behind at the original battle position, the steel-shelled turtle blinked dazedly, watching its companions get further away. Too far, can't keep up. Oh well, just let it be. Just as the steel-shelled turtle was about to give up, the wind-catching eagle circled back, bringing the furious battle bear with it. Can't even slack off if I wanted to. The steel-shelled turtle slowly extended its head and limbs, gathering metal chunks in its mouth. Bang! 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 The battle resumed. The furious battle bear, blinded by rage, was led around by the wind-catching eagle, while the other beast tamers stayed put, clearing smaller beasts and waiting for the furious battle bear to pass by again to continue their attacks. Though not very effective, it at least managed to stall the furious battle bear. On the city wall, Luo Ji quickly issued orders, and the soldiers operated like clockwork, filling the gaps in the front line. Whenever a beast tamer crossed the fire line, the director organized other beast tamers to eliminate them. After about an hour, the Cyclone Squad's beast tamers were exhausted, and no more new beasts emerged from the forest. Only the wasteland in front of the city gate remained, with thousands of beasts still charging at the fire line. Increase the firepower. Throw bombs. Let's try to wipe out this group of beasts. Luo Ji's words echoed across the city wall, invigorating the soldiers as they sprang into action. How are the other city walls faring? Luo Ji asked his adjutant. They've all encountered third-tier beast attacks. Reports from a few minutes ago indicate that the beast tide continues with no signs of slowing down. It seems that even without third-tier beast tamers, our soldiers and the Cyclone Squad are far from helpless. Leading the battle from the front, Luo Ji felt pleased, a faint smile on his face as he watched the battle below entering its final stages. Despite sensing that the beast tide was far from over, as long as they could eliminate each wave completely, the next wave would be less daunting. At that moment, hurried footsteps approached. Report. A new third-tier energy signature has emerged from the forest, approaching the Cyclone Squad, but we can't see it. What? Luo Ji was startled, looking towards the Cyclone Squad. Indeed, a path devoid of beasts appeared from the forest toward the squad, as if something was making way for it. Cyclone Squad. Stay alert, Luo Ji shouted through the communicator. The Cyclone Squad, already weary from the fight, received the message with confusion, but soon noticed the strange empty area on the ground moving toward the steel-shelled turtle, or more precisely, towards the emerald horn dragon protected by the turtle's spiked shell. Not good. Something's coming. Sister Yin, retrieve the emerald horn dragon. This exclamation seemed to alert the lurking creature, as several beasts in front were suddenly torn apart. The hidden beast revealed a massive, menacing silhouette, leaping into the air with a giant scythe on its tail, aiming for the emerald horn dragon. In the nick of time, the emerald horn dragon was recalled, and the steel-shelled turtle's spikes quickly extended. Bang! The scythe easily cleaved through the spikes, continuing its trajectory to embed halfway into the steel-shelled turtle, spraying blood everywhere. Old iron. Damn it! Wu Mei shouted, firing her beast-hunting gun at the lurking creature. The creature fully revealed itself, a 5-meter-long, gray-furred, menacing giant tiger with hollow eyes and a long, black scythe for a tail. A Tier 3 Level 2 scythe-hunting tiger. The other beast tamers reacted, abandoning the furious battle bear to charge at the scythe-hunting tiger, only to be swatted away by its claws. The giant scythe swung again, aimed at the bloody gash on the steel-shelled turtle's back. Old iron! Wu Mei cried out in panic. Just then, a half-white, half-red figure shot across from the forest at high speed, colliding with the scythe-hunting tiger with a chilling impact. Bang! The scythe-hunting tiger was knocked away, the scythe grazing the steel-shelled turtle's head, before landing and rolling twice to stand up again, shaking off the dirt and glaring fiercely at the newcomer with an angry roar. Roar! The newcomer showed no fear, its wolf howl resonant, eyes turning ice blue, having slaughtered countless beasts along the way, drenched in blood and exuding intense killing intent. Following closely, a figure spun gracefully through the air, blades flashing as it cut down several beasts before landing lightly on the ground. It was none other than the equally blood-soaked Lin Jiumou. Old Lin, it's so good to have you back. Wu Mei was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down her face as Lin Jiumou arrived just in time to save the steel armor turtle. We'll handle the threat of the scythe tiger. You go and hold off the other one, she instructed, while Sister Yin focused on healing the steel armor turtle. As Lin Jiumou spoke, he swiftly and decisively cut down several low-level beasts that attacked them. All right, Sister Yin nodded, summoning the emerald horn dragon once more. Green light showered down like rain, mending the turtle's injuries. The scythe tiger roared and lunged, its massive sides leaving swirling gray shadows in their wake. Seeing this, Xiao Songzi raised its head and formed an ice energy bomb. As the scythe tiger approached, it bit down, causing the bomb to explode, sending a spray of icy energy forward. With a series of cracking sounds, the scythe tiger was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture. Sharp ice spikes then shot towards it like arrows. However, the ice's hold didn't last long. In less than 5 seconds, the scythe tiger broke free, covered in numerous shallow wounds, bleeding profusely. The injured beast grew more frantic, charging at Xiao Songzi. Their ice claws and giant scythes clashed, creating ripples of energy that knocked nearby beasts off their feet. Only Lin Jiumou remained agile, maneuvering around the chaos. Claws and scythes clashed, teeth bared against each other, as gray death energy and black ice magic battled. Each strike was like a massive shockwave, with energy radiating from the center. Even the elite Gale squad had to retreat temporarily from the impact. Within a 5-meter radius, only Lin Jiumou could continue to maneuver, not just evading, but also causing the scythe tiger considerable trouble. He wielded his Tang sword sparingly, his insight technique frequently flashing. Whenever energy gathered at the scythe tiger's massive scythe tail, he appeared at the right moment, striking the sensitive spot to disperse the energy. Each time, the scythe tiger grew more frustrated, its hatred for Lin Jiumou more intense than if he were a mortal enemy. After another clash, the scythe tiger stepped back 2 paces, while Xiao Songzi retreated 7 or 8 steps, tightening its slightly numb ice claws. Despite both being 3-star beasts, Xiao Songzi was a few levels lower. Combined with the battles in Xiaoan village, the journey, and continuous fighting, its energy and stamina were significantly depleted. Even with Lin Jiumou's enhancements of ice claws and stealth, it was gradually falling behind in the fight. If it were facing the furious battle bear, Xiao Songzi could easily win, as that beast relied solely on brute strength and was clumsy. But the scythe tiger was different, agile and sharp, almost a match for Xiao Songzi. Xiao Songzi kept a serious gaze on the scythe tiger, growling lowly without turning its head. Lin Jiumou frowned, thinking, all right, give it a shot. Let me know if you need beast energy. Without waiting for a response, he charged towards the city gate. The scythe tiger, seeing its annoying foe trying to escape, swung its scythe, only to be blocked by an ice wall. Lin Jiumou glanced back, raised a middle finger at the scythe tiger, and smirked provocatively. Come and bite me if you can. With that, he quickened his pace, his blade flashing as beast corpses fell around him, whether they were first tier or second tier. The scene left everyone on and around the city walls utterly shocked. Most had never imagined that a human could possess such incredible strength. Before tonight, even Lin Jiumou couldn't have managed this with such ease. It was the new spiritual energy and physical enhancements he received after the countdown ended that significantly boosted his abilities. Now, these second-tier beasts posed almost no threat to him. Even without the Tang knife in his hand, he was confident he could make them cry with just his fists. The blade flashed as Lin Jiumou returned to the base of the city wall, near the gate. Ahu and the director were there. Jiumou, where's Yimo? The director shouted. She hasn't come back? Lin Jiumou frowned. No, I had to ask your sister, and she hasn't returned home yet. With Yimo's abilities, not to mention hunting a few claw wolves, even wiping out all the beasts on Huanghua Mountain shouldn't take all day. With this in mind, Lin Jiumou took out his phone. Cover me, he said, then dialed Yimo's number. Beep, beep, beep. The summit of Huanghua Mountain was silent, with no sounds from beasts, birds, or insects, and not even the wind blew here. The ground, still pockmarked from a previous fourth-tier energy shock, had not yet recovered. Beep, 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 beep. The screen of a phone tossed in a pit suddenly lit up, displaying a photo of Lin Jiumou meditating on his bed, with pink hearts popping up around it. This was something Yimo had set up after asking Lin Miao. The vibration of the phone broke the silence of the mountaintop, but it rang for a while with no answer. Beside this pit, a white vortex floated inexplicably. If someone were to look through the vortex, they would see Yimo battling a group of ferocious giant beasts. Behind the beasts, a tree with green leaves, golden flowers, and white fruits swayed slightly with the rhythm of the battle. Farther from the white vortex, the entire mountaintop was neatly covered with the bodies of claw wolves and claw wolf kings, some piled up to the third or fourth layer due to lack of space, inadvertently adding a bit to Huanghua Mountain's elevation. There were at least hundreds here, all slain by Yimo. Just as Lin Jiumou had said, she had indeed wiped out the claw wolves of Huanghua Mountain, even killing any yellow weasels that had a hint of wolf in their name. She didn't know the rules or how many points a claw wolf was worth, so she figured the more, the better. How is it? The director asked urgently. He held a gun in one hand and a Tang knife in the other, fighting off the beasts that had breached the defenses alongside a few other demon police officers. No answer. Lin Jiumou shook his head, putting his phone back in his pocket. Don't worry. With Yimo's strength, she won't be in danger. Who cares about her? I'm worried about us, the director shouted. Lin Jiumou, hearing this, silently flipped him the bird, keeping one finger in reserve since he was still holding the knife, which was skewering a bloodied, unfortunate blade mouse. This siege involved more than 15 types of third-tier energy waves, and over 100,000 first and second-tier beasts. Divided evenly, our weakest southern side faces 30,000 first and second-tier beasts, plus more than 3 third-tier beasts. Do you think we can hold them off? Lin Jiumou frowned slightly, finally understanding why the director was so anxious. Since the spiritual energy resurgence, every city had city walls and a garrison, with a general command overseeing the forces, but the number of troops varied from city to city. In Tuo City, due to the fewer mountains and valleys outside the city, the threat was smaller, so the garrison was smaller, and the allocation of bullets and weapons was less than in more dangerous areas. If really faced with an attack of over 100,000 beasts, when the bullets run out, it would come down to hand-to-hand combat between demon handlers, and if they fell, it would be a fight between demon masters. And after that, the city would be destroyed. Damn it. When beasts were rioting everywhere, Tuo City had a massive rat problem, and just after that was resolved, they're facing another large-scale beast tide. What did Tuo City do to deserve this? Lin Jiumou's mind raced with 1,000 divine beasts charging through. Isn't the west side the weakest? Lin Jiumou remembered the shadow mice stealing grain on the west side. It was, but the third-tier beasts in the south have been absent these past 2 days, so now we're the only side without a third-tier beast. Just recently, a furious battle bear almost wiped out the strongest whirlwind squad, and then a sneak-attacking scythe tiger appeared. If you'd come a moment later, the director began, looking towards where Xia Songzi and the scythe tiger were fighting, suddenly stunned. I like hearing compliments. Feel free to give more, Lin Jiumou said. Meanwhile, the surrounding exclamations rose and fell, and many people on and off the city walls, even some attacking beasts, instinctively turned their gaze towards Xiaosongzi and the scythe tiger. Your wolf, when did it become like this? The director stammered. A few minutes earlier, Lin Jiumou had headed toward the city wall while a fierce battle broke out between Xiaosongzi and the scythe-hunting tiger. Knowing his physical strength was inferior to the third-tier scythe-hunting tiger, Xiaosongzi opted for long-range attacks. Ice spikes, magic energy bullets, and swirling ice flowers filled the air, and sharp ice claws rained down on the tiger. The scythe-hunting tiger swung its scythe-like tail, shattering the attacks with precision. Despite the intense bombardment, neither beast managed to land a blow on the other, though hundreds of surrounding beasts fell victim, causing the rest to flee in fear. Fighting at the second-tier level 5 against a third-tier level 2 opponent was already impressive, but Xiaosongzi was clearly dissatisfied. He focused on the tiger, his wolf eyes narrowing as they turned from icy blue to black, and dark energy began to swirl around him, with the armored ring on his neck emitting a pitch-black glow. With a howl, Xiaosongzi's armored ring dissolved, and black energy enveloped him completely, sparing only his eyes. Once solidified, the energy transformed into a menacing, angular wolf-shaped armor, enlarging his physique and amplifying the faint aura of pressure he emitted. The scythe-hunting tiger, sensing this increased pressure, momentarily held back its anger, its eyes showing wariness as it crouched defensively. It seemed stunned that the wolf before it could exude such a terrifying aura. Xiaosongzi donning his beast armor not only shocked the chief and those on the city wall, but also caught the attention of other battling beasts, spirit beasts, the furious battle bear, and Wu Mei. Wu Mei, witnessing this from the air, was left speechless with shock. Old Li, with his keen observation, noticed the change in the scythe-hunting tiger's demeanor and remarked seriously, a second-tier level 5 spirit beast that can instill fear in a third-tier level 2 is a rarity. As long as it doesn't perish prematurely, its future potential is immeasurable. Yeah, if only my old buddy could be that powerful, another person chimed in. Just focus on your own efforts. Every beast that challenges beyond its level has been forged in blood and fire. I bet Lin Jiumou's wolf is no exception. Right. Seizing the moment while the furious battle bear was distracted, Wu Mei and others launched a fierce attack. Meanwhile, the scythe-hunting tiger hesitated, eyeing Xiaosongzi with uncertainty, not daring to advance. Seeing this, Xiaosongzi, now equipped with beast armor, abandoned his earlier caution. His icy eyes activated, freezing the scythe-hunting tiger's paws to the ground. Startled, the tiger struggled to break free, but before it could, another ice claw attack from Xiaosongzi was unleashed. The previously half-meter-long icy claw now grew massive, freezing the ground it touched. The claw, deceptively slow yet swift, struck the tiger just as it broke free from the ice. With a slash, the ice claw landed, cutting deep wounds into the scythe-hunting tiger's neck, chest, and one of its paws, down to the bone. No blood flowed from the wounds, as the ice sealed them, even penetrating into its body, causing the tiger to shiver from the cold. The intense pain and piercing cold filled Lin Jiumou tiger with fear. It hurriedly retreated, dragging its long scythe-like tail, unable to counterattack against Xiaosongzi. Unbeknownst to it, it was heading straight towards the city gate. Xiaosongzi watched everything unfold, burning with anger. It seemed to him that Lin Jiumou tiger, instead of killing him, was going to attack Lin Jiumou, which was unbearable. The fury within him surged, even causing the air to hum. His eyes reflected the crescent moon in the sky, and the energy coalesced into a 3-meter-long, cold crescent arc, exuding a dense frost. In the next moment, the massive crescent shot towards Lin Jiumou tiger like lightning. With a flash of moon-colored light, Lin Jiumou tiger's sprint came to an abrupt halt, a thin red line appearing from its tail to its head. In the distance, the crescent embedded itself into the ground, scattering frost everywhere. Crack! Lin Jiumou tiger's body split in two, the halves falling smoothly apart as if cut by ice, quickly turning into two lifelike ice sculptures. Xiaosongzi had killed it in one strike, and when he caught Lin Jiumou's approving look and thumbs up, he couldn't help but feel proud. The death of Lin Jiumou tiger caused a brief chaos among the beasts, but the morale of the people in and outside the city soared. The beastmasters in the fierce battle launched a counterattack against the remaining beasts. Even Wu Mei and the Gale team were inspired to attack the furious battle bear more fiercely. The shouts of battle echoed loudly, and Commander Luo Ji, observing Lin Jiumou from the city wall, commented, "As long as this young man lives, the future holds great promise." The adjutants beside him nodded in agreement. However, at that moment, a distant yet authoritative wolf howl emerged from the forest. Xiaosongzi, busy dealing with the beasts, twitched his ears, his wolf-like eyes turning cold as he gazed solemnly towards the forest, exuding an unstable, fierce aura. This aura made the surrounding beasts, poised to attack, tremble in fear, and flee towards the city gate. Lin Jiumou sensed Xiaosongzi's emotional shift and also looked in that direction. "What's wrong?" the chief asked. "Something's coming," Lin Jiumou replied. Before the words were fully spoken, a minor tremor hit, followed by countless beasts charging out of the forest. Their ferocious faces and savage eyes were terrifying as they fearlessly rushed towards the front line. Damn, the second wave of beasts came so quickly. Can't they give us a break? The chief exclaimed. On the city wall, Luo Ji listened to the soldiers' reports. The new wave of beasts was twice the number of the previous one and included 2 third-tier beasts, close in proximity, sharing energy. The specific species were still unknown. Luo Ji's expression was grave, thinking to himself, such a large number. The adjutant, observing the visibly fatigued soldiers and beastmasters on and off the wall, felt a pang of anxiety. Keep monitoring, bring out the remaining cannonballs. If the frontline defense fails, use the cannonballs. No matter what, ensure that the number of beasts crossing the front line remains minimal. Understood. Below the city wall, Lin Jiumou and the other beastmasters were on high alert. Xia Songzi continued to watch the forest, as countless beasts charged forward, yet upon sensing its aura, they diverted to the city wall. Any beast that couldn't evade was frozen into an ice sculpture by the cold emanating from Xia Songzi. Suddenly, Lin Jiumou looked at Xia Songzi, perceiving a set of information, and shouted urgently, "Watch out on the left." Xia Songzi quickly dodged. Thud! 2 spear-like legs pierced the spot where it had stood, embedding half a meter deep, green and venomous. Xia Songzi narrowly avoided the attack, raising its paw to sever the attacking legs, but a shadow suddenly descended from above. It looked up, and boom, a massive object struck down, hitting Xia Songzi. The terrifying impact overturned beasts within a 10-meter radius. The shockwave reached the city wall, the ground cracked, and dust rose, obscuring what was happening inside. Xia Songzi. Lin Jiumou's pupils suddenly constricted as he quickly rushed towards Xia Songzi. A few mindless beasts charged at him, but Lin Jiumou unhesitatingly took them down with a punch and a sword, instantly exploding the heads of 2, while the rest were shot down by the chief's gunfire from behind. As the dust began to settle, Xia Songzi climbed out of a pit, shaking off the dust from his body. His damaged beast armor slowly healed with the replenishment of energy. Lin Jiumou could clearly see through the cracks in the armor that Xia Songzi was in a bloodied state, clearly not as well off as he appeared. At that moment, Xia Songzi turned his head and gave Lin Jiumou a reassuring look before shifting his gaze to the 2 beasts that had attacked him. That look was like a thorn, piercing Lin Jiumou's heart, causing a surge of uncontrollable spiritual energy within him. He traversed the 100-meter distance almost instantaneously, bypassing Xia Songzi and heading straight for the battlefield of the furious war bear. The bear sensed his approach and raised a massive paw to strike Lin Jiumou's head, accompanied by the exclamations of the Gale squad. "Get out of my way." Lin Jiumou quickly dodged the paw, using it as a springboard to leap in front of the furious war bear. The surging spiritual energy in his right hand glowed with pure white light. With a shout, he smashed his fist into the bear's face. Boom! The bear staggered back several steps before collapsing. Ignoring the pain in his hand, Lin Jiumou stepped over its body, rushing towards the adorably dumbfounded cooling horned dragon. "Let me borrow you," he shouted, hoisting the massive dragon, which was as large as a rhino, and quickly running back. It took the members of the Gale squad a moment to react after Lin Jiumou had left, defeated the furious war bear, and returned with the cooling horned dragon all in under 10 seconds. Xia Songzi seemed to be waiting for him, not rashly attacking the 2 remaining beasts. The beasts, having ambushed earlier, now circled Xia Songzi from left to right, seemingly aware that he was not to be trifled with, leading to a stalemate. "Quick! Heal!" Lin Jiumou commanded, gripping the horned dragon by the head and pointing at Xia Songzi. The dragon struggled a bit, but seeing its pitiful look had no effect on Lin Jiumou. It resigned to its undignified position to perform a memorable healing. Countless green lights surged into Xia Songzi's body. With a pat, Lin Jiumou released the dragon. "All right, you can go back now. Tell your master, thank you for me." As soon as he finished speaking, the cooling horned dragon tearfully sprinted back to its battlefield. Meanwhile, Lin Jiumou cast an insight spell on the 2 newly appeared beasts. One was a massive spider, entirely green, flickering in and out of sight with 8 long legs, and measuring about 7 to 8 meters in length. A massive beast resembling a dinosaur, with a row of metallic spines on its back and 2 curved horns on its forelimbs' shoulders, stood menacingly. The spines were stained with wolf blood. It's no wonder it appeared so silently. The shadow spider provided concealment, while the spiked dragon attacked from above with steel spikes and rolling maneuvers, making for a perfect combination. Lin Jiumou was furious, his eyes blazing with killing intent. The remaining spiritual energy flowed into his blade, causing the Tang sword to emit a chilling aura that even froze the ground. Xiao Songzi nodded, tilting his head and speaking in a negotiating tone. "Do you want to fight on your own? But you're already injured. Plus, I'm also quite angry." Xiao Songzi continued, eyes showing a pleading expression. Lin Jiumou understood that Xiao Songzi was affected by the mysterious wolf howl and wanted to kill these two bastards himself, then curse at the mysterious wolf. Lin Jiumou gritted his teeth, took a deep breath, and thought to himself, just this once. With that, he quickly performed a secret technique, transferring demonic energy to Xiao Songzi, then turned and threw a pile of demon cores on the ground before heading towards the city gate, which was under attack by numerous beasts. After Lin Jiumou left, Xiao Songzi coldly glanced at the surrounding beasts. Seeing them stir and ready to attack, he remained calm, lowering his head to consume the demon cores left by Lin Jiumou. Each core was immediately converted into energy, replenishing his demonic power. As his power surged, the chill and demonic aura around him intensified, causing the ground to freeze at a visible rate. Finally, a spider's outline emerged within the slowly swirling demonic aura. Xiao Songzi suddenly raised his head, cold eyes emitting a white mist. Crack! The shadow spider, having just stepped into the aura's range, was instantly frozen. Xiao Songzi then let out a wolf howl, his aura transforming into hundreds of tendrils, each tipped with a cross-shaped ice spike. In the next moment, the ice spikes shot out like a rain of arrows, bombarding the shadow spider and stirring up a cloud of dust, while the spiked dragon charged into the dust cloud at full speed. Many people, amidst their own battles, watched this fight closely, knowing it was crucial for the fate of Tua City. If Xiao Songzi were to fall, the addition of these two third-tier beasts would spell disaster for the city. After a few tense seconds, the dust settled, revealing the aftermath. The shadow spider was gone, leaving only scattered entrails and limbs, with the ground pierced by countless deep pits. Xiao Songzi, bleeding from his mouth and one eye stained red, stood with his black armor cracked but slowly healing. These injuries were inflicted by the spiked dragon during his fierce attack on the spider. Ignoring his wounds, Xiao Songzi retracted most of his demonic tendrils, leaving only a dozen to tightly bind the struggling spiked dragon. As it tried to break free, the tendrils tightened further. It fired bone spikes from its back and tail, which Xiao Songzi deftly dodged, letting them embed in the city wall and dislodge some bricks. Xiao Songzi coldly watched, then used all four limbs to drag the spiked dragon along, smashing through any unfortunate creatures in their path. After 3 laps, Xiao Songzi flung the spiked dragon high into the air. As it descended, he slammed his wolf paw into the ground, causing a massive white ice spike to rise like a tower. Thud! The spiked dragon crashed onto the spike, impaled and killed by the very aerial attack it had used against Xiao Songzi. Having dealt with the 2 third-tier beasts, Xiao Songzi was visibly exhausted. Despite the seemingly easy victory, the energy consumed by the amplified attacks exceeded 3 times the usual amount. Only after consuming several demon cores did he regain his strength. Standing atop the ice spike, on the spiked dragon's corpse, he gazed towards the forest, wolf eyes glinting. He raised his head and let out a long, resonant howl. Another ice mountain rose, forming the shape of a human hand, with one finger longer than the others in the center. It was unmistakably a middle finger. The director gazed at the towering iceberg and asked curiously, "Are you self-taught? Isn't that just learning from you?" Lin Jiumou shrugged indifferently. Xiao Songzi had just slain 2 third-tier beasts, instantly boosting the morale of the Beastmasters, while the approaching beasts fell into chaos. In this shifting battle, the Beastmasters launched a counterattack. Although beasts continued to emerge from the forest, their ferocity was significantly reduced. The furious battle bear was so intimidated by Xiao Songzi's terrifying maneuvers that it hesitated and gradually distanced itself while fighting the Gale squad. However, it was clearly overthinking, as Xiao Songzi had no intention of dealing with it. Xiao Songzi consumed dozens of beast cores in one go, converting their energy into beast power and stamina. She then unleashed demonic energy through her black armor, transforming it into ice blade-tipped tentacles that spun like a massive meat grinder, shredding the beasts in her path. At the same time, she continuously spat out ice and dark energy bullets, with explosions sounding in the distance like a mini-map refreshing. Witnessing such ferocious combat, everyone was taken aback. "I'm sure it can withstand the firepower of an entire regiment," the director remarked. "The consumption is just too high," someone replied. "That makes me feel a bit better," another added. "No, it has beast power conversion. It's a perpetual motion machine." After some banter, Lin Jiumou also charged into the beast horde. With the situation stabilized, the Beastmaster group could organize an effective counterattack, so he no longer needed to guard the city gate. He plunged into the beast horde, targeting second-tier beasts for decapitation. Although his internal energy was depleted from 2 bursts, his physical strength, combat skills, and the Fengshui Tangdao were formidable. The second-tier beasts were beheaded before they could react. While not as fast as Xiao Songzi, he was much quicker than the other Beastmasters. "This man and beast combo is really something else," the director exclaimed, observing Lin Jiumou's actions from afar. Despite feeling gratified, he couldn't help but comment, "Odd, but impressive, right? My brother's not odd at all." Nearby, Yan Yi and Lin Miao had joined the fray under the director's watchful eye, slaying weaker beasts, while their two cats combined to form a second-tier ghost cat, fighting not far from them. Soon, an unwilling roar echoed from afar. The director and Lin Miao turned to look. Roar the furious battle bear let out a deep growl, its voice gradually weakening. Its 10-meter-tall body collapsed like a toppled mountain. Only then did they see Lin Jiumou standing atop its head, with the Tang Dao embedded straight into its skull, only the hilt visible. Lin Jiumou twisted it forcefully, causing blood to splatter all over him. The Gale Squad's battle with the furious battle bear had long been decided, but its defense was so formidable that they couldn't deal a fatal blow and were forced to drag the fight out. Now that Lin Jiumou was free, the two sides cooperated, with other beast masters distracting the bear, the Wind Eagle dropping Lin Jiumou in, and the Tang Dao delivering the final blow. Thanks to having a good blade, Lin Jiumou was able to strike. Otherwise, he would have been left helpless. Old Lin, you're amazing, Wu Mei shouted excitedly. With skills like Lin's, who would dare to oppose him? It would be worse luck than being targeted by a fierce beast. After Old Li said this, everyone nodded in agreement. You're too kind. Let's keep going. There are still many beasts, Lin responded. All right, let's move out. The group then dispersed, joining the hunt for the beasts. About an hour passed, and all the beasts were slain. The beast tamers and trainers were exhausted, collapsing onto the ground, disregarding the dirt. I'm exhausted, Wu Mei exclaimed, her scythe blade dulled from use. This battle was much more dangerous than the rat infestation. Luckily, we all made it through. Xian City is trending again, with a lot of buzz. No kidding. 2 large-scale beast attacks in Xian City. Other cities must be laughing at our misfortune. Members of the Whirlwind Squad bantered, the mood light. However, Sister Yin suddenly asked, is it strange that the beast tide ended just like that? Lin Jiumou's voice came from the side. Not yet. Everyone turned to look at him. Lin Jiumou sat on the ground, leaning on his Tang Dao, gazing towards the forest. Xiao Songzi crouched beside him, not relaxing a bit, eyes like a wolf's, fixed on the forest. His black armor remained intact, consuming a beast core every few minutes to maintain peak energy. Right? That strange sound earlier. Wu Mei clapped her hands, remembering. The others frowned, staring at the forest, but found no clues for a long time. Forget it, whatever's coming will come eventually, Lin Jiumou said, patting Xiao Songzi's back as he stood up. I'll take a look around. He began walking outside the city, relying on his memory to find places resembling the scene of the destroyed city wall. If his memory served him right, something significant was bound to happen in this battle. While lost in thought, he tripped over a brick. Looking down at it, he noticed several soldiers struggling to pull a bone spike from a dragon beast out of the wall. Let me help, Lin Jiumou said, stepping forward and yanking the spike out with force. Amazing. Thank you for your help. We'll handle the rest. The soldiers thanked him, one noticing Lin Jiumou's odd expression. Are you alright? Lin Jiumou stared at the gray bricks of the wall silently, a string of information appearing in his mind. Yaoyang brick, a non-star mineral, made from lime mortar mixed with wolf iron and carbon alloy steel powder. It's hard and non-ductile, easily withstanding first-level beast attacks, but dissolves upon contact with wolf saliva. He looked at the scattered bricks on the ground, all showing the same information. With his upgraded insight, he could now discern information from even ungraded materials. Yaoyang brick, afraid of wolf saliva. Lin Jiumou frowned slightly, but wasn't overly concerned. So far, there had been few wolf-type beasts, and without a wolf pack attack, the wall was unlikely to collapse. What's that? A soldier shouted, pointing behind them. Lin Jiumou turned to see a large, pale golden light sphere flying from the forest, heading for the wall like a small sun. As it approached, an ominous feeling rose within him. Before he could react, the light sphere passed over him. With a thud, it landed on the wall, splattering all around. Huh? Seems like nothing happened, the soldiers muttered, noticing the liquid was sticky and smelly. At least it's not an energy attack, one said. True. Another agreed, more curious than concerned. But to Lin Jiumou, their words were like a dire warning. His pupils contracted, and goosebumps rose on his skin. He stiffly turned to look at the wall behind him. The brick surface crumbled quickly, like sand meeting water. Damn it, he cursed. Komatsu, freeze the wall. Lin Jiumou snapped back to reality, shouting urgently, quick. However, there was no response from Komatsu. Turning his head, he saw that Komatsu had already stood up, its fur bristling, emitting an icy aura, and its eyes fixed ahead with a wolf-like vigilance. Following its gaze, Lin Jiumou saw a beast emerge from the forest. It was a white-scaled wolf, less than 3 meters long, with golden eyes and a head vaguely shaped like a dragon's, exuding both majesty and elegance. Unlike Komatsu's tense stance, the beast moved out of the forest with a relaxed gait, as if enjoying a leisurely post-meal stroll. The insight flashed through Lin Jiumou's mind, causing his heart to jolt. The golden-eyed dragon wolf, a 3-star king beast, chaos attribute, combat type, 3rd tier, level 5, with talents like wolf might, golden eyes, dominion, chaos control, dragon wolf claw. It was like being struck by a giant hammer. Lin Jiumou realized that while the world had 5 basic elements metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, there were rarer advanced elements like nether, sacred, nature, time, space, and chaos. The golden-eyed dragon wolf belonged to the chaos attribute. This wasn't enough to make him lose his composure. What truly shocked him were the words, King Beast. King Beasts. After gaining more knowledge in the stone chamber, he finally understood that king beasts were sovereigns of their species, as rare as phoenix feathers, with a deterrent effect on all non-king beasts, and combat power at the pinnacle of their tier. King beasts possessed regal dignity, high intelligence, and were fiercely independent, never deigning to form contracts with humans. If there was a contract, it would be the beast commanding the human, not the other way around. No wonder Komatsu was so tense. At that moment, a sound like a wild boar's call came from the city wall, followed by a figure leaping down, landing between Komatsu and the golden-eyed dragon wolf, wielding a rake and staring intently at the dragon wolf. It was a three-turtle bipedal pig, with a fat head and large ears, dressed in black attire, holding a cold steel rake. You've done well. Let your beast retreat and rest. I'll handle this third-tier wolf demon. Came Luo Ji's calm and confident voice from the communicator at Lin Jiumou's waist. It can't be done. The phantom martial pig is no match for it. Lin Jiumou responded urgently. There was a brief pause on the other end of the communicator, then a harsher, colder voice came through, laced with obvious displeasure. This is a battlefield. You must follow orders. Rest assured, your contributions will be acknowledged, but now is not the time for reckless bravery. Have your beast withdraw from the front line immediately. Damn it. Lin Jiumou gritted his teeth, taking a deep breath to keep his tone steady. Commander Luo, you'd better not underestimate it. This is a king beast. He wanted to warn Luo Ji of the king beast's threat. However, before he could finish, Luo Ji interrupted. Whether it's a king beast or not, leave it to me. I'll handle it. Do you understand? On the battlefield, your job is to follow orders. Lin Jiumou's expression shifted as he looked at the 3 beasts locked in a standoff, finally saying only, all right. He indeed needed someone to differentiate between the king beasts and the non-king beasts, and he also needed Xiaosongzi to reinforce the city walls. He had no doubt that the golden-eyed dragon wolf was aware of the existence of these special bricks. Otherwise, it wouldn't have randomly launched a ball of energy saliva onto the wall. But how did it know? Or rather, why did the Sunting group produce such bricks? Could it be? He considered a terrifying possibility. The city wall was made of these special bricks, and the golden-eyed dragon wolf. Before Lin Jiumou could finish his thought, Luo Ji abruptly ended the communication. Damn it! He cursed under his breath, glaring at the crumbling wall, and pulled a soldier over, pointing at the collapsed section. Do you see this? He asked. The soldier nodded, and Lin Jiumou continued. That was the wolf's saliva. Saliva? Yes. Quickly, inform that bastard Luo Ji about this before the wall completely collapses. The soldier nodded emphatically and rushed towards the city gate. Xiaosongzi, leave the fighting to that pig and help me build an ice wall. Lin Jiumou shouted. Xiaosongzi responded, glanced curiously at the phantom martial pig, and then sprinted towards Lin Jiumou. Together, they ran along the city wall, with the cold air from Xiaosongzi's body and claws intertwining and flowing towards the wall. Wherever they passed, the wall visibly thickened by nearly a foot. Although the wall was gradually being encased in ice, Lin Jiumou's anxiety only grew stronger with each glance at the golden-eyed dragon wolf. Reflecting on the recent battle and considering the types of beasts, he was alarmed to realize that, from the time he returned to the southern city wall until now, there had been no flying beasts or wolf beasts attacking, only the golden-eyed dragon wolf. He couldn't believe that among the many beasts outside the southern city, only this one wolf remained. This meant that if the wolves had not detoured to attack other walls, they must be hidden in the dense forest behind the golden-eyed dragon wolf. This time, Lin Jiumou chose to trust his intuition. On the wall, the commander's adjutant curiously asked, "What's that kid doing?" Young people always like to show off. After all, with nearly third-tier strength, he was considered a standout among the youth. Luo Ji spoke words of praise, but his face showed disappointment. The recent communication had left a bad impression of Lin Jiumou in his mind. In his view, Lin Jiumou was skilled but too eager to show off, always wanting to be in the spotlight, without understanding how to cooperate with others in battle, and even finding ways to draw attention when he should be resting. He had heard his nephew Wu Liang say that Lin Jiumou's popularity in Tuo City was self-directed, similar to his nephew's. Initially, he didn't believe it, but now it seemed true. What a waste of potential. Report. The soldiers ahead relayed a message from Lin Jiumou, saying the wall's material is special and dissolves upon contact with wolf saliva. A section has already collapsed, requesting instructions. A squad leader ran over him again. Luo Ji's brow furrowed even tighter. He thought to himself, he's just a young man. Siege battles never have perfect walls. Is he trying to use the battlefield to put on a show again? Such recklessness. Commander, dismiss it, he said coldly. After the squad leader left, the adjutant asked with some concern. Commander, could there really be a problem? Even if there isn't, we'll assign more personnel to secure the wall and monitor any changes, Luo Ji said with slight irritation. This kid keeps insisting there's an issue with the wall. Last time he called the director. Now he's summoning my soldiers. Humph. Does he think I haven't checked? He was displeased, recalling previous results, and let out another dissatisfied snort. The adjutant wisely kept quiet and looked down at the base of the wall. Amidst the strange looks from others, Lin Jiumou continued running wildly with his beast along the wall, freezing it continuously, leaving some to wonder. If it was just for show, would he be pushing himself this hard? Lin Jiumou was unaware of the discussions about him on the city wall. Otherwise, he might have had Xia Songzi spit, potentially toppling the wall first. He and Xia Songzi raced along the wall, releasing cold air continuously, creating a thick layer of ice half a foot to a foot thick over the bricks. When encountering other beast tamers with earth, metal, or ice-type beasts, he would encourage them to join in the effort. Along the way, Xia Songzi let out a questioning cry. I don't know either. That pig has tough skin and thick flesh. It shouldn't be defeated so quickly, especially since it's a third-tier beast. Just as he finished speaking, a loud bang shattered the silence, signaling the start of the battle. Lin Jiumou spoke in a low voice and turned to look in the direction of the golden-eyed dragon wolf, only to see a figure flying towards him at an even faster speed. Damn! He cursed under his breath and dodged in sync with Xia Songzi. The flying figure nearly grazed his clothes before smashing into the wall, creating a huge hole in the newly formed ice wall. Clang, a cold steel rake landed at Lin Jiumou's feet, less than 2 feet away. Is it over? Lin Jiumou looked at the phantom martial pig embedded deeply in the wall, his mouth twitching. Damn it! Just one move. Lin Jiumou's expression was grim as he raged internally. A strange laughter echoed from the golden-eyed dragon wolf in the distance, its wolf eyes fixed on Lin Jiumou and Xia Songzi, also casting an intriguing glance at the ice wall Xia Songzi had formed. Lin Jiumou glanced at it, picked up his communicator with a blank expression. Is this what you said could handle it? Taken down by a beast in 1 round. He was dissatisfied, then heard the sound of something cutting through the air. Looking up, he saw large shells trailing long fiery tails across the sky, heading towards the golden-eyed dragon wolf. Boom! A series of explosions created a massive mushroom cloud, rising into the sky. As the chief commander, I have artillery. Damn! Lin Jiumou thought of something and hung up the communicator. At that moment, there was movement from the wall, and the phantom martial pig crawled out, snorting as it charged towards the massive mushroom cloud. This should last a bit longer now. Let's hurry. Lin Jiumou continued running forward. The phantom martial pig had a talent called rage giantification, which allowed it to temporarily enlarge and gain greater combat power under the impact of berserk energy. As if to confirm Lin Jiumou's speculation, the mushroom cloud roiled and then rapidly shrank. When the cloud dissipated, it revealed the unscathed golden-eyed dragon wolf and the imposing, 15-meter-tall phantom martial pig. The people on the city wall gasped in amazement, both at the golden-eyed dragon wolf's formidable defense and the phantom martial pig's giantification. The phantom martial pig snorted, its massive body quivering with fat, as it swung a hefty punch at the golden-eyed dragon wolf, its huge fist nearly the size of the wolf itself. Bunga! Loud crash echoed as the ground cracked and dust billowed. The impact made countless hearts skip a beat. Even Lin Jiumou couldn't help but turn to look. When the dust settled, it revealed a faint golden shield, with the fist resting against it, completely still. The eyes of the golden-eyed dragon wolf glowed with a fiery golden light, and the light shield, as if drawn by some force, suddenly crashed into the phantom martial pig. What seemed to be a fragile light shield now resembled a powerful shockwave, sending the phantom martial pig flying dozens of meters before it crashed heavily to the ground. The scene left everyone dumbfounded. Lin Jiumou's brow furrowed, and his pace quickened involuntarily, hoping to reinforce the city wall in time to confront the golden-eyed dragon wolf alongside the phantom martial pig. As for the commander's orders, forget them. He had expended considerable energy while rushing through the forest, discerning the presence of a deadly wolf pack lurking within, just as he suspected. If the southern city wall wasn't frozen, the wolves would breach it as soon as they appeared. Nearby, the grunting of the phantom martial pig indicated it had rallied again. Boom, 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 the loud noises echoed, but Lin Jiumou ignored them and focused on accelerating the ice ceiling with Xiao Songzi. A few minutes later, Xiao Songzi had frozen nearly 80-90 of the southern city wall, leaving only the high firepower defense areas untouched. Lin Jiumou carried a blood-soaked bag filled with freshly dug demon cores, eating some to replenish his stamina and demon energy. Xiao Songzi, without hesitation, devoured them, gulping down large ones and swallowing several small ones at once. Within moments, its demon energy and stamina returned to normal, though its eyes showed a trace of fatigue. From slaying the sanctuary members to storming Tua City and engaging in the third-tier war, the toll on its physical and mental reserves was immense. While the exchange of demon energy could restore physical and energy levels, it offered no relief for the mental strain, and the process of channeling demon cores for energy was mentally exhausting. Suddenly, a pained squeal from the phantom martial pig caught Lin Jiumou's attention. It had been struck by grayish-white chaotic energy, letting out a violent cry as blood splattered everywhere. The impact sent it flying hundreds of meters, crashing into the city wall, causing the ice at the gate to shatter silently. With the phantom martial pig defeated, Wu Mei and the Gale team swiftly charged towards the golden-eyed dragon wolf. Lin Jiumou shouted, "Idiots! Get back here!" But they were too far to hear, and he could only watch as they commanded their beasts to rush the golden-eyed dragon wolf. In an instant, a steel-armored turtle had its shell torn apart by a single claw, and the wind-drawing giant eagle was hit by chaotic energy, spraying blood. The emerald horn dragon's 3 horns were severed, and cries of agony filled the air. The beasts barely managed a single move before being knocked away. Damn it, Lin Jiumou gritted his teeth and called the commander with his communicator, but the call was cut off after a second. Damn it. Just then, the golden-eyed dragon wolf raised its head, and Lin Jiumou's heart sank. Not good. A woo as he feared. A majestic wolf howl echoed, followed by rustling from the forest. Countless wolf-like demon beasts charged from the woods, and numerous flying demon beasts took to the sky like fighter jets, heading for the city walls. His cursed intuition Lin Jiumou drew his Tang sword, fixing his gaze on the golden-eyed dragon wolf, only to be stopped by a paw. Xiao Songzi let out a low growl, its eyes determined. It understood the danger this creature posed, and could at least help disperse some of the energy. Lin Jiumou protested. "No, I can help you." Xiao Songzi stubbornly shook its head, refusing to let Lin Jiumou join the fight against the dragon wolf. As a demon beast, Xiao Songzi had a keen sense of presence and knew other beasts' masters might be able to handle them, but the threat posed by the golden-eyed dragon wolf was overwhelming, one it couldn't face. A human body couldn't withstand its blow. Seeing Xiao Songzi's firm stance, Lin Jiumou calmed down, listening to the urgent sirens and watching the approaching horde of beasts. Reluctantly, he nodded. "All right, be careful. Don't overdo it. Understand? If it's a matter of life and death, I won't listen to you." Xiao Songzi squinted, a hint of a smile in its eyes, and nodded slightly before stepping forward to charge at the golden-eyed dragon wolf. "Just this once. You hear me?" Lin Jiumou shouted before turning back toward the city wall, where a section had just been shattered by the phantom martial pig. "Jiumou, what's going on?" Near the city gate, the superintendent saw Lin Jiumou approaching and hurriedly asked, "Organize the other demon tamers, and try to prevent the wolf pack from attacking the city wall. Quickly." Lin Jiumou's expression was grave, and the superintendent, knowing the seriousness of the situation, nodded immediately. He led a group of demon tamers to spread out to the left and right. Unlike Luo Ji, the superintendent had worked with Lin Jiumou many times and knew him well. Boom, boom, boom. In the air, shells flew over the city wall, landing among the wolf pack, killing many beasts, but more quickly filled the gaps, fearlessly charging at the wall. The original fire line on the ground split into 2, with the new line aiming at the sky, targeting the beastly bird flock. Flames erupted, smoke filled the air, and the roar of explosions mingled with gunfire, as wolf howls and bird cries intertwined. One by one, the hit demon birds fell like dumplings, while the remaining demon wolves lunged at the demon tamers. Dragging his weary body, Lin Jiumou reached the vicinity of the city gate, charging into the attacking wolf pack, slashing with his blade. His peripheral vision always kept track of the golden-eyed dragon wolf and Xia Songzi. The two beasts were locked in a standoff, with the golden-eyed dragon wolf appearing more at ease. It surveyed the entire battlefield like a human, its gaze sweeping over the ice wall and city wall, finally locking onto Xia Songzi with a hint of mockery in its eyes. It didn't act immediately. Instead, dozens of chaotic energy balls appeared in the air, followed by a pale golden energy forming in its mouth, which dispersed into each chaotic ball. Once the chaotic energy balls were ready, they shot out in a fan shape, flying towards the city wall. Xia Songzi saw this, extending its demonic tendrils to intercept half of them, including several aimed at Lin Jiumou. However, the remaining half sped towards the city wall. Unexpectedly, in the next second, those energy balls veered off course, targeting Lin Jiumou's position, and the mockery in the golden-eyed dragon wolf's eyes grew more pronounced. Xia Songzi, enraged, suddenly turned its head. Its icy pupils erupted, managing to freeze 3 energy balls midair, causing them to explode, but that was all it could do. Boom, boom, boom. The chaotic energy balls hit the city wall, and Lin Jiumou was blasted out, his outer garment tattered, revealing the black and gold-patterned combat suit underneath, with blood spraying into the air. Xia Songzi's pupils contracted in fury, its energy becoming violent, and the once faint pressure intensified, directly confronting the golden-eyed dragon wolf. The surrounding wolf beasts scrambled to avoid it. Roar! Xia Songzi let out a roar, releasing countless demonic tendrils, accompanied by a storm of ice spikes, unleashing them upon the golden-eyed dragon wolf. In the sky, several crescent moon ice slashes cut through the air, crashing down fiercely. After a fierce attack, dust and smoke rolled, the demonic energy and cold mist churned, with faint golden light flickering within the mist. When the attack ended, a golden shield rebounded, reminiscent of the scene with the phantom boar. Xiaosongzi had already formed an angled ice structure, altering the shield's direction, pushing it dozens of meters, crushing several first- or second-tier wolf beasts. When the mist cleared, the golden-eyed dragon wolf was unharmed. Woo! Xiaosongzi watched it warily, its pressure steadily rising. Sensing a change in Xiaosongzi's aura, the golden-eyed dragon wolf stopped joking, its eyes flickering with a mysterious light. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure was unleashed, pushing back Xiaosongzi's aura and forming an invisible mountain pressing heavily upon her. Crackling sounds came from Xiaosongzi's bones under the terrifying pressure. Her face contorted, blood trickled from her orifices, and her claws trembled, her gaze a mix of anger and shock. If Xiaosongzi's immature aura was like a small hill, then the dragon wolf's was like a towering peak, easily crushing the hill. The dragon wolf gazed at her, letting out a low growl, as if persuading her. Xiaosongzi stubbornly shook her head. Dissatisfaction flashed in the dragon wolf's eyes. Then it gathered several energy spheres, which hovered in the air before being hurled towards Lin Jiumou's direction. A furious howl broke the shackles of the pressure. Xiaosongzi raised her head and roared. The small hill seemed to rise. Fueled by her anger, she charged at the dragon wolf. Bang! Armor formed in front of her, transforming into a sharp edge, clashing with the dragon wolf's claws. The wolf's claws attacked fiercely, its mouth spewing energy, filling the area with chaotic power. The small battlefield erupted in the most intense clash, Xiaosongzi's anger breaking the pressure, releasing countless icy shards and demonic claws, colliding with the dragon wolf's claws and chaos spheres, creating terrifying shockwaves. In an instant, within a 100-meter radius, only sounds could be heard, the figures obscured. Near the city gate, the wall that endured the second wave of chaos energy spheres from the dragon wolf was mostly hollowed out, leaving a massive crater filled with beast remains and wall debris. Countless beasts swarmed in. Normally, such commotion would have alerted the soldiers on the wall, but flying beasts played their part, fearlessly crossing the line of fire, attacking the soldiers on the wall and drawing their attention, preventing them from noticing the situation below. Wolf beasts leapt into the pit, attempting to attack the wall. Ahu, the ghostly cat, and other beasts guarded against the relentless wolf pack, while the director, Yin Yi, Lin Miao, and other beast tamers searched through the rubble. Finally, they found a hand and pulled Lin Jiumou from the ruins. He was covered in blood, his black battle suit torn in several places, revealing bloody wounds, a tang sword tightly gripped in his hand. Jiumou, are you okay? Don't scare me, brother. Brother. Lin Jiumou, wake up. The noisy voices echoed around him. Lin Jiumou's brow twitched, and he suddenly awoke, gasping for breath. You're one tough guy. Survived such a terrifying impact. The director jokingly scolded. The two girls burst into tears of relief. Lin Jiumou, disregarding the chatter, turned to see the wall was severely damaged, almost a hollow shell, with bricks slowly dissolving. Stop crying. I'm fine. The fight isn't over yet. Lin Jiumou calmed his emotions, his fists clenched white, and shouted to the director. Ahu stays to help me. You take them to the city gate. If anything happens to my sister, I won't be polite. He knew the most fragile part of the wall was this area, and if other wolf beasts attacked, the dragon wolf would come here too. This was undoubtedly the most dangerous place on the wall, and if another chaos sphere hit, he couldn't protect his sister. Brother, Lin Gij, we'll stay with you. We're not afraid to die. Lin Jiumou ignored them, staring sternly at the director. I understand. Be careful yourself, the director said. You're right about the wall. I'll find a way to talk to Luo Ji and get reinforcements. Lin Jiumou nodded. Yeah, once we get through this, Luo Ji won't have an easy time. I'm looking forward to that. The director finished, pulling the two girls, struggling, away towards the city gate under the ghostly cat's cover. Once they were some distance away, Lin Jiumou, trembling, gripped the Tang sword, pulled out a strap, and tightly bound the sword to his hand, his gaze resolute as he looked past Ahu at the endless wolf pack, and further away, at Xiaosongzi desperately holding off the dragon wolf. Behind him was the wall. Beyond the wall was the southern district, where his parents were. He didn't want to risk his life, but he had no choice. Ahu, let's work together again. Roar. Kill. With a furious shout, Lin Jiumou brandished his Tang sword in a dazzling dance, each swing claiming the head of a wolf. Even birds caught in the air were sliced apart. Beside him, Ahu, perhaps stirred by the battle fervor or a deep-seated resolve to protect, attacked with increasing sharpness and speed, repeatedly defeating even second-tier wolf demons with its claws. At this moment, The killing speed of this human and beast duo surpassed that of all the other demon tamers in the area combined. The sound of blades and claws tearing through flesh intermingled with shouts and roars, as blood rained down and formed rivers, while the pile of beast corpses at their feet grew ever higher. The shared resolve to protect spread between them, growing stronger. Lin Jiumou and Ahu stood atop the mound of bodies, numb from the slaughter, yet unwavering. After an indefinite period, Ahu let out a resounding roar. Lin Jiumou turned to see Ahu enveloped in a sacred black-gold glow, energy surging around it. This scene caught the attention of the chief, who had been closely monitoring Lin Jiumou's actions. Seeing Ahu's transformation, he was overwhelmed with emotion, nearly brought to tears. Lin Jiumou also noticed the change in Ahu, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes, and jokingly remarked, "Huh, what luck we have." With that, he flipped his hand to retrieve a large knife. Not as fine as feng shui, but better than nothing. "Come on, let's see who dares to challenge us." Lin Jiumou stood atop the mound with his knife, facing the endless onslaught of beasts, his spirit soaring, the intent to kill echoing across the battlefield. Inspired, the other demon tamers let out roars, their counterattacks growing fiercer. After a brief hesitation, a second-tier level 4 wood-possessed wolf, glowing green, lunged at Lin Jiumou. Swish! The Tang sword sliced through, splitting the wolf, which fell beneath his feet. Then came the second, the third, the fourth. More and more beasts charged forward. Lin Jiumou switched to dual wielding, his feet as steady as iron, his hands like spinning wheels, his gaze sharp, the sword light flashing as he cut down one ferocious beast after another. Ahu, closest to him, felt the mounting battle spirit emanating from Lin Jiumou, its evolution intensifying, the black gold light shining ever brighter. Boom. After another confrontation, Xiao Songzi and the Goldie Dragon Wolf each retreated. Huff, huff. Xiao Songzi panted heavily, blood flowing from its nostrils and mouth, its cold eyes frozen from overexertion, the twin moon wheels on its brow dimmed. The battle had pushed its already exhausted body to the brink, drenched in blood, its black armor shattered and reformed 7 or 8 times, its energy depleted and replenished over a dozen times, sustained only by sheer determination. In contrast, the Goldie Dragon Wolf's injuries were slightly less severe, scales shattered, blood seeping between them, its left paw frozen from Xiao Songzi's headbutts, the frost from the wolf's fangs causing the damage. The Goldie Dragon Wolf glared furiously at Xiao Songzi, seemingly frustrated by its inability to defeat it. In the next moment, the icy eyes and fiery golden eyes flickered simultaneously. A shield of white and gold energy intertwined and erupted forcefully. With a loud bang, the white shield shattered instantly, while the golden shield surged towards Xia Songzi. Xia Songzi, prepared for this, swiftly dodged. At that moment, the two beasts seemed to sense something and turned in unison, their gaze fixed on the direction of the city wall, where the light of black gold evolution shimmered. A hint of jealousy flashed in the eyes of the golden-eyed dragon wolf as energy surged within it, launching dozens of energy spheres towards the city wall, aiming to engulf the evolutionary light of Lin Jiumou and Ahu. As the energy spheres flew midair, a cluster of ice spikes suddenly emerged from the ground. Xia Songzi's counterattack. Bang! 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 7 energy spheres were destroyed, while the remaining ones soared high under the control of the golden-eyed dragon wolf, bypassing the ice spikes, only to be intercepted by a rain of diagonal ice spikes. Boom! 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 The dense explosions triggered waves of energy, obliterating countless monster beasts. Yet 4 energy spheres continued to approach the city wall. Xia Songzi anxiously tapped its paws, causing its icy eyes to flash, and an ice wall rose in the distance, blocking the 4 energy spheres. However, a cunning glint appeared in the eyes of the golden-eyed dragon wolf. With a thought, the 4 energy spheres aligned in a straight line. In front of Ahu, Lin Jiumou, engaged in battle, noticed the incoming light spheres from afar. His heart tightened, but the subsequent ice spikes and icy rain brought him some relief. After the icy rain, the 4 chaotic spheres still targeted him and Ahu. Lin Jiumou realized these energy spheres were not simple and could not be avoided. As they closed in, a familiar ice wall rose several meters away from him, quickly thickening. Bang! 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 The ice wall shattered, forming a misty region of cold fog. Lin Jiumou's heart tightened, his ears twitched, and his pupils contracted as a sense of crisis loomed. Without thinking, he swung his left-hand blade towards the ice wall, while his right-hand Tang sword drew an arc, frost forming into thin ice. Bang! The large blade barely left his hand when it collided with a chaotic sphere flying out from the cold fog, producing a crisp explosion. The violent shockwave shattered the ice shield, striking him ruthlessly. Coughing up blood, Lin Jiumou, heavily injured in the chest, was sent hurtling towards Ahu. If he hit, Ahu's evolution would be interrupted, and it might even suffer backlash, potentially resulting in death. Ignoring his own pain, Lin Jiumou slammed the back of his Tang sword into the ground, propelling himself over Ahu and crashing into the city wall. The other monster beasts, seeing the obstruction removed, rushed towards the hole in the city wall, seemingly on a mission, yet wary of the light emanating from Ahu. They leapt over him and entered the city wall. In an instant, within the darkness of the wall's hole, only Lin Jiumou's cries of unwillingness and rage, along with the roars of monster beasts, could be heard. Blood flowed from the hole, but more wolf beasts charged in fearlessly, gradually breaching the city wall. Meanwhile, the director entrusted the two girls to other trusted beast tamers and rushed to the top of the city wall to find Luo Ji. Commander Luo, Lin Jiumou is not at fault regarding the city wall. There truly is a problem. The wolf saliva is accelerating the wall's disintegration. Quick, dispatch reinforcements. The director shouted urgently, disregarding formalities. Director Yan, you'd better not cause trouble with that kid, Luo Ji said, focused on the battle between the golden-eyed dragon wolf and Xia Songzi in the distance. His beast taming skills were decent, and he should concentrate on commanding the beasts. Other matters were not his concern. I'm the commanding officer here. What nonsense. I'm not joking with you. I swear on my honor. I'm not joking, the director replied angrily. Last time you swore on your honor, and what happened? Aren't you embarrassed enough? Luo Ji retorted coldly. Damn it. Watch your manners, Director Yan. Hanging around with that attention-seeking kid has made you quick with foul language too. Luo Ji's words infuriated the director, who, burning with rage, rushed forward and punched Luo Ji hard in the face. Have you lost your mind? Can't you see how much he sacrificed for this battle? What right do you have to speak of him like that? Don't you understand that without investigation, there's no right to speak? Can't you send someone to check the wall? Can't you spare even one soldier? The director, held back by the deputy and another soldier, was pulled away, angrily lifting his foot but unable to kick Luo Ji. Luo Ji wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, expressionless, staring at the director. I'll report this matter truthfully. Being misled by a young kid and even attacking the commanding officer during wartime. Your crime is severe. Now send someone with eyes to check below the city wall, and if I deserve to be executed, I'll accept it. That's what you said. Taking a deep breath, Luo Ji ordered, someone, check the integrity of the city wall. Yes, responded the soldiers, swiftly running off. However, after a few steps, the ground shook, and everyone turned to look in the direction of the tremor. On the other side of the city gate, several hundred meters away, a section of the wall collapsed with a thundering crash. The wall. It's really collapsed. Luo Ji, the director, the deputy, and others stood in shock, witnessing the devastation before them. The city wall had truly collapsed. The deputy swallowed hard in disbelief and urgently shouted, quick! All soldiers, intensify the attack. Reduce the number of beasts crossing the line of fire. Gather the beast tamers at the city gate and advance to the breach. Force the beasts back from the inside. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Luo Ji broke into a cold sweat, disregarding his pride, and swiftly issued orders. The surrounding soldiers immediately sprang into action. I'm sorry, this is my fault, Luo Ji said, taking a deep breath and speaking to the director. The director seemed to snap out of his daze, suddenly pushing past him to the edge of the wall, looking into the distance. The light of Ahu's evolution was gradually fading, but Lin Jiumou was nowhere to be seen. Could it be no, damn it? Jiumou was also inside the collapsed wall. Before he could finish his thought, the director rushed towards the broken wall. Luo Ji was startled by his words, regret flooding his heart. Although he wanted to follow, seeing the battle unfold, he ultimately stayed put to continue directing the soldiers. With the collapse of the wall, the surrounding beasts surged forward like a flood, breaking through and rushing towards the residential buildings. In an instant, the buildings near the wall were filled with screams, cries, and crashing sounds. Outside the city, as the light finally receded, Ahu's evolution completed, revealing its new form. Standing 3 meters tall, its body was sleek and black, muscles bulging with explosive power, and a mane of sharp bristles encircled its neck like steel needles. A deep roar erupted from its mouth, creating a faint shockwave that knocked the approaching wolf beasts to the ground. Ahu sniffed the air briefly and turned towards the collapsed wall. Soon, it unearthed Lin Jiumou, covered in blood, from the rubble. Ahu growled softly, gently nudging Lin Jiumou's body with its paw, its eyes filled with urgency. It knew exactly what had happened during its evolution. Without this familiar human shielding it from attacks, it wouldn't have undergone such a transformation. Ahu, I'm here. The director leapt down from above, landing on the debris, and checked Lin Jiumou's breathing, relieved to find he was still alive. He quickly took out a bottle of liquid and poured it into Lin Jiumou's mouth. Soon, Lin Jiumou's face twisted as he coughed violently. You rascal, I thought you were done for. It's awful to drink. The director replied helplessly. Nonsense. When has medicinal oil ever tasted good? Medicinal? No. The wall. Lin Jiumou struggled to get up from the rubble, seeing countless beasts ferociously passing by, charging into the city, invading residential buildings, and even demolishing some. As far as he could see, there was only ruin and corpses, blood flowing, and limbs scattered everywhere. He saw people being chased by beasts, jumping from heights of 7 or 8 meters, only to be crushed and devoured by other beasts. He also saw others cornered in rooms, blood splattering against the windows. Such a horrific scene sent a chill through him, making him tremble, cold sweat streaming down, as if all the liquid in his body was evaporating, his mouth and throat parched, his heart feeling blocked, and his stomach convulsing violently. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but all that came out was a dry heave. Lin Jiumou's voice trembled. Don't say anything. I know. You did your best. It's all Luoji's fault, not yours. The director took a deep breath and softened his tone to comfort him. As he watched the beasts invade the city, slaughtering innocent people, past memories intertwined with the grim reality before him. Lin Jiumou's body shook slightly, and his eyes grew dim. He should have noticed earlier. He had already discovered the problem. He had tried his best. Why? Why couldn't he stop the disaster? Roar. Adager's deep voice rumbled, gently nudging Lin Jiumou, almost knocking him over. Lin Jiumou looked up to see a tiger pointing further away. Xiao Songzi, covered in blood, was clearly no match for the golden-eyed wolf, yet he fought on valiantly, holding off the strongest enemy. Watching Xiao Songzi fight, a flicker of light sparked in Lin Jiumou's eyes, spreading rapidly like a wildfire, his gaze growing resolute. Yes, Xiao Songzi was fighting for him. So how could he just watch the beast slaughter people without reacting? A tiger. Roar. Lin Jiumou called to a tiger, his insight technique flashing through his mind. He calculated. One skill to boost attack speed, another to momentarily deafen the beasts within range, and a third, Brave Guardian, which might be perfect for this moment. Brave Guardian, the stronger the belief, the greater the battle power, with a maximum boost of up to 300, followed by a period of weakness. I need you to help Xiao Songzi. Can you do it? Lin Jiumou asked earnestly. Roar. A tiger nodded. Lin Jiumou turned to the director, who gave a slight nod. Then, a tiger bounded towards the battle between Xiao Songzi and the golden-eyed wolf. Midway, a tiger activated Brave Guardian, a faint golden light enveloping him, turning his body into a black-gold hue, his speed suddenly exploding like a shadow. Boom. He crashed into the side of the golden-eyed wolf, toppling it to the ground. Woof! Xiao Songzi asked in confusion. His body was battered, no time to replenish his demon energy during the fierce battle, his black armor barely hanging on. Roar! Roar! After a brief exchange, Xiao Songzi understood the situation on the city wall and knew Lin Jiumou was safe, his heart eased. Seeing the golden-eyed wolf rise again, his expression turned cold. At this moment, a tiger charged with golden light, clashing with the wolf's golden glow. Boom! Brilliant golden light erupted, an invisible shockwave spreading outwards. Both retreated, a tiger taking 3 more steps back, but unharmed. With the threefold boost from Brave Guardian and his own evolution, a tiger could withstand the golden-eyed wolf for a short time. Seeing this, Xiao Songzi felt relieved, focusing on consuming demon cores to replenish energy. In terms of long-range attacks, as long as there were enough demon cores and time to charge, Xiao Songzi had nothing to fear from the golden-eyed wolf. As Xiao Songzi's battle stabilized, Lin Jiumou wasted no more time. Grabbing the Tang knives issued by the director, one in each hand, he charged into the city with a furious battle cry, cutting down any beasts that couldn't dodge in time. The director followed closely, calculating routes and providing long-range fire support. At the top of Huanghua Mountain, a white vortex continued to spin, a figure gradually becoming clear. Then, a pair of bare feet stepped out. It was Jiumou. Her white dress was tattered, full of scorched holes and stained with blood, both hers and the beasts. Behind her lay a heap of giant beasts, one particularly ugly, with a hideous face and nearly 100 meters in size, all dead without exception. Jiumou's breath was uneven, clutching a dirty bag filled with palm-sized silver fruits, a dozen 4-star spirit fruits inside. She weighed the bag's contents, a sweet smile on her lips, her white teeth stained with blood, evidence of a hard-fought battle. She took a couple of steps, picked up her phone, and saw dozens of missed calls from Lin's father, Lin's mother, her sister, Lin Jiumou, and some unknown numbers, along with folded text messages. Puzzled, she redialed Lin Jiumou's number. It rang for several seconds, but no one answered. Confused, she hung up, intending to call her sister, when a notification popped up. Trending. To watching faces an unprecedented beast tide, live footage exposed. Her heart tightened, purple light flowing over her, her eyes turning snake-like purple. With a swoosh, she vanished from Huanghua Mountain, leaving behind a dense sonic boom, rushing towards the south of the city. As the beasts surged into the southern part of Xiancheng like a tide, the soldiers on the city walls fell into chaos. The interference from flying beasts left them unable to maintain the defense line, which broke instantly. This led to countless beasts swarming the city gates plaza, flooding into every home. Kill. Lin Jiumou, seething with rage, wielded his dual blades with fury, slaughtering the beasts passing before him, leaving a trail of wolf corpses in his wake. The old building in Fuguei Alley was breached, and the director's shouts could be heard. Lin Jiumou immediately changed direction, rushing into an alley filled with human remains. Some lay in pools of blood, slightly twitching, blood gushing from their mouths. A dozen wolf beasts were feasting in the alley, 3 of which were second-tier beasts. Help, help! A man saw Lin Jiumou rushing in, reaching out, but before he could finish his plea, his hand fell limp. Die! Lin Jiumou muttered hoarsely, moving like the wind. As a few wolf beasts prepared to pounce, his tang blade swung, and 3 wolf heads fell to the ground. The other wolf beasts, startled, roared and charged at him. Die, all of you! Lin Jiumou advanced instead of retreating, his long blade dancing, leaving only him standing in the alley. Some wolves were frozen into ice, others were sliced into pieces. After the slaughter, Lin Jiumou panted heavily, his ears twitching as he detected a faint noise from a nearby trash bin. With a flick of his blade, he opened the lid to reveal a 7 or 8-year-old girl, pinching her nose. The girl's eyes widened with fear at his bloodstained appearance and murderous aura, shrinking into the corner of the bin like a frightened fawn. Lin Jiumou paused, the murderous intent in his eyes fading, and he sheathed his tang blades. Gently, he reached in and lifted her out, covering her eyes. Don't peek. Big brother will take you to a safe place. I want to find my dad. I'll help you find him. Just close your eyes for now. Okay. Holding the little girl, Lin Jiumou exited the alley, giving a knowing look to the director, who quickly called a soldier to take the girl. Her eyes remained covered the entire time, but through a gap in her fingers, she could see everything outside. She saw her father's tragic state and remembered Lin Jiumou's face. Yet, she behaved like a mature little adult, neither crying nor causing a fuss. After sending her off, Lin Jiumou drew his tang blade again, resuming the fight. He knew that his parents, protected by 2 adult beasts sent by Emo and being far away, should be safe. But in the city, many people didn't have such protection. Could they survive this disaster? He didn't dare to think about it. All he could do was fight. Kill. After slaughtering an unknown number of beasts, Lin Jiumou suddenly felt a headache, his vision darkened, and his tang blade clattered to the ground. A pair of hands reached out to support him. Are you okay? Luo Ji suddenly appeared, asking with concern. Lin Jiumou looked up and swung his fist in anger. Bang! Luo Ji staggered back 2 steps from the punch. I don't have time for you now, get lost. Lin Jiumou roared furiously, his body swaying again. The director stepped forward to support him, casting an equally unfriendly glance at Luo Ji. Commander Luo, you should be focusing on extinguishing those beasts, not showing up here. If he had tried to grab the gun, I might not have reacted in time, you understand? The director's tone was filled with dissatisfaction. If it weren't for Luo Ji's prejudice, this battle wouldn't have escalated to this extent. Let's go? Lin Jiumou picked up the Tang sword from the ground and charged out again. At that moment, a dazzling golden light erupted from above the city wall, as if it was surging from outside the city. He felt a pang of unease, his gaze involuntarily drawn to the wall, a fear rising within him that seemed more terrifying than facing the chaos orb, as if death's shadow was approaching. Oh no, get out of the way. As soon as the words were spoken, the intact city wall began to deform slowly, with golden lights spilling out. Boom, boom, boom. Outside the city, the battle between the golden-eyed dragon wolf, Pine Nut, and Ahu continued. Ahu confronted the dragon wolf Hedon, holding it in place, while Pine Nut frantically gnawed at the demon core. Each time the energy reached its peak, it launched a terrifying ice attack. Huge ice spikes, crescent moon slashes as large as a city tower, and abyss-like dark magic energy balls were unleashed one after another, each strike as powerful as a full-force blow from a 3rd-tier peak. Even the golden-eyed dragon wolf struggled to withstand a single hit. After a dozen terrifying bombardments, the scales on the dragon wolf were shattered, one paw was severed at the root, and one eye was damaged by ice, leaving it with only half its life. How? The golden-eyed dragon wolf roared furiously, but its gaze no longer focused on Ahu or Pine Nut, instead fixating on the seemingly insignificant group of people Wu Mei and the Gale Squad. Their beast control beasts were severely injured in a previous clash, losing their combat capability. However, these individuals were not simple. Under Wu Mei's encouragement, they began extracting demon cores. Each time they collected a certain amount, they threw it far to Pine Nut, indirectly shortening the time it took for Pine Nut to unleash its moves, becoming a death sentence for the golden-eyed dragon wolf. Finally, as Pine Nut prepared to unleash another attack, with 10 massive crescent moon ice slashes forming, the dragon wolf suddenly calmed its expression. It no longer glared at Ahu or the tiny ants, but looked at Pine Nut, with a hint of confusion in its eyes, as if questioning something. Gradually, as the crescent moon ice slashes neared completion, its gaze shifted past Pine Nut, directly staring at the city wall of Tua City, the scarlet gold light flickering, as if it could see through the wall. The dragon wolf's eyes gleamed with madness, the wild wind sweeping the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, surging into its body, causing its entire form to swell visibly, violent energy coursing within like a balloon ready to burst at any moment. Pine Nut and Ahu watched warily, not daring to attack recklessly, while Wu Mei led Lao Li and the others to retreat. Two dazzling golden lights burst from the dragon wolf's eyes, and under the support of the violent energy, the entire battlefield outside the city transformed into a resplendent golden sea. Many beasts and soldiers paused, shielding their eyes as they approached. Buzz-a-hum followed, and the golden sea vanished. The dragon wolf's eyeballs exploded, turning to a spray of blood, with two scarlet gold beams shooting out, converging into a massive golden energy wave filled with a destructive aura, seemingly freezing the surrounding space. The dragon wolf seemingly completed a monumental feat, its body visibly withering, the madness in its eyes gradually dimming. It used its last ounce of strength, pushing its paw weakly, unleashing the destructive golden energy wave past Pine Nut, propelling it towards the city wall. Wherever it passed, the ground was plowed into deep furrows, raising clouds of dust. The wolf beasts trying to evade were too late, turning into blood mist 5 meters away. Pine Nut realized something, angrily turning and chasing the golden energy wave frantically. "Hey, don't chase it," Wu Mei shouted, but Lao Li grabbed her arm, looking grim. "Why are you stopping me? What do you think this wolf cares about the most?" "Of course it's—" Wu Mei's pupils contracted, staring in horror towards the city wall. "No, old Lin." Lin Jiumou paused his battle, feeling an inexplicable pang of anxiety as his gaze involuntarily shifted towards the city wall. Just as he shouted dodge, the wall began to distort, and the people on it were unable to escape, instantly turning into a blood-red scene. As the wall expanded, a dazzling golden light surged from the cracks, forming an enormous wave of golden energy, which pierced through the wall, tearing the several meter-thick structure like it was mere foil. The destructive aura swept across the South Gate Plaza, coating everyone in a golden hue, immobilizing them. The golden wave seemed to have a mind of its own, slightly adjusting its direction as it accelerated towards Lin Jiumou, casting a shadow of death over him. At that moment, he felt powerless to resist, finding it difficult to even move a finger, as the golden energy wave loomed larger before his eyes, intensifying his sense of despair. The director was frantic but helpless, and others were unwilling to look away, yet unable to act. Lin Miao was in tears, trembling, as she watched her brother inch towards death. Outside the city wall, the angry, frustrated roars of Xia Songzi echoed, trying desperately to get closer, but never quite managing. 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. Just as the golden energy ball was about to hit Lin Jiumou, a sonic boom suddenly erupted, and a figure, enveloped in purple energy and wearing a tattered white dress, appeared before him, reaching out with a delicate hand. Boom! The golden energy wave exploded with a deafening roar, causing everyone's ears to hurt and vision to go white, temporarily losing sight and sound, as if they were floating in a storm. When they regained their senses, they were horrified to find the entire Southgate Plaza reduced to ruins. The impact had cracked the ground, spreading into the residential areas, with buildings either collapsing or cracking, creating a terrifying scene. Yet, astonishingly, despite the violent impact, people were merely blown away, suffering no other injuries, and they all turned their eyes to the woman at the center of the explosion. Her aura was terrifying as she stood protectively in front of Lin Jiumou, one hand stretched out, the other raised high, with a small fan-shaped area behind her being the only intact part of the plaza. It was Jiumou, and not knowing the situation on the field, she had redirected the blast skyward, allowing only residual waves to sweep the ground. She lowered her head in guilt, the purple light fading, and turned to Lin Jiumou, softly saying, "I'm sorry, I was just playing around." This scene left many people stunned, filled with envy. Lin Jiumou reassured her, "It's not your fault." He gently patted Yimou's head, and she immediately broke into a sweet smile. Seeing Yimou's tattered and wounded appearance, Lin Jiumou understood she had been through a lot. At this moment, the howls of wolves rose again, as the wolf monsters, having recovered, seized the moment of shock to launch attacks on the people. However, countless ice shards fell from the sky like raindrops, pinning the wolves to the ground. Xia Songzi dashed into the city like a black whirlwind, sniffing Lin Jiumou to confirm his safety, then let out a remorseful cry, as if blaming himself for almost allowing Lin Jiumou to come to harm. Lin Jiumou comforted him. "It's all right, it's not your fault either." After Lin Jiumou spoke, his gaze turned to the breach in the city wall. A continuous stream of wolf-like creatures was pouring in. The death of the golden-eyed dragon wolf hadn't stopped their assault, and the battle raged on. "Yimou, do me a favor," Jiumou said. "Kill all the creatures that have entered the city." "All right." Lin Jiumou handed the chief's Tang Dao to Yimou, leaped onto the back of his creature, Little Pine, and shouted to the chief who was running over, "Send me the detailed address of the Sun family." With that, he urged Little Pine forward, transforming into a gust of black wind, racing into the city. The chief was momentarily stunned, but quickly took out his phone to start typing. Meanwhile, Jiumou focused on the creatures rushing through the breach, her expression turning cold. She emitted a burst of purple light, becoming a blur as she began her task of extermination. At the entrance of a villa complex in the center of Tua City, a security guard exclaimed, "Stop! What are you doing?" Boom. Little Pine smashed through the iron gate, speeding away, leaving behind bewildered guards and a few trembling creatures. Arriving at the Sun family villa, it was eerily quiet. The large iron gate was broken open, and Little Pine charged inside, finding no one there. The floor was littered with debris, as if everyone had left in a hurry. "Damn it," Lin Jiumou muttered through gritted teeth. At that moment, Little Pine's ears twitched, and it dashed towards the second floor, with Lin Jiumou quickly following. Little Pine stopped outside a room, making a noise as if indicating someone was inside. Perhaps hearing the footsteps outside, there was a rustling sound from within, followed by a familiar voice. "Who's out there? Hurry, help me open the door." It was Sun Hao. Bang! Lin Jiumou kicked open the locked door, knocking Sun Hao to the ground. "Idiot! Can't you open a door?" Sun Hao's angry words were cut short as Lin Jiumou grabbed him by the throat, lifting him off the ground. "Where is Sun Ting?" Lin Jiumou. "How are you here?" Sun Hao stammered. Lin Jiumou glared at him. "I asked where is Sun Ting." "I don't know." Sun Hao's voice trembled. "That's your dad. You're saying you don't know?" Lin Jiumou shouted. Sun Hao's reaction seemed to provoke him. Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, he exploded with anger, eyes red, yelling, "I don't have a dad like that." He sided with the evil beast masters. Damn it, he's a terrorist. "I don't have a dad like that." Lin Jiumou watched his reaction, frowning, his mind filled with doubt, and his grip slowly loosening. Sun Hao shook off his hand, gasping for air. "I refused to go with him. He locked me up and kept my creature in the basement. I have no idea what's happening outside." He said Tua City couldn't be defended. What couldn't be defended? Sun Hao's eyes shook as he looked at Lin Jiumou, lacking his usual arrogance. "The creatures are attacking the city. The southern wall, the one your family built, was tampered with, and it collapsed." As the words fell, Sun Hao's pupils shrank, his body went limp, and he slowly slid down, leaning against the wardrobe in a daze. "Tell me, where did Sun Ting go?" Sun Hao's expression wavered, seemingly struggling with himself. Lin Jiumou watched him silently, waiting. After a moment of internal conflict, Sun Hao finally stood up, his face blank, and said, "Follow me." With that, he walked out of the room, and Lin Jiumou quickly followed. They first went to the basement, where Sun Hao took out a chainsaw and cut open a large iron door, freeing the Claw Wolf King. Then, they ran to a study on the first floor. After some fiddling, a secret door in the wall opened. "One night, I saw him do this. Didn't expect it to actually open a door," Sun Hao said with a complex expression. "Let's go. If he's escaping, knowing him, he wouldn't take the main road." Sun Hao entered, and after a brief hesitation, Lin Jiumou followed. Inside was a wide underground passage, clearly a significant construction. Riding their creatures, they sped along, not knowing how long had passed until they neared the exit, where the moonlight was faintly visible. Emerging from the tunnel, they found themselves on a small hill outside the city. The hillside bore fresh tracks of heavy objects being dragged and beast footprints, the direction clear. At this moment, Little Pine sniffed the air, detecting something, and indicated a direction: pursue. Several minutes later, they landed on another small hill. Looking down, they saw a small valley brightly lit, with a dozen tables set up, and a group of people in matching outfits dining and laughing heartily with a middle-aged man. That man was Sun Hao's father, Sun Ting. Watching the man feasting so joyfully, and recalling his own confinement, Sun Hao clenched his fists, his eyes filled not with anger, but with sorrow. Lin Jiumou, on the other hand, looked at the others, his expression stern, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "It's them again. The sanctuary." Lin Jiumou watched the bustling little valley coldly, silently thinking to himself, "Smash it hard." Xiao Songzi chanted softly, and countless black mists gathered in the air, drifting towards the valley, as if dark clouds were obscuring the moonlight, turning areas outside the glow of lamps pitch black. Where did these clouds come from? Such bad luck. Haha, dark clouds or not. Once Tua City is destroyed, we'll check it out. However, things were not so simple. This was no ordinary cloud. The members of the sanctuary looked up in confusion, and the blackness gradually faded to reveal hundreds of densely packed white ice spikes. In the next moment, the ice spikes, carrying a biting chill, dropped like icy rain, gleaming sharply. "Oh no, get out of the way." Bang bang bang. Many people were struck before they could react, with only the ends of the ice spikes protruding, like small red garnet caps on their heads, as they fell to the ground with a thud. Watching the ice spikes attack the sanctuary members, a few nearly hitting Sun Ting, Sun Hao's heart tightened. He wanted to speak, but held his tongue, watching the scene in the valley intently. Once the ice spikes ceased, More than half of the sanctuary members were dead or injured, with only a dozen or so spared, either protected by their beasts or hiding under tables, including Sun Ting. We are from the sanctuary. We didn't mean to offend, whoever you are. One person from the sanctuary shouted toward the small hill, and others turned to look at him. Sun Ting was visibly taken aback when he saw Sun Hao. Lin Jiumou snorted coldly, leaping down with Xiao Songzi into the valley, followed hurriedly by Sun Hao. I was wondering who was using the golden-eyed dragon wolf and the Yanliang brick against Tua City. So it was you, the sanctuary people, Lin Jiumou said coldly. It's you, Lin Jiumou. You should be in Tua City. No, wait you. The leader squinted, seemingly realizing something, and said with a half-smile. You seem smart, escaping so quickly when things went south. Are you so sure Tua City will fall? We have our reasons. He continued. Since you've already deserted, why not join us? Heiyu is not like Baiyu. We don't care who you've killed before. Join us, and all will be forgiven. From now on, we'll be like brothers. How about it? Our boss appreciates your talents. Clearly, they were unaware of the details of Tua City's defense battle, not knowing the golden-eyed dragon wolf was dead, nor that a powerful YMO was there dealing with enemies. Before Lin Jiumou could respond, Sun Hao spoke up. Trash. Bastards. Only scum would join you. He glared at Sun Ting, then disdainfully glanced at Lin Jiumou, seemingly contemptuous of his desertion. In Sun Hao's eyes, Lin Jiumou had left because the city walls were breached. Lin Jiumou glanced at him, too lazy to explain, and began surveying the surroundings, growing more surprised. The small valley was surrounded by stone caves, faintly storing some supplies. The dim light indicated it was a temporary sanctuary outpost. At this point, the silent Sun Ting spoke. Xiao Hao, there's no turning back now. Come with me. I ask you, was the south wall of Tua City you're doing? Given the situation, there's no retreat. Come with me, and we can set aside our differences and live freely, can't we? I asked if you had anything to do with the south wall. Yes. Sun Ting frowned and said, but I'm doing all of this for your own good. With the resurgence of spiritual energy, the world has changed. How many resources can you really gain by getting into a beast mastery university? It won't change your destiny. It's better to join the sanctuary. The elder promised that with my wealth and connections, we could secure more resources to help you stand out among your peers. Sun Hao's hand trembled, as if he was seeing his father for the first time, not even registering the latter part of the conversation. Guan Wu and the chairman are in Lingnan City, and the warden won't arrive in Tawaching for a few more days. Now is the most vulnerable time. Tawaching is bound to fall, no one can defend it. If you stay, you'll either die or be labeled a criminal, guarding nothing but a ruined city. Come with me. No. Shut up. I won't go with you. Sun Hao shook his head vigorously, his face twisted with pain as he shouted passionately. I'm going to take you back. With that, he charged at Sun Ting like a madman, his expression nearly feral, tears welling up in his eyes as he made a helpless, animal-like whimper. Seeing this, the Wolf King with sharp claws hurriedly chased after him. Several beast masters besides Sun Ting tried to command their beasts to attack Sun Hao, but an ice wall suddenly rose, separating the Sun Father and Son. Kid, do you really want to go against our sanctuary? We have one third tier, for second tier, and a group of first tier beasts. Do you think you can take us on? The leading man said darkly, glaring at Lin Jiumou. Finish talking? Then go die. Lin Jiumou shot forward, his Tang sword gleaming under the light. Splat. Ah, damn it. Everyone attack. In a panic, the leading man tried to block with his hand, which got severed, and he retreated in pain, directing the other beast masters and the lava crocodile to attack, while pulling out a whistle and blowing it hard. The shrill whistle echoed through the small valley, quickly drawing more people out. Lin Jiumou snorted coldly, weaving through the beasts and people, his blade flashing as blood splattered, creating a dazzling scene. The lava crocodile tried to attack Lin Jiumou, only to be intercepted by Little Pine, resulting in a fierce clash of fire and ice, releasing intense energy waves. Seeing more people and beasts approaching from all sides, Lin Jiumou took another sword from his storage space. Holding twin swords, he swung them like batons, every strike leaving limbs falling. Whether beast or human, first tier or second tier, nothing could withstand his blade. Even the ordinary saber became incredibly sharp under the dwindling spiritual energy within him. Damn it! Maniac! Maniac! The leader watched Lin Jiumou coming at him relentlessly, retreating in terror and shouting as he fled into a cave. But he hadn't run far when his face changed drastically, blood gushing from his mouth. He turned back in horror to see the lava crocodile's position, now a honeycomb from Little Pine's demonic energy tendrils. How is this possible? Before he could finish speaking, Lin Jiumou was already upon him, the cold Tang, sword resting on his neck. Nothing's impossible. By the way, forgot to tell you, the golden-eyed wolf is dead. Next time you do evil, remember to bring a phone, idiot. Flash. With one stroke, the leading man fell back in disbelief, his expression forever frozen in shock and disbelief. After dealing with the leader, Lin Jiumou felt a wave of weakness, forcing himself to steady with his head, propping the Tang's sword on the ground to avoid falling. From the fierce battle in Zhone village against the sanctuary, to rushing to watching, slaying beasts along the way, fighting off endless siege beasts, even taking 2 chaos balls from the golden-eyed wolf, and getting hit by a wall, he was ultimately not as robust as Little Pine. His spirit, body, and willpower had reached their limits. Without the little bit of spiritual energy left inside him, he might have already perished. Now, weakness, pain, and hunger surged all at once, his eyelids drooping, vision doubling. The sanctuary members and their beasts coming at him seemed to have learned to duplicate, filling his entire view. The scene tilted slightly as Lin Jiumou slumped to the side, and just before losing consciousness, he vaguely saw a streak of purple light flying in from afar. So soft, just like a pillow. After losing consciousness, Lin Jiumou found himself enveloped in darkness. The familiar sensation of falling returned, reminiscent of the moment he was first bitten by Xiao Songzi and plunged into a bottomless pit. Images of countless disasters floated like bubbles, slowly drifting above him. What's happening? Why am I back here? Shouldn't I be fighting? Lin Jiumou's consciousness struggled, but to no avail, as he could only watch these scenes flash by. Suddenly, a clear laugh echoed around him. Who is it? Who's here? He shouted in his mind, but the voice didn't answer, continuing to tease, moving left and right, near and far, as if observing him. He didn't know how much time had passed before he felt himself rising again, his consciousness gradually escaping the abyss. Lin Jiumou suddenly opened his eyes, gasping for air, his breathing rapid and hoarse. Xiaomu, you're finally awake. How are you feeling? Is there anywhere uncomfortable? Tell me, Mom's here. With Mom around, there's nothing to fear. Turning his head, Lin Jiumou saw his mother looking at him with an expression of excitement, tears welling up in her eyes, her voice choked with emotion. Jiumou also looked at him with a face full of joy. His mother appeared exhausted, with dark circles under her eyes, clearly having not rested well. Don't cry, Mom, it makes you look older. Lin Jiumou smiled slightly, looking around to find himself in a private hospital room, which seemed quite comfortable. What happened with the city wall? And how did I end up here? He asked Jiumou. The beasts were driven away. You suddenly passed out, and I. Yimou's words were cut off as Lin Jiumou's father hurriedly entered with a doctor, followed by several nurses whose eyes were shining with relief. Seeing Lin Jiumou awake, they were delighted and proceeded to give him a thorough checkup, asking if he felt any pain or discomfort. Once assured of his well-being, the doctor offered some advice before leaving the room amidst the parents' gratitude, taking the reluctant nurses along. After they left, Lin Jiumou remarked on the enthusiasm of the hospital staff. That depends on who you are, his father replied, not without a hint of exasperation. The doctor's family lives near Southgate Plaza, in one of the few buildings not attacked by the beasts. You practically saved his whole family. How could he not be grateful? So that's how it is. Lin Jiumou nodded, noticing his mother still wiping away tears. He couldn't help but tease her. I just took a nap. Is it really that big of a deal? A nap? You almost. His mother began, but left the room in tears before finishing her sentence. Lin Jiumou was a bit taken aback, wondering if it was really that serious. He turned a questioning look to his father. Your situation was indeed a bit more serious than you thought. His father nodded. How serious? When Xiao Mo brought you back, you were unconscious, barely breathing, and covered in blood. You nearly scared your mother to death. She almost fainted. When Lin Jiumou arrived at the hospital, he was quickly taken into the ICU. His father pulled out a cigarette, intending to light it, but then remembered they were in a hospital and put it away. He continued. To save you, we had to mention your actions on the battlefield. Dr. Zhao, the one you just saw, posted a call for help on the Tawaching Medical Forum, mobilizing all the medical resources available to heal the demon wounds. Many people came forward to donate blood after hearing the news. Later, when you came out of the ICU, the doctors told us that your injuries were extremely severe. You had 27 bone fractures, for broken ribs. The ulna in your right forearm was nearly shattered, and your skull had multiple cracks. They removed countless demon teeth and stones from your body, and the doctors weren't sure if you would survive. Besides these, you had 31 external injuries, and both your body and mind were severely exhausted. Everything else was minor in comparison. Hearing this, Lin Jiumou's eyes widened in shock as he looked at his father. Is this considered slightly severe? This is extremely severe. It's like a million times worse. If it weren't for his father's trembling lips and forced calm demeanor, Lin Jiumou would have thought his father was joking. How could someone survive such injuries? It sounded excruciating. Why hadn't he felt it at the time? The atmosphere in the room became tense as his father fell silent, and Jiumou quietly watched Lin Jiumou. The clock on the wall ticked away. After a while, Lin Jiumou hesitantly asked, So, am I saved, or did I come back from the dead? His father chuckled. If your mom hears you say that, I'd be in trouble. Haha. Through their conversation, Lin Jiumou learned about the events following his coma. After the golden-eyed dragon wolf was killed by Xiao Songzi, the other demon beasts retreated in all directions except for the south, where they continued to charge like a suicide squad. However, with the support of soldiers from the other three sides, the situation on the city walls was soon under control. After more than 2 hours of fighting, the demon beasts' corpses piled higher than the walls, and the invading wolf pack was completely wiped out, leaving not a single one behind. The losses, however, were heavy. Thousands of soldiers and tens of thousands of residents died, despite following instructions to stay home and lock their doors. They were ultimately killed by the demon beasts, or you could say by Luo Ji's arrogance and prejudice. Thinking of this, a cold glint flashed in Lin Jiumou's eyes. And Luo Ji, what happened to him? The night after the beast tide ended, the sentry sent from above arrived to take over the City Defense Bureau's affairs and detained Luo Ji. No one knew what the future held for him. Besides Luo Ji, many from the Sun Ting group were also arrested. What about Sun Hao? Lin Jiumou asked. Sun Hao was part of the Sun Ting group, but didn't participate in the wall incident, and even fell out with his anti-human father over the war, slightly changing Lin Jiumou's view of him. That brat from the Sun family? He's locked up too. Lin Jiumou nodded slightly, lost in thought. Then he noticed a familiar tail at the door, lightly swaying, and couldn't help but smile. As he tried to sit up, he felt a tearing pain throughout his body, and his expression changed. Where are you going? His father asked. Yimo hurriedly supported Lin Jiumou. Not far, just to the door, Lin Jiumou replied, slowly making his way to the door with Yimo's help. At the door, Xiao Songzi's large body was lying there, blocking nearly half the corridor, leaving only a narrow path for people to pass. Isn't the hospital supposed to not allow large demon protectors inside? Lin Jiumou asked, reaching out to gently stroke Xiao Songzi's fur. The hospital made an exception this time because Xiao Songzi is a hero. His father's voice came from inside. Yimo smiled, as if thinking of something amusing, and whispered to Lin Jiumou. The hospital is afraid of Xiao Songzi, and the small animals in the demon protector rest area are too, but Xiao Songzi refuses to leave, so it's staying here. Lin Jiumou suddenly understood and looked at Xiao Songzi with a gentle gaze. You big guy, what if you scare the kids? The blood and dirt on Xiao Songzi had been cleaned off, revealing numerous scabs that covered most of its body, making it look a bit scruffy, like a large mangy dog. However, the faint golden energy glow it emitted restored some of its dignity. At this moment, its eyes were closed, breathing steadily, and its aura was slightly stronger than before, even intensifying with each flash of the golden light. For a moment, Lin Jiumou thought he was facing the golden-eyed dragon wolf, startling him. When the insight technique flickered, his face showed even more surprise. Did it eat the demon core of the golden-eyed dragon wolf? In Lin Jiumou's eyes, there was a noticeable change in Xiao Songzi's condition. The prompt indicated that its body was severely overdrawn and unable to absorb the energy from the golden-eyed dragon wolf demon core on its own, slowly awakening with an indeterminate completion time. It was suggested to administer pure life or natural energy to alleviate the overdrawn state. Xiao Songzi's level had risen from Tier 2, Level 5 to Tier 2, Level 7, and its Ice Eye talent seemed to have evolved into Yin Ice Eye due to extreme use during battle. Additionally, it had acquired a state of King transformation. Seeing all of this, Lin Jiumou couldn't help but smile wryly. From his inherited knowledge, he had gained a deeper understanding of the concept of a king. Generally, for a beast to grow into a king beast, it either relies on its own understanding or absorbs the demon core of another king beast. The former is more challenging but results in a more stable and powerful growth, with the power gradually increasing as the understanding deepens. The latter is influenced by the nature of the demon core, making it difficult to achieve further breakthroughs after the initial realization. Judging by the faint pressure emanating from Xiao Songzi, it was likely capable of awakening into a king beast on its own, but the current situation seemed to be developing in an uncertain direction. Lin Jiumou gently tapped Xiao Songzi, who frowned slightly in its semi-conscious state. Silently, he hoped to see a dual king emergence in Xiao Songzi's future, or it might regret it. He chuckled and cursed lightly, then returned to the hospital room with Yimo's support. Just as he was about to lie down, his foot hit something. He looked down to find a dirty, large bag enveloped in a purple energy aura, with surging spiritual energy forming a thin mist and exuding a mysterious vibe. What is this? He asked. For you, Yimo said mysteriously, blinking. Something good. What kind of good stuff? Lin Jiumou inquired curiously. 4-star spirit fruit. Delicious, Yimo replied. Oh, 4-star spirit fruit. Then take it. Take it, take it. Lin Jiumou said excitedly. What did you say? He sat up quickly, looking at Yimo in shock. Yes, take a look. Yimo smiled slightly. Lin Jiumou swallowed hard and reached into the bag, pulling out a palm-sized, shimmering silver fruit. The skin was plump, with delicate lines, emitting an enticing glow. The silver radiance fruit, 4-star level, came from the silver radiance iron tree, containing abundant natural energy. Consuming it could heal injuries, remove impurities, purify energy, and was particularly effective for wood and nature-type beasts, even offering a chance to gain wood and nature-type talents or affinity. He took a sniff, and the spiritual energy, like spring rain, nourished his nearly parched organs, filling him with an indescribable comfort. Such abundant energy. It's truly a 4-star silver radiance fruit. Lin Jiumou exclaimed. Yes, I had some, and the rest is for you. Jiumou nodded obediently. All for me? Lin Jiumou asked incredulously. Yes, Jiumou nodded earnestly. Is the bag full of mature 4-star silver radiance fruits? Lin Jiumou's eyes widened as if petrified. Yes, 12 of them. Jiumou replied with a smile. Lin Jiumou stared at her, blinking in disbelief, his heart filled with shock. These were 12 4-star spirit fruits. Not just 12 bricks of a mystical tool. Currently, the highest grade spiritual materials on the market were merely 3-star, and any spirit fruit above that level had to be obtained through special means, often unavailable for purchase regardless of wealth. He thought to himself, do you know the value of these things? If there were night demon snake hatchlings on the market, this could even trade for several of them. What night demon snake? Jiumou asked innocently, blinking her eyes. Lin Jiumou frowned slightly, knowing that the night demon serpent inside Jiumou was in a half-awakened state. Once it fully awakens, she will inevitably notice everything. Is she sure? No regrets? Jiumou thought she was being long-winded. Jiumou earnestly lifted the bag and stuffed it into Lin Jiumou's arms without hesitation, firmly saying, what's given to you is yours. Lin Jiumou was taken aback, hesitating whether to accept it. At that moment, his father impatiently interjected, just take it when you're given it. It's just a few fruits. What's the fuss? It's not like she can poison you. His father's words were a wake-up call for Lin Jiumou, and he finally agreed. All right, I'll take it. Yimou's eyes flashed with a hint of mischief as she leaned in, playfully saying, then treat me to something delicious. Lin Jiumou responded helplessly. I've spent all my money. Yimou laughed and agreed. All right, trading 12 4-star spiritual fruits for some tasty snacks is quite a deal. With these silver glimmer fruits, not only could Xiao Songzi's awakening speed up, but the chickweed seeds could also recover quickly. Lin Jiumou placed one fruit on the bed, and the rest, along with the bag, he tucked under the bed, covering it with a red plastic basin to avoid detection. With Yimou's purple energy present, the spiritual energy wouldn't leak out. He didn't want Yimou or his family to know he had storage space, as he needed to be cautious and avoid trouble, unsure if there were other storage devices in the world. Once everything was arranged, Lin Jiumou ran to Xiao Songzi with the fruit, stuffing it into its mouth. Xiao Songzi swallowed it without hesitation, and its status changed from severely exhausted to energy abundant, healing in progress. Seeing this, Lin Jiumou relaxed and returned it to the beast control space. Just as he finished, a voice with a hint of surprise came from behind. Lin Jiumou, you're finally awake. He turned around, frowning slightly, and saw it was the adjutant. Do you need something? Lin Jiumou asked indifferently. Behind the adjutant stood several officers, one of whom was the adjutant who had been beside Luo Ji on the battlefield, holding a fruit basket, clearly there to visit. Sensing Lin Jiumou's coldness, the adjutant smiled wryly. It's really not up to me. I don't have that authority. Anyway, let's get to the point. How about we talk inside? You can ask me anything you want to know. Lin Jiumou glanced at him, nodded slightly, and returned to the ward, carefully lying back on the bed. You don't know. After this battle, so many people have been watching you. The entire southern district was waiting for you to wake up. The adjutant set down the fruit basket and continued. Without you, the southern defense in this battle would have completely fallen, causing countless casualties. Our city defense bureau owes you a huge debt of gratitude. Lin Jiumou smiled faintly and replied, is that so? I actually have something I need your help with. The adjutant's face lit up with anticipation, quickly assuring, just tell me, as long as I can do it. Lin Jiumou's gaze was firm, kill Luo Ji. The momentary glimmer of hope faded quickly. He smiled wryly and said, I can't do that. Mistakes in command during a battle should be punished by the city defense headquarters, not by a lowly local adjutant like me. He sighed, why don't you ask for something else? I could take out Luo Ji, or maybe just deal with him. A cold light flashed in Lin Jiumou's eyes, and the murderous intent seemed to drop the temperature in the entire ward. I don't care what punishment he should face in the City Defense Bureau. One thing is clear, Luo Ji must die. If not now, then eventually. Sooner or later, he must die, he said angrily. Jiumou, casualties are inevitable in war. The adjutant tried to console him. That's right, people die in war, but not like this. Lin Jiumou's voice grew more intense. If the forces were unequal, and soldiers and beast tamers all died fighting, I wouldn't blame him. But this time, how many times did I mention it? If he'd just sent someone to take a look, coordinated with the soldiers, thousands wouldn't have died. His eyes widened, face flushed, and he was breathing heavily. The wounds on his body ached with the surge of emotion. He never considered himself a saint, and once thought that as long as his family was safe, it didn't matter if the sky fell. But this battle, He was involved, gave his all, and there was a chance to turn the tide. Yet thousands died because of one fool's prejudice, turning a forewarned disaster into reality. To say he wasn't angry would be a lie. The atmosphere fell into a brief silence as Lin Jiumou's breathing gradually steadied under the comfort of Jiumou and his father. The adjutant's face grew more grim, finally revealing a piece of news that left Lin Jiumou stunned. Actually, Luo Ji has already left Tua City. Left? Where to? Lin Jiumou asked urgently. After the command failure, the governor detained him, intending to deal with him according to city defense regulations. But then someone from the capital came and took him away. They said it was a major oversight in command, and he's been reassigned to the Western War Zone to fight against the Beast Tide. He left at noon and should be nearing Cha City by now, the adjutant added. No demotion. Bang! The cup in Lin Jiumou's hand shattered, water spilling everywhere. Luo Ji has some connections in the capital. I advise you not to go against him. You can't win. The adjutant said, seeing Lin Jiumou silent, slightly relieved that he didn't utter anything rash or do anything impulsive. Is there anything else you need from me? Lin Jiumou asked coldly. Actually, yes. We came here, first, on behalf of the governor to check on you, and second, to learn about Sun Ting's son, Sun Hao, the adjutant explained. What do you want to know? Lin Jiumou asked. After many from the Sun Ting group were arrested, Sun Hao claimed he wasn't involved in the wall incident and that he had severed ties with his father, even intercepting him, the adjutant explained. That's true, Lin Jiumou said expressionlessly. I don't know if he was involved with the wall, but Sun Ting led me through a secret passage to pursue and intercept him. That kid actually had the guts to do that, his father said, surprised. He couldn't help but ponder if there was anything in his own life that might require such drastic measures, and after considering it, apart from his little stash of money, there didn't seem to be anything that would need a family intervention. He felt relieved. I see, that clarifies things. The adjutant gave Lin Jiumou a deep look. Before coming here, he had investigated the long-standing grudge between Lin Jiumou and Sun Hao, so he was surprised by Lin Jiumou's response and gained a new level of respect for him. After learning about Sun Hao's situation, the adjutant left, and the ward returned to its quiet state. Lin Jiumou suddenly looked around and asked, by the way, why isn't Mom back yet? Is she chatting up that handsome uncle again? Dad, aren't you going to check on her? Despite his words, his father put the cigarette back in his pocket and walked out. Jiumou blinked. Tonight, come with me to handle something. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Lin Jiumou's eyes. At night, accompanied by Jiumou, Lin Jiumou arrived at Southgate Square. His body was wrapped in bandages, covered by casual clothes, and Jiumou draped a light jacket over him. The square was a scene of devastation, upturned ground, scattered ruins, and the remnants of destruction. The corpses had been removed, leaving behind dark, dried bloodstains. Among the damaged buildings and rubble were photos of the deceased, candles, and chrysanthemums. Family members knelt, crying, their sorrow echoing like the mournful cries of a cuckoo, piercing the heart. Many people had come from other parts of Tua City to pay their respects, shocked by the tragedy, standing in stunned silence like Lin Jiumou. In the distance, breaches in the city walls were being repaired under bright lights, with countless workers laboring through the night to replace bricks. Amid the crowd, a dazed, thin figure caught Lin Jiumou's attention. What are you doing here? Lin Jiumou asked. The person flinched and turned, revealing a pale face with a hint of bitterness. It was Sun Hao, recently released. Is this all because of him? Lin Jiumou referred to Sun Ting. Yes, Sun Hao replied. Lin Jiumou glanced at him indifferently, took 2 bouquets of chrysanthemums from the bag Jiumou was holding, handed one to Sun Hao, and then walked to a nearby ruin to place the flowers in silent mourning. Sun Hao followed mechanically, doing the same. How will your family's affairs be handled? Lin Jiumou asked. Sun Hao was silent for a moment before replying. He will be sentenced, and our assets will be confiscated to compensate the victims and aid city reconstruction. Lin Jiumou continued. What are your plans? Sun Hao shook his head. I don't know. At that moment, the air raid sirens sounded, not as a crisis warning, but as a signal for collective mourning. For 3 consecutive days, today was the last. Everyone who was moving or talking stopped, stood uniformly, and bowed their heads, including Lin Jiumou. After the sirens ended, 3 minutes passed, and when Lin Jiumou opened his eyes, Sun Hao had disappeared. Later, he went to the city walls. The soldiers on duty, upon seeing him, gazed at him with fervent admiration and saluted him. A few soldiers on break excitedly ran over to surround him. Lin, you really woke up. We didn't quite believe it when the adjutant told us earlier, one soldier exclaimed. Your injuries aren't healed yet. You should head back quickly. If you catch a cold here, it could worsen your condition, another soldier quickly added. Yeah, exactly. This battle was really thanks to you. Without you, not just the people in the city, but even we wouldn't have made it. The soldiers spoke one after another like devoted fans meeting their idol, leaving Lin Jiumou no chance to respond. This was no exaggeration. During the Beast Tide in Tua City, the 5 third-tier beasts at the south wall were almost entirely slain by Lin Jiumou and Shaoxongzi. When the wolves attacked the city, he defended the other walls. This seemingly hopeless battle, with odds overwhelmingly against them, was turned around by the desperate efforts of Lin Jiumou and Shaoxongzi. Feeling overwhelmed by the attention, Lin Jiumou chatted with the soldiers for a while and then left the city walls amid their salutes. Soon, everyone in Southgate Square knew that Lin Jiumou had woken up and was present, prompting many to search for him, unaware that the person they sought was enveloped in a purple light, flying westward at a speed faster than a high-speed train. Under the moonlit night, fragmented clouds scattered across the sky, allowing frosty beams of moonlight to trickle through, sparsely illuminating the vast land and dense forests below. A streak of purple light swiftly moved through the forest, leaving a long trail of light as it traversed mountains, forests, and waters, quickly passing over Cha City. Finally, the purple light paused on Shougo Ridge, situated between Lingnan City and Cha City, revealing the figures of Yi Mo and Lin Jiumou. The purple light gathered around Yi Mo's body, faintly forming the image of a purple python on his back. Lin Jiumou gazed intently at the snake until it faded, then shifted his attention to the foot of the mountain. At the base, 5 military vehicles formed a circle, their silver sheen reflecting in the moonlight, with several tents scattered among them. A large square table was set up between the tents, adorned with cigarettes, alcohol, and several dishes, while a heavy iron box sat on the ground nearby. For people were seated around the table, one of whom was Luo Ji, who was supposed to be handcuffed and escorted to the western war zone. In the faint moonlight, there was no trace of handcuffs on him. How comfortable, Lin Jiumou thought, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. At that moment, Yi Mo nudged him with his finger, pointing towards a thicket not far from the convoy. Lin Jiumou squinted hard to see, but the distance made it difficult to discern more than a vague silhouette under the moonlight. Without responding, Yi Mo lightly tapped his temple. In the next second, Lin Jiumou's eyes transformed into snake-like pupils, and the scene before him changed dramatically. Everything appeared in a ghostly blue hue, including Yi Mo looking up at the sky. The moon emitted a soft white glow. Lin Jiumou then focused on the base of the mountain, where he saw the soldiers on guard and Luo Ji radiating a red glow indicative of heat. The iron box beside Luo Ji also emitted a faint red light, suggesting something warm was concealed inside. Next, Lin Jiumou directed his gaze towards the low shrubbery area Yi Mo had previously indicated, surprised to discover dozens of heat signatures, both large and small, hidden within. His eyes lit up. It seemed someone else had a similar plan. This way, suspicion would be less likely to fall on him. At the table in the center of the tents, Luo Ji, seemingly troubled, drank alone. Luo, my friend, how can you achieve great things with this attitude? Battles always result in casualties. What commander hasn't made mistakes? Said a sharply dressed man, patting his shoulder. Exactly, just find a smaller place to practice. Once you're ready, make your move and arrange to come back, added another man in his early 30s, dressed casually. The last man, wearing a City Defense Bureau uniform and evidently the leader of this military group, sat quietly, seemingly waiting for something. Guys, Luo Ji said indignantly. This battle was already unequal, so losing wasn't surprising. But now, some idiot is shouting about it all over the city, saying it was my bad command that got thousands killed. How am I supposed to keep my dignity? He slammed his hand on the table, the smell of alcohol in the air, getting more agitated. Don't hold it in, drink up. I'm not holding it in. I'm just annoyed. I even thought of giving that bastard a lead, having him join us so we could all benefit, but he turned around and stabbed me in the back. Do they think I feel good about people dying? They just want to blame everything on me. Can't I be right about anything? As Luo Ji's anger rose, his face turned even redder, and his voice grew louder, as if he wanted to vent his frustrations to everyone. Yes, it's all that bastard's fault. What's his name, Lin Jiu? It's Lin Jiumou. Mentioning the name only increased Luo Ji's irritation. Yeah, Lin Jiumou. When we get back, we've got ways to deal with him. Isn't he quite the achiever? He'll qualify for the capital, and then we'll have plenty of chances to humiliate him. Exactly. Daring to harm Brother Luo, we'll make him crawl on the ground like a worm. Luo Ji's excitement spread to those around him, and he pounded the table, shouting, yes, crawl for me. That bastard even punched me. I'll hit him back 100 times. Just then, a man in military uniform who had been silent suddenly shouted, they're here. Luo Ji asked blearily, what's here? A group of pests, the man in a suit replied coldly. Brother Wu's mission this time is to escort that iron box, and those evil demon tamers are after it. We're lucky to hitch a ride with Brother Wu. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy. What's in the box? Luo Ji asked curiously. The man in a suit replied. It's an experimental item found in a hideout of the Sanctuary Organization. Seems to have research value. He gestured ahead. Look, those pests are here. Outside the military vehicle, there were rustling sounds, followed by countless flames, ice, and lightning tearing through space, attacking their position. The officer was right. What fools. The officer sneered, pressing a controller in his hand, forming a protective shield between the military vehicles. The flames and ice fell harmlessly. Fire! Shoot them! In the next second, all the soldiers opened fire, silver bullets whizzing through the air, forcing the evil demon tamers hidden among the trees to reveal themselves, numbering in the dozens. The battle erupted instantly, shouts and roars intertwined, as soldiers and demon tamers fought fiercely, each move deadly. Seeing the soldiers struggling to handle the demon tamers, the officer glanced at the other two, and they summoned their own demons. 3 third-order demons appeared, scaring the demon tamers into retreat. However, they didn't get far before being slaughtered, leaving a field of corpses in a matter of minutes. Pathetic. With such weak power, they dare provoke us. The man in a suit clapped his hands as if he had just done something trivial. Let's go, continue drinking, he said, walking over to the table with the others, finding Luo Ji slumped over, making them laugh. Huh, brother Luo can't hold his liquor. I told you he'd get drunk. This guy made me lose 2 weeks of drink money. He used to handle 2 bottles, now not even half. They nudged Luo Ji, finding him warm to the touch. Bringing their noses closer, they smelled a faint metallic scent, realizing something was wrong. Under the light of a lamp, they saw Luo Ji's face was pale, eyes dull, with an expression of shock and terror, as if he'd seen something horrifying before he died. Oh no, brother Luo. The 3 cried out, hurriedly turning Luo Ji over on the chair, revealing multiple stab wounds on his body, blood flowing down to their feet. What do we do now? The man in a suit and the casual-dressed man were stunned. Their task was to escort Luo Ji, and now he was dead, leaving them at a loss. The officer looked towards the box's location, finding it empty, with only an imprint where it used to be, his face darkening as he realized it had been stolen. I didn't expect those sly pests to sneak inside the shield unnoticed. The man in a suit and the casual-dressed man exchanged determined glances. It seems Brother Luo died protecting the box from an infiltrating expert. We will avenge you. The man in a suit said solemnly. The casually dressed man added, since the item was taken from the sanctuary, they must have some strength. I suggest we rush back, report this, and handle it properly. The sanctuary will pay in blood. They both looked at the officer. Brother Wu. Old Wu. The officer looked at Luo Ji's body, a flicker of doubt in his eyes, but seeing their urgency, he nodded. All right, let's move quickly. On top of Shogo Ridge, Lin Jiumou watched expressionlessly as Luo Ji's body was taken away, military vehicles swiftly heading west one after another. In truth, if Luo Ji had been detained by the garrison and subjected to the fair punishment of the City Defense Bureau, he would have faced a few years in prison at most, not death. Although Lin Jiumou intended to kill him, he didn't want to clash directly with the City Defense Bureau. However, if they bypassed protocol to take him away, that was a different matter. Since they didn't follow the rules, there were ways to respond in kind. At least for Lin Jiumou, this was a viable path. Once the convoy disappeared, Lin Jiumou turned his attention to a nearby iron box, which seemed to contain something that was banging against it. Did they mention this box? They said it was an experimental product from the Holy Hall's lair, with high research value, and that the officer's main task was to escort it. So that's the case. Lin Jiumou nodded and gestured towards the box. Yemo understood, stepped forward, and grasped the large padlock on the box. With a squeeze, the lock emitted a piercing creak before snapping open. The box slowly opened, revealing a pair of fierce yet innocent large eyes, baring its teeth at them like a wounded young beast huddled in a corner of the box. A soft growl emerged, warning Lin Jiumou and Yemo. What a strange little creature, Lin Jiumou remarked in surprise. At such close range, with the enhancement from the pine nut, he could clearly see the peculiar appearance of this creature. It had no body, just a palm-sized pink head covered in fine fuzz, with eyes larger than ping-pong balls, filled with fear and anger. It had 2 curved horns on its head, with a pale red scale between them. It lacked ears, but had a pair of gradient red wings. It was a rare beast cub, as indicated by AI-generated hints, created by the fusion of multiple monster genes, with a complex genetic makeup, unpredictable thoughts, and fluctuating emotions, making it difficult to interact with. This was Lin Jiumou's first encounter with such an unusual beast description. Observing the fear and anger in the beast's expression, he understood that its experiences inside, and before being put in the box, were likely unpleasant. He reached into his pocket, retrieved a high-quality beast treat from his storage space, and offered it to the creature. Hungry? Here you go. The creature sniffed, lunged forward, and instead of eating the treat, it bit down on several of Lin Jiumou's fingers. Yemo's expression changed, ready to intervene, but Lin Jiumou stopped him. Good, very good. How did you know I wanted you to bite my fingers? Lin Jiumou smiled slightly, the temperature subtly dropping. After a flurry of punches and the creature's anguished howls, Lin Jiumou finally managed to stuff the beast treat into its mouth. The creature, bruised and battered, looked pitifully at him with tearful eyes, as if about to cry. It glanced at Yemo, seeking justice. only to find Yimou's gaze even more terrifying than Lin Jiumou's, as if he might tear it to pieces. Terrified, it shrank back, clinging obediently to Lin Jiumou's hand without daring to move. That's better. Lin Jiumou nodded in satisfaction, cradling it in his arm. Let's go. Time to head back, he said, as they transformed into a flash of purple light, swiftly heading towards Tua City. Chasing the wind and moon, countless landscapes expanded before their eyes, disappearing in an instant. The once hungry beast looked up at Lin Jiumou, its eyes showing a mix of grievance and confusion, ultimately settling on a somewhat aggrieved expression. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Lin family home, Tian smiled at teacher Luo and said, "Thank you, big sister. Since Lin isn't here, I won't disturb you any longer." Teacher Luo responded with a smile. "You're such a sweet talker, calling me sister at my age." She felt a bit guilty for making them wait for an hour. "Oh, not at all. I enjoyed chatting with you, big sister." Tian laughed. "You're so youthful. When you're out with Lin, people might think you're siblings." Teacher Luo couldn't help but laugh. "Ahaha, you're too kind. Do come by for tea sometime, and take care on your way home. Bye now." The two slowly walked away, revealing themselves to be teacher Luo from Lingnan Academy and her assistant, Tian. As they left the Lin residence and headed back to their hotel, Tian curiously observed their surroundings, while teacher Luo looked troubled. "Don't be discouraged, old Luo. The school said Lin has to return tomorrow to fill out his college preferences. We can find him then." Tian comforted her. "Once he's at school, it might be too late for us." Teacher Luo sighed, feeling worried. Lin Jiumou was already in high demand, and in the recent beast tide battle in Tawaching, he had turned the tide, slaying the king beast, the golden-eyed dragon wolf, and several third-tier beasts, showcasing remarkable combat awareness and spirit. The other academies aren't fools. Tomorrow, we might not even get a chance. "Well, I could buy a nylon bag and snatch him away tomorrow," Tian joked. "Oh, and lend me one of your stockings to cover my face so we won't be recognized. As long as there aren't any folks from the imperial capital, no other school can stop us. Do you have any normal human ideas, old Luo? You know me. This is way out of my league." Teacher Luo shook her head helplessly, quickening her pace toward the hotel, leaving Tian chuckling behind her. A few minutes later, Lin Jiumou and Yimou returned home. Upon learning that two people claiming to be teachers from Lingnan Academy had come looking for him and waited for an hour, Lin Jiumou looked surprised. "Those two girls seem nice and honest. I even wanted to invite them for a late-night snack, but unfortunately, they left," his mother said regretfully. "Is that so? Then they missed a good meal." Lin Jiumou chuckled, not taking it to heart. He thought he might see them tomorrow at school when he goes to fill out his college preferences if they were indeed from Lingnan Academy. Hearing Lin Jiumou's voice, his sister came running over, her face tired yet excited. Seeing Lin Jiumou, her eyes reddened, and she rushed into his arms. "Wow, you're alive again, smelly brother." Her soft body startled Lin Jiumou, but as he felt her trembling, he smiled gently, patting her back while holding the beast in his other hand to prevent it from being startled. "After volunteering for a few days, I thought you'd be more mature, but you're still such a crybaby," Lin Jiumou teased. He had been unconscious for 7 days, during which the school had suspended classes for 3 days. Many students from the southern part of the city volunteered to help families and communities affected by the beast tide. Lin Miao had joined them, leaving early and coming back late, even returning home late tonight. "I like crying, so what?" Despite her words, she got off him, her face slightly flushed, no longer crying, and curiously looked at the beast in his arms. "Did you bring back a plush toy?" "It's a beast," Lin Jiumou explained. "Oh, it looks like a plush toy. But since you're so famous now, having a beast is only fitting." His sister nodded seriously, then suddenly remembered something, her face lighting up with excitement. "Oh, by the way, your grades are out. Want to know?" "First place," Lin Jiumou said casually. "How did you know?" his sister asked, surprised. "I didn't know until just now," Lin Jiumou replied with a slight smile. "Ah, you tricked me again," his sister exclaimed, then excitedly shared his results. "After the grades came out, I used your exam ID to check. You got full marks in the written test, practical test, and trial. I saw online that many people got full marks in the trial and practical, even Sister Mo. But you're the only one who got full marks in the written test." She couldn't hide the pride in her eyes, as if she were the one who had placed first. In addition to his impressive exam results, his brother's heroic actions during the beast tide made him an overnight sensation, becoming a hero of Xian City. His sister excitedly exclaimed that the entire city, especially the southern part, was abuzz with talk of his exploits. Single-handedly, he had slain multiple third-tier beasts, constructed a wall of ice to protect Xian City, and upheld the city's hope with his own flesh and blood. Even while seriously injured, he pursued and captured Sun Ting, who had caused the wall's collapse, saving countless lives before collapsing himself. His sister's eyes sparkled as she remarked, "Isn't it touching? Now, the girls in Xian City who want to be your girlfriend could line up outside the city walls." Lin Jiumou listened, touching the bandages wrapped around him, feeling a shiver run down his spine. He thought his sister's praise might be a bit exaggerated. Could it be borrowed from a script? His sister laughed and replied, "Hey, can borrowing ever be called copying for a scholar? It's just a reference." She then showed him a list on her phone. "Remember the young Beastmaster rankings? You were ranked over 700 before, but now, thanks to your exam results and the Beast Tide incident, you've skyrocketed to 187th place, even higher than Xin Fang from Lingnan." The phone screen displayed the rankings, with Lin Jiumou positioned in the lower half of the second page, marked by a fiery red, hot symbol. Xin Fang was right below him at 188th. Lin Jiumou didn't bother checking the higher rankings, knowing well that most of those ahead were third-tier beast masters, formidable in strength. He wouldn't be surprised if someone told him those at the top had fourth-tier power, as there was a fourth-tier master right beside him. However, Lin Jiumou suddenly realized that while he might be somewhat famous in Xian City, he was probably insignificant on a national or even global scale. After the battle, his initial pride and complacency vanished, replaced by a cold sweat on his back. He walked back to his room in a daze, not even registering what his sister said afterward. In his room, Lin Jiumou placed the multi-beast on the bed and summoned Xia Songzi with a wave of his hand. Instantly, the terrifying aura of a king filled the room, causing the restless multi-beast to tremble in fear, staring in terror at the sudden giant. It thought, "Are you kidding me? Am I going to be eaten?" So eating too much really does get you eaten. Clearly, it was overthinking. Lin Jiumou only summoned Xia Songzi to check its condition, gently stroking its head before returning it to the beast's space. The frightened multi-beast breathed a sigh of relief, rolling away on the bed, feeling much better than being in the iron box. Unaware of the multi-beast's rich inner thoughts, Lin Jiumou put away Xia Songzi and took out a silver radiance fruit and a contaminated stellaria seed. At that moment, the multi-beast suddenly rolled off the bed, greedily eyeing the silver radiance fruit, and in the next second, it lunged with its wings open, aiming for the fruit. With a gentle flick, Lin Jiumou sent the object in his hand flying at an even faster speed, knocking over a chair. He glared at the greedy creature and threatened, "This isn't for you. If you dare to steal a bite, I'll cut off your wings and roast them." Then, he turned his attention to the seed of the rare plant. Strangely, even though his storage space couldn't hold any living things, this seed, which still had a faint life force, could be stored inside. Thanks to this, he was able to care for the seed during the battle at the city wall. If this 5-star seed were destroyed, he would regret it deeply. He rummaged through a corner and found an old fish tank, about a foot wide, with a small opening, just right for placing the seed. Breaking open the silver fruit, a rich life force immediately filled the air. He took a deep breath, and the aura made every cell in his body come alive, accelerating the healing of his wounds. In the distance, the exotic beasts smelled the scent, their forehead scales trembling with excitement, greedily inhaling. Even the seed on the bed sensed the aura, reacting not with fear, but with a hunger akin to a starving person smelling grilled fish, eagerly shaking. "Don't worry, you'll get some soon," Lin Jiumou said, not expecting the seed to understand, but to his surprise, it calmed down, its emitted energy subsiding. Intrigued, he quickened his pace. He made an appropriate opening at the top of the silver fruit and placed the seed securely on it. Instantly, the seed emitted a crystal-like glow, its tendril-like structures reaching down to connect with the fruit, pulsing as if breathing, while its wrinkled and dull surface rapidly became vibrant and saturated. After about 3 minutes, the seed transformed into a translucent, emerald-like large seed, radiating a clear life force. Using his insight technique, Lin Jiumou saw its status had shifted to healing, and he sighed in relief. The room was filled with spiritual energy, becoming misty, prompting him to quickly reach out to store both the silver fruit and the seed back into the storage space to prevent any overflow that might cause trouble. However, when his hand touched the seed, he felt a resistance. It wouldn't go in, just like when he tried to store living things before. Wasn't it possible before? He wondered, attempting to touch other parts of the seed, but it was still ineffective. His hand unknowingly touched the tip of the seed, and he felt a slight pain in his fingertip. Retracting his hand, he saw the seed absorbing the drop of blood he had shed. Before he could react, a faint connection formed between him and the seed, reminiscent of the initial bond he had with the little pine nut. Could it be? Lin Jiumou's heart stirred, and he tentatively sent a message through his consciousness. In the next moment, the seed slightly trembled, conveying a weak yet joyful emotion with a hint of dependence. Lin Jiumou's eyes widened in astonishment, his heart overwhelmed by a tidal wave of shock. He licked his dry lips, murmuring hoarsely, "So, not only animals can mutate into beasts, but plants can too." He had once dismissed the seed's description, thinking a plant was just a plant, but now this bond forced him to reconsider it was the seed formed by the last strength of the injured plant queen. This meant that even before it was obtained by the people of the sanctuary, it had already been a powerful plant beast. At that moment, Lin Jiumou found himself filled with new questions about the world, reminiscent of the shock he felt when he first saw giant rats eating people. He knew these questions couldn't be answered at home, or even in Tua City. He raised his hand to summon the seed back, along with the silver fruit it was connected to, leaving only a small remnant at the bottom. Unfazed, Lin Jiumou ate the small piece, transforming it into surging energy to heal his injuries. During his recovery, the exotic beast was unusually restless, sometimes breaking cups, sometimes knocking over chairs, and occasionally letting out strange cries, its mood swinging between anger, confusion, and grievance, changing several times within a minute. After being annoyed by the beast several times, Lin Jiumou grabbed a feather duster from the living room and chased it around, hitting it until it howled. Once tired, both he and the beast sought refuge. He placed it in a cardboard box lined with his clothes, shoved it under the desk, and finally enjoyed a moment of peace. The creature, exhausted and battered, fell into a deep sleep. When it awoke, it found itself lying in an unexpectedly soft cage, surrounded by a vaguely familiar scent neither likable nor loathsome. Slowly, it opened its eyes, and in the darkness, its confused eyes shone brightly, reflecting a sliver of moonlight through the curtain gap. It realized it was in a paper cage lined with soft clothing. Its little nose cautiously sniffed, then turned its puzzled gaze toward the bed. Recalling the events before it slept, it folded its wings and prodded the bruised spot, wincing at the pain and feeling a surge of anger. How dare he defy me? The creature, like a little meatball, bounced a few times before landing on the bed, staring intently at Lin Jiumou. Voices argued in its mindsome urge to crush him. Others suggested a beating while he slept, while a few advised letting it go, as the soft paper cage was better than an iron one. These voices buzzed like flies, irritating it until its eyes turned red, exuding a hint of violence. Such inner conflicts were routine for it. It lunged at Lin Jiumou, sinking its baby teeth into his finger. This time, it hit a scab, causing it to crack and bleed, the blood seeping into its mouth. The violent emotion subsided, and it blinked, releasing the finger and gently blowing on the wound. A tranquil, gentle consciousness emerged in its mind, leaving it stunned and terrified at the possibility the creature, had been contracted. Its fur bristled, scales trembling like a rattlesnake's tail, but under the influence of the gentle consciousness, its anxiety and fear were soothed, replaced by a guilty feeling. It sneaked a peek at Lin Jiumou, then quietly jumped back into the box, thinking, I don't know, I won't admit it. Just then, a loud exclamation echoed in Lin Jiumou's room. What did you do? Did I say I wanted to contract you? Who told you to do this? The creature, feeling guilty, couldn't meet Lin Jiumou's eyes, squirming like dough in his hand. The stranger the situation, the more peculiar Lin Jiumou found it. How did he go to sleep fine and wake up with a contracted creature? Could it be that it had sought revenge by forming a contract while he slept after being beaten? The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Just then, his brother's voice called out. Breakfast is ready. Lin Jiumou sighed and recalled the creature into the contracted space. He could break the contract, but doing so would irreversibly harm a contract master's spirit. At this point, he had no choice but to accept it. Breakfast ended in gloom. After a night's rest and the healing effects of the silver glimmer fruit, Lin Jiumou's injuries had improved significantly. As he entered the school, stepping through the gates, students around him stopped in their tracks, eyes fixated on him, and within seconds, they surged forward, crowding the entrance. Lin, you're finally awake. That's great news. Everyone knows what you've done for us. It's all thanks to you. How's your injury? Does it still hurt? Let me give you a massage. Get lost. What are you doing? You're a guy? We girls haven't even had a chance yet. Count me in. Count me in. Facing this terrifying scene, Lin Jiumou broke into a cold sweat and kept retreating. He finally realized that his sister wasn't exaggerating. Fortunately, a few boys noticed that the girls surrounding Lin Jiumou were too overwhelming and volunteered to help fend them off. Thanks, buddies, Lin Jiumou said. Then, with a light step, he quickly leveraged the shoulders of others to escape the encirclement. Before anyone could react, he left the school gates. As he reached the classroom door, thunderous applause erupted from within. The whole class looked at him with excitement, in perfect unison. Hey, Brother Mu is finally back among the living. You came over, slinging an arm around his shoulder. I was fine all along, Lin Jiumou replied as they walked in, surrounded by classmates asking all sorts of questions. This time, Lin Jiumou didn't shy away and chatted with them briefly. Soon, they dispersed, some reviewing their textbooks, others filling out forms. On Lin Jiumou's desk was a Form 2, a university application form. 2/3 of the class had applied for the Demon Tamer University entrance exam, with half of those passing, here to fill out their applications. Those with unsatisfactory results, or who didn't take the exam continued with classes, opting for the traditional educational path. Just as Lin Jiumou sat down, removed the pen cap, and prepared to fill out the form, familiar footsteps approached the classroom. It was their homeroom teacher, Ms. Yang. She immediately spotted Lin Jiumou and smiled. This period is for self-study. Those filling out applications should continue. If there's anything you don't understand, leave it blank, and I'll explain when I return. Jiumou, come with me for a moment. Puzzled, Lin Jiumou followed the homeroom teacher outside. Are you feeling better? Much better. That's good. It was really tough on you this time, having to take on such a big responsibility at such a young age. The homeroom teacher said softly, a bit sympathetically. It's all in the past. Life will only get better. Lin Jiumou reassured her. Well said, you've matured so much in just a few months. A little man now. The homeroom teacher teased. Lin Jiumou blushed slightly, cleared his throat, and quickly changed the subject. Is there something you needed to talk to me about? Yes, and it's good news. The teacher became a bit excited, speaking faster. As the top scorer in the National University entrance exam, many demon tamer academies want to invite you to attend. How many? So many, it's countless. The director of studies even had the admissions office narrow it down to the top 10. Knowing our class is filling out applications today, representatives from these schools are here, waiting in the conference room. Is Lingnan Academy among them? Yes, and there are academies far better than Lingnan, including the top-ranked academy in the capital. The homeroom teacher smiled genuinely, truly happy for her students' promising future. Really? That's great. Lin Jiumou smiled. At that moment, on the field behind them, a demon beast was hurtling towards the homeroom teacher at high speed, with a whistling sound. Watch out. Behind you. Several startled voices called out. The teacher instinctively turned around, just in time to see the bloodied face of the beast growing larger before her eyes. Boom. A muffled sound erupted as the over 2-meter tall demon beast was stopped in its tracks by a bandaged hand gripping its head. Lin Jiumou quickly pulled the teacher behind him, staring coldly at the beast. He reflexively squeezed hard, nearly crushing the head of the second-tier, level 1 beast. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a student running over in a panic, and he quickly released his grip, tossing the obviously battered beast back to the ground. That was close. He almost crushed its skull. No. Sorry, Lin and teacher, really sorry. We weren't causing trouble, just taking a beast class. This was a student from class 2, who, along with other beast students, had ignored discipline when the spiritual energy first revived and was pinned down and beaten by Lin Jiumou on the playground, leaving a psychological shadow that still lingered. Following the student's direction, Lin Jiumou looked over and indeed saw a class practicing with their beasts on the playground. Among them was a flashy, arrogant-looking boy who was disdainfully looking this way. In front of him, a robust, red baboon of the second tier, level 9, was beating its chest and letting out a provocative roar. Seeing this red baboon, a hint of surprise flashed in Lin Jiumou's eyes. He hadn't expected that after a few days of unconsciousness, such a formidable student would appear in the school. The homeroom teacher came out from behind him, looking nervously at the groaning beast on the ground, and quickly said to the student, "Hurry up and take it for treatment. It looks pretty bad." After saying that, he stopped Lin from heading towards the playground and jogged over to communicate with the beast teacher in charge. The two teachers exchanged a few words with smiles, then bid farewell, taking Lin Jiumou with them. Before leaving, Lin Jiumou glanced back at the arrogant boy, who was also staring at him with a cold smile. "Thanks to you just now, Jiumou, or else my small frame would be done for," the homeroom teacher said gratefully. "No need to be so formal, teacher. But you seemed really tense. Was that just my imagination?" Lin Jiumou stopped, clenched his hand, with a slight bitter smile on his face. Recently, he had been fighting so much that he almost formed a reflex. Apart from the late-night beast incident, he became alert at the slightest disturbance. Just like earlier, when he grabbed the beast, he instinctively entered battle mode, subconsciously wanting to crush its skull and draw his sword for the next one. Relax. The homeroom teacher, who was less than 1.6 meters tall, suddenly jumped up, patting his head like comforting a child, his middle-aged face carrying a hint of childlike amusement, with wrinkles full of kindness. "Yes, I'll pay attention," Lin Jiumou grinned. "Let's go." The two then fell silent, and because they had wasted some time, they had to quicken their pace towards the conference room in the office building. Upon reaching the conference room, the homeroom teacher knocked and entered. A strange atmosphere seeped out like water, causing them to pause slightly. Inside the conference room sat over a dozen people, with one person standing. Lin Jiumou recognized the standing person as the school's director of education, who had been alerted by the Beast Academy's invitation to Lin Jiumou and had accompanied him throughout. Among the seated individuals, the one in the foremost position was a middle-aged man in a neat suit, sitting there with an air of self-assurance, sipping tea from a covered bowl with a distinguished demeanor. There were about 7 or 8 people seated on either side, with transparent glass cups in front of them, all seemingly giving him subtle respect. The chairs were slightly angled towards him, except for 2 young women sitting at the far end, looking as gloomy as if they were isolated. Lin Jiumou glanced at these 2 women. They were the ones from Lingnan Academy who had visited him at home the day before, surprisingly young. As the noise from outside the door was heard, everyone turned their heads, their gazes collectively fixed on Lin Jiumou, with varied expressions. The man in the lead glanced at him, nodded slightly, and continued sipping his tea. The short-haired woman from Lingnan Academy, with a mature and cool demeanor, nodded at Lin Jiumou. Despite wearing a white shirt, her face showed no expression, suggesting she was in a bad mood. Next to her, a cute girl with thick black-framed glasses waved excitedly. The rest of the people displayed friendly smiles, and the atmosphere suddenly became harmonious, as if the previous tension was just an illusion. The director of education wiped the sweat from his forehead and quickly brought Lin Jiumou to the front to introduce him to the teachers in the meeting room. Teachers, this is our student, Lin Jiumou. Hello, Lin Jiumou greeted with a raised hand. Hello, Lin. As expected, you are as impressive as they say online. One man spoke up first. I am Wei Feng from the admissions office of Kanglin Academy of Demon Control. Due to your outstanding performance, our academy would like to invite you to enroll with us. Just because Kanglin talks a lot? Another woman interjected. Lin, don't listen to him. We are from Shanghai's Kairite Academy, the one famous for having beautiful teachers everywhere. I'm from the admissions office of Xinghua Academy, inviting Lin. Another admissions representative chimed in. We are Tianlong Academy, only about 500 kilometers from Tua City. Enrolling with us means not only great resources, but also staying close to home. The scene of top demon control academies eagerly introducing themselves left the homeroom teacher and the director of education dumbfounded. These were the top 10 academies in the nation, the elite of the demon control world, where every student dreams of entering. Yet now, they seemed like street vendors competing for attention. Despite their inner grumblings, the homeroom teacher and the director of education couldn't help but feel a surge of pride, wishing they could capture this moment and show it to everyone. Look, this is a student from Tua City No. 1 High School. Soon, after the other academies finished their introductions, only Lingnan Academy and the middle-aged man at the head remained. All eyes turned to the two from Lingnan Academy, but the short-haired woman seemed deep in thought, unaware of the attention around her. Next to her, Tian grew anxious, gently nudging her with her leg, yet the woman remained oblivious. Seeing the situation, Tian reluctantly stood up and stammered, "I am the teaching assistant, and this is our representative, Teacher Luo, from Lingnan College, ranked 10th. Although our ranking isn't as high as yours and our resources are relatively scarce, with even fewer female teachers, but..." Before she could finish, others from the surrounding colleges couldn't help but laugh, and even Lin Jiumou had a peculiar expression. She mentioned no strengths and left out no weaknesses. It was quite something. Embarrassed by the laughter, Tian lowered her head. At this moment, the short-haired woman regained her composure, realizing the awkwardness earlier. She reached out to hold Tian's hand, offering a comforting look that eased her anxiety. She then stood up. Hello, Lin. I am Luo Huayu, head of admissions at Lingnan College. Our college is located a few hundred kilometers away in Lingnan City. We greatly admire your abilities and sincerely invite you to join us. She spoke with genuine sincerity and then sat back down without any hesitation. Lin Jiumou did not respond, his gaze following the others to the man in the suit at the forefront. With the top 10 colleges introduced, only the last one remained. The suited man slowly said, Imperial Capital Monster Academy invites Lin to enroll and report to the academy by May 31st. His tone was calm, sounding more like an announcement than an invitation. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere returned to silence, reminiscent of when they first entered. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, with Lingnan College seemingly being collectively ostracized, the director quickly stepped in with some diplomatic words to ease the tension, praising the excellence of each college and their keen eye for talent, specifically regarding Lin Jiumou. Lin Jiumou wasn't sure if the director was complimenting them or his own school. So, it's clear that all of you are here to invite our outstanding student, Lin, the director said, looking at Lin Jiumou. Jiumou, now you have several opportunities before you. Which one would you like to choose? After speaking, he turned his back to the representatives, mouthing two words to Lin Jiumou. Imperial Capital. Lingnan, Imperial Capital, and the other colleges all focused their attention on him. Lin Jiumou didn't hesitate for long. After a brief contemplation, he began to speak. I choose. But was interrupted by a voice. Everyone turned to see Wei Feng, the representative from Kanglin Academy, stepping forward. Student Lin, our Kanglin Academy is by the sea and boasts abundant marine resources. If you choose to enroll with us, I can secure S-level resources for you, providing 1 piece of 2-star spiritual material and 10 pieces of 1-star spiritual material each month. You'll also have priority access in various student exploration activities. As soon as Wei Feng finished speaking, he drew disdainful glances from those around. Mr. Wei, that's unfair to the other students, a student protested. Resources should be distributed equally among all students. By favoring Lin, you might set a precedent for offering even greater advantages to others in the future. Exactly. This is clearly unhealthy competition, and we should resist it. Just then, Luo Huayu stood up, earnestly saying, Our Lingnan Academy doesn't grade resources as level, but if Lin chooses us, We promise to provide no less than 2 pieces of 2-star spiritual materials and 10 pieces of 1-star spiritual materials each month. Other mentors wanted to argue, but seeing Lin Jiumou's slight smile, seemingly intrigued by Luo Huayu's words, they hesitated. Meanwhile, a flicker of displeasure crossed Wei Feng's face. Student Lin, our Tianlong Academy also offers level resources, with 2 pieces of 2-star spiritual materials every month. Additionally, we'll waive all your tuition and fees, providing you with the best dormitory at the academy. As long as you continue to excel, the resources available to you can increase, another mentor interjected. Our Xinghua Academy offers 3 pieces of 2-star spiritual materials monthly, along with waivers for tuition, accommodation, and meals. Wei Feng looked at these previously critical colleagues with disdain. Lingnan Academy. 3 pieces of 2-star spiritual materials and 20 pieces of 1-star spiritual materials per month. We'll also waive tuition, accommodation, and other fees, Luo Huayu declared, taking a deep breath and gritting her teeth. For her, this was the most generous offer possible, and she was even prepared to personally cover any shortfall if the academy's application didn't pass. At that moment, a female teacher from Kairoué Academy proposed a significant benefit. Kairoué Academy provides level resources and a private courtyard. If living alone is inconvenient, we also offer a companion service, a privilege typically available only to international students with special talents. This announcement left others wide-eyed with surprise, shaking their heads in defeat. Luo Huayu frowned with reluctance and sat back down. Her colleague, Tian, whispered something that made Luo Huayu blush, glare at her, and fall back into contemplation, her hand repeatedly reaching for and retracting from her bag's zipper, visibly conflicted. At this point, only the Imperial Capital Academy remained silent. Finally, their representative spoke. We offer 5 pieces of 2-star spiritual materials and 20 pieces of 1-star spiritual materials each month. Additionally, the Imperial Capital Academy will provide some social conveniences to help students manage non-training-related matters. The man in the suit from the capital made a casual comment that shocked everyone. The incredible social conveniences and abundant resources he mentioned were irresistible to everyone present. Lin Jiumou held 10 4-star silver radiance fruits, seemingly indifferent to 2-star spiritual materials. However, the main uses of the silver radiance fruit are for healing and nurturing wood-type beasts, with limited effects beyond that. At this point, he was left with only monster cores and nothing else. In a situation where first-tier materials were everywhere and second-tier were rare, ordinary students entering the academy could only obtain 1 or 2 1-star spiritual materials per month at most. To get more resources, they needed to complete tasks. The capital lived up to its reputation, offering 5 2-star spiritual materials every month. This generous offer left the representatives from Lingnan Academy and others stunned. Tian, feeling pressured, said, we may not have as many resources as you, but we're closer. The female teacher from Colette Academy laughed and responded, sorry, little sister, I'm not laughing at you. I just think that once students grow strong, riding a beast is faster than a high-speed train, isn't it? For those with great strength, a trip home takes only 2 or 3 hours. Who cares about distance then? Does Lingnan Academy lack the strength and confidence to train students so they can easily return home? Tian's expression changed, and she glared at her angrily but couldn't retort. She could only nudge Luo Huayu with her leg. However, Luo Huayu was lost in thought, seemingly oblivious to the surrounding debate. The female teacher from Colette, seeing the two remain silent, became even more smug, raising her eyebrows as she continued. Among all the academies, Lingnan is at the bottom in terms of spiritual materials and secret realms. I've been curious since earlier, in such a disadvantageous position, how do you have the nerve to compete for the outstanding student Lin Jiumou? Other teachers nodded in agreement. Even the man in the suit from the capital glanced at her. The atmosphere became awkward and tense again. Lin Jiumou broke the silence and asked, what is a secret realm? No one was surprised by the question, as the existence of secret realms was highly confidential, known only to beast academies and some officials. Tian explained. Secret realms are mysterious spiritual spaces that appear without reason. No one knows their origins. Inside, there are many rare beasts, spiritual fruits, and materials not found on Earth Star, forming the foundation of each academy. The female teacher from Colette added, the little sister is well informed. However, secret realms vary in quality. The best ones are those rich in materials or with excellent beasts, and every academy here has such secret realms. But Lingnan's secret realms are mostly beautiful and lush natural spaces that don't produce spiritual fruits or have beasts, like hens that don't lay eggs. Tian was repeatedly exposed and was too angry to speak. Lin Jiumou raised an eyebrow, as if an idea had struck him, and asked, are there many such secret realms? The female teacher replied smugly, it depends on the academy. Our Colette Academy only has one natural type secret realm. Unlike Lingnan, where 6 out of 10 are like that. Tian was furious, and other academies stated that most of theirs were material and beast secret realms, with either one or none being purely natural. Lin Jiumou looked at the man in the suit from the capital, who sipped his tea leisurely. A teacher beside him answered, "The Capital Beast Academy has 14 beast and material secret realms. None are natural." Lin Jiumou nodded, seemingly understanding something. Seeing Lin Jiumou's interest in secret realms, Tian felt increasingly hopeless about winning him over. Looking at old Luo, she found him still in a daze. With fewer resources, greater distance, less fame, and even in terms of charm, old Luo wouldn't sacrifice anything. How could they possibly win him over? "So, Jiumou, have you decided which academy to choose?" the head teacher asked. The homeroom teacher and other academy representatives looked over, all having traveled a long way to bring Lin Jiumou to their academy. With the decision made, Lin Jiumou had no more hesitation in his heart and firmly declared, "I choose Lingnan Academy." The man in a suit from the imperial capital had just started to sip his tea with a knowing expression when he heard the latter part of Lin Jiumou's sentence. He spat out his tea in shock and widened his eyes in disbelief, asking, "Did you say Lingnan Academy?" It wasn't just him. Representatives from other academies were also stunned, unable to regain their composure for quite some time. Lin Jiumou's choice was astonishing because if he had chosen any of the other academies, no one would have been this surprised. However, he chose Lingnan Academy, which had the worst conditions. Why? Tian was so shocked she nearly slipped out of her chair, her mouth agape, and her black-framed glasses almost falling off her nose. She urgently said, "Jiumou, think it over. How can you?" Before the guidance counselor could finish speaking, they signaled to the homeroom teacher with their eyes. The homeroom teacher understood and tried to pull Lin Jiumou out of the meeting room. However, Lin Jiumou smiled and said, "Teacher, there's no need. I always intended to choose Lingnan Academy." He knew that despite comparing various conditions and hesitating, with the closer Tianlong Academy having better resources, the top-ranked Imperial Academy, and the great living benefits at Keylight Academy, Lingnan Academy didn't have any apparent advantages. But his choice was driven by a desire for the secret realms. He recalled seeing the image of enormous, eerie plants rioting in the abyssal disaster fragments. Combining the Queen's Seed, abyssal disaster fragments, and the timing of this countdown, Lin Jiumou had a feeling that the next wave of ore-induced mutations would be related to plants. The secret realms of Lingnan Academy, which were scorned by many, were exactly what he needed. He had a premonition that those seemingly useless secret realms would undergo earth-shattering changes in the future. "Are you sure?" The homeroom teacher glanced at the grim-faced representative from the imperial capital, feeling a bit uneasy. Lin Jiumou nodded firmly, "Absolutely." He turned to the two representatives of Lingnan Academy and asked, "No problem, right?" Tian was so excited she could barely speak, repeatedly slapping her own face. "No problem. Of course, no problem. Welcome, Lin. We're absolutely thrilled to have you." Lin Jiumou smiled slightly, feeling a sense of satisfaction. This choice made the faces of the people from the Imperial Academy turn completely dark, and other academy representatives were filled with envy, jealousy, and confusion. They couldn't fathom that Lin Jiumou chose Lingnan Academy because of those secret realms deemed useless by many. Just when everyone thought the matter was settled, Teacher Luo suddenly spoke up. "Wait, Lin." Everyone paused, asking, "Is there something else?" Teacher Luo seriously said, "I'd like you to fill out a questionnaire on demon knowledge." Tian was taken aback and retorted, "Old Luo, have you gone mad?" She almost wanted to grab Teacher Luo by the collar and question if they had lost their mind. "Yesterday you were afraid they wouldn't choose us, and now that they want to come, you're setting a hurdle. Have you been squeezed by a hydraulic press?" Lin Jiumou looked at Teacher Luo in surprise, seeing her serious expression, realizing she wasn't joking, and couldn't help but smile. "Is that really necessary?" Teacher Luo nodded firmly. "I believe it is." Lin Jiumou sighed and replied, "All right, I'll give it a try." Mr. Luo took a rolled-up questionnaire from the black bag behind his chair and handed it to Lin Jiumou. Tian was about to express her surprise, but was stopped by Mr. Luo's glance. Lin Jiumou looked at them puzzled, then opened the questionnaire, raising an eyebrow with a hint of surprise. It had no title or number, resembling a self-made practice test, containing 20 short answer questions that were much harder than the high school entrance exam questions for demon taming. If those were like elementary school exercises, then each question on this sheet was akin to high school level, skipping the awkward middle stage entirely. Interesting, Lin Jiumou thought to himself, almost forgetting he was in a meeting room. He pulled out a pen, grabbed a chair, and began to fill it out seriously. Seeing him actually start answering, the homeroom teacher and the dean exchanged glances, their eyes filled with bitterness and helplessness. But there was nothing they could do but accompany these difficult-to-handle individuals. Meanwhile, the academy officials came to their senses, a mix of surprise and amusement as they quietly discussed the scene. The suited man from the capital, who initially intended to leave, sat back down, curious to see Lin Jiumou's performance, as he was forced to fill out the questionnaire. He no longer planned to recruit Lin Jiumou, just wanted to see if he'd embarrass himself, seeking revenge for his own earlier embarrassment. So, you rejected us only to join the worst academy and have to fill out an assessment. As Lin Jiumou wrote furiously, other recruitment teachers waited quietly. Wei Feng from Kanglin Academy, seated nearby, leaned over out of curiosity. Upon seeing the questions, his expression turned blank. Did you fill this out? Wei Feng asked in disbelief. Isn't it obvious? Lin Jiumou responded, confidence gleaming in his eyes. You can actually solve these? Can't you? Wei Feng's face stiffened slightly. He scratched his head, a bit embarrassed, and said, these are indeed beyond the syllabus. I'm currently researching this topic, and you already have the answers. Old Wei, what's with this act? It's just a knowledge questionnaire. Your academy has them too, someone teased. Bull. It's just a knowledge questionnaire? Try answering one if you dare. Wei Feng retorted, agitated. The other teachers exchanged glances and gathered around Lin Jiumou, focusing on the questions. Wow, these aren't student-level questions, one teacher exclaimed. His answers are interesting, unconventional, yet seemingly feasible. Incredible, solving such difficult questions. Did Lin start learning demon taming at a young age? They all expressed their astonishment, amazed by both the difficulty of the questions and Lin Jiumou's capability. Wei Feng turned to Mr. Luo, who was nodding frequently, eyes shining with admiration, and asked, when did Lingnan Academy become so strict? Some questions even I find challenging. Mr. Luo simply smiled without responding, watching Lin Jiumou, as if admiring a precious gem. Among the shocked teachers, a female teacher from Kairite Academy, intrigued by Lin Jiumou's performance, hesitated for a moment, then discreetly unbuttoned 2 buttons on her shirt and approached Lin Jiumou. However, Tian stepped in front of her, coldly saying, Miss, your buttons seem loose. Why are you blocking me, flat-chested? Jealous? The female teacher retorted angrily. Tian smiled silently, pulling her loose t-shirt tight to reveal 2 prominent curves. The sound of teeth grinding seemed audible as the Kairite Academy teacher buttoned up again with a grunt. Seeing this, the other teachers' expressions of shock deepened. The homeroom teacher and the dean exchanged a glance, thinking, perhaps the situation isn't as bad as it seems. As Lin Jiumou was diligently writing, the door to the conference room suddenly swung open. The student who had appeared arrogant on the field walked in, his eyes scanning the area where several academy teachers were gathered, before seating himself next to the man in the suit from the capital. Uncle, isn't this supposed to be a recruitment? Why does it feel like a marketplace? He asked. The recruitment is over, the man in the suit replied, his expression serious. How did you find the sparring with their students today? Sparring? Huh. Uncle, you overestimate them. They're all trash. Even the weakest students in our high school can easily defeat them. Do they really think they're worthy of sparring with me? The student scoffed, laughing disdainfully. In my opinion, even if Lin Jiumou is impressive in this rural place, he can't be that strong. The story about him killing a 3rd-tier monster could just be exaggerated. Fan Xiong continued to mock. The man in the suit shook his head, his expression stern. Fan Xiong, you're being arrogant. I watched the battle video, it wasn't faked. Though I don't want to believe it, he's indeed someone with some skill. He may not match up to the 4 young masters of Lingnan, but he's not far off. You're going to attend our school soon. Don't make the mistake of underestimating your opponents. Yes, uncle, you're right, Fan Xiong replied nonchalantly, quickly changing the subject. Uncle, how did the recruitment go? I'd like to meet this Lin Jiumou. We failed. That student chose Lingnan Academy. The man's expressionless face surprised Fan Xiong, who couldn't help but chuckle. It seems these rural folks not only lack judgment, but also common sense. Choosing a lesser-known academy over the prestigious capital academy is laughable. Uncle, don't be upset. Anyone dumb enough to make such a choice must be overrated. It's better he doesn't come to our academy. It would only tarnish its reputation. The man in the suit shook his head in disappointment, seemingly resigned to Fan Xiong's arrogance. What are they doing over there? He asked. Lingnan Academy gave him a knowledge questionnaire to fill out. Fan Xiong laughed. It's hilarious. He chose a mediocre academy, and even they don't seem eager to accept him. I bet he's regretting it now. He looked at the crowd, mocking. So many people gathered around. Is he crying in there? The other academy teachers, curious about Lin Jiumou's performance, noticed his furrowed brow and paused pen, thinking he was distracted by the chatter, and turned back with disapproval. Student, this is a conference room. Please be quiet. Lin is taking a test. Why are you making noise? One teacher said sternly. Exactly. Teacher Fan, your capital academy may be impressive, but please respect other academies, teachers, and the student taking the test, another teacher added. And control your students. The group of teachers retorted, leaving the man in the suit with a dark expression, unable to refute, as even the prestigious capital academy couldn't afford to provoke collective anger. Yes, the teachers are right. Continue monitoring the exam, Fan Xiong said, half mockingly. The teachers huffed and returned to watching Lin Jiumou work on the test, whispering among themselves. After some time, as Lin Jiumou finished his last answer and capped his pen, a hand reached out and snatched the paper away before he could review it. Several teachers from different academies craned their necks to get a better look, whispering among themselves. Occasionally, phrases like, "So that's how it is," "What a clever idea," and "Brilliant," could be heard. Amidst their amazement, a slender hand reached out and snatched the paper away. Hey, don't snatch it. Let's look together." Wei Feng, who had initially grabbed the paper, quickly said. Turning around, he saw it was Teacher Luo from Lingnan Academy. Wei Feng couldn't help but put on a sycophantic smile and asked, "Teacher Luo, about that?" However, Teacher Luo didn't look at the paper. Instead, he carefully folded it into a small square and placed it in the pocket of his shirt collar, asking, "What? Haven't you all had a chance to see it?" "Yeah, or maybe let us take a photo before you take it away," Lin, a student, interrupted. "Exactly. This answer should be part of the shared knowledge of the Demon Control Academy for everyone to learn from." Teacher Luo brushed his short hair back, a hint of amusement in his eyes, and replied, "Have you all forgotten? This is the paper from our so-called second-rate, worst secret realm, poorest resource, Lingnan Academy. Besides, this is a recruitment paper." Upon hearing this, the others felt a sting on their faces. Those words, second-rate, worst secret realm, poorest resource, were exactly what they had used to criticize Lingnan Academy earlier, and now they felt like invisible slaps to their faces. "Wait a minute, Teacher Luo, did you say recruitment paper?" "Recruitment." Wei Feng was the first to react. "That's right." Teacher Luo nodded and walked over to Lin Jiumou, saying solemnly, "Lin Jiumou, I would like to officially invite you to join Lingnan Academy as a demon control instructor." The entire conference room fell silent. Haha, inviting a student to be a teacher, Lingnan Academy truly lives up to its reputation as one of the top 10 academies. Impressive, impressive, Fan Xiong laughed, his words dripping with sarcasm. Teacher Luo ignored him, looking expectantly at Lin Jiumou, waiting for his response. Meanwhile, others snapped out of their shock, and the homeroom teacher and the director exchanged glances, their eyes filled with astonishment. Indeed, with the depth of that paper, it's clear that Lin Jiumou's knowledge of demon control is already at the level of a teacher, even surpassing ordinary instructors. Thinking of that paper, the others felt deep regret. That cunning Lingnan Academy. They've had this planned all along. Me, become a teacher? Lin Jiumou pointed at himself, bewildered, forgetting even to pick up the pen that had fallen to the floor. "You heard correctly." Teacher Luo smiled. "But can I finish speaking first?" Lin Jiumou nodded. "I've looked into your background and watched you in battle. Not only are you experienced and skilled with the blade, but your methods of demon control cultivation are also unique. Plus, the noble character you displayed during the two Tua City beast crises. All things considered, I believe you are the most suitable candidate for our academy's instructor. As for age, I've never heard that being 18 disqualifies someone from teaching. Since the revival of spiritual energy, everything is a new attempt. One more won't hurt." Teacher Luo smiled as he spoke. "Are you sure you want me to be a teacher? Aren't you afraid I'll misguide the students?" Lin Jiumou slightly frowned, contemplating how to decline. It wasn't that he lacked confidence. With his demon control knowledge, teaching students who had only been practicing for 2 months was a piece of cake. However, teaching wasn't his ambition. He only desired to grow stronger and explore secret realms. If it weren't for Lingnan Academy's natural secret realm, he would have already headed to the imperial capital. "I'm sorry, Lin Jiumou hesitated, but Teacher Luo interjected. "By the way, our academy's secret realm is regularly open to students, but it's completely open to teachers. If you join." "What were you about to say?" Lin Jiumou interrupted, smiling. "I'm honored." "That's good to hear." Just then, an untimely voice chimed in. "Teacher Luo, aren't you forgetting that recruiting instructors isn't the admissions office's responsibility? You've overstepped." A female teacher from Kailite Academy said coldly. "Oomph, that's your ignorance." Tian retorted proudly, hands on her hips. "In our Lingnan Academy, old Luo is in charge of both student and instructor recruitment." Meanwhile, Lin Jiumou had already approached Fan Xiong, saying calmly, "Hey there, heard you think you're quite something? Is it you?" Earlier, Lin Jiumou's position was blocked by other teachers, so when Fan Xiong arrived, he couldn't see who was there. It was only when Lin Jiumou approached that he recognized him as the one who caught the beast. "Our Tua City is a small place and can't offer much in terms of hospitality, but if it's a sparring match, we should show some sincerity." Lin Jiumou recognized him too and said calmly, "How about I have a match with you? Let me see if the top students from the imperial capital are really that impressive." Fan Xiong looked at Lin Jiumou, his expression stiffening with inner conflict. Despite his earlier arrogance, he knew that Lin Jiumou's beast was powerful enough to slay a third-level beast. Accepting the challenge would mean slim chances of winning, but losing would mean a student from the prestigious capital being defeated by a high schooler from a small town, which would be humiliating. What scared? Lin Jiumou took a step forward, looking down at the seated, conflicted Fan Xiong. The others watched curiously, with students from other schools simply enjoying the spectacle, while the two from Lingnan Academy wanted to witness Lin Jiumou's combat skills firsthand. As for the homeroom teacher and the director, they were the ones who knew the most about Lin Jiumou's reputation and were excited, their eyes gleaming. Oomph. Who's scared? I just challenged so many of your classmates. My beast is already tired. Fighting your beast too, what's the point? Fan Xiong slapped the table and stood up, his face flushed, his bravado masking his insecurity. Don't worry. Lin Jiumou smirked. I don't plan to use my beast. How about I, personally, fight your level 9, second-tier beast? At these words, everyone was stunned, even the homeroom teacher and the director. What an arrogant guy. It was the first time they had seen someone want to fight a beast as a beast master without using their own beast. Even though they had seen Lin Jiumou take down enemies single-handedly, they still subconsciously felt that a human body was too fragile. Tian, what do you think? Teacher Luo asked quietly. Me? With my glasses on. You know, I'm a bit nearsighted. Tian replied earnestly. I meant about the fight. Aren't you also a close combat fighter? Oh, that. I think it's risky. Even though I'm strong, if I don't merge with my beast, once I'm on the challenge stage, I guarantee I'll be the first to kneel. Everyone thought Lin Jiumou's decision not to summon his beast was arrogant, but in reality, Lin Jiumou couldn't summon any. His beast, Xiaosongzi, was in a deep sleep, the seeds of the plant beast hadn't matured, and his multi-beast was a level 4, first-tier juvenile. It seemed like he had 3 beasts, but in fact, none were usable. You want to fight my beast? Without summoning your own? Are you sure? Fan Xiong asked excitedly. Naturally, Lin Jiumou replied. Fan Xiong glanced at the man in the suit, who nodded in approval, then slapped the table again, raising his head to say, Good. No wonder you're Tuo City's top young talent and the top scorer in the college entrance exam. You have guts. I'll fight you. Very well. The two agreed to meet in half an hour on the playground for the challenge. The other academy students were then guided by the homeroom teacher and the director to the reception room for a short break, leaving only the two from Lingnan Academy and Lin Jiumou in the meeting room. Lin Jiumou, are you confident? Teacher Luo asked with concern. Yes. Lin Jiumou smiled faintly. Were you the ones who came to my house looking for me last night? Teacher Luo nodded. It was us. Lingnan Academy doesn't have the upper hand, so we thought we'd strike first, but we didn't find you. Fortunately, things turned out all right in the end. Congratulations, Lin. From now on, we're colleagues. Tian was visibly excited. She couldn't believe that Mr. Luo would entrust you with those tough problems, and you actually managed to solve them. That's impressive. Double thumbs up. Lin Jiumou smiled slightly, feeling a sense of pride. At that moment, Mr. Luo took out a stack of documents from his bag, including an introduction to the academy, an offer letter, a probationary agreement, and a stamp, and began the onboarding process. The probation period for the mentor is 1 month. If the performance is satisfactory during this time, the position will become permanent, and a labor contract will be signed, including the highest tier of Social Security. The probation salary is 10,000, with 300 points that can be used to exchange for academy resources. After the probation period, the salary will be renegotiated, and there will be bonuses. Additionally, considering the self-growth of the demon tamers, mentors are allowed to take on some private work as long as it doesn't affect the quality of their teaching. The specific arrangements will be decided later. Tian added that the mentor also gets a private courtyard. During the paperwork process, the two introduced Lin Jiumou to Lingnan Academy. Currently, most mentors, assistants, and other staff at the academy were in place during the 20 years before the spiritual energy surge. If not for a mentor being killed by an evil demon tamer recently, this position might not have been available. In the past, the academy was completely closed off, primarily training military forces. This allowed mentors to become proficient and the military to systematically learn demon taming knowledge, which became the precursor to the city's defense bureau. Lin Jiumou curiously asked why the Imperial Capital Academy was targeting Lingnan Academy and why Lingnan was ranked 10th. Mr. Luo only said the situation was complex, and even the usually lively Tian seemed down when discussing this topic. Lin Jiumou grew more curious and made a mental note of their names. The adorable assistant Tian and the cool and beautiful Luo Huayu, who was said to hold many titles and positions at Lingnan Academy. Finally, Luo Huayu informed Lin Jiumou that mentors need to arrive at the academy half a month early to prepare, requesting him to report by the 15th at the latest. Realizing it was already the 11th, Lin Jiumou acknowledged the urgency, but agreed without hesitation. With time running short, the three of them headed towards the sports field. On the way, Lin Jiumou's phone buzzed incessantly. When he checked, he saw numerous messages from his classmates cheering him on, including messages from his sister Yan Yi and friends from other classes. He realized that the news of the challenge from the Imperial Capital student had spread, escalating into a showdown between Tuo City and the Imperial Capital. At the center of the sports field, Fan Xiong stood arrogantly on the challenge platform, with Wei Feng from Kanglin Academy acting as the referee. The surrounding field was packed with students. Almost half the academy had come to watch. Teachers, assistants, and leaders from other schools sat in a row on the best viewing platform, except for 2 empty seats for Lingnan Academy. Seeing Luo Huayu and Tian heading towards the platform without Lin Jiumou, the homeroom teacher hurriedly asked, "Mr. Luo, where's Jiumou? Why isn't he with you?" Tian replied. "He said he went to get his weapon and will be here soon." The homeroom teacher breathed a sigh of relief, thinking it would be difficult without a weapon. Luo Huayu glanced back and pointed into the distance, saying, "He's here." As soon as she spoke, a wave of enthusiastic cheers erupted from the field. The homeroom teacher turned around to see Lin Jiumou already on the challenge platform, skillfully catching a sheathed Tang sword that twirled through the air, landing steadily in his outstretched left hand, earning a round of applause for his impressive move. "Humph, you finally showed up. I thought you were too scared." Fan Xiong looked at Lin Jiumou with displeasure. In the imperial capital, he was just an average and unremarkable beast master, hoping to show off in the rural city of Tawaching. However, he didn't expect to encounter Lin Jiumou. At that moment, cheers and shouts erupted from the crowd below the stage, but they were not for him. They were for his opponent, which only fueled his jealousy and frustration. "Enough talk, let's summon. Don't blame me if you get hurt." Fan Xiong's eyes flashed with malice as he raised his hand to summon a towering, muscular red-haired baboon. The baboon pounded its fists and let out a roar like a wave of sound, deafening to all around. Roar. This was Fan Xiong's battle style: intimidate the opponent with a beast's roar and then launch a fierce attack, causing them to lose their composure and be defeated. The roar, amplified by natural talent, left many students in the audience pale and retreating, some even colliding with each other in their panic. However, for Lin Jiumou, who had faced the pressure of the golden-eyed dragon wolf and the onslaught of countless beasts, this was like a child waving a plastic sword, utterly harmless. Lin Jiumou smirked slightly, resting his long sword on the ground, and his eyes suddenly sharpened, becoming as deep as a wolf's. A nearly tangible killing intent spread instantly. The baboon's roar abruptly stopped as it stepped back, baring its teeth in fear, and even Fan Xiong turned pale with fright. "What pure killing intent! No wonder he survived 2 beast tides," exclaimed a tutor from the Beastmaster Academy seated on the high platform. A female teacher from Kailite Academy added seriously, "I'm afraid there's more to it than that. Who here hasn't fought through a beast tide? Yet how many have honed such killing intent?" Many teachers nodded solemnly, their eyes scanning back and forth between the two on stage. Lin Jiumou's calm demeanor contrasted sharply with his intense aura, while Fan Xiong's arrogance seemed childish. Even the man in the suit, who most hoped for Fan Xiong's victory, sighed inwardly. Lingnan Academy. Whether this student is a blessing or a curse remains to be seen. The female teacher from Kailite Academy remarked, standing at the forefront of the spiritual tide, "Do your best and leave the rest to fate." Hearing this, many tutors nodded in agreement, though the teaching assistants were left confused, understanding only one thing: Lin Jiumou was impressive. On the challenge stage, seeing that Fan Xiong was intimidated, Wei Feng stepped forward, raising his hands. "Both sides, take your positions. 3-second countdown." His words broke the tension, as if reminding Lin Jiumou. The killing intent dissipated as quickly as it had appeared, as if it had never been there. With Wei Feng's countdown, Fan Xiong quickly retreated while his beast advanced a few steps, ensuring the Beastmaster was safely out of the combat zone. The 3-second countdown ended. Wei Feng waved his right hand and stepped back. Attack! The red-furred baboon beat its chest, its fur standing on end like a porcupine as it charged forward. Its fiery red fur ignited in the air, turning it into a massive fireball that roared towards Lin Jiumou. The heat wave quickly spread to the audience below, startling the nearby students who watched the stage with tension. "And they think they can take on my brother?" Lin Miao scoffed from the crowd, though her eyes remained fixed on the fiery spectacle. The instructors on the platform remained calm, observing quietly to see how Lin Jiumou would counter this fierce attack. Noting the fireball's properties, Lin Jiumou did not rush to act until it was within 3 meters of him. As his classmates gasped in alarm, he finally moved. His long knife flashed from its sheath, and a shiver of cold mist burst forth, extinguishing the flames on the baboon's surface. He then leveled the Tang knife forward. Screeching to a halt, the fiery baboon stopped just a meter from Lin Jiumou, its fist raised and the tip of the blade mere inches from its heart. Had it been a moment slower, the Tang knife would have pierced its heart. Seeing the baboon's pupils contract as it withdrew its flames and stood motionless, Lin Jiumou's lips curled slightly. Not entirely foolish, he thought. With that, he delivered a lightning-fast kick, sending the baboon flying 5 meters away, where it tumbled to the ground. This swift, precise move left everyone stunned, followed by a wave of cheers and shouts from the audience. "Brilliant! A one-hit defeat, sparing the monkey's life, our idol from Tawaching. Lin is so cool. Get lost. Stop overstepping." The instructors from the Beast Taming Academy nodded slightly, appreciating the decisive yet restrained strike. It not only secured victory, but also demonstrated sportsmanship, a perfect example of a friendly match. They also noted that despite Lin Jiumou's brief display of killing intent, he remained rational and within bounds. Referee, announced the result, Lin Jiumou said, sheathing his Tang knife and addressing Wei Feng. Wei Feng nodded, raising his hand to declare the outcome, but was interrupted by an irate voice. Stop. Shut up. Who said I lost? I didn't lose. Fan Xiong shouted, his eyes red with emotion. Fan, if Lin Jiumou hadn't held back, your beast would be dead. Can't you see that? You lost the fight. Wei Feng replied with a frown. Nonsense. My beast isn't hurt, let alone dead. I was just careless. Why should I lose? I still have secret techniques and combat skills I haven't used. Fan Xiong yelled, sounding like a sore loser. The crowd responded with boos, turning their thumbs down to silently express their disdain. On the platform, others turned to the suited man from the imperial capital, who sighed and said, Fan Xiong, admit defeat. You lost. Our imperial beast taming academy isn't afraid to lose. Be reasonable. His voice, though soft, carried across much of the field. He expected Fan Xiong to comply, to accept defeat even if begrudgingly, and discuss it later. To his surprise, Fan Xiong, seemingly provoked, shouted, Uncle, don't be fooled. This Kanglin Academy referee is in cahoots with them. Lin Jiumou, if you have the guts, fight me again. Don't pretend to be so great. Let's see if my beast can defeat you, or if you beat my beast first. If you don't dare, it proves Tawaching is full of cowards. As these words left his mouth, the teachers on the platform raised their eyebrows, looking at the suited man, whose expression darkened as he realized the gravity of the situation. The students below erupted in anger, shouting insults. Damn, is the Imperial capital all that? Can't take a loss, don't play? What rubbish Imperial Beast Taming Academy? So petty, you're disgracing the Imperial capital. Can't even handle a challenge. What trash. Lin, show him what you've got. The suited man regretted bringing his nephew, realizing this trip not only failed to foster growth, but also tarnished the Imperial capital's reputation. If this escalated, it might cost Fan Xiong his admission to the Imperial Beast Taming Academy. Lin Jiumou, do you dare? Fan Xiong roared, desperate. Your beast is smart, but it's stuck with a fool for a master, Lin Jiumou remarked, shaking his head, his gaze growing cold. If you want blood, I'll oblige. He unsheathed his Tang knife again, this time exuding a sharp, chilling aura. As Lin Jiumou drew his sword, a wave of enthusiastic cheers erupted from the crowd. Yes, well done, Jiumou. Teach him a lesson. Show him your strength. The noise echoed across the playground, causing the instructors from the Beast Taming Academy to smile wryly. At this moment, Fan Xiong also calmed down a bit, realizing he had said things he shouldn't have, and felt a hint of retreat in his heart. Both sides took their positions. Wei Feng raised his hand again, and the noise from the audience instantly ceased. Everyone focused intently on the challenge stage where Lin Jiumou and Fan Xiong stood ready. A tense atmosphere enveloped the spectators. Fan Xiong's words had added an undercurrent of competition between the imperial capital and Tuo City to this challenge. Although everyone knew Lin Jiumou was strong, it was primarily because of his beast-taming abilities. Could human strength really compete with such a high-level tamed beast? Doubts filled their minds. Wei Feng raised his hand and began the countdown. 3. Fan Xiong quickly placed a secret technique mark on the sun-furred baboon. Instantly, fiery red flames burst from its fur. The flames roared, transforming into a darker, larger fireball, sending waves of heat towards the audience, causing those nearest to the stage to step back and crowd together. 2. The students, startled by the flames, began to boo, disapproving of Fan Xiong's actions. What angered them more was Fan Xiong's dissatisfaction. He glared at the audience and performed a second secret technique. The intense red flames formed a fiery armor on the baboon's limbs, head, and body, significantly boosting its aura as it let out a loud roar. 1. The challenge begins. Wei Feng announced, stepping towards the edge of the stage. Go, hit him. Let's see if he dares to take it this time. The sun-furred baboon charged at Lin Jiumou again, the fiery red waves rapidly closing in. Be careful. Watch out, Lin. Lin, get out of the way. Amidst the cries of alarm, the baboon quickly approached, a fist emerging from the flames, aimed at Lin Jiumou. Lin Jiumou's eyes flashed with sharpness as he stepped back, then sidestepped, deftly avoiding the fiery punch. At that moment, his eyelid twitched, and his body tilted slightly as a burning tail swept past him, the firelight reflecting in his pupils. Seeing Lin Jiumou dodge awkwardly, Fan Xiong became excited. See that? This is my true strength. Weren't you so tough just now? Have the guts to fight back. Haha, he laughed maniacally, his face showing a disturbing satisfaction, his obnoxious words once again drawing angry condemnation from the students below. Lin Jiumou seemed unfazed by his words, maintaining a stoic expression as he focused on battling the sun-furred baboon. Amidst the continuous attacks and evasions, his movements gradually brought him closer to the center of the stage. After crossing the midpoint, Lin Jiumou was forced back several steps by a fiery punch. The Yangrong baboon, despite missing Lin Jiumou, was emboldened by its pursuit. It let out a fierce roar, flames swirling in its mouth, while the fire around its fists contracted intensely. Just as it was about to unleash flames, Lin Jiumou's previously restrained aura burst forth, and with a deft angle, his Tang sword pierced the baboon's left side. Instantly, the orderly flames turned chaotic, uncontrollably spewing from the baboon's fists and mouth, forming a spiral of red flames that swept past Lin Jiumou like a fiery dragon, charging menacingly towards Fan Xiong. The scene unfolded so suddenly that the faces of those from the academy changed, and Wei Feng, realizing the danger, tried to intervene, but he was slower than the compressed fire's eruption. Fan Xiong, who had been smug just a moment before, was caught off guard as the red light approached. Boom! The flames roared, engulfing Fan Xiong in a violent impact, with countless embers scattering below the stage, causing many students to scramble for cover. Nephew! A man in a suit stood up, angrily shouting at the stage, Lin Jiumou, how dare you harm my nephew? He seemed to forget that it was his own rebellious beast that attacked Fan Xiong. Lin Jiumou shrugged, responding coldly, your nephew has the same 2-star defensive gear as you do, so don't act like you're oblivious. The man's expression changed slightly, and as if to confirm Lin Jiumou's words, the roaring flames suddenly dissipated, revealing Fan Xiong emerging from the blaze. His clothes burned away, leaving only a pair of red briefs with a faint glow, shielding him from the surrounding fire. His disheveled appearance drew laughter from many of the boys below, while some girls took pictures with their phones, others blushing and turning away. Fan Xiong trembled, whether from anger or humiliation, his face contorted with rage. Lin Jiumou, how dare you attack me? Although he had the 2-star briefs to shield him from the flames, he was still injured, with several red patches on his skin from the heat, and some shattered stones had pierced his skin, leaving trails of blood. Like uncle, like nephew. You two are masters of reversing the blame, Lin Jiumou said coldly, flicking the blood off his Tang sword. I warned you, if you want blood, I'll oblige. I'll kill you. You damned bastard, you're not capable of it. Fan Xiong shouted furiously, then yelled towards the Yangrong baboon, what are you waiting for? Kill him for me. The baboon, receiving the order, swung its fiery fists towards Lin Jiumou. It's not capable either. Lin Jiumou easily sidestepped, his Tang sword slicing across the baboon's waist, fresh blood oozing out. Roar. Too slow. Lin Jiumou's eyes, utilizing his insight technique, easily dodged the fiery punches, appearing behind the baboon and swinging his sword again, drawing more blood. Roar. Just because it's loud doesn't mean it's effective. Lin Jiumou moved like the wind, his blade leaving afterimages, carving several more wounds into the baboon. With each roar from the baboon, Lin Jiumou delivered another slash, and soon the baboon was riddled with over a dozen wounds, blood flowing freely, turning its fur crimson. Finally, with a last feeble and unwilling roar, the baboon's body slowly collapsed. Want to sleep? Let me find you a nice mattress, Lin Jiumou said, kicking it into the air, then following up with another kick, increasing his speed to appear in front of Fan Xiong. Ah, pow. Ah, damn you. Again? Again? Why don't you scream until your voice breaks? Lin Jiumou said, landing 7 or 8 slaps on Fan Xiong, who eventually collapsed to the ground in fear as Lin Jiumou feigned a sword strike. A shadow fell from above, and Lin Jiumou quickly dodged as the baboon, having traced 3 arcs in the air, finally landed. Bang! Man and beast tumbled off the stage, with Fan Xiong rolling his eyes and fainting under the weight. So, this is all the Imperial Beast Academy of the capital has to offer, Lin Jiumou remarked calmly, flicking the blood off his sword and sheathing it. After the challenge, Fan Xiong was carried to the infirmary by 2 students. The man in the Imperial Capital Academy suit looked grim and shot Lin Jiumou an angry glance before leaving with them. The other students dispersed under the teacher's guidance, each busy with their own affairs. Lin Jiumou, having not yet filled out his preferences, found himself unexpectedly becoming a mentor. After chatting with the homeroom teacher for a while, he left the school. At this moment, Luo Huayu and Tian were watching his departing figure from an office building. In the meeting room just now, I was almost scared to death, Tian joked. Old Luo, the whole room was vying for him, and there you were with a stern face. Anyone would think he had a grudge against you. A stern face? Exactly. I gave you so many signals, but you never caught any, Luo Huayu replied helplessly. If fate hadn't played a joke and the other groups hadn't been so unlucky, we wouldn't have had a chance. I was hesitant too. After all, hiring a student as a teacher is quite a gamble, Tian said. But he's really impressive. I wouldn't dare face a 2nd-level 9th grade monster without a fusion. Yet he seemed to treat it like it was nothing. His combat experience is solid, but he may have stirred up trouble, Luo Huayu frowned. What trouble? Tian asked, puzzled. The imperial capital is a complex place, especially its social networks. Hitting a future student of the academy is one thing, but offending that guy could bring trouble down the line, Luo Huayu sighed. You mean the guy in the suit? His name is Fanren. Sounds like it goes well with rose gold handcuffs. Tian quipped, earning a flick on the forehead from Luo Huayu as he continued. Fanren isn't impressive by name or strength. Even his family influence is average. But he's been around the capital for years and knows a lot of people from all walks of life. If he wants to target someone, it's hard to guard against. What? What do we do? We just managed to gather enough mentors. Tiantian's face showed concern. We'll see. Besides this, there's another issue from the west, Luo Huayu said. Luo Ji's negligence in the Tawaching battle should have landed him in jail, but he was taken away by the Western Military District shortly after. I hear he's not one to forgive easily and might hold a grudge. That? No rush. No need to worry. Tian sighed in relief. Why not? Luo Huayu asked, confused. Simple, Luo Ji is already dead, Tian said. You must have muted the academy group again. Luo Ji was killed last night outside Lingnan City, stabbed a dozen times, quite tragic. Tian's voice carried a hint of excitement. Hearing this, Luo Huayu's eyebrows raised, her heart skipped a beat. She suddenly recalled that Lin Jiumou woke up yesterday afternoon, and when she went to find him in the evening, he was gone, only for Luo Ji to end up dead. Do you think it was Lin Jiumou? Him? Impossible. I checked, and those with Luo Ji said it was the sanctuary people who distracted them to steal something important. Luo Ji died protecting it. Tian shook her head. Is that so? Luo Huayu frowned deeply, muttering sanctuary, repeatedly, suddenly realizing something as she held her forehead. Why the long face? Did your period come early again? Tian teased. Ignoring Tian's nonsense, Luo Huayu let out a long sigh, remembering that Lin Jiumou also had a sanctuary problem, of which he was completely unaware. After leaving school, he went to the riverside, sat on the railing, and quietly stared into space as the breeze brushed his face. Just 200 meters away, the bustling marketplace was filled with the sounds of people. He had just received a report that someone here was contemplating jumping into the river. Could it be you? Lin Jiumou heard the words, and a slight smile appeared on his stern face as he looked up at the newcomer. It was the director, leaning against a tree with a document in hand, seemingly amused. Since when does a director handle ordinary cases? Lin Jiumou asked. This isn't just any case. A hero of Tawaching thinking of jumping into the river is hardly ordinary. The director approached with a smile on his face. But you know you can't really die here. Maybe find a higher spot? He joked, and Lin Jiumou felt a sudden urge to throw him into the river. Get lost. Lin Jiumou replied coldly, but the director just laughed heartily, looking relaxed. Congratulations on making a name for yourself and doing Tawaching proud. He continued, his eyes gleaming with delight. It was Yinyi who told you, right? Lin Jiumou shook his head helplessly, thinking to himself how annoying it was to hear her constantly calling him Brother Lin, and noticing how even her waistline seemed to have shrunk. In the past, my daughter and I would only talk about 20 times a year. Now, if she doesn't bother me for a day, I find it unusual, the director mused, then asked, aren't you also 18? Lin Jiumou paused, his eyes a bit dazed. Ever since he accidentally entered the police station, things had changed dramatically. The director patted his shoulder, his tone turning gentle. Jiumou, at 18, everything is just beginning. There's always a solution to everything. By the way, have you ever dated early? How many times have you been dumped? The director suddenly asked, leaving Lin Jiumou speechless, wondering what kind of question that was. Ahem, just joking. Young people should be able to take a joke, the director said, retreating a couple of steps. Is that what I'm supposed to have? Lin Jiumou shifted his gaze to the document folder in the director's hand, feeling intrigued. See for yourself. The director handed him the folder. I racked my brains for this information, but anything beyond my clearance, I won't mention. Take care. He patted Lin Jiumou's shoulder and decisively walked away. Once the director was out of sight, Lin Jiumou opened the folder. Inside were two documents clipped together. He opened the first one and found information about the newly appointed guardian of the town. Duan Shanha, a direct descendant of the Duan family in the capital, 35 years old. Alongside the detailed introduction was a 10-year-old photo of Duan Shanha, eyes full of spirit and a radiant smile, with a golden bird perched on his shoulder. As Lin Jiumou flipped through the pages, he found it increasingly unbelievable. In short, this was a man born with a silver spoon, handsome, good-tempered, and full of potential. He had trained in martial arts and studied from a young age, aiming to benefit the world. Later, he made a pact with a demon spirit, fought for justice, and sent countless delinquent heirs to prison, becoming a celebrated hero in the capital. However, Duan Shanha faced retaliation, with his family, friends, and loved ones all tragically killed. After a failed revenge attempt, he barely escaped death and was eventually exiled to the southern town of Tawaching under the protection of a benefactor. Not succumbing to grief, he learned of the beast tide crisis in Tawaching and risked taking a shortcut over dangerous mountains, encountering a powerful demon beast that severely injured his spirit. What a protagonist template. Lin Jiumou marveled as he glanced at Duan Shanha's demon-taming information, and an idea suddenly flashed through his mind. He put away the document and took out another intelligence report about the Night Hunt organization. To Lin Jiumou's surprise, this organization didn't seem purely evil. Instead, it wavered between extreme good and evil. Their activities spanned the nation and even the globe, yet unlike other malevolent demon-taming groups, they didn't hunt rogue demon tamers, nor were they known for committing heinous acts like rape, pillage, or murder. The Night Hunt organization earned its notorious reputation as the leading evil demon-taming group due to a few shocking incidents. In the Black Moon Obscures the Sky event, the Night Hunt decimated an army of tens of thousands with just 5 men. The Salt Phoenix City massacre left the county in upheaval overnight, with over 200,000 people perishing, and although evidence pointed to the Night Hunt, the case was ultimately unresolved. In the enigmatic Dragon Field, the Night Hunt leader, Shou, battled the Imperial capital's Dragon General for 2 days, resulting in the fragmentation of the Dragon Field's secret realm, ending the Dragon Egg conflict in a draw, and the Demon Suppression incident. Each event weighed heavily on Lin Jiumou's heart, and he finally understood why the Night Hunt organization was at the top of the evil demon-taming groups. They either didn't act at all, or when they did, it was earth-shattering, making other malevolent demon-taming groups seem like mere street thugs compared to a major syndicate. However, as Lin Jiumou continued reading, he discovered that the Night Hunt organization had also done some commendable deeds. They hunted demon tamers from Japan, participated in international challenges, suppressed malicious sea beasts, and even contributed to the establishment of domestic rules for restraining evil demon tamers. This organization was truly peculiar. He slowly turned the page, seeing only one name, Night Demon, also known as EMO. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.